In the tumultuous era of the Naruto world, before the establishment of the hidden villages, the awakening of the Palu system heralded a new era of infrastructure, agriculture, and pet care at that time. The legendary Senju Hashirama and Uchiha had yet to rise to prominence. Each ninja clan was subjugated by the noble families controlling resources, leading to incessant conflicts. Mizuki Jin became the leader of the Yuki clan in the Land of Water, relocating his entire family to escape the impending bloodshed of the future Bloody Mist. Growing up under the banner of revolution and guided by Master Shinobi, Mizuki Jin felt compelled to usher in a new order for the world. During a summit of the Six Shadows, Mizuki Jin proclaimed, "I hereby declare the end of the era of hidden villages and daimyos. From this moment forth, I shall govern the world." Chapter 1. The Speech for Power. The Warring States period was marked by chaos, with ninja clans for hire executing assassination and extermination missions at the behest of the highest bidders. Most ninjas were disengaged from production, forced to succumb to the darkness of their era, where even children had to fight on the battlefield without revealing their surnames. In such a time, while many possessed exceptional talents, there was a notable lack of individuals courageous enough to enact change. On a large island perpetually shrouded in mist, a transformation began within a certain clan. Do you have any idea how exorbitantly those noble lords have inflated prices? A mere bag of 2 kilograms of flour costs 500,000 Rio. That amount wouldn't even suffice to fill a ninja tool pouch. As the impassioned young leader spoke, an elderly man with silver hair scolded him vehemently. "Jin, enough. This is a clan assembly. We are ninjas, and since time immemorial." The young man, named Jin, interjected loudly, "Is it right simply because it has always been so? They manipulate our population out of fear for their own status. They incite constant internal strife among ninjas, hiring us to slaughter one another. Old dang, do you not realize that our ninja children barely survive to the age of 10? Should they perish? They are the sparks of our clan, the future. If we cannot safeguard our descendants, what meaning does survival hold for our clan?" An elderly man with thinning hair and a scar over his left eye expressed his disappointment. "Jin, you are too young and too radical as clan leader. You have no comprehension of the burdens we elders bear." Mizuki Jin stood up, looking down at the two elders with a resolute tone. "Aside from vying for power within the clan, you remain silent and allow others to manipulate you. Are you going to continue in silence while our clan fades into oblivion?" The silver-haired elder squinted his eyes, gritting his teeth. "What do you truly desire?" "We demand reform. We shall break free from the status quo and restore the greatness of the Yuki clan." "You are a rebel. The clansmen will not heed your words. Now return to your residence and reflect." The scarred elder waved his hand, causing 2 middle-aged ninjas to rise, attempting to forcibly restrain Mizuki Jin. With an impassive expression, Mizuki Jin smashed the teacup on the table, creating a loud crash. Instantly, numerous young clansmen rose in solidarity, brandishing kunai and surrounding the 2 elders and their subordinates. Though the strongest of the elders' subordinates maintained their composure, they were inwardly terrified and dared not advance further. The elders speak of the greater good, yet they clutch the final nail in our clan's coffin. Mizuki Jin sneered, crystallizing ice chakra into a dagger in his palm and thrusting it onto the table. "The Yuki clan shall either perish on the path of reform or rot in the noble's cage. Choose your fate." "Enough." The scarred elder slammed his palm on the table, emanating an aura of coldness, his narrowed eyes scanning the surroundings as he seethed. "Do you all truly believe this young man's nonsense? He is unfit to be clan leader." A determined youth responded, "At least Brother Jin is willing to change. If we continue to be manipulated by the nobles of the Land of Water, our clan will inevitably meet its demise." Mizuki Jin proclaimed once more, "What the ninja world requires is not the wisdom of the past, but reform. It is you who should reflect. Last time, when the Kyubi clan hired us to attack the Terumi clan, we suffered devastating losses. 5 clansmen perished on the spot. Behind them lie the shattered lives of 5 families." As his voice trailed off, Mizuki Jin lowered his tone, reflecting sorrowfully. Who were their husbands, wives, and children? The clan assembly, attended by all clan members, was swayed by Mizuki Jin's impassioned speech. Clansmen recalled the tragic fates of their loved ones, with some quietly weeping in grief. Previously, emboldened by the authority of the elders, Mizuki Kinjiro rebuked, "Jin, how can you treat the elders this way? Many clansmen still siding with the two elders began to feel the heat of hatred directed towards them and hastily chimed in. Indeed, elders Narushi and Ruehue have contributed so much to the clan. One mistake cannot erase their accomplishments. Mizuki Jin scoffed. Then let you bear the wrath of the families who lost their loved ones while supporting the elders. Perhaps your assets will be seized, yet it would still count as aiding the clan through this crisis. Upon hearing this, the elders' subordinates fell silent. The clansmen, enraged by the loss of their families due to the previous mission, vocally condemned the elders. For the first time, they had a leader to voice their grievances, allowing them to express their pent-up resentment. This scene resembled an incident that might have occurred in a certain German beer hall. Mizuki Jin, the current leader of the Yuki clan, was 19 years old. 7 years prior, his father, Mizuki Ryoshi, perished during a mission, after which Mizuki Jin assumed the role of clan leader. Initially, upon realizing he had entered the Naruto world, he intended to bide his time. However, being in a land of water, which had yet to form the Hidden Mist village, the future Bloody Mist was not merely a title. The Yuki clan was precariously close to annihilation. Fortunately, he had diligently trained in his youth and, after awakening his ice release, dedicated 2.5 years to personal practice, making considerable progress. A year ago, after traveling and traversing various mountains and historical sites, he resolved to return to his clan after completing his first system task, intending to lead his clansmen to a more suitable place for development, away from the Land of Water. The Land of Water was merely a small territory, the least expansive among the 5 great nations, yet it housed hundreds of ninja clans, leading to frequent conflicts over scarce resources. However, guiding his clansmen away from their ancestral home was no simple task. As a young leader with little experience, he faced the dual threat of the two elders who coveted his position. His relationship with the elders was not one of deep enmity. It was merely a power struggle. The two elders had cared for him during his childhood, albeit with ulterior motives, ensuring he was well-fed and received proper training after the loss of his father. The previous mission, led by the two elders, had failed due to insufficient intelligence, resulting in the deaths of 5 clan ninjas. This provided Mizuki Jin the opportunity to leverage the situation and decisively push the elders out of the center of power within the clan. Having secured the support of his clansmen and a group of subordinates, Mizuki Jin placed the elders under house arrest while reassuring their families. Days passed, and some clansmen felt it was time to lift the elders' restrictions and approached Mizuki Jin to plead on their behalf. In response, Mizuki Jin merely painted a promising picture, stating, "If you wish to see the elders released, it is simple. Help rectify the mistakes they made. As long as you cooperate with me on future missions, the elders will be freed from confinement." As for the fate of the elders' subordinates and families, he was indifferent. Whether they received assistance or not mattered little. He could let the 2 old men rot in confinement, enjoying the ensuing peace, driven by the urgency to dismiss the pleading. Clansman, a young boy, presented the ledgers to the scarred elder, Mizuki Michi, each tome resembling the thickness of several dictionaries. "Yuta, did those 2 old geezers cause any trouble?" Yuta waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little concern. Though the 2 elders were once elite shinobi, their current age renders them less formidable than myself. At present, the ranks of ninjas are classified as Jinin, Chunin, and Jonin. Beyond Jonin, no official ranking exists, as the title of Kage has yet to be established alongside the founding of ninja villages. Those capable of achieving Kage level status are exceedingly rare. During the Warring States period, the average lifespan was only 30 years. The rigorous training of chakra necessitates a confluence of time, physical constitution, and mental fortitude, typically peaking in one's prime. Many never reach such an age, making Jonin a rare breed of warrior, with exception for those blessed by fate. In this era, a Jonin is an invaluable asset to any ninja clan. The recent loss of 5 clan members during a mission included a Jonin, a devastating blow to their resources. Mizuki Michi opened the ledger. The clan's finances had long been overseen by Elder Michi, but the records were a chaotic mess, lacking any coherent summary. Through his calculations, he estimated the clan's monthly expenditures to be around 10 million ryo, a figure not surprising given the rampant inflation of the times. Most ninja clans do not engage in production, relying solely on mission income. Some fortunate families have trade opportunities, while the Yuki clan lacks even a semblance of a viable business. Yet, it cannot be said that they are entirely devoid of resources. They excel in fishing. When the nobility commands a craving for fish, two elders promptly deliver the catch. With expenses like this, it's no wonder our coffers are nearly empty. Once, the Yuki clan was among the foremost clans of the Land of Water, but has fallen into decline over the past few decades. I wonder how the Mizuki clan managed to survive until the era of the Blood Mist Village. Did they truly subsist solely on fishing and hunting? Pondered Mizuki Michi. The ninja clans of the Land of Water are often manipulated by the nobility, struggling to make ends meet. This is the method by which the nobility controls the ninja clans, providing sustenance but ensuring it is never sufficient. Moreover, the mutual distrust among ninja clans hinders cooperation, leaving them vulnerable to economic manipulation. Shutting the ledger, Mizuki Michi inquired, "Yuta, do you think if I lead our clan to another place, would anyone be willing to follow me?" Yuta contemplated before responding, "I suspect most would be reluctant to leave their homeland." Reluctant to leave? That is true. Mizuki Michi mused, continuing, "The competition in the Land of Water is exceedingly fierce, and our Yuki clan is not yet equipped to contend with those larger families. Our only option is to venture forth and seek new opportunities. So, during your year away, Brother Michi sought to find a place where we could thrive?" Yuta asked curiously. Michi nodded, feeling no need to conceal anything from Yuta, who had been his companion since childhood. "Indeed, right here in the Land of Snow. The region is perpetually blanketed in ice and snow, making it ideal for our clan's ice techniques." Chapter 2. Preparations for Migration. The Land of Snow, situated near the polar regions, is perpetually engulfed in icy weather. Its land area is comparable to that of the Land of Lightning. However, due to the extreme climate, much of it remains uninhabited and resource-scarce. Presently, there are no ninja clans in the Land of Snow, with the ruling clan being the Kazahana, an ordinary noble family chosen for their ease of control. "Regardless of Brother Michi's intentions, I will support him unconditionally," Yuta declared, fully backing Mizuki Michi's vision that Yuta's unwavering support was anticipated. He surmised that a few others might also be willing to follow him, but with a small number, progress would be slow. A plan to secure the entire clan's departure was essential. Traveling from the Land of Water to the Land of Snow could be accomplished by waterway, presenting little danger along the route. With the right conditions, the Land of Snow could develop steadily over several years, potentially becoming the 6th ninja village before the era of ninja villages arrives. Have Hanako and the others work on persuading the clansmen, and spread the word that we plan to leave our homeland. Additionally, we must keep an eye on whether other ninja clans are taking on any tasks related to transporting provisions. We need to begin accumulating resources immediately. Mizuki Michi outlined the necessary tasks. "Understood, Brother Michi." After Yuta departed, Mizuki Michi stretched and slowly approached the window. Having traveled for a year, he was acutely aware that the current state of affairs was orchestrated by the high-ranking officials of various nations, who control many resources to manipulate the development of ninja clans, inciting conflict among them. The air was thick with conspiracy. Mizuki Michi could only think of that old schemer, Kuro. In his malice towards the Sage of Six Paths, would naturally resort to such tactics. Reflecting on his travels, he recalled the grim scenes of destitution. Children begging on the streets, ordinary women being abducted for servitude, and the pervasive chaos and darkness. Having traversed to this world, was he destined to become a mere pawn? As a youth once taught under the Red Banner by Master Sure, he understood that to change the world, one cannot rely solely on oneself. A fellowship of like-minded companions is imperative. Yet, mere companionship is insufficient. One must also possess the power to quell all injustices. Summoning his system, a blue projection materialized. This system activated upon his ascension to Chunin, enabling him to rapidly enhance his abilities, albeit requiring considerable effort. The system comprises several aspects: quests, inventory, paru, construction, characters, technology, and dungeons. He opened the quest panel. Beginner Quest 1. Review the various sections of the system and their usage completed. Quest reward: Paraball X1, attribute points X5. Beginner Quest 2. Designate a location with energy veins as a base and establish a Paru terminal completed. Quest reward: technology points 30, attribute points 5, return. Thundercloud X1. Beginner Quest 3. Establish a guild with a minimum of 10 members 3/10. Beginner Quest 4. Capture a Paru in a dungeon and deploy it at the base for tasks incomplete. Beginner Quest 5. Complete a beginner-level dungeon. Quest completed. Quest reward: Wild berry seeds x10, wheat seeds x10, technology points 30, attribute points 5. Beginner quest 6. Unlock 10 technology items May 10th. This system, which Mizuki Michi referred to as the Paru system, was reminiscent of a game he played before his transmigration, with a familiar interface yet distinct nuances, suggesting local adaptations. Paru are a unique species akin to summoning beasts capable of utilizing ninjutsu, akin to Pokemon. Each Paru possesses its own distinct abilities and attributes, serving as formidable allies in battle. Paru do not require a contract. They can be carried using a device known as a Paru ball. Once captured, a Paru cannot be seized or contracted by others, and the Paru ball possesses a binding nature, rendering it unusable by anyone other than the original captor unless willingly given away, making it more convenient than traditional summoning techniques, which consume chakra. The attribute points gained from quest rewards can be directly applied to his own abilities. The seeds serve as materials for constructing a farm, which can facilitate the growth of crops regardless of environmental conditions. Ideal for the land of snow. Technology points can unlock corresponding levels of technology, with the farm being among the technologies available for unlocking. The Thundercloud of Return is an item that allows the user to be teleported to the nearest stronghold. The second novice task should enable Yuta and the others to join the guild. I will first gather a few trusted individuals to claim the task rewards. The other tasks must be approached gradually. Currently, the second novice task includes him, totaling 3 individuals. The other 2 are young boys and girls he rescued months ago from a group of ninja clans in the Land of Thunder. Despite their youth, they possess remarkable bloodlines. Upon accessing the character panel, it displays his personal attribute data in a straightforward and intuitive manner. His highest attribute is chakra, which can be increased not only through attribute points, but also through training. Mentality, 50, 473. Strength, 50, 464. Speed, 40, 364. Ninjutsu, 80, 764. Chakra, 100. Bloodline talent. Ice release can be enhanced. Attribute points represent the excess attributes gained after reaching the physical limit for the current stage. Mentality encompasses perception and the strength of one's own soul. Strength includes physical constitution, the strength of meridians, organs, and bones, as well as one's overall power. Speed pertains to the speed of hand seals, the flow rate of chakra within the body, and one's movement speed. The ninjutsu attribute provides additional bonuses to the power and range of the ninjutsu released. For instance, if Uchiha Madara uses 100 chakra to unleash a great fire destruction covering an area of 500 square meters, with an increased ninjutsu attribute, the same amount of chakra could cover 1,000 square meters. Chakra, in essence, is the upper limit of the blue bar, calculated through the combination of strength and mentality. The cultivation of chakra involves merging physical and mental energy, which, once fused, is stored within the body. The enhancement of bloodline talent, which is a shocking aspect, requires not attribute points, but rather the acquisition of the green leaf rat statue obtained through clearing. System dungeons. Originally, the green leaf rat statue was intended to increase character capture rates, but has been localized to serve as an item for enhancing one's own bloodline. Currently, upgrading ice release requires 20 statues. This implies that one must clear at least 20 beginner dungeons to achieve a single upgrade. For Mizuki, the beginner dungeons are relatively simple, primarily involving battles against low-level Palus. Each dungeon clearance yields varying rewards, which may include attribute points, technology points, or items. Closing the system, Mizuki gazed at the lush greenery of the courtyard. The family is in a phase of primitive accumulation. To grow stronger, it essentially involves plundering and exploitation. The primitive accumulation of capital is inherently filthy and bloody, seizing others' wealth for oneself and exploiting labor to create personal wealth. Thus, his methods are straightforward and brutal. Leaving the estate, Mizuki strolled through the streets of the clan. Most surrounding houses are still thatched cottages, with few commercial shops, merely ordinary residences. Viewed from this perspective, his pure wooden patriarch's mansion appears quite luxurious. Many clan members regard Mizuki with a mix of fear and respect. In a family experiencing a transition, the future appears grim, and next month's sustenance will rely on fishing and hunting, which indeed troubles Mizuki. Upon arriving at the clan's training ground, he found 3 children practicing there. The blue shuriken, made of water formed by Mizuki, thudded against the wooden dummy. They are individuals familiar to Mizuki, among the trio who encircled the elder during the clan meeting this morning. Can practicing the flying water shuriken truly lead to mastering the clan's secret technique, 1,000 kills water flight? I find it hard to believe. Yuta trained this way. It must be correct. If that guy can master the clan's secret technique, there must be merit in his method. As they conversed, they heard footsteps nearby and turned to look. Upon seeing Mizuki approach, the three immediately surrounded him, exclaiming, "Brother Jean." Mizuki looked at the frail youngsters and said, "Are you three practicing the clan's secret technique? Merely doing this is insufficient." With a bowl-cut hairstyle, Mizuki Masaki eagerly asked, "Brother Jean, can you teach us?" Of course, the only girl, Mizuki Kana, exclaimed with delight, "Really? If Brother Jean guides us, we won't need that clumsy Yuta." Mizuki chuckled, "Yuta is merely busy. Otherwise, he would be sufficient to instruct you. Masaki, Jinjiro, demonstrate your ninjutsu for me. I've already witnessed Kana's ninjutsu." "All right, Brother Jean, watch us." The two boys promptly showcased their most adept ninjutsu to Mizuki. Mizuki believes in nurturing the younger generation of the clan, often personally teaching these youths who are poised to become the clan's pillars. Otherwise, the younger generation would not support him so fervently. The following day, Yuta brought good news to Mizuki. Under Hanako's persuasion, most clan members are willing to follow Mizuki and leave the clan's territory. Only two elders are still awaiting instructions from their leaders. "Have you gathered information regarding the food supplies?" "I have. The minister from the feudal lord, Benyo, has a batch of grain intended for sale to foreign lands. The escort task has been assigned to the Ghost Lantern clan and is expected to depart by ship from the Land of Water in a few days." Mizuki nodded slightly. Given the fierce battles among the various nations, they are likely all in dire need of food supplies. Let us proceed with my plan and give it a try. Chapter 3, Palu Dungeon. Yuta was momentarily taken aback. What exactly is Brother Jin's plan? Mizuki gazed at Yuta with a hint of amusement, causing a chill to run down Yuta's spine. He was all too familiar with that smile. Mizuki stated, "It is a simple plan. Recently, you will take on 2 lower ninja tasks and 1 middle ninja task, with the stipulation of only failing and not succeeding." That sounds easy. Yuta was initially pleased, but his expression suddenly changed. "Wait, only failure?" Mizuki admonished, merely feigning weakness. Do not let the truth slip. Yuta sighed, realizing his naivety. It was clear that no good would come of it. Resigned, he replied, "All right, I will do my best to keep it discreet, that I will have the clan members inadvertently spread the news that the recent tasks are always failing. During those days, do not mind the rumors." "I understand." Yuta waved his hand, ready to leave, but Mizuki called out, "Wait." Yuta turned back in confusion. "What is it?" "There's one more thing. Shortly, I will have you join a secret organization. Regardless of what you hear, simply respond with yes. I have already found 2 companions during my travels that a secret organization founded by Brother Jean." "Exactly. Then I have no objections." "What kind of organization is it?" "It is an organization that must not be spoken of openly. It will expedite your strength enhancement. Currently, the organization will only accept 10 individuals. I plan to gather Hanako and others to reach a total of 10. Do not disclose this to anyone else for now." "Understood." Yuta agreed, and Mizuki gestured in the air, abruptly causing an emotionless voice to resonate near Yuta's ear. "Do you agree to join the Choi Guild?" "Eh." Yuta was taken aback. Mizuki urged, "Hurry." Yuta quickly replied, "Yes." And then, as if nothing had occurred, he continued on his way. Guild members are not permitted to access the system interface at will. It can only be utilized at the Palu terminal, located at the base. Observing Yuta's confusion, Jean merely remarked, "You will understand the wonders of the guild in due time." After Yuta departed, Jean retreated to his bedroom. Currently, the clan boasts 3 elite ninjas, 12 mid-ranking ninjas, and 21 low-ranking ninjas. Although this pales in comparison to the formidable clans of the Land of Water, such as the Akatsuki and the Teru clan, they're capable of unleashing exceptional prowess thanks to their mastery of ice techniques. With only over 30 ninjas to sustain, the clan faces the daunting challenge of generating substantial income to support the entire family, necessitating a transformation. With the groundwork laid, Mizuki Jean found himself at leisure and turned his attention to the system's dungeons. As of now, he had only unlocked the beginner dungeon, where his last completion earned an A rating, along with rewards of attribute points and various items. The dungeon's difficulty adjusts in accordance with the strength of the entrance. This time, I shall strive for an S rating. Mizuki Jean initiated the challenge, and in an instant, darkness enveloped him. As a gentle breeze brushed past his ears, his vision returned. He found himself surrounded by lush greenery, where several creatures ambled leisurely across the field. There were a level 22 mischief cat, resembling a bouncy ball, a level 23 chicken, and a level 18 leaf slime adorned with 2 green leaves on its head, as well as a level 19 flame deer with flames flickering atop its forehead, and a level 15 surfing duck with striking blue feathers. Point 5 Palus were present, strategically dispersed, allowing for a methodical takedown. However, Jean had previously secured only an A rating by employing this same strategy. This time, he planned to gather the 5 Palus and concentrate his fire. He threw a Palu ball, and a mischief cat emerged, his sole Palu at the moment. Meow. The mischief cat greeted him, its feline ears twitching as it extended a paw. It's time for battle, Jean declared to his mischief cat, which responded with alert, round eyes. Ice release. Snowstorm. Jean formed a singular hand seal, inhaled deeply, and exhaled forcefully, unleashing a barrage of icy projectiles that transformed into sharp blades aimed at the 5 Palus. The Palus' health bars plummeted, with the higher-level creatures losing nearly a fifth of their health, and the surfing duck's health bar nearly depleted. The Palus quickly identified their target, charging toward him, but Jin's mischief cat intercepted them. In contrast, the flame deer gathered flames in its mouth, while the leaf slime flung a glob of mud, and the surfing duck prepared to launch a water sphere. Jean rapidly formed another hand seal, slamming his hands on the ground, causing ice mirrors to emerge and encircle him. Ice release. Crystal mirror. The roaring flames melted one of the mirrors, yet the visible water quickly reformed into another mirror to seal the breach. The mud from the leaf slime failed to shatter the ice mirror, and the surfing duck's water sphere was similarly ineffective. The crystal mirror enveloped all the Palus, causing Jin's figure to vanish, only to reappear within each ice mirror. Water release. 1,000 killing water shoots from the mirrors. Numerous projectiles were launched in a rapid, wide-ranging assault. In the blink of an eye, all 5 Palus fell to the ground, their eyes swirling, as their health was completely drained. The battle lasted a mere minute. However, a distant wolf's howl echoed, growing nearer with each passing moment. Suddenly, a black-eared, white-faced wolf, the size of a water buffalo, shattered through the ice mirrors. Dungeon boss. Hunting wolf. Each dungeon presents a unique Palu. The previous boss had been a leaf mouse, comparatively easy to defeat. Jean emerged from the ice mirrors, his figure materializing outside as he swiftly formed hand seals. With the final seal, dozens of ice mirrors shattered instantaneously. Ice release. Crystal mirror kill. The sound of shattering ice pierced the air as sharp shards hurtled toward the hunting wolf. With a sickening crunch, the wolf's health plummeted. A wolf. The wolf howled, gathering energy that erupted from its mouth in a violent blast. Ice release. Ice rock fortress. A wall of ice materialized before Jean, absorbing the energy blast with a resounding crash. As the wall began to crack, he realized he could no longer maintain it and swiftly leapt aside. The hunting wolf seemed to anticipate his movement, lunging at him, its glistening teeth bared menacingly. At that moment, the mischief cat darted to the wolf's side, scratching it fiercely and pushing it away. The enraged wolf roared and snapped at the bothersome pink cat. With a soft thud, the wolf's jaws met an icy surface instead of flesh. The wolf's eyes widened as it felt its strength wane. Jean had plunged an icicle into the wolf's jaw, and its health was completely drained. As the wolf collapsed, the virtual world resonated with a system announcement. Congratulations on completing the beginner dungeon. Rating: Rewards, Palu Balls X3 Water Resistance Ring. The Palu Balls are used for capturing Palus, while the Water Resistance Ring is a valuable piece of equipment. The ring's description reads, slightly reduces damage from water attacks. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and when his vision returned, he found himself back in his bedroom. I shall restore my chakra and attempt the dungeon once more. With the Palu Balls, I can capture Palus this time, Jean thought as he closed his eyes and settled into meditative position. Chakra is an energy produced by the perfect fusion of various bodily energies, typically a harmonious blend of mental and physical energy. By restoring his strength and clearing his mind, his chakra would replenish. Chapter 4. Capturing Palu. Over an hour later, Mizuki Jean opened his eyes, his chakra fully restored. Without further ado, he re-entered the dungeon. This time, the Palus that appeared were a fire fox with a burning tail, a Volticat adorned with a lightning mark on its forehead and yellow fur accented with black stripes. A fluffy, curly-haired cotton sheep, a small elephant with pale white fur and large ears embellished with blue spots, and a mischievous cat. The fire-type fox and the lightning-type Volticat might prove useful in the days to come. In the beginner dungeon, only the boss posed a slight challenge. The other Palus were no match for Mizuki-jin. After effortlessly dispatching 3 non-target Palus, Mizuki-jin began to manage the health of the fire fox and Volticat. Once their health bars were nearly depleted, he retrieved 2 Palu balls, each imbued with a blue crystal texture and adorned with copper-edged patterns. He tossed the 2 Palu balls, successfully capturing the fire fox and Volticat. The Palu balls shook violently in midair, and after 3 vigorous shakes, they fell to the ground, confirming the capture of both creatures. Having dealt with all the common Palus, the boss that appeared this time was a level 21 Gale Falcon. It sported a single red feather protruding from its forehead, its scarlet pupils radiating a murderous intent, and its size even surpassed that of the previously encountered wolf hunter, with an estimated wingspan of nearly 5 meters. A sharp cry erupted from the Gale Falcon, akin to a dog yelping in pain, a sound most unpleasant. With its wings unfurled, it soared straight into the sky. In midair, the Gale Falcon accelerated its wing beats, swiftly summoning a tornado that swept across the ground, sending debris hurtling towards Mizuki-jin. He quickly conjured a massive ice wall before him. The powerful winds, capable of uprooting trees, could not budge the ice barrier even slightly. As the tornado dissipated, the Gale Falcon, momentarily stunned by the sight of the ice wall, began to search for Mizuki-jin. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled behind it. The Gale Falcon turned to see a gigantic ice hammer descending upon its head. With a resounding crash, the Gale Falcon plummeted to the ground, its massive form leaving a dent in the earth. Water release. 1,000 water surge. In an instant, streams of water transformed into countless needles that surged towards the Gale Falcon. The sound of piercing water echoed as needles penetrated its feathers, leaving it severely injured. The Gale Falcon struggled to lift itself, managing to flap its wings and unleash 2 wind blades. The sharp whooshing sound drew near, yet Mizuki-jin remained motionless, allowing the wind blades to slice through his form. In a spectacular display, Mizuki-jin's body transformed into a puddle of water, merely a water clone. The Gale Falcon, its eyes reflecting confusion, found itself facing the shattered remains of an ice mirror, through which Mizuki-jin emerged. He had crafted the ice mirror to manipulate the light, rendering himself nearly invisible. With a single hand, he formed 5 seals, and an array of ice crystals began to materialize around him. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. With a swift motion, the ice shards shot forth, and the Gale Falcon's health bar plummeted at a visible rate. Only when it neared 0 did Mizuki-jin throw the Palu ball. With a thud, the ball struck the Gale Falcon, capturing it within. After 3 shakes, the boss was successfully subdued. Congratulations on clearing the beginner dungeon. Clearance rating: S. Rewards: Earth Skill Fruit, Rock Spear, Attribute Points x5, Smiling Bomb-Bird Hat, and a Jade Leaf Mouse Sculpture x1. Exiting the dungeon and returning to his chamber, Mizuki-jin retrieved the Smiling Bomb-Bird Hat from his system inventory. The hat featured a chicken-like crest with red and yellow embellishments, 2 crescent-shaped eyes on the front, and a long beak forming the brim. Smiling Bomb-Bird Hat, a hat crafted to emulate the bomb bird, seemingly provoking an uncontrollable smile upon wearing. In a sense, a conceptual artifact. Mizuki-jin shook his head and returned it to his inventory, shifting his attention to the skill fruit. This was his first encounter with such a reward. The earth skill fruit resembled a parched riverbed, its surface cracked and colored a dusty yellow. The skill fruit was intended for Palu use, enabling the direct application of a skill upon consumption. However, the system's description did not specify that it was exclusive to Palus, which suggested. After a brief hesitation, Mizuki-jin bit into the skill fruit. The skin was tough, reminiscent of biting into a pomegranate, while the flesh within bore little flavor, tinged with a hint of bitterness. Acidity and astringency, not particularly unpleasant, but he had no desire for a second. Upon consuming the entire fruit, it felt as if something new had awakened in his mind. Hastily, Mizuki-jin moved to the courtyard, took his stance, and began to form seals. With the final seal, his hands clasped together, and several long spears of rock erupted violently from the ground. So, this is a form of earth release ninjutsu? Mizuki-jin thought, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected reward. However, it still required hand seals to activate. He speculated, Could it be due to the differing energies within ninjas and Palus? The skill fruit contained more than just the usual chakra attributes of water, fire, earth, and lightning. It also encompassed grass, darkness, ice, and dragon energies. Grass and darkness. Aren't those wood and shadow releases? But how would dragon energy manifest? As night fell, darkness enveloped the territory of the Yuki clan. In the following days, reports of mission failures trickled in from Yuta's side. Listening to the reports, Mizuki Jin gently stroked the fire fox resting on his lap, remaining silent. After losing 5 missions, Yuta returned to the clan. Upon Yuta's return, the elders, sensing an opportunity, rushed to Mizuki Jin's residence, intent on leveraging their influence to seize power. Mizuki Jin did not indulge them. He exerted his own strength to suppress them and sternly declared, "I do not wish for anyone to disrupt my upcoming plans. Should I discover any clan members interfering, do not blame me for erasing your family's name." With threats backed by force, the elders finally acquiesced. Within the Land of Water, many ninja clans, upon hearing of the Yuki clan's recent mission failures, seized the opportunity to voice their disdain. The Yuki clan, known for their aloofness, had fallen into disarray, likely suffering significant losses. Many clans shared such sentiments, with some even contemplating the possibility of swallowing the Yuki clan if they remained weakened. A day later, receiving word from Yuta, Mizuki Jin donned a suit of samurai armor from the Land of Fire and set off towards the grain convoy of Minister Binya. Accompanied by Yuta and Hanako, as dawn broke, the three leapt through the treetops, the golden light of morning glistening on the leaves, as if heralding some portentous event. Chapter 5. Attack on the cargo ship. Today, the skies were clear and the sea was calm, a day that sailors often referred to as splendid weather, perfect for setting sail. Across the surface of the water, a large bird swiftly approached a cargo ship. On the back of the Gale Falcon, Mizuki Jin instructed, "Use a transformation technique to disguise yourself. Remember to only utilize other release techniques, avoiding ice release." "Understood," replied a spirited woman, her form athletic and well-defined, her abdomen devoid of excess flesh. With the application of the transformation technique, she morphed into a terrifying old man with a scarred face. Mizuki Hanako, 22 years old, one of the 3 elite jounin within her clan. Although she is merely 3 years older than Mizuki, she exudes an aura befitting a married woman. Typically, she adorns herself in a mature and elegant style, maintaining amicable relations with the neighbors. Yuta, on the other hand, has transformed into an unremarkable middle-aged man. Mizuki, donning a fox mask, has refrained from utilizing transformation techniques, and in conjunction with his samurai attire from the Land of Fire, it is difficult to discern his origins. As the distance closed, the trio gathered chakra beneath their feet and employed the body flicker technique, charging towards the cargo ship. Mizuki leapt into the air, retrieving a Palu ball to summon the swift-winged falcon, subsequently releasing the fire fox. The fire fox perched on Mizuki's shoulder, opened its mouth, and conjured a fireball the size of a door, launching it towards the cargo ship. Flames erupted. The fiery orb descended from the heavens. And even the ninjas of the Ghost Lantern clan, upon realizing the sudden assault, struggled to respond effectively, resorting only to water release for counterattack. The fireball collided with the water release, generating a tremendous plume of steam. However, contrary to expectations, the fireball did not extinguish, but instead split into countless smaller fireballs that scattered in all directions. An enemy attack. Quickly, the deck descended into chaos as sailors hastily sought refuge in the ship's cabin. The ninjas' battle was beyond their involvement. Flames ignited the cargo ship's fishing nets and sails, while some wooden barrels began to emit white smoke due to the intense heat. "Hurry, put out the fire," a high-ranking ninja of the Ghost Lantern clan bellowed. Yuta and Hanako landed atop the mast, simultaneously unleashing wind-release ninjutsu to further intensify the flames. To their astonishment, it was Ghost Lantern Mizuho leading the charge. A formidable opponent indeed. Upon seeing the clan leader, Hanako silently lamented, knowing that he was already a tough adversary and now she could not utilize ice release. Both Yuta and Mizuki were chunin, leaving Hanako as the sole jonin responsible for countering the enemy's jonin. "Earth release, rock-sharp spear," Mizuki shouted, and spikes erupted from the deck, aiming directly at Ghost Lantern Mizuho. Mizuho, noticing the impending spikes, immediately employed the water transformation technique, evading the attack by turning part of his body into liquid. Yet, at that moment, a barrage of fireballs was hurled towards him. Boom! Ghost Lantern Mizuho burst forth from the smoke, forming his hand into a pistol shape, aiming at Mizuki, and shooting forth liquid akin to bullets from his fingertip. Water release. Water iron cannon technique. Whoosh. The water bullet pierced through Mizuki's body in an instant, leaving Yuta aghast, while even Ghost Lantern Mizuho smirked. Contrary to the anticipated spray of blood, Mizuki merely transformed into a puddle of water scattered across the ground. Water clone. When did he cast it? Yuta exclaimed in shock. Hanako had also failed to notice when Mizuki used the water clone, but she sensed something amiss. Just then, a sound of breaking air resonated. Ghost Lantern Mizuho continued to utilize the partial water transformation technique, as a purple arrow swiftly penetrated through his already liquid form without obstruction. Mizuho glanced down to find a sailor on the deck brandishing a purple bow. Water release. Water hail. Ghost Lantern Mizuho unleashed a volley of water bullets towards the sailor. The sailor discarded his disguise, revealing Mizuki's form. The purple bow was a weapon he had acquired during an earlier mission, known as the poison arrow. Those struck by it would succumb to poisoning. Ghost Lantern Mizuho solidified his body but remained unaware of a cluster of purple dots that had entered his body along with the liquid. Suddenly, his heart began to tremble violently. Ghost Lantern Mizuho furrowed his brow slightly but dismissed it, focusing instead on the enemy before him. Yuta and Hanako had already engaged in combat with other ninjas from the Ghost Lantern clan. The Firefox continued to spread flames, creating chaos. Who exactly are you? Do you lack the courage to reveal your true identity? Ghost Lantern Mizuho taunted. Mizuki seemed oblivious to the taunt, calmly retrieving the Palu ball to summon back the Firefox, then producing another Palu ball to release Volta Meow. Lightning was particularly effective against the water transformation technique of the Ghost Lantern clan. Ghost Lantern Mizuho continued. This summoning beast has never appeared in the land of water. Could it be that you hail from the land of fire? At this moment, the flames on the deck had been extinguished by the ninjas of the Ghost Lantern clan. Yuta and Hanako leaped onto the deck to stand alongside Mizuki, facing their adversaries together. Bang! A lower-ranking ninja from the Ghost Lantern clan was sent flying by Yuta, landing directly between Mizuki and Ghost Lantern Mizuho. Given the circumstances, any hesitation to act would be a disservice to the assistance provided by their comrades. Mizuki once again employed the rock-sharp spear, with multiple spikes thrusting forward in succession. Ghost Lantern Mizuho had no time to rescue his clan member before being impaled. The spikes extended, tearing the lower-ranking Ghost Lantern ninja in half, resulting in a gruesome scene. The Ghost Lantern clan differed from other ninja clans. Perhaps due to their larger numbers, only a select few ninjas could learn the clan's secret technique, the water transformation technique. Typically, ordinary lower-ranking clan members were not qualified to learn it. Ghost Lantern Mizuho's expression darkened as he activated the body flicker technique. His speed so swift that Mizuki could not react in time. By the time he caught up with Mizuho, he was already upon him. A barrage of punches and kicks ensued, and Mizuki, who was not particularly adept at taijutsu, could only leap backward repeatedly to create distance. Simultaneously, he unleashed water release ninjutsu, water release, water trumpet technique. Mizuki expelled a trumpet-like stream of water towards Ghost Lantern Mizuho, who abruptly transformed into a puddle. The water trace swiftly maneuvered, revealing Mizuho's form once more, as arcs of electricity began to strike indiscriminately around. As the water trace was swept past, Ghost Lantern Mizuho's body involuntarily solidified. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuki unleashed wind release. Air bullets struck Ghost Lantern Mizuho, sending him flying, though he managed to endure the lightning, blocking the air bullets with his arms. Just as the effects of the lightning dissipated and Ghost Lantern Mizuho prepared to retaliate, the sensation of trembling returned. But this time it was accompanied by excruciating pain that forced him to spit out a mouthful of dark purple blood. The dark purple blood splattered across the deck, and Ghost Lantern Mizuho could no longer deny that he had been poisoned. When did this happen? Ghost Lantern Mizuho murmured, though his body still retained some strength to move. He knew he could not last much longer. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that the Ghost Lantern ninjas he had brought along had been decimated, leaving only two Chunin desperately holding their ground. With a sigh, Ghost Lantern Mizuho resigned, stating, "We surrender. You may exchange us for ransom with our clan." Generally, in conflicts between two ninja clans, in addition to eliminating lower-ranking members of the opposing side, capturing higher-ranking members for ransom was common practice. If a higher-ranking member of the opposing side surrendered, it was usually to minimize personnel losses. However, he was taken aback when the masked figure before him shook his head, instead commanding the lightning-using summoning beast to unleash a wave of electrical shock. Immediately thereafter, Mizuki followed up with a wind release, vacuum sphere, causing Ghost Lantern Mizuho's head to explode, unable to utilize water transformation in time. Soon, Hanako resolved her enemies and turned to assist Yuta in taking down another Chunin from the Ghost Lantern clan. With that, the entire ship was free of adversaries. Chapter 6. The next plan. Wow! Yuta exclaimed, gazing at the cargo hold filled with an abundance of food. There's so much. At least a dozen tons, right? Mizuki shook his head. It should suffice for our clan for a while, but it's still far from enough. After clearing the other cargo on the ship, Hanako also entered the cargo hold. So, must we continue with this? Hanako wondered what Mizuki truly intended. Did relocating the entire clan truly require this much food? Shuei Wuyuejin responded, as long as our strength is sufficient, there should be no issues in the previous attempts. However, we cannot continue this way. Indeed, the frequent mishaps with food supplies have likely prompted other ninja clans to remain vigilant. Hanako suddenly realized, so that's why you've been failing your missions recently. To lower the suspicions of the other clans. Yuta replied, exactly. Even if we make mistakes, our disguises and the traces we leave behind do not point back to us. Shuei Wuyuejin approached the stacks of food and utilized the system's warehouse to collect them all. This scene astonished Hanako and Yuta. Although they were curious about how it was accomplished, it was not the time to ask. As they departed, Shuei Wuyuejin instructed the Fire Fox to ignite the entire ship, and the three of them left aboard the Gale Falcon. This operation was remarkably successful, employing various strategies. Shuei Wuyuejin also recognized that besides ice release, his other techniques were somewhat superficial, particularly in terms of physical skills. Upon returning to the clan's territory, Shuei Wuyuejin planned to focus on physical training while also attempting several dungeons to acquire skill fruits. After a day's rest, he instructed Hanako to secretly relocate the clan members in batches. Moving only a few at a time would prevent exposure. Hanako inquired, are there people there to assist? Yes. They have distinctive eyes, Shuei Wuyuejin confirmed. Curious, Hanako asked, are they similar to Byakugan or Sharingan? Shuei Wuyuejin nodded. Are they also members of the guild? The day before, Shuei Wuyuejin had also invited Hanako to join the guild. Yes, I have traveled with them for a while and trust them. That puts my mind at ease. I shall take my leave, esteemed leader, Hanako said with a smile before departing. While Shuei Wuyuejin turned his attention back to the dungeon. In the dungeon, one could not die but merely exit upon failing a challenge. This time, Shuei Wuyuejin intended to rely solely on physical skills to clear the dungeon. Such training would effectively hone his physical abilities. On his first attempt using only physical skills, he received an E-grade rating, with rewards consisting of common wood and stone materials. On his second attempt, he achieved a D-grade rating and received a wooden stick as a reward. Although it was an ordinary stick crafted from wood, having a reliable weapon led to improved ratings in subsequent attempts, yet his progress plateaued after reaching AB grade. Over the next few days, he managed to attain AB grade 3 times, at which point Shuei Wuyuejin decided to pause his training. The current limitation was not technique, but physical stamina. He needed to persist in training his body for further enhancement. Of course, there was also a shortcut. Allocating attribute points to strength would also improve his physique. The B-grade rewards were slightly better, including a sculpture of a green leaf mouse and 2 types of potions. One appeared to be a low-grade potion made from crushed weeds, while the other was a white tablet. The low-grade potion could treat colds and sprains, while the white tablet could heal gastric ulcers and fractures. Both potions offered immediate recovery from ailments, which was quite remarkable. For the time being, there were no other food-related tasks, and with 2 elders under house arrest, no new missions were being accepted. Shuei Wuyuejin could only engage in physical training daily. Within a few days, he noticed a slight increase in his strength attribute on the character panel, quite evident. If one were to quantify the attributes of Might Guy when he opened the 8 gates, his strength attribute would probably reach 1,000. Just as Shuei Wuyuejin prepared for today's training, Hanako entered the room. Esteemed leader, we have successfully relocated a total of 17 ordinary clan members over these past few days. The pair of siblings who assisted us have established a temporary clan territory. It is hard to believe they managed that alone. Having been away for several days, Hanako still exuded her mature charm, her fair oval face framed by warm almond-shaped eyes, and her smooth black hair cascading down her back. It was no wonder the clan often sought to marry its women off to the nobility of the Land of Water. The members of the Shuei Wuyue clan were not lacking in beauty. The women were all characterized by long black hair, fair skin, and curvaceous figures. However, The more they sent women to attach themselves to nobles, the more those nobles looked down upon ninja families. Previous generations of clan leaders had taken a misguided path. Since he became the clan leader, Shui Wuyuejin no longer approved of such marriages, so the number of missions within the clan naturally dwindled. Yuta's ability to find a few tasks in such a short time was quite impressive, and failing all of them without exception was even more remarkable. Shui Wuyuejin explained. That is the ability obtained by guild members at the base. Didn't you try it at the terminal? Hanako shook her head, after settling the clan members. I rushed back immediately. That's fine. Take a few days to rest, he replied. In a few days, Yuta might, before Shui Wuyuejin could finish. Yuta's hurried voice echoed from outside. I have news. Who has good tidings? Hanako opened the door to let Yuta in. As soon as the door opened, Yuta exclaimed. What good tidings? Upon seeing Hanako, he was somewhat surprised. You've completed your tasks and returned? Hanako nodded. The preparations in the land of snow are complete. There is no need for me to do anything further. Yuta turned to Shui Wuyuejin and shared the information he had just obtained. I infiltrated the daimyo's mansion yesterday. The daimyo is furious about the attack on the Benai family, but they cannot find the culprit. Only the Moto family provided some clues, leading the daimyo and his ministers to conclude that it was the ninja clans of the Land of Fire. Shui Wuyuejin nodded, affirming. Successfully framing them indicates they have no means of tracing our whereabouts. Yuta continued, moreover, the Terumi clan is currently guarding the grain storage of the Benai minister. The Benai minister fears that those ninjas are targeting him. Shui Wuyuejin glanced at Hanako, noticing her expression shift from warm and smiling to one of coldness. Her brother had perished in the previous battle against the Terumi clan. Shui Wuyuejin inquired, what is the location of the storage? It's in the cargo warehouse at Crescent Bay in the East Port, with an estimated tens of tons of grain stored there. Make a note of it. The opponents are on high alert now, so we should gather information on the storage of other nobles. Since they are not selling grain, we shall raid their storage. At this stage, we must avoid alarming the enemy. We shall not touch the nobility of the Land of Water, but focus on the smaller neighboring countries, such as the Land of Waves. The Land of Waves is not far from the Land of Water, merely separated by the Land of Whirlpools. The Land of Whirlpools is small, and its inhabitants are generally not troublesome, so we typically do not provoke them. Chapter 7. Rival Intelligence. Here it is. The grain storage of the daimyo of the Land of Waves, capable of stockpiling several hundred tons of grain each harvest season. After half a month's effort, Yuta located the grain storage of the Land of Waves daimyo, which holds the food supply for the entire mansion. The territory of the Land of Waves is substantial, comparable to half of Hainan Island. The climate here is favorable, allowing for abundant crops, though mineral resources are scarce. Being an island with little conflict, it is a place of peace and prosperity. If the system requires energy veins, establishing a ninja village here would be quite advantageous. 1 kilometer west of the grain storage. On a hillside, the three stood atop the treetops, gazing at the distant buildings. Shui Wuyuejin asked, have we clarified the station personnel? Yuta casually replied. The daimyo of the Land of Waves has hired a few ninjas, but they are all rather mediocre. Hanako casually tied her long hair into twin ponytails and asked, is it the same plan as last time? Shui Wuyuejin confirmed, exactly, but we must remain vigilant. Under the cover of night, we will infiltrate and secure the grain. Yuta and Hanako nodded in agreement before their figures vanished in a flash. Shui Wuyue stood quietly at the treetops, arms crossed, exuding an air of leisure and composure. In the dead of night, within the granary of the feudal lord of the Land of Waves, a vagabond ninja hired to guard the storehouse lay sprawled on the table, reeking of alcohol. How pathetic, with such a meager tolerance for liquor, daring to call oneself a ninja, remarked a middle-aged man, his face flushed and a derisive smile curving his lips. From the beams of the room came a voice as Hanako descended gracefully, exclaiming, why must ninjas have a good tolerance for alcohol? It baffles me. A ninja's essence lies in the very word ninja, which signifies the ability to endure, including resisting the allure of alcohol. Yuta spoke casually before dispelling his transformation technique. Upon regaining his true appearance, Yuta bore no semblance of a drinker. With a swagger, Shui Wuyue entered through the front door, commenting as he walked, you blush even from drinking water. Your acting skills are commendable. All thanks to Brother Jin's excellent teaching. Yuta flashed a goofy grin. Shui Wuyue rolled his eyes. I certainly did not teach you that. Hanako scoffed. Humph, you appear both foolish and simple. Yet your mind is filled with unsavory thoughts. All right, let us proceed inside and take a look. It will take time to recover all this grain, he added. Inside the granary, the grains were stored in wicker baskets. Alongside rice, there were also dried fruits, cured meats, and vegetables. All these provisions were stowed away into the system's backpack. Witnessing the sudden disappearance of a basket full of grain, Yuta couldn't help but marvel. Regardless of how many times I see this technique, it remains astonishing. Hanako remained silent, not wishing to disturb Shuei Wuyue, while Yuta, feeling somewhat disheartened, wandered off to inspect other warehouses. Shuei Wuyue swiftly filled several warehouses with provisions from the system's backpack. Upon reaching the door of the last warehouse, Yuta emerged with a look of delight. Brother Jean, there are weapons stored in here. Let us take a look. Upon entering the final warehouse, a plethora of weapons was indeed laid out. Samurai swords rested on cabinets, spears stood against the walls, and shuriken and kunai were stacked in baskets nearby. Even a few earth guns could be spotted. Earth guns, due to their susceptibility to moisture and misfire, were seldom used. After collecting all the weapons from this warehouse, the trio retreated. However, they did not intend to leave the Land of Waves immediately. Instead, they planned to infiltrate the city using transformation techniques to gather intelligence on how the feudal lord would respond to the theft of these items. The unaccounted for loss would undoubtedly prompt an explanation, and since the Land of Waves lacked ninja clans, it was likely they would hire ninjas from elsewhere. As Shuei Wuyue had suspected, the feudal lord of the Land of Waves had summoned the Senju clan from the Land of Fire to investigate. Leading the team to the Land of Waves was none other than Senju Hashirama, a formidable ninja from the Senju clan and a future founder of Konoha. Their operation, however, left no trace behind. The methods employed were not overly aggressive and no lives were lost. Yet, 100 tons of grain vanished overnight, rendering the tactics inscrutable. The feudal lord could only seal the borders, prohibiting entry and exit, hoping to glean clues from recent arrivals to the Land of Waves. The trio, having crossed clandestinely, left no traces at all. Thus, this incident remained an unsolved mystery in the Land of Waves. Upon returning to his clan, Shuei Wuyue began drafting the next phase of their plans, setting his sights on the minister of the Land of Waves. With the incident yet to be made public, they seized the opportunity to formulate a new strategy. Unlike the Land of Waves, the Land of Water was home to numerous ninja clans, with each granary guarded by ninja sentinels. Yet, even in this scenario, a plan could be devised, particularly against a specific clan. Has there been a rift between Minister Benai and the Kodazumi clan? Shuei Wuyue's eyes narrowed upon hearing Yuta's report. Yuta relayed the intelligence. Yes. Minister Benai sought the second daughter of the Kodazumi clan as a concubine, but she declined. Shuei Wuyue scoffed. A mere minister dares to covet the daughter of a ninja clan as a concubine. Then, a devious smile crept upon his face as he devised a plan. Let our scout depart from the feudal lord's estate tomorrow night. We will teach Minister Benai a lesson on behalf of the Kodazumi clan. I believe Sister Hanako would be quite pleased to participate in this endeavor. Yuta was equally excited. Did you consume the skill fruit I provided last time? Shuei Wuyue inquired. Yuta's face paled. Yes, but that fire release skill fruit was far too spicy. What about Hanako's earth release? I saw her utilize earth release a few days ago. It must have been that skill fruit. Shuei Wuyue's gaze turned steely. The Kodazumi clan excels in earth, fire, and water techniques. Their clan leader is even a user of boil release, so during our assault, we shall solely utilize these 3 techniques. Moreover, amidst the chaos, we will clear out all the warehouses in Tsukigawa Bay, taking everything of value. Yuta was taken aback by the audacity of Shuei Wuyue's plan and asked, will it still just be the 3 of us for this operation? Taking on such a large task with only 3 people might be overwhelming. Of course not. We will need more hands. You go inform Digu, Diao, and Kinjiro that if they wish to have the elders unsealed, they must see this operation through. Any misstep, and the 2 elders shall pay with their lives. Understood. Yuta replied before departing Shuei Wuyue's residence to approach the elders. Since the elders were staunch loyalists, he resolved to demonstrate his allegiance. The loyalty of the elders stemmed from a historical legacy. It was said their ancestor had 5 sons, with the firstborn being from the Jin line, while the second son became Elder Ru Hui, and the remaining 3 were illegitimate offspring. Over time, only Elder Cheng Shi's lineage remained. The Jin line had always occupied the position of clan leader, while the other 2 lines aspired to ascend but lacked sufficient strength. Even the clan's inherited ice release was beyond the reach of many, thus disqualifying them from leadership. The awakening rate of ice release was low within the clan. Those destined to awaken would naturally do so upon reaching the proper age, while those who could not awaken would find themselves powerless even as Jonin. In this era, there were no systematic cultivation methods. Although the clan possessed records of wind and water release techniques from their predecessors, individual effort and innate talent remained paramount. Yuta and Hanako were, in fact, from the Jin line. According to lineage, he was Yuta's uncle, while Hanako was his peer. Those loyal to the elders were aligned with the elders' lineage. Chapter 8. The surprise attack on the warehouse. As night enveloped the land, the chilling wind howled, rendering the surroundings eerily silent. The moonlight was shrouded by dark clouds, and within the darkness lurked an array of unknown fears. Shadows danced among the trees, producing a rustling sound akin to whispers from phantoms. The distant, haunting cries of owls added to the ominous atmosphere. The entire bay seemed cloaked in an invisible aura of dread, sending shivers down the spine. Few would dare linger. Soon, several shadowy figures leapt from the coastline. Landing upon the stone pillars where fishing boats were tied. 10 figures stood upon the pillars, the strongest members the clan had to offer. Clad in dark attire with faces obscured, Shuei Wuyue lowered his voice. I have briefed you on our objectives. This mission is crucial for the survival of our clan. I hope you all can set aside past grievances to complete this task. Understood. We hope you honor your word and release the 2 elders afterward. One of the figures replied. Shuei Wuyue nodded. I will keep my promise. In no time, 3 members of the team vanished, and the remaining members followed Shuei Wuyue's commands. Yuta, take 2 individuals north to create a diversion. Hanako, take 2 to assist me in attacking the Banai clan's warehouse. Yuta appointed to 2 companions and led them north, where flames soon erupted, casting a bright glow against the night sky. As Mizuki Jin stood atop the water tower with Hanako and 2 of their clansmen, they observed the ninjas of the Kame clan below in silence. Although the 4 Kame ninjas initially remained motionless, the escalating chaos eventually prompted them to act. Noticing this, Mizuki Jin signaled to Hanako, who immediately transformed into 3 swift arrows alongside her 2 clansmen and rushed downward. Boom! A massive mud ball crashed to the ground, splattering gooey mud all around, ensnaring the 4 Kame ninjas without exception. Enemy attack! Shouted the Kame clan's Jonin. Counterattack! The Kame ninjas reacted swiftly and coordinated impeccably. One of them exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, which carried a scent of gunpowder. Following this, another unleashed a fire technique, igniting the smoke into a blazing wave that surged towards Hanako and her companions. Yet, the enemy's ninjutsu did not cease. One ninja employed a wind technique that intensified the flames, elevating the inferno to unprecedented levels, an amalgamation of ninjutsu from the Kame clan's fire-weaving team. A flicker of hatred crossed Hanako's eyes. This very team had been involved in her brother's demise. Water release, water barrier. 2 of the clan's Chunin swiftly formed hand seals and conjured a water wall, steam hissing as the flames were quelled. Just then, the Kame clan's Jonin, who had remained silent until now, launched a surprise attack, causing a deluge of clay to descend from a spatial rift above. Anyone ensnared by the clay would be rendered immobile. Water release, water dragon bullet. Hanako formed seals, summoning a water dragon from the sea that charged into the clay-filled rift, dissolving the clay into muddy water. The combination of descending clay and fire techniques could incinerate enemies into mere mud, an established tactic of the fire-weaving team, for which Hanako had prepared. However, just as they were poised to continue their assault, a tremor echoed beneath them, startling the Kame ninjas into retreat. With a piercing sound, earth spikes erupted from the ground, leaving a scar across the face of a Kame ninja. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Several wind balls hurtled towards the Kame ninjas' backs. Hearing the explosive rush of wind, their leader's expression shifted dramatically. I shall not perish here. With a decisive motion, he slammed his hands onto the ground, causing a rock slab to rise behind him. Earth release, earth flow wall. This was proving to be a formidable challenge. Mizuki Jin landed on the ground, flanking Hanako. Who are you, daring to oppose the Kame clan? The Kame leader demanded. Mizuki Jin casually replied, merely a hired hand here to collect a debt. The Kame leader attempted to negotiate. Withdraw now, and we shall hold no grudge. Not a chance. I am eager to witness what the Kame clan has to offer. Mizuki Jin retorted with a cold smirk, drawing his poisoned bow and firing. Meanwhile, Hanako began forming seals, quickly creating a sleek wind blade roughly 20 centimeters in diameter, which she hurled at the Kame leader. Hearing the sharp whistling through the air, he dodged just in time. However, One of his team members fell victim to Mizuki Jin's surprise attack, the poisoned arrow striking true. With their numbers dwindling, the Kame leader realized they could no longer evade the assault. Otherwise, they would be worn down. Gather. He rapidly formed hand seals, culminating in a powerful ninjutsu. Earth Release, Clay Master. The Kame leader expelled chakra, manifesting clay projectiles that launched towards Mizuki Jin. He leaped into the sea, where the clay dissolved into the water. The remaining two members of the fire-weaving team abandoned their enemy and positioned themselves in a triangular formation with the Kame leader. As the clay rained down, Hanako was forced to evade. In that brief moment of reprieve, the fire-weaving team unleashed small fireballs that ignited the clay, sending molten projectiles scattering in all directions. The ninjas of the Mizuki clan, lacking systematic training and coordination, could do little but flee in panic. Yet, Mizuki Jin's figure remained hidden beneath the waves, heightening the Kame leader's caution against a potential ambush. Unbeknownst to him, Mizuki Jin had infiltrated the storage facility, beginning to plunder the supplies therein. His directive to Hanako had been to delay the enemy, eliminate them if possible, but to prolong the confrontation for as long as she could. After emptying the granary of the regional lord, Mizuki Jin wreaked havoc in the warehouses of Crescent Bay, though most were devoid of goods, with only a few storing various items. Crescent Bay Harbor, one of the many ports of the Land of Water, was a hub of trade, leading to an abundance of diverse cargo within the warehouses. Soon, his system's inventory was filled to capacity, leaving no room for additional loot. Consequently, Mizuki Jin summoned his Fire Fox to ignite the warehouses, ensuring the regional lord would incur significant losses. The regional lord governed all military forces, economic affairs, and land distribution within the Land of Water. Losses of this nature would inevitably reflect upon him. If compensation were not provided, merchants would likely refrain from trading with the Land of Water in the future. Simultaneously, Yuta, who had provided support, joined forces with Hanako to besiege the fire-weaving team. Apart from the Kame leader, 3 members of the team had either perished or were gravely wounded, with one succumbing to the poisoned arrow, while 2 others suffered severe injuries. As the enemy numbers swelled and reinforcements seemed hopeless, the Kame leader prepared to surrender when a sudden slicing sound pierced the air, a wind blade severing his shoulder and connecting to his abdomen. Are there other Jonin present? The Kame leader's gaze dimmed, fixated on the location of the ambush, where Mizuki Jin's team had taken position. Once their mission concluded, Mizuki Jin swiftly returned to their clan's territory. However, Hanako, having avenged her brother, felt neither elated nor liberated. Instead, she seemed devoid of energy, requesting Mizuki Jin to continue the mission of relocating their clansmen. Chapter 9. The Great Relocation. The accumulated provisions were sufficient to sustain the entire clan for several years. However, should they migrate to the Land of Snow, the increased population would render their supplies inadequate. Fortunately, the agricultural projects within the system should alleviate any future food shortages. Upon returning to their clan, Mizuki Jin summoned 2 elders to his residence and informed them of the decision to relocate from the Land of Water. We vehemently opposed this. Mizuki Jin could sense the tension in Elder Ru Hui's scarred face as it trembled with indignation. Elder Cheng Shi, perplexed, asked, "Why must we leave? I heard from Kinjiro and the others about last night's events. We aren't in immediate need of resources, are we? Why not focus on developing the clan? The Mizuki clan cannot thrive here. The external threats are too numerous, and those nobles are ever watchful. It would be wiser to carve a new path in the Land of Snow and establish a new stronghold. Besides, some of our clansmen have already made the journey, and another wave has departed today." Elder Ru Hui slammed his hand on the table, furious. "You didn't even consult us." Mizuki Jin replied dismissively, "My mind is made up. Your opinion matters little. At your age, perhaps it's time to retire and enjoy your grandchildren." Elder Ru Hui, agitated, retorted, "But I cannot stand by and watch you lead our clan to ruin." Mizuki Jin questioned, "Can you truly resolve our current predicament? With the resources from last night, our clan can ascend to a new level." Elder Cheng Shi began to contemplate. "Am I to let you reap the rewards?" Shui Wuyue, with an air of urgency yet a hint of mockery, declared, "Since you are unwilling to depart, I shall take those who wish to accompany me and leave. From this day forth, you shall be a branch of the Shueji clan, while we remain the main lineage." Cheng Shi and Lu Hui exchanged glances, both sensing the unease reflected in each other's eyes. The family was already small, and the prospect of further division unsettled them. After all, who would take on the role of clan leader post-separation? 2 days hence, our entire clan shall relocate, and we will issue a public announcement to the daimyo's residence. Shui Wuyue continued. So be it. Those who wish to stay may do so, but I will certainly take my people with me. With that, he served tea and escorted the two elders out, who had no choice but to depart, recognizing the futility of their position. As Shui Wuyue had anticipated, the clan members began to pack their belongings. When the time was ripe, he instructed Elder Qingshi to formally announce their decision at the daimyo's estate. With their departure from the water country, there was no longer a need to appease the daimyo. Soon, a notice was posted at the entrance of the daimyo's mansion, declaring that the Shueji clan could no longer endure the chaos in the water country and had resolved to seek their fortunes elsewhere. The news spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the water country in mere days. Within the daimyo's residence, a gathering of clan leaders from the shinobi tribes convened to discuss the investigation into the Crescent Bay incident. Unfortunately, aside from traces of ninjutsu, no further leads were uncovered. The head of the Kage clan suggested, could this be related to the Shueji clan? Perhaps they fled in fear of prosecution. The leader of the Guizhong clan shook his head in disagreement. Does anyone from the Shueji clan possess the ability to wield fire release? They might have some skill in earth release, but fire release is not among their capabilities. Other clan leaders, including those from the Linxian and Shigua mountain clans, nodded in agreement. The head of the Chong clan remarked, not long ago, Shui Wuyue failed to complete any of his assigned tasks, and after a series of failures, he has remained silent until his recent departure from the water country. I believe this incident is unrelated. Linxian's leader concurred. Moreover, there are no traces of ice release at the scene. Everyone present was aware of the deep-seated enmity between the Kame and Shui Wuyue clans, as they have historically engaged in mutual attacks. The most pressing concern was that, after Shui Wuyue left the clan's territory, that region had been promised to the Linxian and Shigua mountain clans to be shared equally. The head of the Kame clan bowed respectfully to the daimyo, likening himself to a loyal hound. Assigning blame to them is preferable to having your reputation tarnished, my lord. The daimyo found merit in this reasoning. Since the culprit could not be identified, it was best to divert the blame onto the Shui Wuyue clan. Even if the Linxian and Shigua mountain clans protested vehemently, it would be of no avail. However, Shui Wuyue had anticipated such a maneuver. Shortly after the daimyo's south office announced the Crescent Bay incident was attributed to the Shueji clan, similar notices were posted at every port throughout the water country. The water country had long been plagued by discord between its rulers and subjects, with ministers oppressing the populace while the daimyo treated them as mere servants, dedicating their lives to serve the elite for a meager meal. Historically, wars have claimed countless lives, leaving behind grieving families and unanswered questions. The daimyo's inaction led to their decline, and their refusal to adapt rendered them foolish. Their lack of benevolence resulted in tyranny. Now, faced with the disgrace of the Shueji clan, they sought to lay blame without hesitation. The land of Crescent Bay, which had been investigated by the Shueji clan, bore clear traces of fire, earth, and water release. Could it not be that the Zhaoshi clan was engaged in treachery? An article filled with scathing criticism pointed directly at the Kame clan, suggesting their involvement in the incident, even implying that they might have engaged in self-burglary. The pieces were mass-printed and affixed by a hired group of wandering shinobi at various ports, a calculated move by the Shueji clan, who had evidently foreseen such developments. Upon learning of this article, the various shinobi clans erupted in laughter, recognizing that the Kame clan's reputation had been irreparably tarnished. Additionally, the daimyo's honor had suffered significantly. Yet the shinobi dared not mock openly, as they were required to coexist under the daimyo's rule. Initially intending to shift blame, they now found themselves under scrutiny. The daimyo of the water country was left restless, unable to find peace even in sleep, awaking in a start to exclaim, "This cannot be. They must be deranged." Other powerful daimyos across the land mocked the water country's ruler, yet they also fortified their vigilance against the Shueji clan. After all, who would welcome a clan that showed no respect to their own? With the Shueji clan setting a precedent, it was likely that any future departures from the water country would be met with disdain from the daimyo. Having succeeded in his plan, Shui Wuyue laughed heartily. And hours later, he discarded several crates bearing the insignia of the Kame clan near a village adjacent to their territory. Subsequently, he activated the Return Thundercloud, teleporting directly back to the base of the Paru terminal. The Return Thundercloud, a reward from a novice task, allowed instant return to the Paru terminal's location. In a flash of light accompanied by a thunderous roar, Shui Wuyue ascended as a bolt of white lightning, vanishing from sight. With a resounding crash, lightning struck, penetrating the roof and landing before the Paru terminal. The terminal, a device with a semi-transparent screen and a metallic mainframe below, supported touch controls accessible only to guild members. Shui Wuyue stumbled, nearly falling to the ground upon his first use of the return thundercloud, overwhelmed by dizziness. The air around him was frigid, prompting a shiver that alleviated much of his disorientation. Jinji, you've returned. Upon hearing the commotion, a pair of youths rushed to the Paru terminal. They were none other than the second and third members of the guild, Long Yi and Long Nai of the Yuqing clan. The boy wore a thick fur coat, while the girl was bundled in cotton clothing, resembling a ball. Chapter 10. The Bloodpool siblings. The Yuqing siblings hailed from the Hell Valley of the Thunder Country and belonged to the Bloodpool clan, rumored to be relatives of the Uchiha clan. The decline of the Bloodpool clan stemmed from the marriage of one of their daughters, who became a concubine in the daimyo's family of the Thunder Country. This gentle and beautiful girl fell victim to the jealousy of the legitimate wife and tragically passed away shortly after the daimyo's wedding due to illness. Accused of being responsible for the daimyo's demise, the Bloodpool clan was subsequently exiled to the Hell Valley, overseen by the Uchiha clan at that time. With the Uchiha clan's departure from the Thunder Country, the Bloodpool clan was left unprotected, leading to their further decline. Many underage clan members were frequently captured by other shinobi clans in the Thunder Country, subjected to enslavement or forced into breeding. The Bloodpool clan, though filled with determination, lacked the means to safeguard their numerous kin and could only implore their members to refrain from leaving their territory. These siblings were fortuitously rescued by Shui Wuyue. The Bloodpool clan possessed eyes akin to the Uchihas, known as the Blood Dragon Eyes. It is said that once ensnared by their ocular techniques, escape is impossible. They can also utilize blood to perform various jutsu, creating wounds to cause their enemies to explode. The method to awaken their eyes is similar to that of the Uchiha clan, requiring intense emotional stimuli. Seeing the siblings, Shui Wuyue generously praised, "You have done remarkably well. So many houses have been constructed at the base, and your strength has swiftly reached the level of Chunin." Long Nai beamed. "It is thanks to your allowing us to join the guild that we could rely on the Paru terminal to advance so quickly." Guild members could only utilize the system within the coverage of the Paru terminal. Once outside the base's range, access was lost. Moreover, only Shui Wuyue had the ability to construct the Paru terminal. Ruffling the girl's soft, pale yellow hair, Shui Wuyue inquired, "What rewards did you receive from your dungeon runs?" Long Yi sheepishly scratched his head and said, "Our current dungeon clearance rating is merely B rank. We need to improve to reach a rank. All our belongings are stored in wooden crates within our home." Exiting the wooden cabin where the Paru terminal is located, he glanced back and noticed that the exterior of the cabin bore a striking resemblance to the Neon Shrine. Gazing at the pristine white landscape, he observed that the roofs of the surrounding wooden houses were blanketed in snow, with only the vertical walls remaining clear, showcasing their natural wood color. "Chief," exclaimed a member of the Mizuki clan who was clearing snow upon seeing Jin arrive. "You've made it. Where are the others?" Mizuki Jin smiled warmly at the elder woman who spoke to him, inquiring, "They're still on their way. I came ahead. How are you finding the accommodations here, Aunt May? Is the house sufficient?" "The house is fine, though it can be a bit chilly. The two siblings and the homeless child are working hard to build more houses. They can manage to construct 3 or 4 a day, bless their hearts. Please take good care of them, so they don't neglect their meals," Jin replied. Noticing the two siblings behind him, Aunt May chuckled, "Of course. It's just that those two are quite shy and reluctant to get close to us. With time, it will improve." Mizuki Jin affectionately ruffled the siblings' hair, indicating his fondness. "I won't disturb you any longer. The clan members are working diligently as well." Aunt May resumed her snow-clearing efforts. The siblings led Jin to their residence, a quaint 2-story cabin not far from the terminal. The sharp redwood roof allowed the snow to slide off easily, and the overall footprint of the house was modest, about 70 to 80 square meters on the first floor, with the second floor providing ample space for their living needs. The construction projects within the system allowed for rapid building, automatically consuming materials stored in the premises. Mizuki Jin had exchanged for building kits early on, enabling him to utilize wood, stone, steel, and glass for constructing foundational structures such as bases, walls, and roofs. In the game, building kits were unlocked according to levels, but they had now been consolidated into a single category, allowing for direct unlocking with technology points. The siblings welcomed Jin into their home, where the furniture was neatly arranged, and 3 wooden crates were stacked in the corners of the utility room. Although these crates required technology points to unlock and could only hold a limited variety of items, they boasted a maximum stacking capacity of 9,999, effectively serving as a spatial storage solution. Upon opening a crate, Jean discovered several materials inside, with 22 paro balls catching his attention. "Haven't you two used the paro balls to capture any paras?" he asked curiously. Longy explained, "We were worried about having enough food at the base." "Indeed. The mischievous cat is quite adorable," Long Nai added, her expression one of innocent discontent. "Now that food supplies are sufficient, you two can capture paras on your next dungeon run. You can use them as summoned beasts to enhance your strength." "Really? That's wonderful," Long Nai exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. Her creamy yellow hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her big, sparkling eyes radiated innocence. Her long eyelashes fluttered, while her petite nose turned up slightly, and her rosy lips formed a crescent shape, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Her smile left 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks, embodying cuteness and youthful exuberance. In contrast, Long E resembled Yuta somewhat, appearing slightly clumsy, though his short hair gave him a more polished look. "I'll need a few para balls. I've used up all mine," he stated. "All right," Long Nai replied sweetly. After taking some para balls, Mizuki Jean bid farewell to the siblings. They held a deep appreciation for him, always treating them with respect, and after growing closer, they did not feel the need to be overly formal, much like an older brother. As he returned to the Paru terminal, Jean greeted each clan member he encountered along the way. The current base was situated in a depression, surrounded by gentle slopes. According to the Paru terminal's indication, there was a type of energy crystal mine underground that could replace the game's Paru mineral fragments when mined. Upon accessing the Paru terminal, Jean stored the Fire Fluff Fox in the terminal's Paru repository, where injured Paras could gradually regain their strength. He placed the Fire Fluff Fox in the Paras within the base section of the terminal. In this section, the Paras would automatically break free from the confines of their balls and roam freely within the designated area of the base, capable of both protecting it and carrying out tasks. The Fire Fluff Fox emerged from its Paro ball and nuzzled against Jin's calf. He bent down to pet the little creature, which stood only as high as his shin and was very affectionate, though it occasionally struggled to control its flames, causing some concern. "Go play. This is our new home now." "Yep," the Fire Fluff Fox replied with squinted eyes, happily darting away. Currently, the Paru terminal was only at level 1, with a base radius of 500 meters, equating to approximately 785,000 square meters, or 11,775 acres. With each upgrade, the base's range would expand, and additional sections would unlock in the Paris within the base area, allowing for further technological advancements. Chapter 11. Intermediate Dungeon. In a corner filled with supplies, Mizuki Jean opened the system's building tab, selected a wooden crate, and watched as the system menu vanished, replaced by a blue dashed outline of the crate that he could freely adjust. After selecting a corner location, he swiftly created 3 wooden crates and stored all the food and various items from his inventory into them. Once the items were stored, Jean opened the task panel. Novice Task 3. Capture a Paru within the dungeon and deploy it within the base for work completed. Task Reward: 10 technology points, 5 attribute points, a random skill fruit, and a piece of heat-resistant cold weather underwear, green quality. The task rewards were added to his system inventory, and without hesitation, Jean donned the heat-resistant cold weather underwear. Being of green quality, it provided superior thermal insulation compared to standard white quality gear. After putting it on, he found that the chill was no longer oppressive. Even in the estimated outdoor temperature of -20 to 30 degrees Celsius, he could comfortably wear his regular clothing. Jean allocated all the reward attribute points to Chakra, raising it to 100 and promoting him to the Jonin level. His stats were as follows: Spirit, 57, Strength, 63, Speed, 51, Ninjutsu, 80, Chakra, 120. Bloodline Talent, Ice Release, upgradable. In terms of data, Chakra levels from 1 to 60 corresponded to Jinin, 61 to 100 to Chunin, and above 100 designated Jonin. However, this classification served merely as a theoretical reference, as true strength depended on various factors. With a bloodline limit, his ninjutsu and chakra attributes would naturally exceed those of ordinary ninjas, enhancing his overall power. Jin's recent dedication to physical training had also bolstered his strength and speed. Closing the character interface, he switched to another screen. The supplies within the base could be monitored via the Paru terminal. Currently, there were ample materials, with 177 units of wood and 217 units of stone remaining. Centered around the cabin where the Paru terminal was located, there was still considerable empty land, and Jean planned to construct a house for himself. It needn't be large. A two-story structure akin to the one belonging to the siblings of the Yuya clan would suffice. He opted for a stone foundation, which would provide greater sturdiness. Extracting from the architectural options, a square foundation measuring 9 square meters was established. Ensuring proper positioning and setting the ground clearance before construction was swiftly completed. Multiple automatic interlocking sections were placed simultaneously, solidifying the entire foundation. While wooden walls were chosen for their superior insulation properties, the wooden walls were also squares with a side length of 3 meters. The roof featured a pointed design to facilitate the sliding off of snow, preventing accumulation. Essentially, all structures within the stronghold showcased this pointed rooftop design. The wall thickness measured merely 10 centimeters, which was relatively thin. For enhanced insulation, an additional layer of wooden boards could be affixed to the outer walls. Remarkably, the construction of the house was completed in a single afternoon, and the next step involved furnishing the interior. Mizuki planned to have the tribe's carpenters create the furniture for added comfort. Upon accessing the technological projects within the system, it was noted that a primitive workbench capable of crafting basic tools had been unlocked, alongside essential items such as the Paru terminal, the foundational technological building set, storage wooden boxes, and a campfire that could burn for an extended period when ignited, as well as straw beds for the Paru's rest. To unlock further technologies, the level of the Paru terminal needed to be elevated, which could be accomplished by completing the terminal's tasks. Currently, the task for upgrading to a level 2 terminal involved capturing 10 different Paru. Previously, due to a shortage of Paru balls, capturing more of them had been unfeasible. Now, with an ample supply of Paru balls, Mizuki intended to fulfill the terminal's tasks to unlock the next tier of technology. Standing within the newly constructed house, Mizuki entered a dungeon directly. It remained a beginner-level dungeon, beginning with 5 low-level Paru. Mizuki managed to capture a few Paru, encountering a high probability of different types. Given Mizuki's current strength, clearing the beginner dungeon proved to be relatively effortless, with the enhanced power of ninjutsu resulting in greater damage output. Essentially, a sea-level ice release technique. Snow Flurry sufficed to defeat a single foe. The Paru encountered in this dungeon included Mischievous Cat, Fire Deer, Cotton Puff, Peppy Chicken, and Kumaru. Kumaru, a blue-feathered, white-bellied penguin, bore a comical expression that made Mizuki feel an urge to playfully strike its face. Capturing these Paru was limited to a maximum of 6, with any additional ones automatically transported back to the Paru terminal. Next came the boss, which was once again the Gale Hawk. However, Mizuki did not intend to eliminate it outright, but rather to capture it. A flying Paru at this stage would prove invaluable. Sharing it with Yuta could enhance his intelligence-gathering capabilities. Mizuki remained unaware of Yuta's sources of information. The Gale Hawk launched a fierce assault. Yet Mizuki swiftly retaliated with a resounding slap, leaving the bird bewildered. Observing the dazed Gale Hawk, Mizuki delivered another slap. The forceful impact rendering the level 17 creature momentarily vacant-eyed, unable to fathom that its summoning to this realm was merely to endure a couple of slaps. After depleting more than half of the Gale Hawk's health, Mizuki utilized a Paru ball to capture it. The dungeon rating achieved was an astonishing SSS level, with rewards that left Mizuki astounded. Congratulations on clearing the beginner dungeon, rated SSS. Rewards: 10 attribute points, Ice Skill Fruit, Frost Missile, Grass Skill Fruit, Seed Machine Gun, Cloth Armor 3, Purple Quality. Upon examining the Cloth Armor 3, which enhanced physical defense by 22 and ninjutsu resistance by 17, Mizuki curiously tested it with a kunai. While a standard cloth would easily yield to the kunai, this particular armor managed to halt the weapon, allowing it to penetrate only slightly. Although not utilizing full force, this was impressive nonetheless. It would certainly suffice to defend against thrown shurikens. However, as it was of little personal use, Mizuki decided to gift it instead, envisioning that a lower-ranked ninja in this era could wreak havoc while donning it. Initially planning to delve deeper into the dungeon, Mizuki discovered with delight that new dungeons had been unlocked: Intermediate Dungeon and Team Beginner Dungeon. The Team Beginner Dungeon required 2 or more participants, with a maximum of 5 allowed. The rewards from these dungeons were comparatively substantial. The intermediate dungeon posed greater challenges, featuring different paru than the beginner level. Driven by curiosity, Mizuki opted to enter the intermediate dungeon. Upon entry, Mizuki found himself in a dimly lit cavern. Taking a step forward, torches flared to life along the walls, illuminating the space. Before him stood a diminutive, blue, upright walking shark-headed creature, its fierce appearance adorned with yellow lightning markings resembling a street thug's tattoo. Sharkling. Level 25, Water Attribute. It appeared that defeating this creature was essential to progress to the next area. Mizuki formed a one-handed seal and unleashed ninjutsu against Sharkling. Two small yet ferocious ice wolves charged toward the enemy. Ice Release. Frost Wolf Strike. The ice blue wolves lunged at Sharkling, which, upon realizing it was flanked, expelled a torrent of bubbles. The bubbles dispersed as the ice wolves collided with them, peculiarly slowing their speed. Bubbles that induced deceleration? Mizuki produced a para ball and threw it, unleashing Volt Meow. The electric-themed feline unleashed sparks toward Sharkling, causing a significant drop in its health. Simultaneously, Mizuki, armed with a katana, advanced on Sharkling, delivering an upward slash that sent the creature tumbling to the ground. Following this, Mizuki formed another one-handed seal, summoning an ice pillar that erupted from the ground, lifting Sharkling into the air. The ice pillar struck the rocky ceiling with tremendous force, causing the entire cave to tremble. Sharkling's health plummeted by half. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuki withdrew his chakra, shattering the ice pillar, and as Sharkling plummeted, Volt Meow unleashed a shockwave that sent it crashing against the ground. Seeing this, Mizuki threw the para ball. However, it wobbled, displaying a capture rate of 55. The ball exploded into fragments, and Sharkling landed once more. A failed capture? This marked his first failure. The blue para ball was merely a standard one, and the capture probability for creatures above level 20 was notably low. With several balls remaining, Mizuki promptly threw a second one. Should it fail, he would continue capturing. Determined, Mizuki succeeded in capturing Sharkling with the fourth ball. Entering the next cave, he encountered a majestic, large-bodied creature with a winding set of antlers, the black-backed white-bellied deer, standing imposingly before Mizuki. The deer was level 22, an earth attribute. Although grass attributes counter earth, Mizuki had not consumed the grass skill fruit. The deer exhaled a puff of white vapor from its nostrils, scraping its hooves against the ground, as white energy enveloped its antlers. With a powerful charge, the deer sprinted toward Mizuki. Mizuki stood resolute, and at the instant the antlers were about to strike him, he transformed into ice crystals, shattering as his true form appeared beside the deer, delivering a swift kick to its head. The moment Chiyue-Lu stumbled, Mizuki-jin acted swiftly, unleashing the ice release technique to summon an ice pillar that erupted from the ground, colliding with the rock above Chiyue-Lu's head. The impact left Chiyue-Lu dazed, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Water Release. 1,000 kills, Water Flight. A barrage of water needles descended upon Chiyue-Lu, who was soon battered into a pitiful state, his health plummeting drastically. Just as Chiyue-Lu teetered on the brink of demise, Mizuki-jin threw a palu ball to capture him. The lower the health, the higher the likelihood of capture. Chiyue-Lu, barely clinging to life, was ensnared in the ball. With the task of collecting 10 distinct palu now fulfilled, the upgrade mission for the palu terminal was completed. The dungeon was not yet over. They proceeded into the next cavern. This scene was markedly different, with a robust tree root extending from the ground to the ceiling, a gentle stream flowing nearby. By the stream, several palu appeared, standing a height of 1 meter, adorned with deep blue pointed ears and thick white fur, an elder palu alongside a few smaller counterparts, all of which were ice-type. The elder palu boasted a level of 28, while the smaller ones were only at level 17. This group posed a significant challenge. Upon seeing Mizuki-jin, the elder palu shielded the smaller ones behind him, emitting a low, threatening growl. Though reluctant to cause harm, defeating Mizuki-jin was essential for their escape. While failure in the dungeon would not result in death, the experience of defeat was still unpleasant. Mizuki-jin summoned a palu ball, releasing the blazing deer, whose fire attribute countered the ice type. The blazing deer engaged the smaller palu while Mizuki-jin focused on the elder palu. The elder palu's attacks were singular, relying solely on long-range strikes. Yet it possessed high health and defense, making it a formidable turret. Mizuki-jin approached the elder palu, engaging it in a duel with his katana. Meanwhile, the blazing deer, though agile, found itself pursued by the smaller palu, running around the tree root. The blazing deer retaliated with fiery shots, but the damage was mitigated across the small group. The elder Palu, overwhelmed with frustration and neglecting its young, conjured crescent-shaped ice blades to shoot at Mizuki-jin. However, Mizuki-jin deftly evaded and struck from behind. At the same time, he executed the water release, water dragon bullet technique, transforming the stream's water into a water dragon that charged at the elder Palu. With a crash, the water dragon collided with the elder Palu, forcing it to stagger backward, followed by a sudden eruption of earth spikes that knocked it into the air. Mizuki-jin transformed into a fleeting shadow, reappearing above the elder Palu and delivering a decisive stomp onto its head. The elder Palu crashed to the ground, and Mizuki-jin swiftly followed with the Palu ball to capture it. The smaller Palu, witnessing their elder's absence, panicked, providing the blazing deer with the opportunity to dispatch them one by one. "You shall reunite with your elder," Mizuki-jin declared, tossing Palu balls to capture the smaller Palu. However, as he ensnared the second small Palu, the elder Palu broke free. Mizuki-jin reacted swiftly, throwing another ball to recapture it. The second ball succeeded in securing the elder Palu, while the smaller ones were all caught. Just as tranquility returned, a delicate cry echoed from deep within the cavern, shattering the silence. Entering the next chamber, Mizuki-jin recognized that this was the final boss. Before him stood a Palu resembling a creature adorned with red thorn-like hair and piercing red eyes, its skirt composed of green thorns, a figure comparable to Chiyu-Elu's, exuding a feminine aura. The Thorn Fairy, a grass-type Palu, at level 32. The fire attribute countered grass, but only one blazing deer remained, and its health was halved, necessitating a careful approach. Mizuki-jin took on the role of tank, confident in his remaining chakra. The Thorn Fairy slowly raised her vine-like arms, rapidly conjuring spiraling green wind blades that shot towards Mizuki-jin like bullets. Establishing an ice wall, he deflected the blades as they shattered against it. Before Mizuki-jin could strategize further, the Thorn Fairy summoned two swirling green tornadoes that charged towards him, stirring up a cloud of dust. Green Gale. Mizuki-jin quickly formed seals, conjuring countless ice mirrors that enveloped the area, creating a spectacle of over 100 reflective surfaces. The tornadoes ravaged through the mirrors, but their inability to track direction spared Mizuki-jin from wasteful losses. As the chakra spent on creating the mirrors significantly depleted, Mizuki-jin's reflection appeared in each one. The Thorn Fairy exhibited a humanoid expression of surprise, raising her delicate hand to unleash a series of green energy orbs towards the mirrors. The mirrors shattered upon receiving several hits, yet only a few were destroyed by each energy blast. Within the mirrors, Mizuki-jin finally made his move, swiftly forming seals and shattering several mirrors in succession. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. The fragments surged toward the Thorn Fairy, who raised her slender vine-like arms in defense. But the concentrated assault was overwhelming. Her health dwindled to less than half. Blazing Deer, unleash your flames. At Mizuki-jin's command, the waiting blazing deer sprang into action, spewing fire toward the Thorn Fairy. Though she withstood the flames, they ignited her, causing her health to gradually decline. Mizuki-jin readied his poison arrows for a final strike. The Thorn Fairy rolled on the ground, attempting to extinguish the fire, but as the flames flickered out, the poisoned arrows swiftly followed. Once the flames extinguished, the Thorn Fairy succumbed to poison, her health continuing to dwindle. Mizuki-jin, undeterred, deployed his ninja techniques again, sending shattered ice shards toward her, clashing against the wind blades. The sheer number of shards enabled him to deplete the tornado's energy. As the Thorn Fairy's health dropped to 5, Mizuki-jin finally threw a Palu ball. Yet, the initial capture rate was a mere 20, and the Thorn Fairy broke free. Without hesitation, Mizuki-jin launched another ball before she could even touch the ground. Boom. The Palu ball exploded. Another. Boom. It burst open. Again, until the final Palu ball was thrown, and at last, the Thorn Fairy was captured. Chapter 13. Initial establishment of the base. Having successfully cleared the intermediate dungeon for the first time, Mizuki-jin achieved a grade of B, with rewards compounded. Rewards included Advanced Palu Balls X2, Emerald Mouse Statues X2, Beginner Palu Souls X2, Tomato Seeds X6, Wool X20. The rewards were plentiful. Aside from the Advanced Palu Balls and Emerald Mouse Statues, the rest constituted materials. The Beginner Palu Souls held significant utility for upgrading the Palu's various attributes. Upon exiting the dungeon, Mizuki-jin promptly upgraded the Palu terminal. The upgrade progress bar on the terminal screen leapt from 0 to 100 in mere seconds. Upon arriving at the Level 2 terminal, the radius of the base expanded by 100 meters, unlocking a plethora of technologies. The slots for Palus within the base increased to 5. The technologies, including clothing, feed bins, farms, ranches, strength statues, lumber mills, and quarries, proved to be exceedingly useful. Unlocking all technologies coincided with the complete depletion of accumulated tech points, raising the question of whether this was a deliberate design by the system. 10 technologies have already been unlocked, and the 5th novice task has been completed, yielding substantial rewards: 10 attribute points, 10 tech points, 5 random Palu balls, and 2 blueprints for hot springs. Intrigued, Mizuki opened her backpack, realizing that the blueprints were not typically found within the game. Upon examining the details, she understood that the blueprints could directly generate the corresponding buildings at a specified location. The random Palu balls turned out to be master Palu balls, elevating them 4 levels above the standard blue ones, likely ensuring a 100 probability of capturing Palus from intermediate dungeons at full health. With a sense of purpose, she closed her backpack and opened the construction interface. With the lumber mill and quarry established, the base would soon provide adequate materials for all clan members to have proper housing. Currently, several clan members were still residing in temporary tents, primarily due to a shortage of wood. Upon reviewing the details of the lumber mill, it was noted that it could extract energy to automatically generate trees, offering an inexhaustible supply. However, without energy, it could only produce 1 ton of wood and must be constructed within the base, requiring the use of an axe during operation. The quarry operated under similar principles. Tools could be crafted directly at the workbench, but currently, only basic stone axes and picks were available. The effectiveness of tools from the Naruto world remained uncertain. The exact amount of energy in the area surrounding the base was unclear, but it could be addressed once depleted. Positioning the lumber mill and quarry at the edge of the base, this time the construction would not be instantaneous. Each would require 10 hours to complete. Given the substantial area occupied, approximately 200 square meters for the lumber mill and around 100 square meters for the quarry, 20 hours seemed reasonable. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Mizuki produced a Palu ball and tossed it. The mischievous cat emerged, striking a pose with an air of self-importance. Mizuki retrieved a plate of tenderly seared chicken pipi, a reward from the previous beginner dungeon, and offered it to the mischievous cat. Upon sniffing it, the cat's eyes sparkled with desire, abandoning its previous bravado. "I'll give you 1 plate now, and after you finish constructing these 2 buildings, you can feast to your heart's content." The cat nodded vigorously in agreement. Palus were capable of performing various tasks within the base, including manual labor, fire starting, watering, sowing, gathering, lumbering, and mining. Naturally, each Palu had different adaptability to tasks. For example, the mischievous cat was limited to manual labor, mining, collecting, and transporting, and its efficiency in these tasks was not particularly high. However, its adaptability in manual labor could assist in constructing buildings. After devouring a plate of chicken pipi, the mischievous cat wiped its mouth and retrieved a hammer from its trousers, rushing toward the still ethereal lumber mill to begin its work. Initially expected to take 10 hours, the presence of the mischievous cat accelerated the process, reducing it to a mere 7 hours. "Once you finish, come back to the base, and remember to rest." The cat enthusiastically acknowledged Mizuki with a paw wave before diving back into work. Mizuki then marked the positions for the wild berry farm, wheat farm, and tomato farm at the base's edge. The farms could repeatedly utilize energy from the underground energy veins. With just 3 steps, sowing, watering, and harvesting, food could be gathered. Each farm covered an area of 100 square meters, so constructing 6 would not even take up an acre. Currently, resources for building farms were limited, primarily due to a lack of seeds. Mizuki was only able to establish 6 wild berry farms, 3 wheat farms, and 3 tomato farms, each requiring approximately 6 hours for completion. In the stark white of the icy landscape, hints of color were finally emerging, and she believed the earthy tones would be much more pleasing to the eye, even in the frigid climate. The prospect of harvesting from the farms represented a true awakening of her bloodline. The feed bins were strategically placed, one near the lumber mill and another by the quarry. Constructing the feed bins was straightforward, requiring only some wood. By placing food within the feed bins, the Palus would autonomously access their meals. A mill that could grind wheat into flour was built near the living quarters, primarily driven by hydropower. Despite the absence of rivers in the icy terrain, Mizuki's clan possessed an abundance of water ninjas. Although the ranch was also planned, it could currently accommodate only Cotton Yo-Yo and Chicken Pippi, neither of which had designated spaces yet. Returning to the Palu terminal, Mizuki positioned the Palus within the base. The Firespark Fox was tasked with starting fires, the Mischievous Cat with various chores, the Prayer Deer with lumbering, the Thorn Fairy with farming and harvesting, and the Shark Kid primarily responsible for watering the farms while occasionally engaging in manual labor. With everything arranged, Mizuki continued her training in the dungeon. Compared to chakra training, dungeon practice proved far more rewarding, yielding attribute points and numerous other bonuses. Before long, the Palus roaming freely within the base caught the attention of the clan members. These peculiar creatures were still unfamiliar to the humans, despite the presence of various mutated animals in the forest. Mizuki reassured the clan that they need not fear these summoned beasts known as Palus, as they were allies. After several days of contemplation, Mizuki enacted a rule prohibiting any oppression of the Palus, forbidding arbitrary attacks against them, and ensuring they were not overworked, allowing them to prioritize using the hot springs. The hot springs were specially constructed by Mizuki in a separate building for their accommodation. As long as the hot springs remained within the base, the temperature would not drop, and the water would automatically clean itself, proving to be quite convenient. However, the aesthetics of the hot springs left much to be desired, resembling a simplistic inflatable pool. The hot springs were accessible to all, but it was only fair that the Palus, having worked diligently all day, received priority in enjoying them. The hot springs were beneficial not only for humans in alleviating fatigue, but also significantly advantageous for the Palus. Continuous work could lead to emotional fatigue, which in turn could result in illness, and currently, there were insufficient medicinal resources to treat the Palus. Allowing them to soak in the hot springs to maintain their health was certainly a reasonable solution. At this stage, every individual Palu was invaluable. Chapter 14. Task Arrangement. Several days later, the migrating clan members finally gathered at the base. The facilities within the base were under vigorous construction. The initial fear of the Palus had gradually transformed into a sense of companionship, with clan members now willing to pet and feed these magical creatures. Not to mention their remarkable assistance in work, significantly enhancing efficiency. Soon, the clan's upper ninjas, mid-ranking ninjas, and elders convened within Mizuki's residence. The sudden influx of people made the small house feel cramped, prompting Mizuki to stand on a table to address everyone. The primary focus remained on developing the clan's territory. We have ample food and wealth, and it is imperative to establish trade routes with the outside world. The clan's ninjas should not be idle. Tasks such as lumbering, quarrying, and exploration must be undertaken. With Mizuki setting the tone, the meeting proceeded. Once all the Chunin tasks were arranged, Mizuki-jin was left with only the Jonin and two elders. He entrusted the upcoming diplomatic matters entirely to the two elders. You will handle the negotiations with the Kage family of the Land of Snow. Although they lack a feudal lord, the Kage family currently holds power in the Land of Snow. We need to gradually attract some of the local populace to establish our authority, striving to make Mizuki the singular voice of the Land of Snow. Elder Lu Hui impatiently remarked, "Let Chengshi handle it. I have no patience to deal with those families." Elder Chengshi, wary of offending Mizuki-jin, advised, "The Kage are nobility, and their reputation within the Land of Snow is quite favorable. It would be easier if you accompanied me." Elder Lu Hui snorted in response, choosing to remain silent. After arranging the elders, Mizuki-jin turned his attention to the Jonin. "You three will be responsible for gathering intelligence. I shall provide each of you with a summoning beast to facilitate your tasks." Understood. Hanako, the Jonin closest to Mizuki-jin, received a Gale Falcon, while the others received Chiwang and Maedaner. Jonin Degue questioned, "Isn't it supposed to be a summoning scroll? What is this orb?" He was toying with a Palu sphere, slightly larger than a baseball. Mizuki-jin, disinterested in elaborating, replied, "It is a special contract item, more convenient than a summoning scroll." Jonin Kinjiro inquired, "What kind of intelligence do we need?" "You and Degue will focus on the Land of Fire, particularly the Senju and Uchiha clans. Exercise caution. There's no need to take unnecessary risks." The two felt a flicker of warmth. Despite their differing positions, such concern evoked a familial sentiment, and they answered in unison, "Understood." Hanako was tasked with gathering intelligence on other ninja clans, aiming to recruit the weaker ones into their ranks. Elder Lu Hui detected an unusual undertone. "Join us? What do you mean? What is your plan?" Her tone remained as brusque as ever. Mizuki Jin shared his vision. I intend to establish a ninja village, inviting other clans to join us, creating schools for children, ensuring that ordinary people can live and work in peace, and allowing ninjas to step out from the shadows. Only through order can we grow stronger. The era of fragmented clans warring against each other must come to an end. Cheng Shi and Lu Hui exchanged incredulous glances, aware that the animosities between clans would not be so easily resolved. Mizuki Jin, brimming with confidence, declared, "There shall be no second voice in this land. We will cast the feudal lords into obscurity. The land of snow needs no feudal lord." The two elders were taken aback, and Elder Cheng Shi stammered, "You wish to become a feudal lord yourself?" Mizuki Jin scoffed, "Feudal lord? How outdated. Call me the leader." The three jonin felt a surge of fervor, particularly Hanako, as if she had rediscovered her purpose in life. If a day of harmony and tranquility could be realized, why not take it upon themselves to create it? Hanako envisioned a future where children surrounded her, each one smiling joyfully, no longer perishing due to the cruel world. Before seeking vengeance for her brother, that had been her goal. After her quest for revenge, she had thought she would drift aimlessly into death, but unexpectedly, she had found a renewed purpose. This matter will not be disclosed to others for now. We must keep it between us. Cheng Shi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If this gets out, we may be besieged by the feudal lords. Cheng Shi was the kind of person who understood the times, while Elder Lu Hui was an old contrarian. Her thoughts starkly contrasting her outward demeanor. After everyone departed, Mizuki Jin approached the Palu terminal. Noting that the upgrade task for the level 3 terminal had not yet been unlocked, requiring the completion of novice tasks to do so. The novice task only needed the guild to reach 10 members. In selecting personnel, Mizuki Jin decided to cultivate younger genin. There was no need to groom those in their 20s who were already chunin. Their potential for advancement was likely limited, considering personality traits as well. He ultimately recruited several of the younger genin he frequently cared for into the guild, along with a 15-year-old chunin who had yet to awaken his ice release. The youth, named Mizuki Shiyu, was taciturn and lacked presence within his clan, having gone unnoticed for years since his promotion to chunin. His father had perished in battle for the clan, leaving only his mother to toil day and night to care for him. Although a member of the branch family, based on the task records reviewed with Yunta, he appeared unremarkable, belonging to the diligent type, disinterested in social interactions, and having never committed any heinous acts. This ice skill fruit is entrusted to you. It may help you awaken your ice release. Can I truly have such a precious item, leader? Shiyu was taken aback. As a mere peripheral member of the clan, he was astonished that such a valuable ice blue fruit would be given to him. Mizuki Jin encouraged, "Accept it, and strive to enhance your strength. You will undoubtedly become a pillar of the clan." Shiyu nodded, touched. In Mizuki Jin's presence, he consumed the ice skill fruit, each bite crackling like he was gnawing on a frozen apple. To his astonishment, he seemed to innately understand the technique. As he felt the flow of chakra within him, he experienced a moment of clarity, attempting hand seals. Upon completing several seals, an ice mirror appeared beside him, only to shatter moments later. Excitement flickered across Shiyu's face. Ice release, being a bloodline limit formed from the fusion of water and wind, required mastery of both elemental properties before they could merge. Generally, members of the Mizuki clan could not naturally awaken ice release and had to rely on this fusion method. Combining the properties of two chakra types could yield new ninjutsu, namely a bloodline limit. Once successfully cultivated, it would alter one's lineage, and this new ninjutsu would be recorded in their genes, passed down to future generations, benefiting their descendants and even revitalizing the entire clan with just one person's strength. Thus, awakening ice release was significantly easier for the Mizuki clan. For most, acquiring a bloodline limit was exceedingly difficult. A mere miscalculation during property fusion could result in a catastrophic explosion of contrasting chakra types, leading to grievous injuries. Therefore, Shiyu's seemingly effortless awakening of ice release was largely due to the influence of the skill fruit and his lineage. Practice diligently. You can team up with Rina and the others to challenge dungeons and help train them as well. Yes, leader, Shiyu respectfully replied. Oh, you don't need to be so formal. Just call me brother. Chapter 15, Dragon Attribute Swift Spin Weasel. If the ice skill fruit can aid in practicing ice release, what about the grass skill fruit? Mizuki Jin produced a fruit resembling a green peach. He consumed the grass skill fruit, noting its slightly sour yet mildly sweet flavor. filling his mouth with a tangy taste. Feeling an inexplicable surge of power, Mizuki-jin stepped outside to experiment with hand seals. As he extended his hand, small green orbs shot forth from his fingertips, reminiscent of a water cannon, but lacking its potency. As he sensed the chakra's flow and the transformation of its attributes, Mizuki-jin furrowed his brow. Wood release should be a combination of earth and water, while this grass release appeared to be a fusion of earth and wind. Due to a lack of understanding regarding the nature transformation of earth techniques, aside from the ability to directly learn the seed machine gun, he was unable to develop the grass release, a bloodline limit. However, an inexplicable feeling stirred within him, perhaps prompting an exploration of the nature transformation of earth techniques. To enhance one's strength, diligent cultivation is indispensable. Upon arriving at the terminal location, Mizuki-jin accessed the system tasks. The novice task 3 had been completed. In addition to attribute points, the rewards included 2 green leaf mouse sculptures, 5 small Palu souls, and a mid-level cultivation scroll. Thus, the novice tasks were concluded. The task to upgrade the Palu terminal to level 3 was also unlocked at this time, requiring the construction of 20 buildings within the base. With the current count at 1120, this included all facilities such as farms, lumberyards, quarries, and mills. Upon this assessment, upgrading to level 3 seemed relatively simple. Currently, the base lacked sufficient materials, and the clan members needed more substantial cotton clothing. However, there were no concerns regarding the awakening of ice techniques. "Jin, you're here." Just as Mizuki-jin prepared to leave the terminal room, the door swung open, and Yuta barged in with a carefree demeanor. "What is up?" Mizuki-jin turned to inquire. Yuta, brimming with confidence, replied, "Of course, it's vital information. What news has you so excited?" "I heard in the town of the Snow Country that the second daughter of the Kazahana family is preparing for marriage." "The Kazahana family's alliance," Mizuki-jin mused, continuing. "Just inform Elder Chungshur. He will know how to handle it." "Can we trust Elder Chungshur? I fear that old man might botch things up. Old age brings wisdom. That fellow is quite astute. He knows everything he has comes from the family. Without the family, he is nothing, so he will certainly strive for the clan's benefit." "All right, there's one more thing. I noticed that the merchant convoy from the Thunder Country seems to be exchanging food for cotton clothing in town. Should we attempt that as well?" Mizuki-jin shook his head. "I've already assigned that task to Elder Luhue." Yuta exclaimed, "Huh? Since when did you become so close with the elders?" Mizuki-jin nonchalantly replied, "Just keeping them occupied. Quickly help the clan members restore their residences. Then distribute the farm area for them to cultivate. Gather the food produced and store it in the cafeteria." Confronted with Mizuki-jin's directives, Yuta scratched his head. "The concept of communal dining is rather unfamiliar to me. Eating together with so many people, we are all family. What is so strange about that?" Mizuki-jin sighed, knowing that, given the current food scarcity, the communal dining model would not be necessary once more farms were established. "I tend to experience social anxiety." Mizuki-jin, hearing this, facepalmed and promptly shooed Yuta away. The immediate priority remained the continued construction of the base to elevate the terminal to level 3 as swiftly as possible. Currently, the existing farms could not be cultivated solely by the thorn demon root. More Palu were needed to enhance efficiency. Many building materials could not be sourced directly from outside and required rewards from clearing dungeons. Entering the dungeon, he once again faced an intermediate challenge, this time within a cave adorned with an icy motif. Numerous tiny openings adorned the ceiling, allowing sunlight to filter through and cast mottled patterns on the cave floor. The first Palu encountered was a Bana rabbit, which floated in midair, its pink ears standing upright, resembling twin tails, with fluffy hair accentuating its adorableness. Were it not for its blood-red eyes revealing a hint of menace, Mizuki-jin would have assumed it was friendly. The Bana rabbit was of the grass attribute, with relatively low stats, making it easy for Mizuki-jin to handle. "I recall the Bana rabbit can cultivate. I'll capture it." The subsequent battles posed little challenge, save for a slight struggle against a pack of wolf-like creatures, until he faced the boss, which proved to be somewhat troublesome. The boss was a swift spin weasel, possessing both ice and dragon attributes. This marked Mizuki-jin's first encounter with a dragon attribute Palu. The swift spin weasel had a slender body, entirely ice blue, with deep blue accents on the tips of its ears and body. Its large ears added to its liveliness, and its short limbs appeared quite adorable, seemingly harmless. Upon seeing it, Mizuki-jin felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling that the first Palu he had hatched while establishing a breeding farm in the game was this very creature. It later hatched an exceptionally rare trait, accompanying him from the beginning to the end of the game. Fortunately, he did not require traits at the moment, otherwise, his inclination would have led him to nurture a rare individual Palu. The swift spin weasel blinked its lively eyes, curiously observing Mizuki-jin. For a moment, neither side initiated an attack. Mizuki-jin scratched his head, realizing that even with a high-level Palu ball in hand, he could not capture a boss-level Palu at full health without first depleting its health. Mizuki-jin took the initiative, unleashing his strongest technique. Ice Release, Blizzard Ascension. He conjured a blizzard with chakra, transforming snowflakes into dense needles to strike the enemy. The ultimate version of the water release secret technique, 1000 Kills Water Ascension. As he completed the hand seals, a tempest erupted. Ice and snow swirled together, morphing into countless ice needles that surged toward the swift spin weasel. The swift spin weasel's health plummeted rapidly, and it let out an indignant howl, though its light voice failed to convey any real anger, instead coming off as quite endearing. Raising its upper body, the swift spin weasel gathered a purple energy flame in its mouth, unleashing a powerful dragon-esque breath that melted the blizzard. However, Mizuki-jin had already closed the distance, drawing his blade and striking at its slender neck. With a squelch, a tuft of fur fell from the air as the swift spin weasel curled up, spinning rapidly like a small top. If it were to lay eggs, its sacs would likely churn into cream. As the swift spin weasel charged at him, Mizuki-jin swiftly used the rock spear, launching it upward. Yet, the weasel spread its body in midair, seemingly closing its eyes due to the height, while its ears twitched, relying on sound to determine Mizuki-jin's location. Purple energy enveloped its body as it barreled towards him. With a thud, Mizuki-jin's form shattered into ice crystals, only to re-emerge from an ice mirror on the ground, delivering a knee strike that sent the swift spin weasel flying. The weasel crashed to the ground, its health dwindling to 20. With a green Palu ball thrown, it struck and captured the creature. Chapter 16. Level 3 Terminal. Having captured the swift spin weasel, the dungeon rating remained at B due to prolonged completion time, resulting in a lower score. The rewards were plentiful, primarily consisting of materials. These seeds would likely allow for the construction of several more farms. Unfortunately, they were wild berry farms, providing fruit unsuitable as a staple food but could serve as the primary sustenance for Palu, allowing for potential exports in the future. Transferring the Palu collected into the terminal. The remaining members of the team consisted of the swift spin weasel, the Tianqin bird, and the Votimio. The Tianqin bird, also captured during the intermediate dungeon, could grasp its legs for brief flights, resembling an eagle with willow-like eyebrows. Mizuki-jin decided to check the clearance records of others. Operating the terminal, he accessed the dungeon clearance records. The screen displayed the avatars of guild members, and he opened the detailed list. Shiyu's personal clearance records showed that their best performance in the beginner dungeon was an A rank, with the rest being B ranks. Hanako's records were from the previous week, with several beginner dungeon records, all scoring a rank. Yuta had attempted the intermediate dungeon yesterday, but failed, while his best performance in the beginner dungeon reached S rank, indicating he had likely found some techniques. The records of the Yu-Wuching siblings are relatively balanced, possibly due to their status as lower-ranking ninjas. Despite the assistance of the bloodline limit, the Blood Dragon Eye, they have not yet reached the A rank, oscillating instead between B and C ranks. As for the lower-ranking ninjas within the Reina clan, they have faced numerous failures and challenges, with the best among them barely achieving a C rank. Currently, there are still too few capable individuals. Nevertheless, time is on their side. They can afford to nurture their talents gradually. Days swiftly passed, and Elder Chungshur unexpectedly announced that today, the head of the Kazahana clan would be visiting the Mizuno Kuni clan's base along with his family. The distance from Fuyuki City to the base is considerable, and the primary means of transportation in the land of snow consists of sled dogs and reindeer. Traveling by reindeer sled would take at least 7 to 8 hours. Therefore, the visit was scheduled for the afternoon, with the Kazahana clan leader planning to stay overnight at the base before departing. All the houses in the base were filled with clan members, so to express their sincerity, Mizuno Kuni-jin had specially constructed a guest house. Although the interior furnishings remained rudimentary, with a little effort, it could be arranged to be quite cozy. Nevertheless, it was essential to showcase the Mizuno Kuni clan's economic status to the Kazahana clan leader. Once everything was prepared, they awaited his arrival. There was still ample time to check on the progress of the agricultural expansion. Upon reaching the farm, Mizuno Kuni-jin found that its area had expanded to nearly an acre, with many sections still under construction. Mischievous Cat was diligently wielding a hammer. Upon noticing Mizuno Kunijin's arrival, Mischievous Cat set down the hammer and approached, stepping through the snow with an expression that seemed to say, "Look at how impressive I am." Meow. Mischievous Cat raised a paw in greeting. Mizuno Kunijin patted Mischievous Cat on the head and then produced a fried egg as a treat. Seeing the steaming egg, Mischievous Cat immediately swallowed it whole. Watching Mischievous Cat savor the egg, Mizuno Kunijin resumed expanding the farm's area with additional materials. Before long, he returned to the house and received a notification that the terminal was ready for an upgrade. Clicking the upgrade button, he watched as the terminal's progress bar filled within mere minutes. The terminal had reached level 3, expanding the base's range by another 100 meters. Level 3 technology unlocked several crucial features. The Power slots within the base increased to 15, and new crafting stations were now available, including a quality workbench, a medieval pharmacy, a power ball production station, and a primitive furnace. The quality workbench, an upgrade from the primitive workbench, allows for the creation of a wider array of items. The pharmacy facilitates the rapid production of healing potions. The Powerball production station means they would no longer rely solely on dungeons for these resources. The primitive furnace can smelt iron ore directly into ingots, a significant convenience, marking the transition of the terminal from the Stone Age to the Iron Age. This furnace operates efficiently, quickly converting ore into molten iron while separating impurities. However, it requires fire attribute power to function, though fire release techniques would suffice. Now, with the potential to increase the power count within the base to 15, efficiency would rise significantly. The vacant pasture was filled with Pippichik and Cotton Cloud. Pippichik would lay eggs in the pasture, while Cotton Cloud would naturally shed wool. The collected wool could be woven into garments by the clan's seamstresses, and the eggs would provide an additional food source, with Pippichik's eggs being larger than goose eggs. One egg could suffice for an entire meal. The activities of farming, logging, and mining had all seen increases. As for watering, it was unnecessary for now, as the Mizuno Kuni clan did not lack ninjas skilled in water release techniques. For lower-ranking ninjas, farming was also a good assignment. Other unlocked technologies included various buildings, such as fireplaces, carpets, defensive walls, and cooling boxes. Mizuno Kunijin had yet to unlock these technologies, as they were not immediately needed. The clan had members capable of constructing fireplaces, and carpets were currently superfluous, merely wasteful, given the current temperature and environment. Food preservation boxes were unnecessary. A defrosting box would likely serve them better. Defensive walls were also not required, as their territory and population were not yet saturated, eliminating the need for confinement. After arranging for the latest technological constructions, Mizuno Kunijin received word that the Kazahana clan leader had arrived. He went to greet them. Through the swirling snow, the shadowy figures of the approaching party grew closer, the sound of reindeer hooves becoming more pronounced. Soon, a sled pulled by a dozen reindeer came into view, resembling a small house. No wonder it required so many reindeer to pull. Surrounding the house were several sleds drawn by sled dogs, upon which sharp-eyed men sat, likely guards. At that moment, a burly man wearing a fur hat and coat descended from the sled's driver's seat and respectfully opened the door of the sled house. A portly, affable middle-aged man stepped down, followed closely by a woman in an exquisite formal gown, her hair elegantly styled and her makeup refined, exuding the grace of a queen from the land of snow. She held the hand of a young girl, who curiously surveyed Mizuno Kunijin with bright, inquisitive eyes. The girl was tall, with a handsome visage that conveyed the air of a gentle gentleman, quite unlike the imposing leaders of other ninja clans. "You must be the clan leader Jin. As mentioned by Elder Chungshur, it is a pleasure to finally meet you." The portly Kazahana clan leader approached, shaking Mizuno Kunijin's hand as if they were old friends. Sharing a deep camaraderie, Mizuno Kunijin responded graciously, "I have long admired the esteemed name of the Kazahana clan leader. Please, do come in. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kazahana Tamamakai. This is my wife, Kazahana Kainai, and our daughter, Kazahana Yukiran," he said, presenting his family. Mizuno Kunijin greeted the two women before leading them into the base. As the newly arrived Kazahana family explored their surroundings, they observed the architectural style, which starkly contrasted with that of the land of snow. The predominant wooden structures appeared almost identical, as if replicated. Neat streets separated rows of houses, with the snow on the pathways thoroughly cleared. While not as opulent or bustling as Fuyuki City, it was still a commendable gathering place. "What is that? How adorable!" Kazahana Yukiran exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby boner rabbit that was about to begin its planting duties. That is our clan's summoning beast. There are many of its kind. They possess a degree of intelligence and can understand commands, making them our companions, Mizuno Kunijin explained, organizing his thoughts to clarify. Kazahana Tamamakai expressed his genuine admiration. The resources of a great ninja clan are indeed extraordinary, possessing such valuable summoning beasts. Mizuno Kunijin nodded in agreement. They are among our greatest treasures. He escorted the Kazahana family to the guest house prepared for them. After entering, the guards took their positions outside, standing vigilantly. After a short walk, Kazahana Tamamakai appeared somewhat breathless, his health seemingly compromised. Seated at the table, Mizuno Kuni Hanako served the prepared tea. Mizuno Kunijin, getting straight to the point, inquired, "I wonder if the Kazahana clan leader has any pressing matters to discuss today?" Kazahana Tamamakai sipped his tea and exhaled slowly before responding, "Well, it is not anything urgent. I am genuinely pleased to see the Mizuno Kuni clan in the Land of Snow." "Oh, and why is that?" Mizuno Kunijin asked, intrigued. With a sigh, Kazahana Tamamakai explained, "We frequently face demands from the ninja clans of the Land of Lightning, who extract protection fees from us under the pretense of safeguarding our territory. Without their protection, they threaten to unleash a horde of rogue ninjas upon our towns. To understand, the Land of Snow only has 2 towns. One is the Wind and Snow City where I reside, and the other has recently been renamed to Snow Village." "Was it once called Snow Village?" Kazahana Tomomi sighed with a wry smile. "Yes, we also aspire to cultivate our own armed forces. But the world of ninjas is not one we can easily enter. The harsh environment of the Land of Snow and its challenging living conditions deter any ninja clan from settling here. Thus, when Elder Seishi came to discuss matters with me, I was quite pleased. Finally, a ninja clan was willing to come to the Land of Snow. Does this mean you agree to our proposal?" Kazahana Tomomi nodded solemnly. "Indeed. I am fully willing to assist you in establishing this so-called ninja village, hoping that it can protect the Land of Snow and liberate our people from the oppression of foreign ninja clans. If that is the case, please take a look at this blueprint I have yet to complete." Mizuki Jin conjured a notebook out of thin air and handed it to Kazahana Tomomi. As Kazahana Tomomi opened the notebook and began to examine it closely, his complexion gradually brightened. A few minutes later, beads of sweat started to trickle down his forehead, and he could not help but exclaim, "Schools, factories, libraries, and public voting." Throughout their exchange, Kazahana and her daughter had remained silent, quietly observing the 2 leaders in conversation. Kazahana Tomomi remarked while reviewing, "If this can truly be accomplished, the Land of Snow will rise to the status of one of the 5 great nations. The only drawback is that the environment might not attract many people. This situation can be addressed on the final page." Mizuki Jin gestured. Kazahana Tomomi flipped to the last page, where specific methods to enhance the reputation of the Land of Snow were detailed. A celebrity program to cultivate various artists to promote the Land of Snow, a safe and livable ice and snow city, and the creation of the world's largest amusement park, the dreamlike Ice and Snow World, among others. Essentially, it was a grand vision to entice investment. There is no shame in that. Once the Land of Snow develops according to the plan and gains sufficient strength, these ideas will be easily realized. After reviewing all the contents, Kazahana Tomomi earnestly stated, "Your plan indeed holds great potential for implementation. This visit has been truly enlightening. Lastly, I have one humble request." Mizuki Jin also regarded him with a serious expression. "Please speak. I hope you can assist in repelling the foreign ninja clans from further humiliating the Land of Snow, and in the future, allow my daughter and son to attend a ninja school. Of course, that is not a problem, since we intend to remain in the Land of Snow. We are prepared to defend this territory. As for the ninja school, it will require some time." "Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease." The exchange with Kazahana Tomomi concluded pleasantly, and not only did he agree to establish a ninja school for all eligible children in the Land of Snow, but he also generously donated a substantial amount of supplies, including abundant timber, food, and clothing, which are currently in short supply. The Kazahana family operates a trading convoy, frequently selling some of the Land of Snow's local specialties. Although the Land of Snow is perpetually blanketed in snow, it is home to a variety of flora and fauna. Sea lions, seals, wolves, foxes, penguins, and bears are among the more common animals. The primary food source in the Land of Snow is meat, while vegetables and fruits are quite costly. Mizuki Jin and Kazuhana Tomomi reached an agreement whereby the fruits and vegetables cultivated within the stronghold could be sold at a lower price to the Kazuhana family, while the Kazuhana family's convoy would regularly provide supplies and gather intelligence on foreign nobles. After concluding matters with the Kazuhana family, Mizuki Jin prepared to leave the Land of Snow to recruit talents from other nations. The task of upgrading to a level 4 terminal requires the creation of 100 items using various workbenches. Currently, due to a shortage of materials, he could not produce many items, so he instructed the guild members within the family to gather materials from dungeons while he was away. As he departed, Mizuki Jin appointed Hanako to handle the clan's affairs. Upon boarding the ship, Mizuki Jin's first stop was the Land of Thunder. The Land of Thunder is characterized by its lofty terrain, with towering peaks often shrouded in clouds, resonating with deafening thunder. Upon arriving in a town within the Land of Thunder, he noticed that the locals generally had darker skin, making his fair complexion stand out. However, there were also individuals with fair skin, typically belonging to the nobility, who rarely ventured out into public. Ninja clans predominantly exhibited darker skin tones. The Land of Thunder venerates martial prowess, and even the nobility train in the ways of the samurai or chakra, maintaining a degree of combat readiness. Unfortunately, the people of the Land of Thunder are rather insular. Even beggars would not readily accept charity from outsiders. Mizuki Jin had initially intended to bring back some orphans, but he had to abandon that thought as these orphans would rather starve than leave the Land of Thunder with outsiders. Such stubbornness is best left alone. We wouldn't want to sully the Land of Snow. Mizuki Jin shook his head as he departed. I should visit the Bloodpool clan. I wonder what the conditions are like in Hell Valley. This would be my first visit. Though he had traveled through various nations before, he had not ventured to many hidden places. The location of Hell Valley was relayed to him by the siblings of the Yuyushiro clan. If he could draw the Bloodpool clan to the Land of Snow, it would greatly enhance its standing. Following the siblings' descriptions, Mizuki Jin traversed lush forests until he arrived at a volcanic crater. Hell Valley was formed from a volcanic eruption and the subsequent flow of molten rock. Characterized by its bizarre topography, gray, white, and brown rock layers, along with numerous geothermal vents, create a unique volcanic landscape. The Land of Thunder is already abundant in hot springs, and it took Mizuki Jin 2 full days to locate the area described by the Yuyushiro siblings. The Bloodpool clan is quite small, with only 2 to 3 dozen members. Although they possess the potential to rival the Uchiha clan's Sharingan with their blood dragon eyes, their numbers do not even reach 1/10 of the Uchiha clans. Chapter 18. Encounters at the hot spring. In the Bloodpool clan currently relies on their hot spring business for sustenance, as most of the natural hot springs in the Land of Thunder are located here. Dear guest, are you comfortable? A maid dressed in a kimono stood respectfully beside him, inquiring. These maids are merely hired hands, while the inn's management is composed of members of the Bloodpool clan. Yes, I feel quite relaxed, Mizuki Jin replied casually. Donning a yukata. I'm glad to hear that. We also provide other services. Would the guest be interested? The maid cast a flirtatious glance. Mizuki Jin waved his hand. No, thank you. I simply wish to have a good rest. The maid seemed somewhat disappointed but maintained her smile. Then I shall not disturb your rest. Good night. After the maid departed, Mizuki Jin scratched his head. I didn't expect they offered such special services. The siblings didn't mention it. Perhaps they were too young to have encountered such things? Hell Valley is relatively safe, devoid of wandering ronin or bandits to disturb the peace, but it is only relatively safe, not absolutely so. Returning to his guest room, Mizuki Jin inhaled the faint aroma of aromatherapy and yawned. The bed had been prepared, clearly arranged by the maid in advance, and as he snuggled under the covers, even breaths soon filled the room. Hell Valley obscures the moonlight, and at night, it is enveloped in mist. In the accounting room of the Hot Spring Inn, a tall, slender man dressed in a yukata, with a serious demeanor, rested his chin on his hand, listlessly asking, how many guests have checked in today? The maid who had attended to Mizuki Jin responded, Lord Yuyushiro, today there are only 7 guests. Yuyushiro sighed. Alas, the number of guests is dwindling. At this rate, our clan will struggle to put food on the table. The maid dared not speak, being merely a worker earning a wage, fearful of offending the ninja lest she be harmed. Yuyushiro glanced at the maid. Did none of your maids have any customers today? Only 3 individuals remained. Yui of the Yuyushiro exclaimed furiously, useless. I have sustained you 10, and yet you cannot even manage something as trivial as selling your bodies. Are you incapable of seducing a man? The female attendant immediately became flustered, hastily kneeling and pleading, "Lord Yui, please calm your wrath. I will send someone to attend to you at once." "No need," came a chilling voice. The attendant looked up to find a pair of blood-red eyes with slit-like pupils fixated upon her. A wave of cold washed over her, and she felt her heart nearly cease, the scent of death pressing upon her mind. Her dread soon materialized. A sound akin to a watermelon shattering echoed as her body exploded, flesh and blood manipulated by the blood dragon eye into a hovering mass, leaving not a drop on the ground. Yui controlled the sanguine mass and cast it into the steaming, undeveloped hot spring outside. Soon, the air was filled with a stench of rotten eggs mingled with the aroma of cooked meat, and Yui revealed a morbidly ecstatic smile. Time to get to work. Yui rose and stepped out of the tent, the blood dragon eye still aglow, blood tears trickling down, giving him an ill and bloodthirsty appearance. Pushing open the door, he entered a bedroom, and soon the sound of rustling filled the air, followed by another sound of a watermelon bursting, and then silence. With a click, the door shut, and Yui emerged, blood splattered across his visage. The next room echoed with the same sounds, yet the scent of blood grew ever thicker around Yui. Finally, he reached the last room, where Mizuki resided. With a forceful yank, he flung the door open, showing no sign of concealment, perhaps deeming it unnecessary. Mizuki lay there, seemingly oblivious, sleeping soundly. Yui's bloodthirsty smile widened. The last one. He approached Mizuki, flipping the young man over and prying open his eyelids. The illusion of the blood dragon eye was directly applied. Yui, resembling a sinister uncle enticing a young girl, coaxed, "Now, produce all your valuables and tell me your purpose for being here." Mizuki's gaze was vacant as he sat up, stammering, "I came here to." Yet, no sound escaped his lips. "For what?" Yui furrowed his brow. Mizuki opened his mouth, only for the corners to curl up, and suddenly, he shattered into crystalline fragments, scattering throughout the room. Ice release. Yui realized the opponent had not been ensnared by the illusion. It had merely been a clone. Soon, mist enveloped the area, and Mizuki's voice echoed from all around. "I came here to seek members of your blood pool clan. First, use a charm to render them unconscious. Then employ the formidable illusion of the blood dragon eye to compel them to yield all their wealth, followed by hypnosis to erase their memories of visiting this hot spring inn. Your blood pool clan's wealth is tainted." A deep voice resonated in Yui's ears, causing him to startle and draw a kunai to stab behind him. Yet, the attack bore no fruit. Yui roared, "Mist concealment and ice release. You belong to the Snow Clan of the Water Country." "Indeed," Mizuki boldly affirmed. "You have even set your sights on our blood pool clan. You Snow Clan are but a pack of strays and dare to offend us." Yui shouted with a voice laced with fury. "Strays? Huh. A place that has brought my clan only suffering cannot be called home. It is you who have been driven to this forsaken land by self-proclaimed nobles. How fortunate for me." Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, a shadow appearing before Yui. Veiled by the mist concealment technique, Mizuki's features were obscured. Yui promptly formed hand seals, employing wind release techniques to disperse the mist while simultaneously attacking Mizuki's location. However, Mizuki's figure transformed into a mass of water. Water clone. Yui hastily formed seals again, executing fire release with a mere 2 seals. Several fireballs surged forth, shattering the wall, and a shadow dashed out of the room, followed by a torrent of hot spring water spiraling upwards. Water release. Water dragon bullet. The fire extinguished, and the building crumbled. Yui rushed out from the collapsing structure, forming seals with both hands. Blood dragon technique. The waters of Hell Valley surged wildly, the crimson spring water morphing into serpentine forms that charged toward Mizuki. Mizuki formed seals with one hand, slamming the ground, erecting an ice wall. The water dragons collided with the thick ice barrier, causing cracks to appear before it shattered. Mizuki braced himself with his arms before allowing the blood dragon to strike him. Fortunately, the water attribute resistance ring provided assistance, as the blood dragon was ultimately water-based. Mizuki suffered little harm, merely a torn sleeve and some abrasions on his arms. The illusion of the blood dragon eye operated similarly to the Sharingan, evading its effects by avoiding direct eye contact. Suddenly struck by an idea, Mizuki produced a Palu ball and tossed it, summoning the swift-charged weasel to his side. Yui scoffed, "Do you believe a mere spirit beast can alter the outcome?" Mizuki remained silent, stroking the weasel's neck, softly stating, "Just use the rocket charge." The weasel appeared somewhat fearful of heights, closing its eyes when leaping from great heights. and the rocket charge was its signature skill, requiring a drop from above to execute. Upon hearing this, the weasel crouched low before leaping high, radiating purple dragon energy as it charged toward Yui. Boom! Yui activated the water barrier, bracing for the impact. At that moment, Mizuki closed the distance. Employing ninjutsu as a massive ice pillar erupted, propelling Yui upward. A sudden sense of weightlessness struck Yui, causing him to stumble, the water barrier collapsing, and a foot struck his face. Slap! Yui was sent flying, raising his head as a strange chakra expanded from his eyes, blood tears streaming down. Mizuki's body exploded. Bang! It was as if Mizuki had burst like a water balloon, splattering water everywhere. Water clone. Ice release. Frost wolf bite. Two icy wolves lunged at Yui. Clenching his teeth, Yui steadied himself, leaving deep imprints on the ground as he rapidly formed seals, his chest swelling. Fire release. Great fireball. A fireball materialized before him, and upon the wolves' assault. The fireball expanded, engulfing the two frost wolves, followed by a burst of white steam that enveloped the surroundings. Here, the effects of ice release were diminished. Kid, surrender your life. Yui bellowed, charging through the steam, kunai poised to stab at Mizuki's face. Mizuki chuckled softly, making no move. Suddenly, a massive figure leaped from behind Mizuki, soaring above him. The weasel, enveloped in purple energy, charged downward with its eyes closed. Bang! Yui's eyes widened, watching the weasel approach, until it struck him with tremendous force, rupturing his insides and leaving him helplessly crumpled on the ground, blood trickling from his lips, occasionally convulsing. The swift weasel landed and looked at Mizuki with innocent eyes, seemingly expressing that it was unintentional. Well done, Mizuki said, gently stroking the weasel's neck. This creature stood taller than him, making it impossible to pet its head. Retrieving the weasel, Mizuki gazed down at Gosher Yui. Where is your clan's territory? He inquired. I am Mizuki, the leader of the Yuki clan. I wish to discuss a collaboration with your clan leader. To reassure the other party, Mizuki added, rest assured, it is a beneficial matter. Gosher Yui opened his mouth, struggling to speak. How can you claim collaboration after treating me this way? Mizuki scoffed. If you were not so greedy and treacherous, would you have met such a fate? Gosher Yui attempted to respond, but fainted instead. Mizuki checked for breath and found that he was still alive, though severely injured. Rather than let him remain unconscious, he used a small water technique to splash cool water on Gosher Yui's face, accompanied by a sharp slap, which roused him. With sunken eyes and dark bags under them, Gosher Yui haltingly revealed the location of his clan's territory. Ultimately, Mizuki granted him a swift end. The Bloodpool clan's residence was shrouded in a mirage. This hot spring served as a sort of outpost. As they delved deeper into the Hell Valley, the temperature escalated and the steam increased. Feeling uneasy, Mizuki allocated all his attribute points to his mental strength, raising it to 73. A higher mental attribute enhances resistance to illusions. Is it just ahead? He asked, noticing a path between two steaming pools. As he approached, he formed seals, and the tranquil scenery rippled, soon revealing a structured dwelling. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared on the rooftops, seeming to sense an unfamiliar presence, and they leaped down to confront Mizuki. The leader, a serious-looking man with blood-red eyes, radiated an inexplicable pressure. The other 2, sensing their chakra levels, appeared to be around the Chunin rank. The leader demanded, "Who are you, and how did you enter this illusion?" "I am here on behalf of the siblings, Ryuichi and Ryuna," Mizuki replied. The leader paused, his blood-red eyes closing momentarily before turning to one of his companions, instructing, "Inform the clan leader." Turning back to Mizuki, he asked, "Do you know where the 2 siblings are?" "I am Mizuki, leader of the Yuki clan. I believe you have heard of our clan's situation in the Land of Water." The man regarded Mizuki with a peculiar expression, surprised that such a young individual was a clan leader, though he noted Mizuki's chakra was substantial. "I have heard that the Yuki clan has withdrawn from the Land of Water and has fallen out of favor with the land's daimyo." Mizuki nodded initially but frowned at the next comment. "Well, there's no need to mention that part." The serious man stepped aside, gesturing for Mizuki to enter. "Very well, Mizuki. I trust you mean no harm and have matters to discuss." "Indeed, I wish to confer with your clan leader." The serious man led Mizuki into the Blood Pool clan's compound, which bore a resemblance to the architectural style of the Land of Fire, embodying a neon classical aesthetic, whereas the majority of buildings in the Land of Lightning leaned towards a more primal design. Inside, the temperature was remarkably comfortable, a stark contrast to the humid heat outside. The streets were nearly deserted, indicating a sparse population within the Bloodpool clan. Upon reaching the largest courtyard, the serious man pushed open the door and ushered Mizuki into the living room. "Brother, the leader of the Yuki clan has arrived." "Ah, please come in," a genial voice responded. The serious man opened the door and entered, with Mizuki following closely. Inside sat a slender, middle-aged man in a wheelchair, exuding an elegant yet approachable demeanor. His face bore some wrinkles, yet his complexion remained fair, making him appear younger than the serious man. "I am Gosher Masaru. Have you found my wayward children?" he asked with a warm smile. Mizuki recounted his encounter with the Gosher siblings. Masaru appeared relieved and expressed his gratitude. Mizuki suggested, "If you wish, I can deliver a letter to them. They can return at any time." Masaru nodded appreciatively. "Thank you immensely. I hope they return to achieve something worthwhile." At that moment, a chunin rushed in, placing teacups on the table. Masaru inquired, "Do you have any matters you wish to discuss?" Chapter 20. The Bloodpool clan's alliance. Interestingly, our clans share some commonalities. Both are despised by the daimyo and burdened by our current predicaments, Masaru said, squinting. "Are you proposing an alliance?" "An alliance is too simplistic. I have a plan that I wonder if you might be interested in," Mizuki replied, retrieving a small booklet he had prepared in advance. It outlined a proposal for a ninja village free of intrigue, social hierarchy, and aristocratic dominance, where all could support and depend on one another. The vision was grand, hinting at an unprecedented beauty. Masaru appeared entranced, quickly putting down the proposal, and solemnly asked, "Are you suggesting that we join this ninja village you described?" Mizuki affirmed, "Precisely. The situation of the Bloodpool clan cannot deteriorate any further." Masaru shook his head in denial, "But the Yuki clan has fallen out with the Land of Water's daimyo. Even if the Yuki clan supports us, resources will be scarce, and external threats will multiply. We have already forged an agreement with the Kage family of the Land of Wind, who are committed to supporting us and have joined our cause. Moreover, the Yuki clan is not in a dire state. They seem to be flourishing. If you wish, you may inquire with your children." Mizuki patiently explained, "The Bloodpool clan's current plight is closely tied to their aristocracy. I do not understand why the Bloodpool clan does not resist, but can it truly get worse than it is now? Worst case scenario. You could simply conceal your identity and leave the Land of Lightning." Masaru sighed. "When I was young, I knew nothing and only noticed the absence of many familiar elders overnight. For decades, our clan has attempted change, yet all efforts have ended in failure. Perhaps agreeing to your proposal might indeed bring about a transformation. After all, as you said, it cannot get worse." Mizuki felt a surge of joy, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by an unexpected arrival. "It's bad. Clan leader. There's trouble at the inn," a Bloodpool clan ninja exclaimed as he rushed down the corridor. "What has happened?" Yu Chengsheng nodded slightly at Mizuki-jin, his brow furrowing as he inquired. Lord Yijing had gone missing, and the clan members passing by the inn discovered it had been reduced to rubble. Damn it! Did that scoundrel Yijing provoke someone? Or is it retaliation from another ninja clan? Investigations revealed traces of Lord Yijing engaging in combat, indicating that he had intended to confront a ninja from the Bloodpool clan. Upon seeing the unfamiliar Mizuki-jin, he hesitated and instead spoke vaguely. "Such activities, when uncovered, lead to great battles. We found many corpses in the hot springs." This fool never listens. Yu Chengsheng pinched the corners of his eyes and addressed Mizuki-jin, apologizing for the family's predicament. "It's no trouble. You may attend to your family matters," Mizuki-jin replied. Yu Chengsheng nodded and instructed his subordinates. "Find Yijing alive or dead. We must uncover any traces left behind." The battlefield bore clear signs of earth, water, and fire techniques, as well as physical combat, yet the enemy's identity remained unknown, and there may be multiple foes. Lord Yijing's whereabouts were still untraceable. Yurun had already set out to find him. Yu Chengsheng appeared deflated, unable to address the minor issues his subordinates had raised. Mizuki-jin sipped tea with an unperturbed demeanor, as if the entire situation was of no concern to him. He had already concealed the traces from the battlefield and stored Lord Yijing's body in his system backpack. Without a skilled sensory ninja, the murderer would remain undetectable, especially one bold enough to enter the territory of the Bloodpool clan. "Forgive my intrusion. Lord Yijing is my cousin. He is quite resourceful and would resort to any means for the clan, even unsavory ones. I often warned him that such actions would inevitably lead to retribution. Yet I never imagined it would come so swiftly. He is likely in grave danger now. Perhaps someone coveted the blood dragon eye and set a trap for him." Mizuki-jin remained remarkably composed, even feigning to assist in the analysis. Indeed, if it weren't for your intervention, my own children might have suffered a similar fate. We possess eyes as powerful as the Uchiha, yet our family's fate diverges greatly. Yu Chengsheng let out a bitter laugh. It would be wise for you to decide soon. Leaving here might be prudent. We have farmland and various resources that require manpower. Joining the land of snow could certainly alter our circumstances. Mizuki Jin nearly implied they had already offended the daimyo of the land of thunder and were relegated here. Would they wait for annihilation? Then I shall rely on your guidance, Yu Chengsheng said, bowing in courtesy. Rest assured, I will make arrangements promptly. Next week, you may lead your clansmen to the dock. Long E and Long Nai will await you on the ship. Thank you immensely. No need for formalities. We shall soon be one village, Yu Chengsheng smiled. One village? How delightful. The Bloodpool clan currently comprised only a handful of individuals. Relying solely on internal marriages would not suffice for growth, while external alliances offered a glimmer of hope. The clan of Snow would be an excellent partner for marriage. Combining ice techniques with the Blood Dragon Eye, one could only imagine the potential for enhanced individual strength. Yu Chengsheng considered intermarriage, and Mizuki Jin did not disagree. The Bloodpool clan also shared a lineage with Indra's blood and the Sharingan. After departing from Hell Valley, Mizuki Jin utilized the returned Thundercloud to return directly to the stronghold. Upon informing the Yu Cheng siblings of the Bloodpool clan's inclusion, the two were elated. It felt as though they had family support. However, when the same news was relayed to the two elders, they appeared troubled. The Bloodpool clan is not favored by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. Have we not offended both the daimyo of the Land of Water and the Land of Thunder? Elder Chung sure held his forehead in confusion. Mizuki Jin, however, scoffed dismissively. A Bloodpool clan with merely a dozen members is of little concern to the daimyo of the Land of Thunder by the time he remembers. It could be years from now. When that day comes, we will not fear the so-called daimyo. Now that our clan is thriving, we need not worry about such issues. But what of you? Are you considering a union with the Bloodpool clan? Elder Lu Hui, with his keen intellect, could discern some of Mizuki Jin's intentions. Elder Ching Shi was taken aback by the question. Why a union? Elder Lu Hui's scar twitched. How could you not see this? The strongest alliance is indeed through marriage, especially with significant figures. With that, Elder Ching Shi glanced at Mizuki Jin, noting that he was the only unmarried individual of weight in the entire clan. Chapter 21. Arranged marriage in the future, there would be more clans joining. One cannot simply marry each time a new clan integrates. Mizuki Jin was quite resistant to the concept of arranged marriages, unless he were to arrange for others. Yet, there were no significant figures left in the clan. Elder Chengshi scratched his head. Significant figures? Isn't that up to us to determine? Yuta is my cousin, and Hanako is my cousin as well. Mizuki Jin spread his hands, indicating the situation was already unfolding. The two elders found Mizuki Jin's free-spirited approach reasonable. The outsiders were oblivious to their affairs. Thus whatever they said would carry weight. After contemplating, Mizuki Jin stated, young people should engage in free love, otherwise. The elders should arrange marriages for the older singles to prevent the clan from being labeled as inhumane. The two elders nodded in agreement, consenting to Mizuki Jin's perspective. Elder Chingshi dispatched the brothers De Yao and De Gui to escort the Bloodpool clan. Having prepared 2 large ships to transport all supplies and personnel without leaving a trace, the Bloodpool clan wisely decided to leave their clan's illusion array intact and even reinforced it. They also opted not to publicly announce their alliance with the Land of Snow, proceeding quietly. Initially, Mizuki Jin had anticipated the Bloodpool clan would have around 20 to 30 members, and he had prepared a substantial area for their use. However, upon further understanding, it turned out there were only a mere handful. The vacant houses would be reserved temporarily for future wandering ninjas. Upon arriving at the Paru terminal, the current upgrade tasks were halfway complete. Reviewing the logs, the Yu Cheng siblings had crafted over 20 advanced Paru balls. Yuta and others had made clothing and various items, even milling wheat into flour. Mizuki Jin closed the log. The materials in the wooden crates were sufficient to produce several dozen more balls. The standard Paru ball required 3 units of stone, 2 units of wood, and 2 energy units. The energy units could be derived from chakra or earth vein energy, thus categorizing them as pseudo-renewable resources. Mizuki Jin organized the task of creating cold region ethnic attire on the premium workstation, planning to produce 20 pieces as a gesture of goodwill toward the Bloodpool clan. The attire would effectively combat the cold, equivalent to a down jacket. He also arranged to craft 10 advanced Paro balls, which required 1 iron ingot, 5 units of wood, and 5 units of stone, demanding even more energy. Mizuki Jin infused nearly 1/3 of his chakra, approximately 45 attribute points, into the production of the 10 advanced Paro balls. After assigning the tasks, he soon heard the sound of crunching snow outside. Looking out, he saw the mischievous cat striding confidently towards the workshop. Meow. The mischievous cat greeted Mizuki Jin with a raised paw. Mizuki Jin offered a piece of tenderly grilled pippy chicken. The mischievous cat seized the chicken leg and gulped it down, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp before diving into its work. Currently, the Paro within the stronghold were all around level 25. As they worked, they would gain experience and level up. The mischievous cat completed this task in a day. After finishing its work, it cleaned itself thoroughly in the hot spring, ensuring its fur was pristine. Seizing the opportunity before the Bloodpool clan arrived, Mizuki Jin continued to explore the intermediate dungeon. The Palus within this dungeon were more diverse than those in lower-level dungeons, even featuring the milking boba cow. Capturing a boba cow and placing it in the ranch, it would produce approximately 1 pound of milk daily, provided there was sufficient food. The stronghold was well stocked with meat, eggs, and milk. Mizuki Jin even captured a flock of cotton yuyus within the intermediate dungeon, known for their rapid wool production. To accommodate the cotton yuyus, he constructed several ranches dedicated to wool production. The rewards from the dungeon remained unimpressive, and the attribute points earned were allocated to enhance his chakra. By the time he exited the dungeon, dawn had broken. Upon opening a wooden box for storing items, Mizuki Jin was astonished to discover he had already collected 15 green leaf mouse statues. With just 5 more, he could upgrade his ice release bloodline. He pondered what the upgraded ice release might entail. Before the statue of strength, Mizuki Jin placed 20 small Palu souls into the left side of the statue, and then positioned the swift weasel Palu ball on the right. The blue small Palu souls swiftly merged into the Palu ball, resulting in a slight enhancement in the attributes of the swift weasel. To further strengthen the swift weasel, he would need 20 medium Palu souls. Accumulating such resources over the years might allow him to challenge the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Days later, several large ships slowly approached the coast of the land of Snow's harbor. Mizuki Jin, accompanied by the village ninjas, awaited the arrival of the Bloodpool clan. Observing the different ships, Elder Chengshi expressed confusion, remarking, "I recognize those two as belonging to the Fenghua family, but where did those dilapidated vessels come from?" As the ships neared the shore, over 30 dark-skinned ninjas leapt from the tattered ships, swiftly skimming across the water towards the harbor. Initially thought to be the Bloodpool clan, it was unexpectedly revealed that representatives from the Land of Lightning were also present. The Land of Lightning was known for its numerous dark-skinned ninjas. Elder Luhue, upon seeing the clan emblem on their attire, furrowed his brow, stating, "The Land of Lightning. The Blue Clan?" Elder Chengshi realized they once demanded protection fees from the Land of Snow. The Fenghua clan leader mentioned it to me. Indeed, Elder Luhue was well informed. Mizuki Jin glanced at the irritable elder. "Humph." The irritable elder snorted, casting a sidelong glance at Mizuki Jin before asserting, "Let us not waste words. Their intentions are not friendly. If we show weakness, do you know what will happen?" Everyone is watching. Scanning the ships occupied by the Bloodpool clan, he noticed their members peering out without any intention of disembarking. Mizuki Jin coldly remarked to the ninjas of the Blue Clan, "Let them come and go without return. Forward." Elder Luhue strode confidently towards them, recalling that in his youth, he had never feared the ninjas from the Land of Lightning. Standing on the dock, Mizuki Jin looked down from his elevated position at the Blue Clan ninjas standing on the water, merely 32 individuals, with only 4 Jounins leading them. "What brings you here?" Mizuki Jin inquired coldly. The tattooed Jounin at the forefront replied expressionlessly, "We have come to collect the agreed-upon protection fees for maritime vessels in the Land of Snow." Mizuki Jin retorted, "Agreed upon? With whom? We are unaware of any such agreement. What brings the Snow Clan to the Land of Snow? Is the Land of Water in dire straits?" Upon hearing this, the tattooed leader's clan members erupted into laughter. "Interesting. It seems someone signaled your arrival." Mizuki Jin's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of danger. He gestured to the ninjas behind him, who promptly surrounded the dock. "I, Fuika, am not easily intimidated," the tattooed man declared, and his comrades spread out to occupy the sea. Fuika glanced back at the Fenghua clan's ship, which had come to a halt, and then fixed his gaze on Mizuki Jin. "You have overstepped by inciting the Bloodpool clan to emerge from Hell Valley, disregarding the Lord's orders." Your Snow Clan's reach is too extensive. Now I see. It seems you have spies within the Blood Pool clan. Mizuki-jin narrowed his eyes, summoning the Palu Ball, which summoned the swift weasel beside him. Fight! In an instant, Mizuki-jin sprang into action, launching icy snow projectiles alongside the swift weasel towards the enemy formation. Simultaneously, the two elders joined the fray, performing hand seals, and 4 snow wolves charged down from the sea to attack the enemy's lower ninjas. The Blue Clan ninjas refused to back down, unleashing lightning techniques that collided with the ice release, resulting in a tremendous roar. The sea surged violently, waves crashing. Fuika, with a fierce glint in his eyes, rapidly formed hand seals, directing a robust lightning bolt towards Mizuki-jin. Mizuki-jin swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously forming a hand seal to erect an ice wall that blocked the lightning bolt. At that moment, a Jounin from the Blue Clan seized the opportunity to infiltrate the fray, his sword gleaming coldly as he aimed a vicious strike at Mizuki-jin from behind. The swift weasel, reacting swiftly, spun around to intercept the blow. A fierce battle ensued between the swift weasel and the attacker, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Suddenly, several ninjas from the Blood Pool clan leapt from their ship, not joining the fray, but instead quickly maneuvering towards the rear of the Blue Clan. Fuika, sensing the disturbance behind him, changed his expression, intending to split his forces to intercept, but Mizuki-jin seized the opportunity, shattering the ice wall and launching ice spikes towards him. Fuika attempted to evade using a substitution technique, but an immense explosion erupted suddenly at his side. Boom! A lower ninja from his clan had detonated beside him, transforming into a human bomb. Fuika cursed, "Blood Dragon Eye. Now's your chance, Little Dragon One." Mizuki-jin called out. Understood. Longy nodded, immediately commanding its Sangyan Wolf to unleash flames. A massive fire pillar engulfed Fuika, while the two elders seized the moment to amplify the fire release with wind techniques. With a whoosh, Fuika vanished. Without their leader, the Blue Clan descended into chaos, quickly succumbing to the combined onslaught of the Snow Clan and Blood Pool clan. The sea regained its tranquility as Mizuki-jin observed the remnants of the enemy fleeing in disarray, coldly snorting and ordering no survivors to be left. He then turned to welcome the arrival of the Blood Pool clan. Chapter 22, Level 4 Terminal. Entering the team dungeon, the battle concluded without incident. The Blue Clan's ships reduced to ashes, various remnants sinking beneath the waves. Mizuki-jin welcomed the leaders of the Yucheng clan. Welcome, clan leader Yucheng. He also enlisted the help of his clansmen to assist the Blood Pool clan in transporting their luggage. The members of the Blood Pool clan, bundled in thick clothing, gazed in confusion at the vast, snowy expanse. Engaging in battle upon their arrival, they questioned whether emerging from Hell Valley had indeed been the correct decision. Unsure of the rightness of their choice, they knew they could only forge ahead. Sleds and a host of transportable Palus were prepared to assist the Blood Pool clan in moving their supplies to the stronghold. Throughout the journey, the two elders briefed clan leader Yucheng on the current status of the stronghold. In summary, food and clothing were plentiful, yet there was a lack of manpower for construction. Clan leader Yucheng found himself at a loss, only able to provide funds for the elders to hire local laborers from the land of snow. The supplies brought by the Blood Pool clan were limited, but their wealth was substantial. Upon reaching the stronghold, Mizuki-jin guided the newly arrived Blood Pool clan to the designated area. The house has been completed, and the Yuyao clan can move in directly. Meanwhile, they have also had the Paris create a substantial amount of winter clothing, which will also be distributed to the Blood Pool clan. Mizuki-jin has already explained the existence of the Paris during the journey, clarifying that they are merely the name of a race, akin to the serpents of the Dragon Cave or the toads of the wonderful Wood Mountain. Additionally, he informed them that the Paris could assist in construction and garment production. Indeed, the winter clothing was crafted by the Paris. Yuyao Chengxing gazed at a mischievous cat darting past and remarked, "What a marvelous existence." Seated in a wheelchair, he was pushed by Yuyao Longi, who explained, "If father likes it, Longnai and I also have a mischievous cat that can take care of you." "Oh, even the Mizuki clan leader is willing to let you sign a contract with such a wondrous being?" Normally, the Shinobi clan would control the spirit beast races and sign contracts with others. Of course, Brother Jean treats us well and is fair-minded. His peers do not harbor narrow-minded views. Longi refrained from disclosing the existence of the Paru terminal. Yuyao Chengxing nodded, gratefully observing Mizuki-jin, who was scolding the mischievous cat ahead. The mischievous cat was indeed quite naughty, enjoying pranks such as hiding reindeer droppings in the snow for unsuspecting victims to step on. Although aware that the mischievous cat had a short memory, certain things still needed to be addressed. The remaining time was left for the Bloodpool clan to manage on their own, while they were also notified to attend the welcome party that evening. Upon entering their respective homes, members of the Bloodpool clan discovered that many furnishings were already provided, which improved their impression of the Yuki clan. At night, a bonfire was lit in the stronghold's open area. The two clans gathered, enjoying barbecued delicacies and drinks to their heart's content. Such a scene was truly unimaginable. Yuyao Chengsheng approached Mizuki-jin with a cup of sake in hand and remarked, "I cannot fathom what this world will become after I have passed." Mizuki-jin, grilling meat skewers, naturally responded, "There is no animosity between our clans, making it easy to coexist. As time progresses, we will gradually let go of the barriers between our surnames." Chengsheng swallowed a sip of sake and sighed, "Indeed. I wonder how this world will transform after I am gone." Mizuki-jin chuckled, "Perhaps the various shinobi clans will unite to establish shinobi villages, leading to conflicts among them until one village triumphs and unifies the nations." Chengsheng subtly glanced at Mizuki-jin and joked, "Your ambition is quite grand. I wonder how many generations of effort it will require." "Endless generations," Mizuki-jin replied, downing a whole bottle of ice-cold beer. Refreshing. A few days later, everything in the stronghold fell into place. With the stronghold task completed, Mizuki-jin upgraded the Paru terminal to level 4. This expansion increased the radius of the stronghold by 200 meters, unlocking level 4 technologies, and the number of Paris in the stronghold increased to 25, while the guild member limit rose by 10. This technological advancement unlocked hot springs and premium hot springs. The hot springs were self-heating bathtubs, while the premium hot springs were more advanced, resembling natural hot springs with additional decorations. In addition to hot springs, there were also Paru expedition centers, energy shields for armor, metal boxes, cooking pots, heaters, coolers, cement, breeding pastures, and portable feed bags. The task for upgrading to level 5 involves unlocking advanced dungeons. Currently, the best rating for intermediate dungeons is only an A. To unlock advanced dungeons, further effort is required. Taking advantage of some free time, Mizuki-jin turned his attention to the team's low-level dungeon, which he had yet to enter. He decided to invite a few individuals to attempt a strategy together. A team can consist of a maximum of 5 members, so he called for the Yuyao siblings, as well as Kana and Shigure. Soon, the 5 entered the dungeon, which was set on an island. Unlike solo dungeons, team dungeons required unlocking 3 treasure chests, after which a boss would randomly spawn on the map. Defeating the boss would complete the dungeon. Brother Jean, the boss we encountered last time, was a moss-covered elephant, absolutely terrifying. Its steps felt like an earthquake, and it could unleash a green tornado. Yuanjiro and Masuki were blown away, Kana lamented, evoking a sense of seeking revenge from the adults when unable to defeat it. Given that Kana and her companions were merely lower-level ninjas, encountering a boss on an island populated by Paris was already quite a feat. The difficulty of the team dungeon adjusts based on the number of participants. With 5 entering, it is set to the highest difficulty. 5 treasure chests must be opened to summon the boss. A gentle breeze carried a hint of salt from the sea. The island was not only home to forests and Paris, but also numerous resources, including wild berry bushes for harvesting wild berries and Paru crystal mines for extraction. These exposed blue crystal mines equate to 1 unit of energy, which can be used to create items like Paru balls. Don't forget to gather resources. They can be taken out of the dungeon. Mizuki-jin discovered that buildings could also be constructed within this dungeon, perhaps allowing for a more convenient completion of the dungeon. The team members dispersed across the island in search of treasure chests. The astute Longnai took to the skies on a gale falcon to scout from above. Soon, her actions caught the attention of enemies, and a smaller gale falcon launched an attack against her. Others gradually encountered aggressive Paris as well, and their numbers were not insignificant. The Paris were around level 16, which posed a challenge for lower-level ninjas. Mizuki-jin, the fastest among them, reached the highest point of the island, where he discovered a church with only a few walls remaining. Entering, he was startled to see, holy cow, a large, mud-colored face with a cloak and an oval-shaped, stout body appeared, its mouth stretching into a wide crescent. "Kid, wanna buy something?" Chapter 23, The Forest Mammoth. A black merchant. Mizuki-jin gazed in astonishment at the black-faced merchant, whose eerie smile resembled a mask. He inquired, "What do you sell? Let me show you my fine wares." The black merchant opened his cloak, revealing an array of various items hanging on either side. This scene was reminiscent of a creepy uncle showcasing his wares to a little girl. Wait, do these require woof coins? Judging by your attire, you must be a ninja from Sakura Island. You should have plenty of woof coins, right? These are all new arrivals. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. The black merchant wore a sly expression, and his tone was peculiar. The items for sale included hats resembling paru, headgear, thermal clothing, attribute rings, and even potions that permanently increase attributes. While the items were indeed appealing and reasonably priced, he had no woof coins to spend. In the game, woof coins were obtained by defeating a paru named Wonkai or picking up trash by the beach. Noticing Mizuki Jin's lack of interest in purchasing, the black merchant continued, "If you have nothing to buy, I can also purchase items from you." Mizuki Jin glanced at his system backpack and realized he had nothing to sell. The items from the dungeon were stored in the stronghold's box. He could only respond, "Maybe next time, I'll bring enough items with me." "All right, see you next time, little ninja." The black merchant retied his cloak. This black merchant felt more like a living being than an NPC in the game, albeit with a somewhat mechanical appearance. "Every afternoon at 1 o'clock. I arrive here punctually and depart at 5. The merchant, having disclosed his hours of operation, subsequently left this place. The sky over the island has indeed reached twilight, signaling the end of the workday. Within the ruins of a dilapidated church, a chest radiating a golden glow catches the eye in the corner. Upon opening the chest, several items spring forth: a blueprint, 3 loaves of bread, and a few metal ingots. Approaching the cliff's edge, Mizuki leaped down. In midair, he summoned a palu bird, seizing its talons as they soared towards the coastline. Meanwhile, others began to open their chests in succession. The siblings from Uyaching, utilizing their blood dragon eyes, were the first to unlock their treasure. Typically, palu, which are not particularly resistant to illusions, would succumb to hypnosis. Even the more formidable ones could easily be circumvented with the siblings' expertise. By the seaside, Shiyu opened his chest with his prowess, simultaneously taming a palu he had never encountered before. "Coo!" A bird's call echoed from above, and Shiyu looked up to see Mizuki descending. "You've got a keen eye. You've managed to tame Lumiere," Mizuki remarked approvingly. Lumiere resembled a ray, capable of gliding through the air with the wind's assistance. In truth, water-type palu are exceptionally suited for ice ninjutsu, as ice techniques rely on moisture in the air combined with wind to swiftly remove heat and create ice. In arid and high-temperature regions, the efficacy of ice ninjutsu diminishes significantly, and at such times, water-type palu prove invaluable, cooling the environment and increasing humidity. Mizuki had distinctly felt the weakening of ice techniques due to temperature during his previous battle with Uyaching Zijing. Shiyu, slightly embarrassed, remarked, "I just found this little fellow quite appealing." This was indeed Shiyu's first time taming a palu, and he adhered to the principle of quality over quantity. Having made the choice to tame it, he resolved to treat it well. Mizuki patted Shiyu's shoulder and added, "Go assist Kanai. That girl might be facing some trouble. Let's regroup at the boss spawn point after opening our chests." Understood. Shiyu swiftly employed his body flicker technique to seek out Kanai. Kanai had yet to awaken her ice techniques, possessing only some wind and water ninjutsu. Although she could still hold her ground with physical techniques, it would take her considerable time to defeat several palu of comparable strength. The crimson sun aligned with the horizon when a mighty trumpet of an elephant resonated from the island's forest. "It's here." The forest mammoth. Following the sound, they traversed the woods, arriving at a clearing where an enormous mammoth, draped in green leaves, was uprooting wild berry bushes with its trunk and devouring them. Mizuki was the first to arrive, followed closely by the siblings from Uyaching, and finally, Shiyu and Kanai caught up. Kanai bore some charred marks on her body, indicating an encounter with a fire-type palu. The forest mammoth was level 32, possessing both grass and earth attributes, with tough skin and a massive frame, towering over Mizuki. No wonder it was the boss of the beginner dungeon. The siblings from Uyaching were well prepared, each unleashing a fire-type palu to initiate the attack. Mizuki darted beneath the forest mammoth, crouching to slam his hands onto the ground, summoning a colossal ice pillar that lifted the mammoth entirely, its height surpassing that of the surrounding trees. The target was set. Shiyu employed his ice ninjutsu, causing shards of ice to rain down upon the forest mammoth with the ferocity of a tempest. The Uyaching siblings simultaneously unleashed their massive fireballs, engulfing the mammoth in flames. Kanai attempted a wind attack, but her meager damage went unnoticed, serving only to bolster the flames. The forest mammoth broke free from the fire, leaping off the ice pillar and landing heavily, causing the earth to tremble violently. Soon after, two tornadoes formed around it, sweeping towards Mizuki. Ice technique. Ice rock hall. An ice wall rose before Mizuki, blocking the green whirlwind, providing an opportunity for the others to unleash their attacks. Though the forest mammoth's health diminished swiftly, it had only lost a fifth of its total thus far. Shielded behind the ice wall, Mizuki began forming seals. The wall shattered, transforming into countless ice mirrors encircling the area. Rapid Spin Weasel. Dragon Breath. Mizuki unleashed the Rapid Spin Weasel, which, upon emerging from the Palu ball, unleashed a torrent of purple energy. The forest mammoth staggered back, but soon regained its footing, raising its front legs and slamming them down. Boom! The ground shook violently, creating a fissure that sent the Rapid Spin Weasel flying. In that instant, the surrounding ice mirrors shattered, scattering like stars. A multitude of sharp ice spikes surged towards the forest mammoth. Roar! The forest mammoth let out one final, resounding trumpet before collapsing heavily onto the ground. As the dust settled, Mizuki and Shiyu maintained their sealing gestures. Shattering 200 to 300 ice mirrors was no small feat, achievable only with Shiyu's assistance. The explosion of ice crystals had swiftly vanquished the forest mammoth. Chapter 24. The Advancement of Ice Techniques. The defeat of the forest mammoth yielded numerous materials, unlike solo dungeons. Defeating Palu in group dungeons directly grants items. Among the spoils from the forest mammoth were a thick slab of fat and 10 components resembling automobile spark plugs. These spark plug-like components, known as ancient civilization parts, can be utilized for crafting items or constructing specific buildings, rendering them quite valuable. As the rewards for clearing the dungeon were calculated, the system's announcement echoed. The team dungeon received an S rank for the first time. Dungeon rewards increased. Proof of the forest mammoth's defeat, enhancing all attributes related to carrying Palu, grass attribute boosted. A construction blueprint for a large logging area X1, 5 leaf mouse sculptures, 5 quality Palu balls, and 2 large Palu souls. A plethora of valuable items and materials, far surpassing the rewards of a solitary beginner dungeon. Furthermore, the rank of Palu souls is determined by the size and energy strength of the defeated boss, making the large Palu soul from the forest mammoth appropriate. Upon leaving the dungeon, the group returned to the location of the Palu terminal. Each team member received different rewards, and the expressions on their faces indicated that the rewards were quite bountiful. Everyone, return home. I will work on fortifying our base, Mizuki instructed, dispersing the group. They hastily departed, particularly Kage, who was eager to wash off the grime. Upon arriving home, Mizuki retrieved the remaining leaf mouse sculptures from a wooden box, bringing his total to 20 with the current rewards. On the character interface, the Bloodline Talent section indicated an upgrade was available. Storing the leaf mouse sculptures in the system's backpack, he clicked to upgrade, causing the sculptures to vanish as a chill swept through him, prompting an involuntary shiver. He exhaled a breath of cold air, seemingly lowering the temperature in the room. Minutes later, the peculiar sensation dissipated. Mizuki, feeling a spark of inspiration, formed hand seals with one hand while the other gestured, causing water vapor to visibly coalesce, forming an ice sword in the blink of an eye. He swung it a couple of times, then tested it against a kunai, and the ice sword undoubtedly shattered. Too brittle, it requires refinement, he mused. Realizing that developing new ninjutsu was not a matter of mere whim, he shattered the remaining ice sword, dispersing it into fine crystals. The advancement of his ice techniques also brought about an enhancement in attributes. In the pursuit of testing the enhanced strength of ice release, a more intricate examination is warranted, ideally within a dungeon. After a restful night, Mizuki entered the dungeon the following morning post-breakfast. The intermediate dungeon was set in a volcanic cavern where the ambient temperature soared. Fortuitously, this testing environment was rather favorable. Braving the heat, he ventured into the cave. The rocky walls oozed with crimson lava, resembling the capillary veins of a mountain. In the first expansive cavern, Mizuki encountered the red shark, a fire attribute subspecies of the shark. Apart from its coloration, it bore an uncanny resemblance to its counterpart. Nearby, a fire chelan feasted on magma, both creatures embodying the fire attribute. Mizuki swiftly initiated his assault, forming seals with one hand to unleash a C-rank ice release technique. Ice release, snow swallow. Unlike previous ice shurikens, this technique manifested as dozens of swirling ice swallows that gracefully spiraled toward the 2 fire attribute creatures. The environmental conditions had negligible impact. The snow swallows exhibited no signs of melting. The two creatures fell to the ground, incapacitated by the onslaught of snow swallows. Mizuki proceeded to form seals again, summoning two snow wolves that howled fiercely. Ice Release, Frost Wolf Bite. Unlike their previous dog-like appearances, the wolves now exhibited pronounced heads, wild curves in their bodies, and scythe-like tails, their larger paws creating subtle tremors upon impact. With impressive ferocity, they lunged at the fire creatures, tearing them apart until their health was completely depleted. And Mizuki successfully captured them. The upgraded Ice Release had significantly mitigated environmental effects and bolstered the power of his techniques. Notably, the fusion of water and wind chakra during the technique's execution flowed seamlessly, devoid of any rigidity. In the subsequent caverns, he persistently tested various ice release techniques. The ice mirrors crafted from the magic mirror ice crystal were sturdier and more translucent, while the explosive ice shards resembled arrows rather than mere icicles. The boss of this volcanic dungeon was the Wave Blade Samurai, adorned with a conical hat, faint flames dancing atop his head. The samurai, clad in a fluttering poncho, wielded a katana, poised for an imminent attack with a calm gaze fixated on Mizuki. This anthropomorphic creature bore similarities to the Thorned Fairy. Mizuki contemplated the possibility of capturing the Wave Blade Samurai, recognizing its commendable adaptability and prowess. Mizuki retrieved a katana from his system backpack, a relic from his previous plunder at the Crescent Bay port in the Land of Water. The katana originated from the Land of Iron, renowned for its masterful blacksmiths. Just as Mizuki readied himself, the Wave Blade Samurai transformed into an afterimage and vanished. Alarm bells rang within him, prompting a swift roll to the side, narrowly escaping a fiery assault that erupted behind him. Upon regaining his footing, Mizuki quickly formed seals and slammed the ground, causing ice pillars to surge upward, not to elevate the samurai, but to raise his own stature for a powerful downward strike. The Wave Blade Samurai raised his katana to block, the metallic clash resonating through the air as he knelt on one knee. With a swift kick, Mizuki sent the samurai sprawling. Mizuki formed seals once more, summoning dozens of ice mirrors to encircle the Wave Blade Samurai. The bewildered samurai surveyed his surroundings but quickly regained his composure, swinging his katana to unleash wind blades in an attempt to shatter the ice mirrors. Strangely, the smooth ice mirrors repelled the wind blades. As the samurai dodged his own attack, he aimed his katana directly at the mirrors, shattering one and creating an opening. However, he soon realized that two snow wolves had blocked his escape. With a thunderous crash, the ice mirrors shattered, and the wolves howled fiercely. The level 38 Wave Blade Samurai, barely clinging to life, braced himself against the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity to capture, Mizuki threw a high-grade capture ball. Alas, the ball quivered before shattering, leaving the Wave Blade Samurai lifeless on the ground, his health depleted. Wild creatures could not be captured once their health was exhausted, and the capture ball could only detect creatures with remaining vitality. Mizuki, having prepared a premium capture ball for another attempt, could only sigh in disappointment. The yellow premium capture ball surpassed the green high-grade variant in every aspect. The rating for this intermediate dungeon ultimately reached an S grade, marking the first time such a score had been achieved. The rewards were substantial. S-grade rewards included a sniper module, 2 emerald mouse statues, 2 medium Palu souls, 3 pieces of metal armor, and 5 attribute points. The sniper module enhanced targeting accuracy, thereby increasing the probability of capturing Palu. Upon inspecting the metal armor, Mizuki noted its design, a fur-lined leather inner layer adorned with metal plates, providing commendable defense. The white collar, metallic sheen, and blue decorative stripes rendered it aesthetically pleasing, boasting 4 to 5 times the defensive capabilities of standard cloth armor, thus effectively mitigating damage from typical iron weaponry. Equipping each ninja in the base with such armor would significantly bolster their combat efficacy. Ordinary metal armor could be crafted at a quality workstation, while advanced metal armor required blueprints from dungeon rewards. Presently, the only thing lacking was iron ore, primarily found in the Land of Fire, the Land of Earth, and the Land of Iron. As Mizuki's strength was limited, further advancement of the ice release lineage necessitated 100 emerald mouse statues. Rather than waste time grinding in dungeons, he resolved to focus on establishing a base to expedite the formation of a ninja village. Mizuki sought out Sho of Yakuju, hoping to inquire about any ninja clans with whom the Bloodpool clan had not yet formed alliances, aiming to recruit them. After a prolonged contemplation, Sho remarked that the Land of Thunder had a distant relative belonging to a minor ninja clan, albeit one firmly aligned with the aristocratic faction, likely resistant to collaboration. With no alternatives, Mizuki took his leave from Sho. Shortly after departing, Yuta, who had been absent for some time, returned with a whirlwind of news. He eagerly relayed a series of recent intelligence, from which Mizuki gleaned several valuable insights, including the near extinction of the Yui clan in the Land of Fire, leaving only a handful of elderly individuals and children unscathed by the Senju clan's massacre. The Uchiha clan had not offered assistance during the Yui clan's plight, prompting Mizuki to consider potential overtures toward them. As Mizuki pondered the urgency of time, he realized that the era of the ninja village might be drawing near. The information Yuta provided extended beyond the Land of Fire. It encompassed various nations. In the Land of Wind, a conflict erupted with the Lulan Kingdom, which narrowly triumphed over the Wind Country. The Stone Fist clan of the Land of Earth, led by their chieftain, Shurhi, had reclaimed the Oyuki clan. Meanwhile, the Terumi clan in the Land of Water faced decline due to mismanagement. The final tidbit concerned the neutral Land of Iron, where a new iron or vein had been discovered, potentially driving down iron prices. Inspired by this revelation, Mizuki resolved to journey to the Land of Iron. As a neutral territory, the Land of Iron had long been protected from ninja conflicts, primarily due to the exceptional weaponry it produced, leaving little room for alternative choices. Departing from the Land of Snow, the distance to the Land of Iron spans over 500 nautical miles, with the merchant ships of Snow Country sailing swiftly with the favorable winds, equating to approximately 926 kilometers. The Land of Iron boasts a coastline, leading to a flourishing commercial scene and prosperous maritime trade. Upon arrival at the port of Iron Country, Mizuki was immediately captivated by the armored warriors patrolling the area. Their armor, however, lacked the exquisite craftsmanship of metal plating. If the blacksmithing skills of Iron Country were truly as rudimentary as this, there might be an opportunity to outshine them in business. After disembarking, Mizuki ventured into the nearby town, where he sought the location of the merchant recommended by Fukachime. This trading house bore a distinct architectural style, diverging from the predominantly stone structures of the town, as it incorporated a considerable amount of iron in its facade. Entering the trading house, Mizuki approached the merchant's representative and candidly expressed his desire to purchase a substantial quantity of iron ore, revealing his identity as the clan leader of the Mizuki family. Such youthful promise, the merchant remarked, though uncertain whether they could accommodate hundreds of tons of, or at once. They agreed to provide it in batches. With a glance around to ensure their privacy, the merchant whispered, "As you know, iron ore is rarely sold externally in Iron Country. Rest assured about the price. We are honest in our dealings," he continued, smiling. "You have been recommended by the Fuka family, so I am quite confident." The transaction was finalized, with Mizuki signing a contract that encompassed both monetary and barter exchanges. The trading house had a variety of goods available for sale, including approximately 200 bolts of fabric produced from the wool of cotton sheep daily, a significant source of income, especially in these times when clothing prices were notably high. The agreement stipulated that the iron ore would be delivered within a year, with payments made per shipment to prevent losses on either side. Having completed this task, Mizuki ventured into the interior of Iron Country. This land was notably more affluent than others, with its inhabitants enjoying prosperity and the samurai refraining from oppression, thanks to both the samurai spirit and stringent laws. The legal and cultural frameworks of Iron Country had their merits. As Mizuki wandered through an inland town, he sought to gather more information. Passing by a blacksmith shop, he overheard a heated argument within. Curiosity piqued. He entered to find a young blacksmith and an armored warrior embroiled in a dispute. The warrior criticized the quality of the weapons forged by the blacksmith, while the latter staunchly defended his craftsmanship. Mizuki examined the weapons, recognizing that although they could not rival those produced at his stronghold, they were nonetheless of commendable quality in Iron Country. He offered to assist the blacksmith in enhancing his skills, to which the blacksmith, albeit skeptically, agreed. Drawing from his experience in crafting weapons at his stronghold and having witnessed a sword forging competition in his previous life, Mizuki collaborated with the blacksmith to adjust the forging temperature and techniques. Days later, the blacksmith produced a superior batch of weapons, causing quite a stir in the town. This caught the attention of several prominent merchants from Iron Country, who approached Mizuki with hopes of collaboration to jointly develop the iron ore and improve weapon quality. Recognizing this as a promising opportunity to establish a foothold for his stronghold in Iron Country's commercial circle, Mizuki readily accepted the partnership. Chapter 26. Reflecting on the Master's teachings during his time in Iron Country, Mizuki once again witnessed the unique combat style of the samurai. Unlike nations where ninjas dominated as the primary combatants, Iron Country thrived on samurai culture. The samurai here exhibited exceptional swordsmanship, wielding a distinctive and potent combat technique. They adeptly transformed their chakra into various forms, precisely applying it to their razor-sharp swords to unleash sword energy, reminiscent of the celestial sword sages from the world of cultivation. Mizuki's ice sword was crafted using a similar transformation of chakra, though its fragility was a significant drawback. His visit to Iron Country was also an opportunity to learn the samurai's application of chakra. The training methods of the samurai are often shrouded in secrecy, necessitating assistance to gain insight. In the capital of Iron Country, Mizuki waited for several days until the designated signal was marked with a slash. Following the agreed-upon instructions, he made his way to the nearest tavern on that street. Inside, the siblings from Yashiro were already perched at the bar, sipping milk and juice. Mizuki approached them, patting Ryuichi on the shoulder, and remarked, "You two have arrived swiftly." Ryu, upon spotting Mizuki, beamed with a sweet smile, "Big brother. We rushed over as soon as we heard your news. Let us discuss as we walk," Mizuki suggested. The trio departed the tavern, with the siblings trailing behind him back to their inn. "Is there something you need us to do, big brother?" Ryuichi surmised that Mizuki must have a task in mind that required their involvement. Mizuki candidly revealed his intentions. "Indeed, I plan to bring back a high-ranking samurai from Iron Country tonight. I wish to learn about his training methods. Should we use Jinjutsu to hypnotize him?" Ryu inquired, her eagerness palpable. "Yes, as long as we uncover what I wish to know." With time on their hands, the three settled in the room to play cards, basking in the tranquility. In Iron Country, power struggles were rare. The samurai adhered to the guidance of the strong, and the current leader among them was a samurai named Hijikata Shiro. He was renowned for his strength and had a disciple named Mifune, who appeared in the anime Naruto as the general of Iron Country, leading the samurai. The samurai have existed since ancient times, but with the rise of the ninja sect, they began to decline. The current samurai could be classified as modern samurai, while traditional samurai honed their physical prowess and sword techniques through sheer will. The new generation has incorporated chakra into their training, relegating swordsmanship to a secondary role. In fact, the present-day samurai belong to the ninja sect, embodying a group that has inherited the teachings of Sage of Six Paths, learning to restrain their desires and uphold strict self-discipline. Conversely, ninjas have succumbed to their desires post-inheritance, leading them down a path of warfare. This has resulted in their relegation to servitude under the nobility, a fate that can be viewed as a form of poetic justice. Although the samurai possess limited land, their lives are relatively unburdened. As night enveloped the land, the moon shrouded by the dark veil of night, the rustling of the wind hinted at lurking shadows. A youth with long, jet-black hair, despite appearing youthful and lacking the demeanor of a samurai, displayed a well-toned physique indicative of rigorous training. He was none other than Mifune, the current disciple of the Iron Country general. With a swift motion, Mizuki emerged, launching an unexpected attack. The strike was both rapid and ruthless. Mifune's hair stood on end as he sensed danger and attempted to evade. But the well-prepared Mizuki would not allow him a moment to react. Countless green light orbs assaulted him, leaving Mifune unable to defend himself. Soon, he found himself encased in ice, temporarily immobilized. The Yuyashiro siblings leapt down from the trees, landing before the icy prison, their blood dragon eyes activated. As the Jinjutsu was cast, Mifune's gaze grew increasingly unfocused. Once the ice melted, the trio whisked Mifune away to a safe location outside the town. Upon reaching a secure spot, Mizuki posed a question, and Mifune answered truthfully. The siblings, with their remarkable hypnotic abilities, quickly subdued the formidable Mitsubian, who was on the brink of breaking free from the illusion. Having acquired the answers he sought, Mizuki Jin rendered Mitsubian unconscious and returned him to his residence. That night, Mizuki Jin and the Yusuke siblings departed the Iron Country under the cover of darkness, having fulfilled their purpose there. Eager to accompany Mizuki Jin on his journey, the Yusuke siblings proposed they venture to the Fire Country. The conflict among the ninja clans in the Fire Country had escalated to a fever pitch. The Uchiha clan, lacking external support and public favor, faced adversaries far beyond the Senju clan. In this land, one could no longer casually disclose their surname for fear of inciting the wrath of an entire clan. Upon entering the towns of the Fire Country, one could instantly sense the pervasive atmosphere of trepidation. The ongoing battles among the ninja clans had significantly disrupted the lives of ordinary citizens, inevitably breeding resentment under such dire circumstances. Reflecting on this, Mizuki Jin recalled Mr. Ziren's teachings. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. Countless matters demand urgency. As time flows and the world turns, 1,000 years may be too long. One must seize the day. Perhaps this was an opportunity to uproot the foundations of the Fire Country. With newfound determination, Mizuki Jin recognized that while he could not choose how long he would live in this era of ninja warfare, he could choose the nature of his actions and the person he aspired to become. Mizuki Jin instructed the Yusuke siblings to gather supplies and discreetly inquire about the most impoverished areas. In the world of Hokage, one could easily discern the illusions. Yet there was one thing they could not resist. Clad in ethereal white robes, wielding a whisk, adorned with a purple-gold crown, and wearing cloud-patterned shoes, one might mistake him for a Taoist priest on a journey of cultivation. Brother Jin, how should we describe this attire? Long E and Long Nai exchanged glances. Uncertain of Mizuki Jin's motives for such an ensemble, yet it undeniably bestowed an air of otherworldliness, as if untouched by the mundane world. I am the peaceful way. Jin Yunzi. These are my disciples, Qingfeng and Mingyue. Mizuki Jin spoke with measured calmness, his voice resonating with authority. Following his instructions, the siblings donned their disguises based on the sketches Mizuki Jin had provided. Indeed, they opted to alter their appearances rather than resort to transformation techniques, which could easily be seen through. Young Qingfeng, Long E, wore a green robe, though the hem trailing to his feet made him appear somewhat shorter. Mingyue, Long Nai, donned a pale yellow gown, accented with soft blue, her hair styled into buns, while the length cascaded down her back to her waist. Excellent. Mizuki Jin nodded, satisfied with their transformation. Once prepared, Long E shouldered a simple pack and positioned himself at Mizuki Jin's left, while Long Nai followed on the right. The trio set forth toward the border between the Fire Country and the River Country. According to the intelligence gathered by Long E, they had arrived at the most destitute region in the Fire Country. Here, farmers were burdened with exorbitant taxes, and due to adverse weather, this year's harvest had been dismal, leading to famine. The plight was dire, with some resorting to cannibalism and others gnawing on tree bark to stave off hunger. Chapter 27. The Peaceful Way and the Celestial Master. The fields lay barren, devoid of any hint of life. The once fertile land that nurtured hope now yielded no grains. The villagers appeared gaunt, as if a mere gust of wind could topple them. The bodies of the deceased lay discarded like withered branches in corners of the village. The wails of children pierced the suffocating silence, their cries sharp as blades, evoking an unbearable sorrow. Approaching the village, the trio, a lone adult accompanied by 2 children, presented a striking image, the man exuding an ethereal grace, while the children resembled devoted attendants. An elder, presumably the village chief, upon observing their attire, sensed their significance and halted their passage, inquiring, "Who might you be, and what brings you to our village?" "I am the Peaceful Way, Jin Yunzi. These are my disciples." Mizuki Jin introduced himself. "We have come upon learning of your dire circumstances to alleviate your suffering. Though we possess little wealth, we excel in the healing arts." The village chief, his expression grave, replied, "But we have no money to offer. All of it has been spent in the city for food." Mizuki Jin, with utmost seriousness, declared, "Our doctrine at the Peaceful Way is to strive tirelessly for a world free from exploitation, oppression, hunger, sickness, and deceit, where every individual may live freely and happily. Thus, we require no payment." The chief's gaze flickered with disbelief. Could such individuals truly exist? "Allow me to examine you, esteemed sir. You need only reveal your left wrist." Mizuki Jin optimistically extended his hand, unperturbed by the dirt that clung to the elder. Trembling, the chief extended his hand, and Mizuki Jin placed his fingers upon the elder's pulse. Frowning theatrically, he gradually increased pressure before finally exhaling. "Though your health is frail, the pulse reveals strength beneath the surface. You must have been a formidable individual in your youth." The village chief was taken aback. He had indeed been a skilled hunter, his physique robust in the past. How could such details be discerned from decades past? He gestured to Long E. "Qingfeng, fetch the talisman water." disguised as a child. Long-E retrieved a water pouch, a bowl, and a talisman crafted by Mizuki-jin. The yellow talisman bore intricate red ink, claiming to cure all ailments, an inscription only Mizuki-jin could comprehend. Mizuki-jin accepted the bowl and talisman, while Long-E poured cloudy water into the bowl. As Mizuki-jin recited an incantation, the talisman spontaneously ignited. Submerging the burning talisman in the water, the ashes mingled with the liquid. The elder must drink this talisman water, Mizuki-jin instructed. The village chief, undeterred by potential toxins, accepted the talisman water and drank it in one gulp. In about 10 minutes, the elder should begin to regain some strength. The village chief nodded. The water tasted peculiar, yet he felt no ill effects. True to Mizuki-jin's words. 10 minutes later, the chief exclaimed, "I feel revitalized. My strength has returned. I could run to the eastern edge of the village in one breath." Welcoming Mizuki-jin and his companions into the village, the chief treated them with the utmost respect and summoned all the ailing villagers for examination. A line formed as the villagers, young and old, eagerly awaited their turn, and those who had consumed the talisman water visibly regained their health. Soon, the water pouch was emptied, prompting Mizuki-jin to send Long-E to refill it at the river, seizing the opportunity for a brief respite. During this interlude, Mizuki-jin began to slowly expound the doctrines of the newly established sect, the peaceful way. The village chief led the way, and many who had ingested the talisman water showed marked improvement, responding enthusiastically to the teachings. In truth, the water was merely a concoction of rice broth mixed with low-grade medicinal ingredients obtained from their previous adventures. Long-E, while fetching water, merely pretended to refill the pouch, having switched it with another one Mizuki-jin had prepared. Within a day, the entire village, young and old alike, had drunk the talisman water, and their faith in Mizuki-jin deepened. Ultimately, this was merely providing them with sustenance, devoid of any supernatural pretenses. After a few days of camaraderie, bolstered by the grandiose teachings, the villagers swiftly embraced the peaceful way. Those who joined were adorned with green cloth strips tied around their arms. Even in the absence of numerous green banners, the villagers would spontaneously dye white cloth with grass juice. Likewise, Mizuki-jin employed similar tactics in other villages. Within a month, the villages near the river country had all fallen under his banner. However, relying solely on ordinary villagers was insufficient to achieve any significant feats. Mizuki-jin began to traverse the residences of nobles, utilizing the medicinal concoctions acquired from dungeons to establish himself as a renowned physician. Thus, half a year passed, and Mizuki-jin's presence was felt across major towns. The demands of the nobility were simple: a kidney replacement, prolonged vitality, and a treatment process that minimized suffering. These were areas where Mizuki-jin excelled, prescribing dishes such as sea cucumber stewed with black beans, lamb and jujube soup, and black bean yam pancakes. Dietary therapy was nothing short of indulgence. After all, Mizuki-jin need not cook, as every noble household had its own chef. Over time, the Western Fire Country saw the peace path gradually emerge. Though merely a sect focused on healing, its doctrines may have been perplexing, but they mattered little to those in power. Currently, the peace path had assembled 10 regional leaders, each commanding 20,000 followers. Although this total of 200,000 included men, women, and children, it was sufficient to obliterate several smaller nations. Another 6 months passed, and the peace path even caught the attention of the daimyo. A sect that resolved famine during disaster years and produced a plethora of healers was naturally revered by the daimyo as a legitimate faith, distinctly separating itself from deceitful cults. The momentum of the peace path's development was increasingly rapid. Time slipped away until one fateful night, Mizuki-jin stood atop the guard tower in the town, surveying the landscape. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind him, where a figure knelt respectfully, announcing, "Heavenly Master, the cleanup is complete." As the cries of battle below ceased, Mizuki-jin stretched lazily toward the moon, instructing the regional leaders to commence the peace initiative. "Yes," replied the shadow, swiftly retreating, despite not having engaged in activities to enhance his personal strength during this period. Mizuki-jin had cultivated a formidable influence within the Fire Country. Yet, this influence required a catalyst to fully sever ties with the Fire Country. At present, the development of the peace path had stagnated, not due to its limitations, but rather those of the Fire Country. The daimyo had detected impending danger and began to restrict the peace path's operations. even intervening in its internal matters to the extent of forbidding the trade of grain. Each regional leader had gathered a formidable fighting force, including several ninjas. Nevertheless, Mizuki-jin remained skeptical of these militia forces, recognizing them as mere commoners. The doctrines of the peace path had deeply resonated with the populace, fostering an environment devoid of exploitation, oppression, hunger, and theft, where all individuals, regardless of rank, could engage in discourse freely. Alas, time was running short. Mizuki-jin shook his head and leaped from the rooftop. Given sufficient time, the peace path might indeed have the potential to overturn the Fire Country. Chapter 28. The Death of the Daimyo. The Uchiha Assault Rebellion. These insurgents. The daimyo of the Fire Country furiously hurled his fan, which struck the doorframe, leaving a dent as it splintered into fragments. A thunderous explosion erupted outside as the explosive tags detonated, blowing the city gates wide open. Meanwhile, the daimyo's ministers fell silent, trembling in fear and unable to meet the daimyo's gaze. As the cacophony of battle and cries reverberated through the city, they finally sensed the looming threat of death. The daimyo wiped the makeup from his face, striving to present a more masculine appearance. In contrast, his ministers grew increasingly agitated. Where are the ninja clans? They say tens of thousands are outside. What shall we do? Damn it. The Senju clan has failed to provide support. Those ninjas are utterly unreliable. They claim the Peace Path's nefarious leaders have dispatched 10 regional leaders to assault the daimyo's estate from various directions, with the limited manpower of the ninja clans. It seems impossible for them to breach our defenses. Aren't the ninjas capable of obliterating a city with a single technique? They cannot be outmatched by a mere mob of commoners. Yet, without these commoners, who would they become as nobles? Surely, those ninjas desired to ascend themselves. As the ministers grew increasingly frantic, the daimyo interjected coldly, "Enough? I have appointed Uenriai as the next daimyo, and he has already been escorted to safety by the Senju and Sarutobi clans." The assembly fell silent, bewildered. What does this mean? Are we to be sacrificed? The ministers dared not voice their thoughts. The daimyo, with a piercing gaze, chuckled quietly. What? Were your claims of loyalty to me merely empty words? The ministers fell silent, realizing they might have unwittingly become part of a larger scheme. The Fire Country was on the brink of upheaval, and perhaps it was not only the Fire Country. Noble daimyos, do they not possess any dignity? The clamorous battle cries echoed as the daimyo's estate became encircled. The time of reckoning had arrived, and the ministers wore somber expressions. Even so, they harbored no thoughts of fleeing or betrayal. They had families to protect, and they could die. But they would do so with honor. The slogan of the peace path resonated throughout the skies, adding a vivid stroke to the tapestry of this world, proclaiming to all that they had come and achieved what others dared not. Peering through the window at the throngs of dark figures outside, the daimyo recognized the leader, a man he both loved and loathed. He loved him because this man possessed the means to restore his vigor even at 50, reclaiming his dignity among his concubines. He loathed him because he had shattered the daimyo's long-held intelligence, leaving him to ponder the future of his title. Mizuki-jin, disguised as a Taoist priest, stood at the forefront, gazing up at the decaying estate. The daimyo's residence towered 12 stories, an imposing wooden structure. According to the townsfolk, the construction of this estate had required the labor of 100,000 citizens, with only a handful receiving compensation. New regulations were in place. The daimyo must perish. Victory today would herald prosperity for the realm. As Mizuki-jin's rallying cry concluded, cheers erupted from behind him. Charge! Annihilate this place. At his command, the soldiers surged forward toward the daimyo's estate. However, at that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the rear of the main force. A colossal figure clad in deep blue armor wielding a katana surged into the ranks. Wherever the sword swept, blood flowed freely. Susanoo. Mizuki-jin instantly recognized the blue giant. Adorned with flowing black hair and clad in crimson samurai armor, with scarlet eyes and a disdainful smirk, there was no mistaking who it was. Uchiha Madara. Mizuki-jin had anticipated the arrival of Senju Hashirama, but was taken aback by Madara's presence. The rhetoric aimed at Hashirama was now futile. Fortunately, ample preparations had been made. Even Uchiha Madara could not thwart the execution of the plan. Insects. Dance. Even without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara exuded an air of arrogance, particularly before a crowd of commoners, showcasing a spectacle akin to a divine miracle. With a thunderous tremor, Susanoo shook the earth. This so-called absolute defense remained unscathed against the sporadic assaults of ninjutsu from scattered ninjas. The army breached the daimyo's estate, and the defending forces crumbled. Ultimately, when the daimyo was discovered, he had already taken his own life within the confines of his chamber. The ministers, in an act of loyalty to the lord they had served for a lifetime, took their own lives with daggers. Thus, this rebellion, strictly speaking, had succeeded. Yet there were no victors. "We have triumphed. We have won." The cries of the insurgents erupted from the lord's estate. Upon hearing these shouts, Uchiha Madara merely scoffed. He held no interest in mere ants and instead focused his gaze on the celestial master of the peace path. At that moment, Mizuki Jin stepped forward to employ his ninja techniques, forming hand seals with one hand. The ground trembled as if a dragon stirred beneath it, and vines erupted from the earth, entwining around the legs of Susanoo, ascending with fervor. Entanglement Prison, a skill born from the intermediate dungeon, the power of which reached a staggering 120, far surpassing the 50 of the seed machine gun. Was this would release akin to Senju Hashirama? No, this was not would release. Other bloodline limits? Madara furrowed his brow. While his Sharingan could replicate jutsu, this particular technique eluded him. Soon, he heard the sound of the earth cracking beneath him as the entwined vines transformed into a sharp spear, piercing through the soles of Susanoo and heading straight for his head. Intriguing. Madara decisively withdrew Susanoo, closing his Sharingan and activating his three-tomo form, gathering chakra in his feet to run atop the thick vines, descending directly towards Mizuki Jin's face. Mizuki Jin braced himself for the confrontation. As Madara fell from the sky, he aimed to crush Mizuki Jin's shoulder with a powerful kick. Mizuki Jin formed hand seals with one hand, creating a water clone while confronting Madara head-on. Bang! A fist collided with Madara's leg, and he felt a force that matched his own, prompting him to spin and kick with his other leg towards Mizuki Jin's face. Mizuki Jin seized Madara's leg with one hand, filled with confidence, reflecting, these attribute points were not wasted. Madara raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Mizuki Jin, realizing there was someone who could contend with him in strength. The water clone formed seals to utilize the water prison technique, attempting to ensnare Madara. Noticing the water clone's actions, Madara swiftly drew the Uchiha fan from his back and struck, dispersing the clone. Seizing the opportunity, Mizuki Jin unleashed his jutsu, causing the ground to rise sharply, with spikes darting straight towards Madara's face. With a sharp crack, Madara raised his fan to block the spikes, producing a piercing sound. This fierce battle captivated the attention of all on the battlefield, as their celestial master engaged in a fierce contest with the current head of the Uchiha clan, making it a hard-fought standoff. Chapter 29. The show must go on. What manner of people are the Uchiha? They are a proud cadre of executioners. Yet now, their leader finds himself thwarted by a celestial master, locked in a contest of equals. The morale of the Peace Path's forces surged. Madara scoffed, distancing himself from Mizuki Jin, then leaped into the air to quickly form seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A fireball resembling a meteor descended from above, ready to engulf the ground in flames. Mizuki Jin, seeing this, produced a palu ball and threw it forth. A blue penguin, resembling a bedboard and donning a pirate hat, appeared. King Kawami. King Kawami conjured a massive water sphere, and with a vigorous push of its tiny wings, a robust column of water shot skyward. Concurrently, Mizuki Jin unleashed water release, summoning a water dragon that roared, spiraling around the high-pressure water bubble and charging into the inferno. The air filled with hissing and boiling sounds as steam rose, shrouding the area in thick mist. Seizing the moment, Mizuki Jin utilized body flicker technique to teleport in front of a commander, panting as he urged, "Instruct all commanders to act according to plan." Is the Celestial Master not leaving? An anxious middle-aged man inquired. Now is a perfect opportunity to retreat. My mission is nearing its end. It remains to be seen if the will I pass on can be inherited by you all. Mizuki Jin spoke with an air of sage-like finality, causing the middle-aged man to well up with tears. Celestial Master, what shall we do without you? Mizuki Jin feigned profundity, declaring, fate resides in the far north. The commander issued orders, and the army retreated from the Lord's castle like a receding tide. Are you allowing them to escape? Standing atop the Lord's estate, Uchiha Madara paid no heed to the retreating forces. Upon hearing this, he displayed a look of disdain, murmuring, merely ants. My task is to eliminate the thief's head. His gaze shifted to Mizuki Jin, malice evident in his eyes. The illusion of my Sharingan has no effect on you? Madara expressed a rare moment of confusion. Earlier, during their eye contact, he had employed the illusion technique of the Sharingan. But Mizuki-jin had resisted it with his superior mental attributes. As long as my spiritual power exceeds yours, the illusion cannot affect me. You claim to surpass me. Madara responded with incredulous laughter. You are the most amusing person I have encountered aside from Hashirama. No wonder you have rallied such a force to topple the Land of Fire. As a reward, I shall grant you a swift death here. Madara swiftly formed 2 seals, then exhaled a torrent of flames that resembled the sea. Fire release, great fire annihilation. To his astonishment, he completed the release of this B-rank jutsu with merely 2 seals. Mizuki-jin had not anticipated that this foe would be even more outrageous than his single-handed seals. Undeterred by the overwhelming flames, Mizuki-jin rapidly formed hand seals, inhaled deeply, and shouted, "Water release, great waterfall technique." The water behind him surged like a colossal wave. An immense chakra burst forth, momentarily draining Mizuki-jin's strength. As fire and water collided, an endless wave of force erupted, and Madara, riding the water, wielded the Uchiha fan, charging through the steam towards Mizuki-jin. Bang! Mizuki-jin drew a long sword to meet him, the sound of metal clashing resonating in their ears, and they both shifted tactics, retreating simultaneously. Mizuki-jin formed a single-hand seal, and a stream of water spiraled around the blade like a sinuous serpent. Water release, water flow technique. He pointed the sword. The flowing water spun rapidly and was instantly unleashed. Madara swung his fan violently. Uchiha rebound. The powerful water stream was deflected back. And just as it was about to strike Mizuki-jin, King Kiwami, sliding low to the ground, intervened with the blow. What a foolish summoning beast. Observing King Kiwami being sent flying, Madara let out a derisive laugh, continuing, "This is the final blow." Madara rapidly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before unleashing 4 fire dragons, each attacking from different directions. Fire release, dragon flame song technique. Mizuki-jin, with a mere glance, discerned that this fire jutsu was unavoidable and could only withstand it. Who claims this is the final blow? Mizuki-jin suddenly retreated, entering a block of ice as his figure vanished within. Madara paused, feeling a gust of wind approaching from behind. Ice release, snowstorm. Countless icy snow swallows assailed Madara's back, and even with the fan's defense, he could not evade the swerving snow swallows. Crack! Madara activated Susanoo, its deep blue ribcage shielding him from the onslaught of snow swallows. Ice release. You are of the Snow Clan. Uchiha Madara, a man of vast knowledge and experience, undoubtedly recognizes the ice-wielding ninja clans. Meanwhile, the retreating forces of the Peace Path are being jointly targeted by the ninja clans of the Land of Fire. It appears to be a command issued by the newly appointed daimyo, as the army suffers significant casualties and proves no match for the allied ninjas. Our families have been arranged for, and now we live solely for our ideals. Victory today heralds great fortune for the world. The commanders collectively chant the battle cry, and even ordinary citizens charge fearlessly towards the ninjas. What of ninjutsu? What can ninjas do? They are but mere mortals. Among the ranks, some rogue ninjas collaborate with the ordinary folk, with hundreds of commoners needed to match a single jonin, dozens to equal a chunin, while even 10 robust ordinary men cannot withstand a genin. In this era of turmoil, the basic body flicker technique has yet to become widespread. It is only during the era of ninja villages that such techniques could be systematically studied. A barrage of large-scale ninjutsu rains down upon the crowd, and the morale of the army plummets, revealing signs of panic and flight. The commanders, recognizing the futility of their stance, decide to lead the army in retreat. The escape route had been prepared in advance, with support awaiting along the way. This is the reason for Mizuki's pessimism. As long as the ninja clans unite at the behest of the daimyo, the ordinary forces stand no chance. In stark contrast, as Mizuki continues to engage with Uchiha Madara, unexpected guests arrive in quick succession. Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. Is he the mastermind behind this chaos? Senju Tobirama scrutinizes Mizuki. Senju Hashirama, however, seems unconcerned with the transgressions of the man before him, stating instead, "I believe his ideals may align with mine." Senju Tobirama quickly interjects, "Brother, we cannot let the new daimyo hear this. We must swiftly eliminate the root of this incident to report to the daimyo." Uchiha Izuna, aware of Tobirama's implications towards them, retorts, "The Uchiha are not like you, Tobirama, with your sinister thoughts and secretive actions. Uchiha Madara casts a disdainful glance at Tobirama before locking eyes with Hashirama, exclaiming, "Are you still pursuing your impractical dreams? Madara, do you not see the success of the peace path? They merely took a wrong turn, but their methods were sound. We can also create a village where all can coexist." Observing the deep gaze exchange between the two friends, Mizuki realizes it is time for him to exit the stage. Unexpectedly, the heir Tame will turns out to be the head of the Senju clan of the Land of Fire. It seems all is destined. Chapter 30. The final curtain, Your Excellency. If you surrender and come with me to meet the daimyo, perhaps you may save your life. Senju Hashirama gazes at the ethereal man before him, whose hair is streaked with gray, exuding an elegant and amiable demeanor. The mere presence of such a character earns Hashirama's favor. He cannot bear to see him perish. Should he establish a ninja village in the future, this individual would undoubtedly provide immense support. Yet, Mizuki remains indifferent, absorbed in his own thoughts. Alas, fate is not on your side. Fate. Hashirama expresses his surprise at hearing this term for the first time. Senju Tobirama, witnessing his brother's reluctance to act, swiftly draws his katana and charges at Mizuki. Mizuki, observing the different positions of the combatants, catches a glimpse of Uchiha Azuna and suddenly smirks at Tobirama. Since Tobirama insists on joining the fray, Mizuki must compel him to reveal his trump card. I hope Uchiha Azuna sees clearly, Mizuki thinks as he begins to move. Noticing his brother's actions, Hashirama urgently calls out, "Tobirama, do not kill him." Tobirama, undeterred, thrusts the katana towards Mizuki's heart. Mizuki glances at Hashirama, silently questioning, "If you wish for me to live, why not intervene?" As Mizuki leans back, collapsing to the ground, Tobirama is taken aback, reversing his grip on the sword to stab downward. However, as Mizuki falls, his body suddenly encases itself in a layer of ice, disappearing in the blink of an eye, only to reappear far from Tobirama. Utilizing his created ice mirrors for instantaneous movement, Tobirama quickly deduces a countermeasure and employs the body flicker technique, launching himself directly at Mizuki's face. Mizuki, moving with remarkable speed, clashes his long sword against Tobirama's katana, producing a resounding clash. Tobirama shifts his approach, infusing his katana with water chakra, enveloping it in a layer of water, and delivers a powerful downward slash that traces a blue arc in the air. Crack! Tobirama's astonished gaze witnesses the katana shatter into two pieces, while Mizuki's long sword remains unscathed. The sword, measuring 1 meter in length, is 3 fingers wide, entirely silver, with a red wooden grip, V-shaped handguard, and a golden weight ball as its counterbalance. This blade was a reward from a mid-level dungeon, and reaching level 10 would unlock the technology for self-manufacture. The strength of the sword speaks for itself, with the ability to conduct chakra, surpassing the katana forged from chakra metal from the Land of Iron. As the weapon shatters, Tobirama discards it and strikes towards Mizuki with an open palm. Anticipating this, Mizuki deftly wraps his robe around Tobirama's arm, then raises a foot to kick him away. Upon releasing the robe's sleeve, a unique seal is imprinted upon it. This must be the Flying Thunder God seal. Mizuki pretends not to notice and instead performs hand seals, conjuring a water dragon bullet that surges towards Tobirama. Futile. Tobirama counters with a water barrier, which morphs into a colossal dragon head that lunges at Mizuki. Water release, water dragon bite. Tobirama's water technique proves to be as formidable as expected. Mizuki erects an ice wall before him, submerging himself within it. The water dragon crashes against the ice wall, yet the blue barrier remains impervious, far too resilient for such widespread water ninjutsu to breach. Just as the water dragon dissipates, Tobirama appears behind the ice wall using the Flying Thunder God, condensing a hard vortex of water blades in his hand. With a forceful throw, the spiraling water spear, sharp and rapidly rotating, strikes the ice wall, causing it to shatter. Mizuki leaps forth, but Tobirama is already prepared, using Flying Thunder God twice to flash into position. As kunai pierces towards Mizuki's abdomen, this strike, seemingly non-lethal, appears to be Tobirama's intent. Moreover, he has placed several Flying Thunder God seals nearby, awaiting Mizuki's emergence from the ice wall. It seems he is heeding his brother's counsel. Mizuki, wounded and bleeding after extracting the kunai, reveals a smile and exclaims, "First, I utilize instantaneous movement to infiltrate the enemy's blind spot marked with this unknown technique, then strike at their vital point with lightning speed." Tobirama is taken aback by how thoroughly Mizuki has dissected his technique. Mizuki, with an appreciative expression, inquires, "The technique that decides the outcome, what is its name?" I have yet to name it. It is a technique I am currently developing. Then let it be called the Flying Thunder God Slash. Upon hearing this name, an inexplicable glint flashes in Uchiha Izuna's eyes, who has been silently observing the battle. Mizuki discards the bloodied kunai, and his longsword falls from his grasp as he sways precariously. With an outstretched hand reaching for the sky, he exclaims with both exhilaration and pride, "I bestow my sword upon you. Though I may perish, I shall remain the peaceful celestial master." In an instant, a flash of lightning envelopes Mizuki and he vanishes into the ether. Wasn't it your intention to spare his life? Senju Hashirama angrily approaches Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama appears bewildered, insisting, "By my honor, I truly did not strike with lethal intent. My brother, as you can see, the wound is not fatal. For my peanuts. For my peanuts." Humph. That fellow was well aware of his impending demise. Utterly tedious. "Izuna, let us depart." Uchiha Madara leaves with his brother, having completed their mission, deeming it unnecessary to linger any longer. Senju Tobarama picks up the long sword left behind by Mizuki, caressing its blade with a sense of fondness. "Madara, oh, let it be. Let us go and pay our respects to the esteemed lord." The Senju brothers then take their leave. In contrast, Mizuki merely utilized the thundercloud of return to the stronghold. Upon arriving at the location of the Palu terminal, he retrieves a vial of green elixir and drinks it in one gulp, witnessing his abdominal wound heal at an astonishing pace, the pain dissipating alongside it. This plan has proven to be akin to the presence of a foreign titan in this realm. Changing back into his usual attire, Mizuki strides to the door, pushing it open. The sunlight is blinding, and the air is filled with the sounds of vendors and the maintenance of order. Upon closer inspection, the once desolate stronghold is now a bustling commercial street, vibrant with life. The buildings lining the street are numerous, and the shops are plentiful. After all these years, it was not in vain. Mizuki cannot help but reflect. "Brother Jean, you have finally returned." Long Yi, who had been waiting near the terminal, breathes a sigh of relief upon seeing Mizuki's return. Had he delayed any longer, he would have had to muster a rescue team. "I have returned, and for the sake of the performance, a grand finale is essential." Mizuki stretches, finally able to reclaim his identity and cease the charade. "Has everyone gone to assist?" Mizuki inquires, noticing the absence of familiar faces. "Long Nai, have Yuta and the others departed? There are too many people, and our manpower is insufficient." "We have already begun to disperse. Quite a few have been allocated to the Windflower clan," Long Yi responds candidly. In recent years, the Land of Snow has welcomed at least 200,000 citizens from the Land of Fire, with many able-bodied individuals still en route. These individuals represent the future foundation of the Land of Snow. As a result, the Land of Snow has begun constructing new towns to accommodate the influx of population. The development within the stronghold has also progressed remarkably. During Mizuki's absence, the terminal has reached level 8, thanks to the tireless efforts of the guild members. The guild now boasts 50 members, each personally selected by Mizuki. All 50 have achieved the rank of Jonin, their strengths commendable. Chapter 31. Changes in the Land of Snow. The significant increase in population in the Land of Snow has ignited a fervent construction boom in this region, previously characterized by slow infrastructure development. It is anticipated that 24 new towns will be established in the southern part of the Land of Snow. The Palu stronghold, located in the heart of the Land of Snow, faces a harsher environment than the south, making it unsuitable for ordinary long-term habitation. Currently, the stronghold has expanded its reach to a radius of 12 kilometers, covering over 700 acres. Although the area of the stronghold is considerable, it is still imperative to select talent for the cultivation of military strength. This time, they have recruited some minor ninja clans from the Land of Fire, as well as several wandering ninjas. Both the ninja clans and the wandering ninjas are accommodated within the stronghold. As for the others, they must await the return of the main forces to meet with the leaders. The terminal has now reached level 8, unlocking numerous technologies. The stronghold has entered the era of firearms. However, these firearms remain quite rudimentary, consisting of directly loaded gunpowder shotguns, with the necessary sulfur extracted from the Hell Valley previously inhabited by the Ukiyuki clan. Although the quantity is limited, it is sufficient to equip a 100-man unit. During this period, although Mizuki's personal strength has not seen substantial growth, he has unlocked advanced dungeons. Within these dungeons, formidable Palu have emerged, and Mizuki realizes that without entering the shadow rank, achieving high scores is exceedingly challenging. Currently, Mizuki's Palu team consists of 6 formidable members: Shursui, Tenki Bird, Kawamaru, Fire Chilin, Raijin Panda, and Mei Mo, encompassing various attributes, all at least level 40. In terms of construction within the stronghold, the total area of various farms has reached 10 acres, translating to over 600 square meters, with an annual grain yield of approximately 1,000 tons. The farms yield crops irrespective of season, maturing automatically once the time is right, allowing for 2 to 3 harvests per month. Nonetheless, the variety of crops is somewhat limited at present, consisting of only lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes, wild berries, and wheat. Additionally, 50 new logging and quarrying sites have been established at the farthest reaches of the stronghold, ensuring a continuous supply of essential materials for the construction of the Land of Snow. The logging and quarrying operations are no longer conducted by Palu, but are entirely human-operated. The sudden surge in population in the Land of Snow necessitates numerous job openings, and the quarrying and logging sites provide excellent employment opportunities. Wages are not disbursed in cash, but rather in the form of goods to aid in housing construction. The farms operate through a combination of human labor and Palu assistance, where Palu handles sowing and irrigation while humans are responsible for harvesting. Initially, some individuals encountered difficulties working alongside the Palu, but over time, they discovered the Palu's simple nature and gradually lowered their guard. Currently, the total population residing within the stronghold is approximately 5,000, and Mizuki anticipates that accommodating 10,000 would be nearly at capacity. To increase the population further, the terminal must reach at least level 20. Aside from these developments, Mizuki has also plans to construct a second Palu terminal, indicating the possibility of establishing a second stronghold. The levels of the Palu terminals are standardized, and their range is fixed. Mizuki intends to create a heavy industrial base at the second terminal, relocating all necessary material mines for the upcoming industrial age there. The first terminal will primarily focus on living conditions and basic light industry, such as textiles, logging, and mining. Meanwhile, at the port of the Land of Fire, hundreds of large ships are slowly arriving. Observing the approaching vessels, the first channel leader, who has accompanied Mizuki the longest, cannot help but feel anxious, shouting to his subordinates. The ships have arrived, but where is the Celestial Master? A subordinate, adorned with a green headscarf, wears a troubled expression, speculating, channel leader. Those sent to find the Celestial Master have not yet returned. Perhaps they fell victim to the ninja clans along the way. Regardless of the circumstances, we must spare no effort to locate the Celestial Master. The first channel leader forcefully pushes the subordinate forward. The port atmosphere is chaotic, with voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Soon, numerous channel leaders gather, and of the original 10, only 6 remain, with the others having perished in battles against the ninja clans, and 1 remaining at the rear. The channel leaders are also capable of utilizing chakra. Trained in the martial arts of the Land of Iron, their strength may not be formidable, but their obedience is commendable. The third channel leader, worried by the prolonged absence of the Celestial Master and the lack of any news, exclaims, "Has the Celestial Master not yet arrived?" The first channel leader shakes his head. "We have sent someone to search. Are we heading to the Land of Snow?" The seventh channel leader gazes at the ships that have already docked, feeling a deep sense of reluctance towards the Land of Fire, the place that has nurtured him. The first channel commander speculated. The last instruction from the Heavenly Master was that the destiny lies in the extreme north. Now, with the 2 generals, Qingfeng and Mingyue, sending the Fenghua merchant fleet to escort us, it is surely to the Land of Snow. The third channel commander concurred. It must be to the Land of Snow. I recall the Heavenly Master once mentioned that many families have already been relocated there. The fifth channel commander, who had been silent for a long time, succinctly stated, even including the Heavenly Master's own family. Suddenly, the first channel commander's eyes brightened. The Heavenly Master has descendants? The fifth channel commander nodded. It appears so. He then looked towards the ninth channel commander, who merely nodded in response. As the commanders deliberated on visiting the Land of Snow to seek confirmation from Generals Qingfeng and Mingyue, a subordinate rushed in with distressing news. Report. Commanders. A grave situation has arisen. The messenger, with tears streaming down his face, bore a sorrowful expression. The commanders, realizing the severity of the situation, clenched their teeth with reddened eyes. What has happened? The Heavenly Master has perished, defeated by the combined forces of the Senju and Uchiha clans. His final words were, "Though I am dead, I remain the peaceful Heavenly Master." With that, he transformed into thunder and vanished from the realm. Damn the Senju and Uchiha. The first channel commander wept profusely. Though filled with hatred, he could not deny that none of them were a match for those 2 clans. for the revenge of the Heavenly Master. The fifth channel commander, not one for verbosity, expressed boundless hatred in just a few words. The third commander wiped away his tears and solemnly stated, "Fifth, do not forget the Heavenly Master's command. We shall first go to the land of snow, and then return to avenge the Heavenly Master." The fifth channel commander waved his cloak and departed. The others returned to their respective teams, organizing personnel to board the ships. These commanders had all been personally trained by Mizuki, and despite their varying ages, each possessed considerable talent, having ascended from ordinary individuals to the rank of Chunin in merely 2 years. As they set sail from the land of fire, the once chaotic port fell silent. Just after the army departed, news of total annihilation reached them. The second channel commander had perished while buying time for the army. Of the original 10 channel commanders, only 5 remained. The odd-numbered ones, 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9, survived, while the even-numbered commanders were all lost. Chapter 32. The establishment of law and the formation of Snow Hidden Village. Soon, the land of snow welcomed an influx of 80 to 90,000 able-bodied men. The casualties from the sweeping conflict in the land of fire far exceeding expectations. If assessed from a brutally humanless standpoint, the land of fire suffered greatly, with a significant reduction in population, and this turmoil could destabilize its status as a great nation, potentially leading to a rise in public consciousness and uprisings against the ruling class. Conversely, the land of snow prospered immensely, with a considerable increase in its population and overall strength. The only drawback was the inadequacy of its laws, which could lead to social instability. However, this issue was easily resolvable. He had already summoned the leaders of the Yaki clan, Fenghua clan, and 2 prominent elders from within their families to participate in the formulation of regulations. The date was set for 7 days hence. Before long, the commanders gathered at their stronghold, and upon seeing Mizuki's face, the first channel commander was momentarily stunned. The leader of the Mizuki clan bore an uncanny resemblance to their Heavenly Master. The fifth channel commander was similarly taken aback. Murmuring, "The Heavenly Master spoke of destiny in the extreme north. Perhaps he knew all along, which is why he gradually relocated our families to the land of snow." Mizuki, noticing the 5 men, exhibited a peculiar expression. After all, he had taught all 10 channel commanders the methods of chakra cultivation, and now half of them had perished, which was indeed a cause for regret. "Welcome, everyone." Mizuki extended his hand to greet the 5 commanders, then continued, "Everything remains similar to the era of the peaceful path. But with so many more people in the land of snow, we must establish a comprehensive legal framework to maintain stability. I hope you all will participate in the formulation of laws in the coming days." The 5 commanders, initially focused on revenge, abandoned their thoughts upon seeing Mizuki. Perhaps safeguarding the progeny of the Heavenly Master held greater significance. Their demeanor indicated that Mizuki's disguise had been successful. Currently, the ninja clans in the land of snow included the Bloodpool clan, the Snow clan, and the Yuhua clan, totaling 12 individuals, alongside the Anma clan. Other smaller families lacked distinct characteristics. The Yuhua clan had been nearly obliterated, leaving only 12 survivors. There were over 2,000 wandering ninjas, most of whom had not reached the level of Jounin, with only a handful achieving Chunin status. The clans controlled the cultivation of chakra and numerous ninjutsu. And for a wandering ninja to reach the level of Chunin was already a remarkable feat. The Chunin among the wandering ninjas remained in the village, while the remaining lower-ranked ninjas, despite their inferior combat capabilities compared to fully armed adult men, served as seeds among ordinary villagers. The descendants of ninjas were more adept at chakra cultivation, thus ensuring the continuation and expansion of the future, making these lower-ranked wandering ninjas the mainstay. Time swiftly approached the day for the establishment of laws. Mizuki, for this occasion, constructed a stone assembly hall, covering an area of 500 square meters, with a circular design. Inside, seats were arranged around the circular venue in tiers, with the highest capacity being 300 people. The number of invitees exceeded 100, and it was expected to grow. Among them were the Chunin representing the wandering ninjas, approximately 56 in total, alongside the clan leaders of various ninja clans. Notable figures from the land of snow, and the commanders of the peaceful path. The orchestrator of all this, of course, was Mizuki, who took the central position. "Ladies and gentlemen, for the future of the land of snow, our immediate task is to draft corresponding laws to ensure domestic stability. Please raise your hands to speak." and maintain silence throughout the assembly. No whispering is permitted. I, Mizuki, will now establish the first rule. In the land of snow, murder is punishable by death, and debts must be repaid. Who agrees, and who opposes? Naturally, no one dared to oppose Mizuki's first proposal, as it sounded entirely reasonable. However, it seemed necessary to further subdivide this rule. Otherwise, it could easily be exploited by ill-intentioned individuals. The leader of the Yaki clan was the first to raise his hand to speak. I agree, but there should be further subdivisions. Otherwise, this law could be easily manipulated. The Yaki leader provided a model for how to speak. Laws can be divided into major and minor categories. The statement I just made could serve as a major category, with subdivisions such as retaliating against unlawful harm within the country, or killing an intruder without consent to protect one's property. All these can be discussed, and the scribe will be responsible for recording. Mizuki stood confidently at the center of the assembly hall, unperturbed under the watchful eyes of all present, as if he were a leader destined to stand before the public. The Onma clan, skilled in painting, captured this moment in their minds, leading the clan leader to later create a world-renowned painting titled The First Step of the Brave. This stone assembly hall would become a unique structure in the future land of snow, hosting all significant meetings. The formulation of laws in the land of snow progressed methodically. Meanwhile, within the estate of the daimyo in the land of fire, the newly appointed daimyo was furiously smashing items within his clan's premises. These ninja clans have truly gone too far. How dare they defy the heavens? Damn the Senju. After venting his frustrations, the new daimyo slumped to the floor, utterly devoid of the dignity expected of a ruler. On his desk lay a notebook signed by Senju Hashirama, containing detailed writings on ninja villages. The contents were far too meticulous to have been penned by Senju Hashirama himself. If the ninja clans united, wouldn't the daimyo's position be reduced to that of a mere mascot? But do I have any means to counter this? The newly appointed daimyo of the land of fire felt as though he had inherited a colossal mess. After a millennium of chaos, the population base was already low. Originally boasting over 120,000 people, it was now a stroke of luck if they could count 1 million. Ministers had either perished or fled, and he found himself devoid of capable individuals. Even with the bountiful resources of the land of fire, what could be done? Restoring the population would take decades, if not longer. He cursed the accursed peace doctrine. He lamented how foolish individuals had fallen for the deceptive promises of the peace doctrine. It was infuriating that these ninjas could not even subdue ordinary citizens. The daimyo shifted the blame for all failures onto others, as if he had not once employed the peace doctrine to restore his own virility. Had the head of the Shimura clan returned from demanding an explanation from the land of snow? He shouted irritably towards the door. The attendant waiting outside promptly replied that he had reportedly been sent back, as the Shimura clan leader stated that the land of snow cared little for the prestige of the land of fire and insisted on adhering to the peace doctrine. Damn it, this worthless fool. No wonder the Shimura clan is merely a minor household. Go inform Senju Hashirama that if he eradicates the land of snow, I will consent to his ninja village plan. The transformations in the land of fire instilled a sense of crisis in other nations, prompting all but the land of snow to initiate purges of sections. No one wished for similar misfortunes to befall their own lands. A month later, the laws of the land of snow were finally established. To ensure population growth, Mizuki proposed special support for young couples. Newlyweds would receive not only a house, but also a month-long honeymoon. Pregnant women would receive a monthly allowance of 2,000 ryo, free medical checkups, and a one-time subsidy of 100,000 ryo upon giving birth. The peace doctrine was revered as the state religion, and the new celestial master was elected as Mizuki, the only offspring of the celestial master. The peace army naturally disbanded, with the leaders becoming bishops responsible for disseminating the tenets of the peace doctrine. Many of these tenets aligned with the newly established laws, so there were no objections from the bishops. This had been meticulously prepared by Mizuki, and the moment had finally arrived for its implementation. Furthermore, Yukiin village was formally established with the support of all. The leader was named Kage, with Mizuki as the first Kage. Yukiin village became the sole military force of the land of snow, located at the stronghold of the Paru terminal. The essential departments of education, healthcare, and administration had already been constructed. To prevent the loss of talent among ninjas, Mizuki arranged schools in various towns, recommending students with notable ninja aptitude to attend Yukiin village for specialized training. Currently, the guild members had captured over 500 Paru. and instead of allowing them to languish in the confines of the terminal, it was deemed better to release them into a designated area for their survival, which would also serve as a testing ground for students in the future. Chapter 33. The visit of the Senju clan. The land of snow resembled a colossal machine operating with precision, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. All affairs seemed to be gently nudged back onto the right path by an invisible yet powerful hand, steadily progressing along its course. Just as Mizuki had anticipated. It wasn't long before the land of fire, like a beast sheathing its claws and donning a facade of gentility, dispatched an official envoy led by Senju Hashirama. The status of this delegation starkly contrasted with the earlier arrival of the Shimura clan, which had resembled a pack of ferocious wolves, brimming with the arrogance of a larger nation confronting a smaller one. The leader of the Shimura clan had foolishly provoked a lion, only to be ruthlessly rebuffed by Mizuki. The current land of fire, though appearing formidable, was merely a paper tiger, strong on the outside but weak within, relying on the might of the ninja clans. It acted like a jester cloaked in the authority of a tiger, while the great ninja clans now regarded the new daimyo with cold indifference, as if his affairs were of no concern to them. As Senju presented the national letter, it seemed akin to a hot potato, yet Mizuki remained unperturbed, accepting it without a glance, as if it were mere scrap paper. He casually accepted the gifts brought by the envoy, as naturally as autumn winds sweep away fallen leaves. In return, he offered local delicacies and garments from the land of snow. Though not treasures of immense worth, they were the unique produce of this pristine land. Upon seeing Mizuki, both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama exchanged glances, for this individual, who appeared to be of similar age, bore an uncanny resemblance to the celestial master they had recently battled. The bishops noted the palpable hostility emanating from the Senju brothers, for Tobarama was the very one who had slain their celestial master. Enough, Mizuki interjected, raising his hand to halt them, and then turned to face the Senju brothers, stating, "The delivery of the national letter signifies a willingness for amicable dialogue." Senju Hashirama extended his hand with the utmost sincerity, saying, "Indeed, I hope for a friendly exchange." Mizuki shook his hand, a gesture signifying acceptance of the goodwill. Inadvertently, Mizuki noticed the long sword strapped to Tobarama's back, which was indeed his. This sword, though not particularly precious, was mass-producible. The reasons for it being in Tobarama's possession would require further contemplation. However, much to his surprise, Tobarama unsheathed the sword and offered it with both hands, stating, "I intend to return this sword to its rightful owner." Mizuki shook his head, responding, "Since you have gifted the sword, there is no reason to reclaim it. Let it serve as a token of our sincerity." Tobarama hesitated, eventually accepting the sword, appreciating its design and its strong conductivity of chakra. Mizuki smiled, saying, "Welcome to Yukiin village." Hashirama's eyes lit up with joy, exclaiming, "Yukiin, you mean you've established a hidden village?" Mizuki, with great magnanimity, replied, "You are welcome to visit. We also invite like-minded friends to join us in ending this chaotic era and forging a peaceful age." "Absolutely. I would love to see what a ninja village looks like. Had it not been for the daimyo insisting I come. We should be constructing our own ninja village by now," Hashirama responded with a hint of regret. Mizuki nonchalantly remarked, "Surely the daimyo of the land of fire desires you to confront him or perhaps even ignite a war." "Haha, you've hit the nail on the head. No wonder we resonate with each other." Hashirama replied with a carefree laugh. Tobarama sighed, trailing behind, finding little to say about his brother. Everything that needed to be said had been articulated. Perhaps this disposition was more advantageous now, allowing both parties to set aside their barriers. As they toured Yukiin village, Hashirama marveled at its construction, which resembled that of a grand town. "How splendid. Perhaps our ninja village can be built like this in the future, right, Tobarama?" he exclaimed, filled with aspiration. Tobarama sighed, responding, "Brother, perhaps we should consider how to address that matter with Kage." After a moment of contemplation, Hashirama, with a sense of liberation, declared, "No need to discuss it. The situation in the land of fire may soon mirror that of the land of snow. Could it be that you wish to challenge the daimyo directly?" Tobarama stared wide-eyed, unable to believe Hashirama's words. Without further elaboration, it seemed they were poised to confront the daimyo openly. This had been one of the initial strategies Tobarama had proposed, aiming to fulfill his elder brother's aspirations. However, many of Tobarama's suggestions had been met with rejection by Hashirama. As night fell, Mizuki Jin and his companions from the Senju clan indulged in a sumptuous dinner featuring the delicacies of the Land of Snow, including chicken skewers, toasted bread, fried eggs, a whole roasted pig, and a hearty venison stew. After their meal, they enjoyed a relaxing soak in the hot springs. However, that night, an unexpected incident occurred when a mysterious ninja infiltrated their base, only to be discovered by the patrolling Palu. According to the bewildered description given by the observer, it appeared to be a dark, elusive figure. Mizuki Jin, astute as ever, deduced the identity of the intruder, suspecting it had stealthily followed Senju Hashirama. The following morning, the Senju brothers promptly submitted their resignations, sealing their gifts in a scroll before departing with a lightened burden. Their visit was merely a brief interlude in the otherwise tranquil life of Mizuki Jin, who, despite being the nominal leader, delegated all village affairs to Mizuki Hanako. Hanako, serving as the secretary, managed the administrative tasks with remarkable efficiency. Yuta, the head of intelligence, was responsible for gathering information from various ninja villages, employing many wandering ninjas as spies. The medical department was primarily overseen by the Yui clan, known for their expertise in healing and yang-release ninjutsu, while the Arama clan managed the educational sector, and the Yuyaju clan took charge of law enforcement. Other prominent figures were assigned to various departments, ensuring smooth operations. With everything progressing in an orderly manner, Mizuki Jin embarked on his quest to conquer dungeons, primarily to enhance his own strength and accumulate attribute points. Chapter 34. The era of ninja villages. Time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and several months quietly passed. During this period, the Senju and Uchiha clans were preparing for a monumental event that would reshape the entire ninja world. On a bright sunny day, Senju Hashirama finally proclaimed the establishment of Konohagakure, the Hidden Leaf Village, to the entire ninja world. Simultaneously, the one country, one village system was officially implemented. This new policy sent ripples through the tranquil surface of the ninja world, akin to a stone cast into a still lake, creating waves of excitement. Upon learning of the Land of Fire's establishment of the Hidden Leaf Village and the implementation of this new system, other nations reacted like sharks sensing blood. Recognizing the immense potential and opportunities it presented, they began to scrutinize this initiative from the Land of Fire, discovering that it could significantly consolidate domestic ninja forces and elevate their status. Consequently, driven by self-interest and a yearning for power, ambitious individuals urged various ninja clans to set aside their grievances and swiftly follow the example set by the Land of Fire. Groups that had long struggled under the oppression of feudal lords and aristocrats finally welcomed the dawn of a new era. As time passed, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Sand Village, and the Hidden Stone Village emerged in rapid succession, each boasting its own unique style and characteristics. However, amidst this bustling scene, the Land of Snow remained notably quiet and unassuming. Thus began the era of ninja villages, marking the dawn of a new chapter in the ninja world, which could be referred to as the first year of this new age. In the Hidden Snow Village, within the Shadow Building, a 3-story edifice serving as the operational hub for various village departments, efforts bore fruit as the Palu terminal finally reached level 10. With advancements in technology, the village entered the electrical age, particularly evident in the Fuka clan, which had initiated railway construction and developed a steam engine. The railway was currently in the laying phase, aiming to connect all towns within the Land of Snow. Inside the Snow Shadow office, Ryunai reported on the progress. Jin, we've captured 30 Palus with lightning attributes in the latest dungeon run, but only 10 of them have reached level 2 in electrical adaptability. How many generators and batteries has your brother made? Mizuki Jin inquired, studying the report. Among the captured Palus, only one Pikaru exhibited level 3 electrical adaptability, while the rest were lightning horned horses and thunder hounds, both at level 2. Each generator required 2 lightning attribute Palus for operation, and given the current demand for electricity, the village would need around 30 generators, along with at least 100 batteries. While materials were abundant, the number of Palus suitable for generating power was significantly lacking. Level 1 electrical adaptability was simply insufficient, and the efficiency was too slow. Although Mizuki Jin had considered human-powered generation, the Land of Snow lacked lightning release ninjas. Previous attempts to recruit from the Hitaki clan of the Land of Fire, loyal to the Senju clan, had proven futile. It may take a few more days. The numbers are overwhelming, Ryunai admitted, having rarely encountered Ryuichi during his hunts for lightning attribute Palus. All right, keep up the good work. I must continue challenging higher-level dungeons. Report other matters to Hanako, Mizuki-jin concluded, vanishing in a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. The technique posed little difficulty, as Mizuki-jin, with remnants of his past life's memories, could easily navigate its intricacies. Ryunai pouted, stamping her foot in reluctance before departing. Meanwhile, Mizuki-jin ventured to a secluded canyon, 50 kilometers from the hidden snow village, to establish a new Palu terminal. This location was chosen for its relative concealment, allowing for the development of an electrified production line, gradually evolving into a significant hub, one that needed to remain under wraps for the time being. As one ventured further north in the land of snow, temperatures plummeted, leading to fewer visitors. After selecting an ideal spot, Mizuki-jin swiftly completed the construction of the Palu terminal. He deployed the prepared Palus at this new outpost, predominantly those with manual adaptability. Meows, meows. The mischievous cat, once pampered in the village, was brought along by Mizuki-jin, who found its bewildered expression amusing in the new environment. This new outpost is now under your charge, mischievous cat. You're the highest level here, so you must protect it. Mizuki-jin affectionately ruffled the cat's head. Upon hearing it would be the leader, the mischievous cat perked up with excitement, adopting an air of superiority as it dashed around in the snow, its footsteps echoing with a delightful patter. Currently, the mischievous cat was at level 54. Based on extensive testing, Palus ranging from level 1 to 20 were considered genin, levels 21 to 39 equated to chunin, and those above level 40 required jonin to contend with. Naturally, some inherently powerful Palus were exceptions, akin to legendary figures in cultivation novels who could challenge foes of higher realms. Such Palus had already appeared in higher-level dungeons. A large container was constructed to house all the materials, and Mizuki-jin initiated the infrastructure process, utilizing metal for the foundations and walls. It took him an entire week to complete the overall framework for this grand factory. Various production lines were installed within the factory, and soon the Palus at the outpost began their labor. Essential facilities, such as Palus beds and designated rest areas, were constructed, along with the indispensable hot springs. Eventually, humans would also be stationed here, ensuring the workforce was not solely reliant on Palus. After establishing logging sites, quarries, metal mines, and coal mines, Mizuki-jin made some personnel changes among the Palus at the outpost. He distributed thousands of wild berries into several feeding troughs, sufficient to sustain the Palus for a considerable duration. Once all arrangements were in place at the new outpost, Mizuki-jin used the Palu terminal to teleport back to the hidden snow village, eliminating the need for road construction between terminals. Upon returning to the Snow Shadow office, Mizuki-jin immediately noticed the intelligence report laid out upon the desk. Most of the information was rather mundane, consisting mainly of personnel changes in foreign countries. However, one particular piece caught Mizuki-jin's attention. Uchiha Azuna had recently undertaken a mission that nearly resulted in his demise. Thanks to the intelligence Mizuki-jin had previously gathered regarding the battle between Senju Tobarama and himself, Uchiha Azuna had been able to anticipate Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique, thus escaping death. The survival of Uchiha Azuna, in turn, tempered Uchiha Madara's previous aggressiveness, leading to a relationship with Senju Hashirama that resembled that of close friends, which only changed after Hashirama married. Perhaps this was what prompted Kurozetsu to once again scheme against Azuna. Mizuki-jin was surprised that Azuna had managed to evade the ambush. In the Stone Village, known for its initial claim of 5,000 ninjas, Mizuki-jin muttered while examining the report. Considering the wandering ninjas, it seems we still have a long way to go. He placed the report at the corner of the desk and retrieved another document from the drawer. Unfolding it, he found intelligence concerning several-tailed beasts. From the land of water, it would be advantageous to capture the Seven-Tails Jume before they established their ninja village. However, before that, he needed to gather 10 more leaf mouse statues to enhance his bloodline. Thus, he resolved to prioritize this task. Mizuki-jin directly entered the dungeon. With his current attributes, he was fully capable of attaining an SSS rating in a mid-level dungeon within a minute. Observing the impressive attributes displayed on the panel, Mizuki-jin allocated all his unused attribute points to ninjutsu power, spiritual energy, 100, strength, 120, speed, 145, ninjutsu, 120, chakra, 220, bloodline talent, ice release intermediate, upgradable. Chapter 35, Advanced Dungeon. Within the Advanced Dungeon, Mizuki-jin found himself surrounded by an expansive ocean. He stood on an island comprised of 3 tiers, with scant vegetation. merely barren rocks and the skeletal remains of unknown colossal creatures. The first tier was guarded by sentinels and rare Palus around level 40, who would actively attack anyone who set foot on the island. Mizuki-jin currently found himself besieged. Evading the gunfire from the guards, he unleashed his technique, Yinblow Snow. To retaliate, a cloud sea deer charged towards him, attempting to knock him away with its massive antlers. Mizuki-jin leapt forcefully, twisting in midair, drawing forth a long sword that cleaved down upon the back of the cloud sea deer. Boom! The deer was struck down, crashing into the hard rock beneath it, never to rise again. Suddenly, a thunderous sound resonated in Mizuki-jin's ears, and he swiftly dodged, witnessing a thick lightning bolt descend. Glancing over towards the skeletal remains, he saw a Borujekisu. Just when he was lamenting the lack of electric opponents, one appeared. A smile crept across Mizuki-jin's face, though it appeared rather sinister to Borujekisu, sending a chill down its spine. Borujekisu was a rare Palu with dual attributes of lightning and dragon, boasting an impressive adaptability to electricity at level 4, alongside formidable combat prowess. With 2 yellow curved horns atop its head, black leathery limbs, and a white-scaled abdomen. It was adorned with a pair of white wings that lent an air of sanctity. Mizuki-jin formed hand seals, executing 12 seals in succession. As he raised one hand, the ground trembled. Subsequently, a colossal white whale with a single horn burst forth from the earth. Ice release, horned white whale. With a thunderous roar, the massive body of the whale crushed Borujekisu, causing the entire island to shake violently. As the whale transformed into glimmering ice crystals that scattered across the sky, Borujekisu, barely conscious, rose to its feet, only to be met with a pink Master Palu Ball. The pink Master Ball had an exceptionally high capture rate for levels 35 to 45. In no time, Borujekisu was captured, and Mizuki-jin proceeded to the second tier. The second tier featured fewer Palus, yet they were still rare: Horus and the heterogeneous griffin. Horus was a grand bird of fire, imbued with Egyptian flair, while the heterogeneous griffin resembled a griffin from the world of Warcraft, characterized by its dark attributes. Both rare Palus exhibited aggressive tendencies and wasted no time unleashing their skills upon Mizuki-jin. He summoned a Shizuru Weasel, currently at level 54, from his Palu Ball. Given the level suppression and attribute advantages among Palus, Shizuru Weasel could effectively overpower one on its own. Shizuru Weasel quickly targeted the heterogeneous griffin, while Mizuki-jin focused on Horus. Horus, soaring in the air, found it challenging to utilize Earth Release. Being a fire attribute, it was not significantly threatened by Ice Release. Therefore, Mizuki-jin clapped his hands together, slowly parting them to generate a black sphere. In Release, Nightmare Ball. Having consumed the fruit of dark skills, he unleashed the ninjutsu. As his arms extended above his shoulders, a pitch-black sphere, reminiscent of a black hole, coalesced and was hurled towards Horus. Horus flapped its wings, conjuring numerous small fiery tornadoes. And with Horus's command, a multitude of fire tornadoes surged forth, leaving no room for evasion. Horus, engulfed in flames, transformed into a firebird, diving into the myriad of fire tornadoes, which seemed to find their leader, merging with Horus to create a gigantic fire tornado aimed at Mizuki-jin. This was Horus's exclusive skill, Fiery Phoenix Wave. Whoosh! The Nightmare Ball was thrust into the fiery tornado, contorting and tearing apart. As it reached its breaking point, the Nightmare Ball detonated. In the instant of the explosion, the fire tornado dissipated, and Horus soared into the sky, igniting once more, its entire form consumed by flames. Roaring towards Mizuki-jin. Come on! Mizuki-jin's expression hardened as he formed seals with his hands, then unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth, summoning a vast, elliptical water prison that enveloped the surroundings. The heterogeneous griffin and Horus were both ensnared. Retrieving Shizuru Weasel, Mizuki-jin maneuvered freely within the water sphere, gradually weakening the health of the 2 Palus with his weapon before unleashing Ice Release. The water sphere froze at a visible rate until completely solidified, and with a mighty shout from Mizuki-jin, it shattered into countless pieces. Boom! The 2 Palus plummeted through the air, and soon after, 2 Master Balls flew forth to capture them. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mizuki-jin noted that he had exhausted a significant portion of his chakra even in the second tier, and had no idea what sort of boss awaited him in the third tier. He leapt to the third tier, but before he could steady himself, a furious roar echoed as a creature with a barbed tail came hurtling towards him. Mizuki-jin formed a one-handed seal, invoking Ice Release. Ice Rock Hall. A wall of ice rapidly rose, intercepting the barbed tail. Contrary to his expectations, a shattering sound echoed as the barbed tail, like a battering ram, shattered the ice wall, continuing its relentless assault towards Mizuki-jin. He felt his pupils constrict, swiftly vanishing into a fragment of ice and reappearing elsewhere, narrowly evading the onslaught. Crack, crack, crack. Mizuki-jin observed the enormous scorpion before him, momentarily stunned. It was his first encounter with this Palu. The nether armor scorpion. Dark dual attributes. With eerie blue, ghostly flames atop its head and a purple-black coloration, its pincers were larger than those of a coconut crab. Mizuki-jin threw a Palu ball, summoning the king of the Kawans. As the colossal penguin landed, it patted its belly, seemingly mocking the nether armor scorpion. The hell scorpion unleashed its formidable aura, a surge of power at level 55 that nearly sent the king of Chiwang flying. Although the king of Chiwang was a boss at level 47, the vast disparity in their levels instilled a sense of dread within it. What are we afraid of? Let's join forces and take it down, encouraged Mizuki. The king of Chiwang steadied itself, raising its short arms, and a massive diamond ice crystal swiftly formed above its head. Diamond Star. With a decisive motion, the king of Chiwang hurled the ice crystal towards the hell scorpion. The hell scorpion emitted what seemed to be a mocking sound as it lifted a boulder from the ground and hurled it at the diamond ice crystal. A thunderous collision ensued, sending plumes of dust into the air. Mizuki charged through the smoke, directing a sphere of icy blue energy towards the head of the hell scorpion. The ice chakra rapidly spread across the hell scorpion's body, accompanied by the crackling sound of freezing. This jutsu, lacking a name, primarily aimed to freeze the fluids within the opponent's body. However, it had little effect on the hell scorpion, which merely shook off the ice shards. At that moment, the king of Chiwang lunged forward, belly sliding along the ground, and collided headfirst into the side of the hell scorpion. The impact caused the hell scorpion to stagger, and Mizuki was already poised for action, summoning the unicorn white whale, which charged at the hell scorpion's abdomen and sent it flying. The king of Chiwang rose and conjured a massive water sphere to throw at the hell scorpion. Outmatched 2-1, the hell scorpion was swiftly subdued by Mizuki's master ball. Chapter 36. The enhancement of ice release and a surge in power. This advanced dungeon achieved an impressive S rank, marking the first time Mizuki had attained such a high evaluation from an advanced dungeon. Dungeon rewards: Stamina Pendant X3, Attribute Less Skill Fruit, Self-Destruct, Trait Fruit, Diamond Body. Tech Points X10, Attribute Points X5, Emerald Leaf Mouse Statue X1, Palu Metal Ingot. Among the rewards automatically placed into Mizuki's backpack was the Self-Destruct Skill Fruit. This attribute-less skill fruit resembled an apple clad in striped prison garb, unremarkable in appearance, and its taste was as plain as its looks, juicy with a hint of sweetness. Though the skin was crisp while the flesh was soft, devoid of any complex flavors. Upon arriving at the training ground, Mizuki created a shadow clone. The clone formed hand seals in the open space and shouted, "Explode for me. Peanuts for me." Shadow clone jutsu, accompanied by a resounding explosion. A large crater was instantly created. The blast was comparable to that of a rocket launcher. The clone's disappearance caused Mizuki to experience a momentary pain akin to being torn apart, along with the mobilization of pure yang chakra. The shadow clone not only relayed memories and insights back to Mizuki, but also conveyed the sensation of pain from any attacks it endured. The attribute-less skill fruit represented yang release. As the pain gradually subsided, Mizuki wiped the sweat from his brow. Such excruciating pain was clearly unsuitable for a self-destruct truck build. What if he used a water clone? Mizuki pondered. Although a water clone could not stray far from the main body, it lacked the drawbacks of a shadow clone. The water clone formed hand seals, and with a surge of chakra, it transformed into a mist that dispersed. The water clone could not utilize the self-destruct skill, seemingly hindered by a conflict of energies. Mizuki set aside the self-destruct derivative techniques for the moment and instead retrieved the trait fruit. This fruit resembled a hybrid between a pear and a peach, possessing the color of a pear but the shape of a peach. After consuming the fruit, he felt a tightening sensation within, as if his skin had become more taut, though he experienced no other remarkable sensations. Opening his character panel, Mizuki noticed an additional attribute listed: Spirit, 100 Strength, 120 Speed, 145 Ninjutsu, 120 Chakra, 220 Trait, Diamond Body, Defense increased by 30, Bloodline Talent, Ice Release Intermediate, can be enhanced, gripping a shuriken. He drew it sharply across his palm, feeling only the cool metallic sensation without any pain. His defense had indeed increased, but he felt more akin to Palu. Wearing the stamina pendant around his neck, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. The stamina pendant X3 significantly amplified the wearer's stamina. He felt capable of effortlessly spinning in circles while grinding 200 pounds of soybeans on a pair of stacked stone discs. Arriving at the Palu terminal, Mizuki adjusted his Palu team. Boragikis was stationed at the base for power generation, while the heterogeneous Griffin and Horus joined the team. Mizuki planned to send the Hell Scorpion to the new base for mining operations. The current team composition was Swift Weasel, Horus, Heterogeneous Griffin, King of Chiwang, Thunder Panda, and Cloud Sea Deer. The Cloud Sea Deer could be ridden, boasting remarkable speed and impressive jumping ability, easily navigating any terrain. Both Horus and Heterogeneous Griffin could carry passengers, serving as effective modes of transportation. Continuing to grind through advanced dungeons, Mizuki aimed to acquire the Emerald Leaf Mouse statue, needing a total of 100 to further enhance his bloodline. After 3 days spent grinding in dungeons, Mizuki received news that Uchiha Madara and Shinju Hashirama from the Hidden Leaf Village of the Fire Country had agreed to a contest. Whoever captured the most tailed beasts would become the Hokage, the highest leader of the leaf. Time was of the essence. With only 2 Emerald Leaf Mouse statues remaining, Mizuki had to forego rest and re-enter the dungeon. Having already completed the intermediate dungeon with the highest score, Mizuki could no longer secure substantial rewards from it, forcing him to venture into the advanced dungeon once more. However, advanced dungeons were exceedingly time-consuming, so Mizuki decided to take 4 newly joined guild members into the intermediate team dungeon. After successfully clearing the intermediate team dungeon just 3 times, Mizuki had gathered enough Emerald Leaf Mouse statues. With 100 Emerald Leaf Mouse statues in his system backpack, Mizuki chose to enhance his bloodline. Upon clicking to upgrade, the surroundings suddenly grew significantly colder, followed by a rush of cool air invading his body, causing frost to form on his eyebrows and hair. Mizuki instinctively sensed something, and trembling, he stepped outside, sitting cross-legged on the ground and closing his eyes. In a daze, it felt as though the heavens and earth were singing some mysterious melody. As his body gradually warmed, Mizuki raised his hand, conjuring a shard of ice effortlessly. With every movement, it seemed he was born with the ability to control ice. As he abruptly opened his eyes, the frost on his hair and eyebrows evaporated in an instant. Spirit, 120 strength, 140 speed, 145 ninjutsu, 150 chakra, 260 trait, diamond body, defense increased by 30, bloodline talent, ice release advanced, cannot be enhanced. Sage body, can be enhanced. With the enhancement of his bloodline, his attributes rose significantly. Mizuki attempted to utilize ninjutsu to test the strength of his ice release. The ice release could no longer be enhanced. He could now effortlessly conjure the ice sword he had long sought, its hardness rivaling that of mass-produced long swords. Ice release ninjutsu flowed effortlessly from him, with the C-rank ice release technique, Snowflake, capable of being unleashed with a single-hand seal. As if ice was innately under his command, deepening his understanding of nature. The administrative affairs of the ninja village were still entrusted to the secretary, Yuki Hanako. Important intelligence can be conveyed to Mizuki by Yuta through the Paru terminal. Having not left the land of snow for quite some time, Mizuki once again embarks on a journey to foreign lands. Currently, Nanabai resides in the land of waterfalls, which is neighboring the land of iron. Nestled between the land of earth and the land of fire, a region rife with conflict. The land of waterfalls is home to ninja clans, though most are wandering ninjas. Unlike those from larger nations, these wanderers have been forced to leave due to past transgressions, contributing to the current chaos and frequent skirmishes in the land of waterfalls. With a favorable geographical location and fertile lands, it holds great potential for agriculture. Upon stepping onto the soil of the land of waterfalls, Mizuki stands before a waterfall, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. It is well known that fertile land suitable for cultivation is a commendable evaluation. The last time Nanabai appeared was near this very waterfall, and based on its appearance, it resembles a hybrid of a dragonfly and a beetle. Dragonflies thrive near water, and certain beetle species also favor aquatic environments, so it is only a matter of time before it returns. Mizuki quickly constructs a small wooden cabin in the nearby woods, establishing a temporary base for the next 3 days, during which there is no sign of Nanabai. Mizuki does not remain idle. The newly acquired sage body in his bloodline begins to sense natural energy during his attempts over these 3 days. The sage body allows an individual to be more attuned to nature, enabling the perception of energy distinct from chakra. While natural energy poses certain dangers for ordinary individuals seeking to absorb it, Mizuki, possessing the sage body, can experiment without fear. However, he struggles to merge the absorbed natural energy with chakra, as attempting to forcibly fuse the two during ninjutsu release could result in severe backlash and pain. After capturing Nanabai, he aims to locate the Dragon Cave in Miyaboku Mountain. Mizuki releases the absorbed natural energy, which cannot be stored for long and dissipates naturally. That night, subtle sounds echo through the forest beneath the night sky. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, Mizuki, seated in meditation, opens his eyes. Finally, it has arrived. He immerses himself into the ice mirror within the cabin, soon emerging from the ice mirror by the waterfall. This ice mirror allows for instantaneous movement. Although not as effective as the Flying Thunder God technique, it achieves a similar effect. The greater the distance, the more chakra required. With his current chakra reserves, Mizuki can teleport from the land of snow to the land of thunder. Before the shimmering waterfall, a colossal moth is seen using its proboscis to drink from the waterfall. Nanabai, adorned with the horns of a beetle, possesses 6 wings and a tail. Its upper body gleams in metallic gray-black, while its lower half is a vibrant yellow-green, resembling an insect that has yet to fully metamorphose. Hey, would you be interested in coming with me? Mizuki does not intend to ambush, but seeks meaningful dialogue. Startled by the voice behind it, Nanabai turns to see the diminutive human addressing it. Taken aback, Nanabai expresses curiosity. Human? Why would I want to accompany you? Mizuki scratches his head. Capturing a tailed beast is not a necessity. However, considering that other great nations possess tailed beasts and that the land of snow aspires to greatness, acquiring one seems prudent. With a guardian in place, there is no concern about Kage's machinations, as any hostile individuals entering the stronghold would be detected by the Paras, prompting them to attack the intruders. This explains the alarm triggered by the Paru terminal when Hashirama Senju visited Yuki Hidden Village, having been followed by Kage. I simply wish for a powerful beast to protect my home. You seem like a fine choice. How about this? I'll provide you with ample food and comfort. And in return, you help guard my abode? I also have several companions who would enjoy your company. Companions? Nanabai appears to have heard the greatest of jokes. Who would be fortunate enough to be my companion? Leave now, human, before I become enraged. I do not wish for conflict upon this sacred ground. Mizuki sighs, alas. Must we resort to violence? With that, he conjures 2 ice spikes with a casual flick of his hand. Sensing the impending attack, Nanabai growls. Do you wish to provoke me, human? It seems I have no choice but to use this method to escort you away. Mizuki feels no pressure from the colossal beast. He has encountered large Paras before. Enraged, Nanabai launches an attack. With a flap of its wings, countless powders scatter down, shimmering like starlight in the moon's glow. Mizuki, aware of the lethality of the phosphorescent powder, does not underestimate the opponent's technique. He unleashes a wind-style jutsu to disperse the powder. Seizing the opportunity, Nanabai charges forward, its horns aimed at Mizuki's abdomen. Mizuki hurls the ice spikes toward Nanabai's face. Confident in its formidable defenses, Nanabai does not evade, maintaining its aggressive momentum. The ice spikes pierce through Nanabai's armor, accompanied by a roar of fury that sends creatures fleeing from the forest. Who are you to inflict harm upon me? Nanabai bellows. Damn you, human. Mizuki tosses a Paru ball, and Horus flaps its wings, soaring above, gazing down upon Nanabai. Despite the immense energy radiating from the beast, Horus is undeterred. Upon seeing the fiery bird, Nanabai becomes cautious, summoning a wind-style jutsu in the form of razor-sharp blades directed at Horus. In response, Horus unleashes its own fire-based skill, wrapping itself in a fire tornado that charges toward Nanabai. Observing the ineffectiveness of its technique, Nanabai conjures a larger and more potent tailed beast ball. Boom. The flames dissipate into a myriad of stars. The tailed beast ball detonates upon contact with the fire tornado, hurtling straight towards Horus, flames enveloping its form. Horus transforms into a blazing bird surrounded by countless fire tornadoes. Avoiding the smaller tailed beast ball, the black sphere soars into the distance, igniting the nearby mountain with an explosive flash. As Horus charges, the fire tornadoes merge, enveloping Horus and transforming into a towering pillar of fire that strikes at Nanabai. An explosive roar reverberates. Horus pays the price for its arrogance, being flung back from the blaze, and Mizuki shakes his head, recalling it. Nanabai also bears the consequences, its body marked with signs of having been scorched. Mizuki forms a single hand sign. A technique that originally required 12 signs is completed with merely 3. Ice release. One-horned white whale. A massive one-horned white whale erupts from the water pool beneath the waterfall, colliding forcefully with Nanabai. Once again, Nanabai gathers its tailed beast ball. This one even larger and more formidable. Mizuki instantly deploys numerous ice mirrors surrounding Nanabai. As the tailed beast ball crashes into the ice mirrors, they glisten, seemingly pulling the tailed beast ball into their depths. Do not disturb the peace so late at night. With Mizuki's words, the tailed beast ball is drawn into the mirror, reappearing at his cabin, where it bursts through the roof and ascends into the sky. Ice release. Shattered ice crystals. Suddenly, all the ice mirrors shatter, transforming into sharp ice spikes aimed directly at Nanabai. The shower of ice spikes descends like a galaxy converging upon Nanabai, sending it crashing to the ground. As Chinao lay motionless, Mizuki Jin found himself at a loss for how to transport the enormous creature. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a master ball. Upon throwing the master ball, it made contact with Chinao, instantly capturing it within. The ball began to shake violently. This time, the capture probability did not display, but the intensity of the shaking suggested that Chinao could break free from the confines of the master ball at any moment. As the ball fell from the air and ceased its tumultuous shaking, Mizuki Jin exclaimed, "It truly worked." Chapter 38. An encounter in the land of waterfalls. Mizuki Jin picked up the master ball and held it aloft towards the moon, a soft pink glow illuminating the surroundings. Inside the sphere, a small creature seemed to swim restlessly. After scrutinizing it for some time, Mizuki Jin sensed that something was amiss. What could possibly be wrong? He pondered, stroking his chin in contemplation. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he called out towards the woods, "Come out." After watching for so long, "Do you have any thoughts to share?" After a prolonged silence, Mizuki Jin conjured an ice spear and casually tossed it into the thicket. With a swift motion, a shadow leaped from the foliage, revealing a young boy with a square face. Despite his youthful appearance, his facial features bore an unexpected maturity. "So, what are your thoughts after watching for so long?" Mizuki Jin inquired, maintaining direct eye contact. The boy, undeterred by Mizuki Jin's presence, boldly asked, "Are you from the Snow Clan?" "No, you must be Isekai'd, right?" "Oh, you can actually deduce my identity. And who might you be?" Mizuki Jin responded, intrigued. "I am Kakuzu, a wandering ninja. Your ability to defeat such a powerful tailed beast signifies your strength. Hence I am certain you are Isekai'd," the boy replied, his admiration evident. Mizuki Jin was taken aback. He had not expected someone of Kakuzu's age to be covertly observing battles rather than lurking in the woods throwing shurikens for notoriety. "So, what brings you here, young one?" Mizuki Jin asked, perplexed. "I wish to join Isekai'd," Kakuzu declared, his earnest expression betraying the weight of a significant decision. "May I inquire as to why? Is it merely to align yourself with a stronger faction?" Kakuzu's face fell with indignation. "As long as I have protection, I need not fear the adults taking my hidden money." At this point, the land of waterfalls had yet to be established, and Kakuzu was far from the avaricious bounty hunter he would later become, rather exhibiting the early signs of a love for wealth. "And where are your guardians?" "They perished while on a mission," Kakuzu replied, his voice laced with sorrow. "Very well. I shall write you a letter of recommendation which you can take to the land of snow. Upon arrival at the port, someone will guide you to Isekai'd." Mizuki Jin produced paper and ink, crafting a letter, sealing it, and with a flick of his wrist sent it flying into Kakuzu's hands. Kakuzu carefully stowed the letter close to his heart, then bowed deeply to Mizuki Jin before dashing into the forest, seemingly afraid that Mizuki Jin might change his mind, disappearing into the thicket without uttering a word of thanks. Having captured Chinao, Mizuki Jin had no intention of lingering. He made his way to the nearest town, eager for a comfortable sleep and a satisfying meal the following day. That night, all was quiet, likely due to the earlier skirmish with Chinao, which had frightened away the birds and beasts. Upon arriving in the town, it appeared that the explosion from the tailed beast's jewel had illuminated the area, as lights flickered brightly everywhere. He checked into a small hot spring inn, sinking into the warm waters and drifting into a light slumber. Suddenly, a figure pushed open the door and entered the spring. Mizuki Jin looked up and exclaimed in delight, "Ah, who might this be?" The long-haired man who entered the water recognized Mizuki Jin and exclaimed, "Master Mizuki." "No, I should call you Isekai'd. Just call me Jin Hashirama," Mizuki Jin replied. Hashirama beamed as he approached Mizuki Jin and playfully patted his shoulder. "What brings you to the land of waterfalls?" Mizuki Jin casually responded, I am here in search of talent. I recently encountered a wandering ninja who could serve as a financial minister. I have already sent him off with my letter of recommendation to the land of snow. Hashirama, curious, asked, what about you? Shouldn't you be busy with the establishment of Konoha? With Tobirama managing things, I am quite at ease, Hashirama said, a hint of embarrassment evident as he deflected responsibility to his younger brother. After scanning the surroundings and noting the absence of others, he leaned in closer and confided, I must admit, I am actually competing with Madara. A competition? Mizuki-jin queried, intrigued. Yes, a competition to capture tailed beasts. Hashirama lamented, you both truly lack excitement. Even you agree it sounds dull? Is it truly that uninteresting? Hashirama sighed. I thought it to be a meaningful and engaging endeavor. Mizuki-jin, having come to the land of waterfalls with the intention of gathering talent for his village, offered a thoughtful suggestion. Collecting talent for the village may indeed be a worthwhile pursuit. Now that your dream with Madara has been fulfilled, it would be prudent to nurture it. In these formative stages, it is likely that various clans will struggle to coexist. Perhaps considering ways to eliminate these barriers could foster true unity among the ninja clans. I have contemplated this, Hashirama replied. I intend to dissolve the Senju clan, allowing the Senju to fully integrate into the village and serve as a model. Are you not concerned that your ancestors' spirits may not approve? Jin, you do enjoy jesting. I am curious, how has the land of snow managed such harmony among its inhabitants? The circumstances differ greatly. Konoha is home to many large ninja clans, while the land of snow consists primarily of smaller clans that have come together to seek refuge. Their mutual support and assistance easily dispel any barriers. The longing glimmer in Hashirama's eyes revealed the depth of his aspirations. What if the Senju and Uchiha could support one another in the future? Mizuki-jin's lips twitched at the thought. Considering your brother, simply having the inherently evil Uchiha in the same room is a challenge. The idea of mutual support seems far-fetched. Perhaps a greater number of intermarriages could bridge the gap. Jin, you truly share my thoughts. I have already initiated a union among a pair of newlyweds from our clan. Surely that was not your brother's idea? Hashirama nodded. It was indeed Tobirama's suggestion. He wishes to explore the potential for a union between the Uchiha and Senju, as long as it does not lead to a human experiment, Mizuki-jin remarked, redirecting the conversation. How does your brother get along with Uchiha Izuna? Hashirama sighed. To have those two in the same room is a disaster waiting to happen. The roof would collapse within 3 minutes. After hours of conversation, Hashirama felt a growing kinship with Mizuki-jin, even seeking his counsel on matters of governance. Mizuki-jin willingly shared his insights, and they reached a consensus on establishing trade routes and merchant caravans. Mizuki-jin even proposed the idea of student exchange programs, to which Hashirama enthusiastically agreed, promising to facilitate exchanges once the Konoha Ninja Academy was established. As they parted ways, Hashirama expressed, this is the essence of what the ninja world should embody. By the way, Hashirama, are you aware of the 3 Holy Lands? Hashirama pondered for a long moment, but could not provide an answer. Then how did you acquire your sage mode? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hashirama replied. It came naturally upon sensing natural energy. Tobirama and Madara have both asked me this question, yet it seems I am the only one with such an experience. Unable to derive a satisfactory explanation, Mizuki-jin resolved to seek the answer himself. The following noon, after sharing a meal, they bid farewell. Mizuki-jin did not conceal his recent capture of Chinao, explaining that it was necessary to improve the harsh environment of the land of snow. Hashirama understood and promptly set off towards the land of earth, hinting that he had information regarding other tailed beasts. Chapter 39. Seeking the direction of immortal techniques. The pursuit of something elusive is a laborious endeavor, a manifestation of the human spirit etching eternity within the confines of finitude. Mizuki-jin traversed numerous mountains and landscapes, encountering sights and objects that seemed familiar, yet none were what he sought. Be it Miao Mu Mountain, the Dragon's Cave, or the slippery forest, without a guide, locating them would prove arduous. Much like the little monkey on its quest for immortality, without the woodcutter's guidance. How could it ever find the slanting moon cave of Patriarch Bodhi? At last, he arrived at a location reminiscent of his target. Mizuki-jin unfurled his map to mark it. Compared to Miao Mu Mountain and the slippery forest, the scenery surrounding the Dragon's Cave had been depicted in the original text, a desolate expanse littered with bones, the entrance characterized by a serpent's head. He had inquired with many caravan leaders about where the most serpents could be found. Many pointed towards the bird kingdom, known for its venomous snakes and even massive pythons. The bird kingdom, modest in size, lies nestled between the wind and earth kingdoms. It boasts but a single town with a population of around 20 to 30,000, the remainder being vast fields and dense woods. The area Isekai'd sought was situated to the west of the bird kingdom, an uninhabited zone fraught with danger due to its ferocious beasts, rarely trodden by locals. The caravans discovered this perilous route when the Earth Kingdom raised its trade taxes, leading them to smuggle goods across the treacherous wasteland of the Bird Kingdom. Seated upon the back of the cloud sea deer, a creature larger than a horse, Isekai'd found it remarkably stable. The soft, cloud-like white fur extending from its neck along its back to its tail served as a natural saddle. The cloud sea deer moved swiftly and leaped powerfully. Though it required rest after half an hour due to average stamina, it remained an excellent means of transport. Let us rest. The wasteland should be just ahead. Isekai'd dismounted and set down some wild berries for the cloud sea deer to graze on. The deer lowered its limbs, contentedly munching on the berries as Isekai'd yawned and conjured an ice shard, languidly stating, "You eat first. I shall tidy up the rear." Thus, he ventured into the forest. Shortly after, the sounds of battle and screams echoed through the woods, causing birds to scatter and rodents to flee, but soon, all fell silent once more. When he returned, the ice shard had vanished from his hand, and a few crimson stains adorned his shoes. Such followers had become a commonplace occurrence for Isekai'd, merely a group of ignorant bandits, led by a low-ranking ninja who dared to rob and pillage, ultimately meeting a fatal fate. Noticing that the cloud sea deer was nearly finished resting, he remounted and set off towards his destination once more. Before long, the duo reached the edge of a cliff, beneath which sprawled a scorched, brown wasteland, a stark contrast to the vibrant life above. The area below resembled a frozen river, devoid of any signs of life. The juxtaposition between the two realms was striking, separated only by the height of the cliff. "Now I can feel it." Isekai'd patted the cloud sea deer's neck. The creature understood immediately and leaped off the cliff. In midair, the cloud sea deer executed a double jump to control its landing. With a soft thud, its front legs touched down, followed by its hind legs, landing smoothly without so much as a jolt to Isekai'd. "Run." Upon seeing the vast expanse of wasteland, the cloud sea deer became exhilarated. In the forest, it could only trot leisurely, but now it had the opportunity to gallop at full speed. If Isekai'd had known that the deer could outrun birds in the forest and merely called it a trot, he likely wouldn't have urged it to run. The wind rushed past his ears as the scenery blurred in a frenzied retreat. Isekai'd could even hear the sound of something being crushed under the hooves of the cloud sea deer. A glance back revealed the unfortunate sight of a snake's head being crushed beneath them. After 20 minutes of frenetic running, the cloud sea deer finally came to a halt, at which point Isekai'd recalled it into its ball for rest and switched to Horus to continue searching for the distinctive landmarks on the ground. Horus lifted Isekai'd into the air, providing a more efficient vantage point for exploration. However, after an entire afternoon of searching, he found no sign of the serpent's head or any notable structures. As night fell, seated beside the campfire, Isekai'd couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps it's time to give up. He patted Horus, who was devouring python meat nearby, instructing him to keep watch. Meanwhile, Isekai'd resumed his exploration of the immortal chakra. The so-called immortal chakra is merely a synthesis of physical energy, mental energy, and natural energy, all of which must exist in harmony. Isekai'd exhibited remarkable finesse in controlling chakra. Achieving the balance of the three energies was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in absorbing natural energy, which would continuously flow into his body, yet upon halting absorption, it would dissipate gradually, disrupting the balance of the other two energies and making control arduous. Directly merging chakra with natural energy would not yield immortal chakra. Chakra formed from the fusion of physical and mental energies could only integrate natural energy before the other two had merged. Just as Isekai'd continued to explore, Horus gently pecked at the top of his head. Confounded, Isekai'd reached up to his head and, upon looking around, noticed a python stealthily slithering towards him from a short distance away. "Still hungry?" he inquired. Horus, with a distinctly human-like expression, revealed a lifeless gaze before casually flapping its wings, sending forth a fiery whirlwind that instantly reduced the approaching python to ashes. This left Isekai'd speechless. Was it really necessary for me to know about such trivial matters? Yet, Horus pecked at his head again. Isekai'd, still puzzled, scratched his head, wondering what was so significant about it. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as he felt a swirling sensation atop his head. This spiral, also known as the crown, is a feature manifested during genetic development. The saying, "one crown horizontally, two crowns twisting, three crowns form a grand frame without care for life," reflects this phenomenon. As the swirl spun, Suzuki Jin's eyes began to gleam with enlightenment. If he could create a vortex within his body to channel the three energies, could he not directly generate a mortal chakra? With this thought, Suzuki Jin sat cross-legged on the ground and began his attempt. Creating a vortex proved challenging. In his initial endeavor, he first infused physical energy into his abdomen, initiating a rotation, then added an equal measure of mental energy to the whirlpool, followed by the natural energy. As the natural energy entered the vortex, he began calculating the proportions. The moment he achieved the precise balance, Suzuki Jin ceased the rotation of all three energies and initiated their fusion. A tumultuous sensation surged within him, a sweetness filled his throat, and he coughed, expelling a few drops of blood. A failure. Yet, Suzuki Jin glimpsed hope. He lifted his gaze to the stars and the crescent moon above, and suddenly, he seemed to grasp something profound. Much like Tao Yuanming's pursuit of chrysanthemums in the East, the true quest often reveals itself in the instant one relinquishes the search. When one ceases to objectify the world, existence itself unfolds in a manner akin to the universe possesses great beauty without words. The ultimate coordinates of the search do not lie in the distance, but rather in the sparks ignited with every step that strikes the earth. Chapter 40. Completion of immortal techniques. The horizon began to brighten. As the first ray of sunlight kissed his skin, Suzuki Jin abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an ice-blue mark adorning his face, extending from the sides of his neck to his cheekbones, resembling an arrowhead emblem. This is a distinctive mark of his sage mode. Manipulating a sphere of ice chakra, Mizuki swiftly scattered it, instantly freezing the ground around him. Success! A confident smile graced Mizuki's face as the patterns on his visage dissipated. He departed on Horus, and shortly after his exit, a large pink-patterned serpent slithered into the area where he had been stationed, observing the extinguished campfire. It bore a look of confusion and spoke. Has he already left? Subsequently, it departed in a state of melancholy. Soaring above, Mizuki glanced down and suddenly spotted a snake-headed cave. Alas, I no longer have need for it. With no desire to descend, he continued to fly away with Horus. Meanwhile, deep within the dragon cave, on a stone bed, a large white serpent seemed to sense something and lifted its head, its eyes appearing to penetrate the rock. After a long moment, it sighed softly. He has departed. There shall be no more sound henceforth. Not long after, the pink-patterned serpent transformed into a girl of exquisite beauty. Approaching with sincerity, "Sage, the person you seek has already left. He just passed above the dragon cave." The girl was momentarily taken aback and queried, "Wasn't he looking for the dragon cave?" The white serpent sage wrapped a pipe in its tail and brought it to its lips. Taking a long time before speaking amidst the smoke, "The destined one often awakens on his own. We were merely a step behind." The girl widened her eyes. Is he truly the child of destiny spoken of by the great toad of Myobo-Kuzan? The white serpent sage shook its head. He will usher in a new order for this world. With no way back, Mizuki could only return to the land of snow via the sea. It had been 2 months since he left, and he wondered whether the construction of the village had concluded. Within the land of earth, Mizuki landed in a forest, recalling Horus to let it rest as he made his way toward the nearest town. As he leapt from treetop to treetop, he sensed something and gazed northwest. The canopy obstructed his view, yet he swiftly reached the top of the tallest tree and stood upon a branch, peering in that direction. In the northwest, a vast forest grew oddly, appearing as if artificially cultivated. Who but Senja Hashirama could create such an expansive woodland? The other party was already engaged in battle with a tailed beast, and it wouldn't be long before they triumphed. Closing his eyes, Mizuki attuned himself to the natural energy. And despite the distance, he could even perceive the sage techniques being employed. The great Buddha has been summoned for suppression. With no urge to delve further, Mizuki continued toward the nearest town. By the time he arrived, it was around 3 in the afternoon, and he sought a hot spring in to settle in. That night, while soaking in the hot spring, the door swung open and footsteps approached. Looking up, he saw a long-haired man walking toward him. Who might this be? Senju Hashirama paused. This scene feels familiar. Could it be an illusion? Confirming it was not an illusion, Hashirama exclaimed joyfully, "Mizuki, what brings you here?" Mizuki leaned against the edge of the pool and replied, I was seeking a way to cultivate sage techniques. I have learned it, and am preparing to return to the land of snow. So soon. It's only been 2 months, Hashirama remarked, astonished by Mizuki's rapid progress. Although he realized he hadn't taken long himself. Then, as if recalling something, Hashirama inquired, "This afternoon, I felt a sense of being watched. Is that so?" He turned to Mizuki, who candidly admitted, "I sensed someone utilizing sage techniques, so I attempted to enhance my perception." "Ah, I see. It seems my sensing technique is quite commendable." Hashirama laughed heartily, patting Mizuki's shoulder. The two engaged in casual conversation, during which Mizuki learned that Hashirama had tamed 2-tailed beasts in the past 2 months, one with 4 tails and another with 5. They also ordered some drinks from the hot spring in service. Sipping a cup of sake, Hashirama remarked, "Tailed beasts are indeed powerful creatures, demanding caution." Mizuki retorted, "With the Great Buddha, aren't you handling the tailed beasts as if they were mere chicks?" Speaking of the Great Buddha, Mizuki felt a pang of envy. How he wished to create a powerful ninjutsu of his own. Previously, he wouldn't have dared to dream, but now, bolstered by sage techniques, an ice-based mecha was not beyond the realm of possibility. Not at all. Today, the palm of the wooden figure was actually torn apart by the 4-tailed beast, which startled me. As they sipped their drinks, the two conversed about ideals, protection, and friends, reveling in the joy of companionship. The following day, Mizuki prepared to head to the port while Hashirama returned to Konoha. Their paths diverged in the town. At the port, Mizuki located the merchant ship marked by the Kazahana Trading Company. The head of the trading company, upon seeing Mizuki, respectfully welcomed him aboard. Soon, the merchant ship set sail back to the land of snow. Upon returning to Yukishin village, the once vibrant village was now shrouded in a somber atmosphere, with some shops displaying white paper flowers. Realizing there was a death, Mizuki hurried to inquire, discovering that the head of the Yuyajijo clan, Yuyajijo Masaru, had passed away due to illness. How could no one have informed me? Mizuki muttered as he quickened his pace toward the Yuyajijo clan's area. As he approached, the atmosphere of sorrow thickened. Upon reaching the main residence, he saw that wreaths had been laid out on either side of the entrance, with many people holding flowers, waiting to enter. Spotting Ryuichi, who was greeting guests at the door, Mizuki approached him. Once Ryuichi finished with the guests, Mizuki said, "How could such a significant event happen without informing me?" Ryuichi, looking somewhat aggrieved, replied, "Big brother, father forbade me from mentioning it, fearing it would distract you from your affairs." Mizuki sighed. "Even if your father said so, you should have mentioned it to me." Entering the main hall, Mizuki saw the coffin positioned at the center of the room. From now on, Yuyajijo Masaru would no longer have to rely on a wheelchair. As the coffin remained open, Mizuki took a moment to pay his respects, offering a flower crafted from ice before departing. Yuyajijo Masaru had made significant contributions during the village's founding, which drew many villagers to pay their respects, including heads of other ninja clans. The only solace was that Yuyajijo Masaru had witnessed the completion of Yukishin village. The passing of a colleague cast a brief shadow of sorrow over the fledgling village, yet life must continue. Chapter 41. The construction of Yukishin village during this time. Focus on taking care of your father's affairs. There is no need to rush back to work. In the Yuki Shadow office, Ryuna entered, looking despondent while clutching a folder. Noticing her demeanor, Mizuki decided to grant her a break, only for Ryuna to refuse. "I don't want to go back. My relatives keep insisting I marry now that my father has passed." Is Ryuna unable to dissuade them? Mizuki exclaimed in surprise. Ryuna retorted, "Each of them insists on advising me, telling me what to do, as if they think my brother and I are easy to bully." Mizuki reassured her, "In our land of snow, we support free love and do not endorse arranged marriages. You need not worry about being criticized. If they attempt to moralize or even resort to coercion, there will be someone to stand up for you. For now, focus on how to help Ryuichi tame those relatives." Long Night clenched her small fists, and the buns on both sides of her head seemed to swell with her owner's fury. "What if I were to strike them?" Mizuki Jin chuckled lightly. "I cannot meddle in the affairs of the Yuichin clan. Such double standards." The current situation with Long E reminded Mizuki Jin of when he first inherited the position of clan leader. The two elders took advantage of his youth to intervene excessively in clan matters, severely diluting his authority. Speaking of the two elders, they have aged considerably. One wonders if they have found suitable successors. However, the Mizuki clan is currently brimming with talent, making it easy to take over the responsibilities of the two elders. If their chosen successors prove inadequate, Mizuki Jin can readily replace them. Upon receiving a response, Long Nai seemed to find her backbone, lifting her chin and departing with a sense of relief. Mizuki Jin opened the folder, which contained merely a record of the guild members' usage of equipment at the base, detailing items like paraballs and gear, nothing of great significance. He set the folder down and stretched lazily in his chair. The administrative hall, dedicated to managing all affairs of the snow-hidden village, operates daily without requiring much from him, except for matters involving diplomacy or those requiring his discernment. However, in reality, these affairs are often handed directly to Hanako, his dedicated secretary, who effectively represents his stance. Moreover, Hanako is cautious and handles many matters with care, which causes Mizuki Jin some concern that she might mishandle something. Just as Mizuki Jin was ready to step out like a king surveying his territory, the office door swung open once more, and in walked Hanako. Upon seeing Mizuki Jin preparing to leave, she squinted her eyes and remarked sarcastically, "Where do you intend to go, esteemed clan leader?" Mizuki Jin offered an awkward smile, just taking a stroll around the village. "I didn't expect to be caught skipping work." Hanako huffed and handed him a document. "Please sign this before you leave." She then explained, "This is an application for constructing an orphanage." Mizuki Jin expressed his confusion. Logically, the land of snow should not require such a facility. There are no wars leading to abandoned infants, and it is even illegal to do so. An orphanage? Does our land of snow truly need one? Hanako clarified, due to the policies of the land of snow, a considerable number of civilians from other countries are fleeing here daily, many of whom are orphans. Is it truly so dire in those other lands that they would risk coming to our harsh conditions? Mizuki Jin scratched his head, finding it hard to believe there were so many refugees recently. The guard department had dispatched individuals to investigate. It appeared that the land of earth and the land of lightning had recruited numerous laborers, and there were reports of wage deductions, prompting many to seek asylum. How many are we talking about? Only around 20 to 30,000. 20 to 30,000 with over 2,000 orphans? That ratio seems off. It raises my suspicions. Dispatch medical ninjas to check for any diseases. Where are they being housed? In the under-construction Shueiyue city. Mizuki Jin felt a slight itch at the back of his head, as if a realization was dawning on him. But are we merely repeating the fate of laborers? Hanako blinked her beautiful eyes innocently, but we do pay them. Mizuki Jin was taken aback by Hanako's quick wit. It is indeed bothersome to have a sudden influx of refugees, even though plans had been made. They must now be adjusted. Were it not for the reputation of the land of snow, they would have already sent them back by boat. Currently, the population of the land of snow is not lacking, and if they were to add more cities, it would only make the country appear overcrowded. They could only disperse this group of refugees across various cities. Mizuki Jin signed his name on the authorization page of the folder and above his signature. He clearly saw Hanako's name listed as the recommended head of the orphanage. So, she wishes to shirk this responsibility? Stealing a glance at Hanako, he closed the folder and returned it to her. It appeared she still had not fully emerged from the shadow of her brother's death. Such matters can only be resolved through her own understanding. After Hanako left, Mizuki Jin followed suit, stepping out onto the streets outside the administrative hall. The streets of the land of snow are paved with stone foundations from the system's architecture, making them slip-resistant and durable. Daily cleaning by sanitation workers has also created additional job opportunities. The construction of the ninja village had reached a significant milestone, achieving the ideal of a thriving commercial and entertainment district, with various public facilities nearing completion. The system's architecture was so convenient that the beautification process took 2 months. Without the system, it would have taken several years to achieve such results. I wonder if the construction in Konoha was completed with a mere thump from Hashirama Senju. Proclaiming the wood release, house building technique. Lord Mizuki. Young men and women passing by bowed to Mizuki Jin. Greetings. Mizuki Jin smiled and returned their gesture. The young couple exchanged pleasantries before departing, their attire adorned with the emblems of the Yahiko clan and the Kurama clan. Oh, it has been a while since we have seen Lord Mizuki's splendid presence. A young woman in a kimono greeted him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. Mizuki Jin chuckled in response. Sister Yuri, it has indeed been a long time. It feels awkward to address you so formally when we are so well acquainted. You are quite the busy man now. Do remember to visit my home for a meal. Mizuki Yuri, a well-known widow of the Mizuki clan. Of course, of course. Mizuki Jin quickly excused himself, leaving her behind with a melodic laugh. As he strolled through the streets, everyone he encountered greeted him with deep respect. All were aware of where the current prosperity stemmed from. Although the weather here is frigid and the scenery remains largely unchanged, there is no concern for sustenance. The elderly are cared for, and the young are nurtured. Isn't this the essence of an ordinary person's life? Great individuals never seek gratitude from others, for they understand that true value does not arise from external recognition, but from an inner commitment to their mission. They shine like stars, undimmed by darkness, and unembellished by praise, quietly illuminating the path ahead and embodying the significance of existence through their own brilliance. Observing the genuine smiles on the faces of the people in the streets, Mizuki-jin suddenly grasped the essence of greatness. No wonder the original author depicted Hashirama Senju as one willing to sacrifice his closest friend to protect the dreams he had painstakingly built. Chapter 42, Boss Dungeon. Quite simple indeed, Mizuki-jin remarked as he exited the dungeon. The rewards for achieving an SSS rating in the high-level dungeon had already appeared in his system inventory. High-level dungeons not only offer generous rewards, but also unlock boss dungeons and advanced team dungeons. A boss dungeon? Intrigued, Mizuki-jin chose to enter. As he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a barren desert, where the only sound was the wind. As he walked, he suddenly heard the clashing of metal nearby. Climbing over a sand dune, he beheld two knights resembling centaurs, one black and one white, leisurely traversing the desert. Chaos Knight and Light Knight. The difficulty has just escalated. At that moment, Mizuki-jin understood the nature of a boss dungeon. Defeating the boss would lead to victory. The Chaos Knight, adorned in black with red embellishments, wore silver-gray armor and wielded two knightly sidearms. The Light Knight, draped in silver blue with golden and white decorations, brandished a shield and a lance. Since there are two adversaries, we must not show any signs of weakness. Mizuki-jin summoned two Palu orbs, with sure sway and the Seven Tails landing gracefully. The Seven Tails curiously surveyed the surroundings, which were nothing but sand, with the only other colors being the peculiar black and white creatures ahead. Are these two strange beings our foes this time? The Seven Tails scrutinized the two Palu intently. In order to maintain a good rapport with the Seven Tails, Mizuki-jin exerted all his efforts, offering food and drink that the Seven Tails hardly cared for, as their sole desire was to explore. Their love for play and travel made it exceedingly simple for Mizuki-jin to entertain the Seven Tails, guiding them from low-level dungeons to high-level ones, where the environment would change each time, keeping the experience fresh. Although the Seven Tails had been captured by the Palu Orb, they did not occupy a slot in the system's Palu team, allowing Mizuki-jin to release two others, Chaos Knight and Holy Light Knight, each proficient in Inyang ninjutsu according to the distribution of chakra attributes. Upon hearing Mizuki-jin's words, the Seven Tails understood how powerful. The Seven Tails began to gather a tailed beast bomb, which grew large enough to envelop the opponents in mere seconds. They launched the bomb, which shimmered with iridescent colors in the sunlight, and the moment it landed beside the two knights, a thunderous roar erupted. Fire erupted into the sky as the charred knights charged through the flames towards Mizuki-jin. 8 hooves thudded against the sand, and Suresui was the first to unleash its skill, leaping into the air after a brief charge, erupting with formidable dragon energy, akin to a rocket, as it collided with the Holy Light Knight. Bang! The Holy Light Knight raised its shield in defense, bracing against Suresui's rocket attack. However, Suresui had been significantly enhanced by Mizuki-jin, making its assault overwhelmingly powerful. The impact forced the Holy Light Knight to stagger backward. Seeing its companion under attack, the Chaos Knight attempted to assist, its dual guns enveloped in a terrifying dark energy, the speed suddenly increasing as it aimed at Suresui with crossed guns. Mizuki-jin was prepared, unleashing a burst of ice-released chakra from his palm. The Chaos Knight suddenly startled, looking down to find itself immobilized by a layer of ice. Unable to advance, the Seven Tails seized the opportunity, unleashing a barrage of wind release. Each wind sphere struck the Chaos Knight's head. However, at that moment, a thick beam of light shot from a distance. A Palu beam. The robust light beam struck the Seven Tails, sending it flying. The Holy Light Knight stomped its front legs heavily on the ground. Mizuki-jin sensed the familiar ice energy beneath the sand, and soon, icy spikes erupted from the ground, piercing towards Mizuki-jin and Suresui. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mizuki-jin and Suresui hurriedly dodged, as the Chaos Knight took this chance to gather dark energy on its lance, aiming it at Mizuki-jin to unleash an energy beam. Dark laser. Boom! The dark beam struck Mizuki-jin, instantly tearing his body apart, transforming him into crystalline shards. The ice crystals hovered in midair before suddenly changing direction and shooting towards the Chaos Knight. Ice release, exploding ice crystals. Crack! Crack! The Chaos Knight was struck by ice chunks, which shattered upon impact, the force compelling it into a defensive stance. Seizing the moment, Shursui leaped beneath the Holy Light Knight, face to face, unleashing its dragon breath. Dodge! The furious voice of the Seven Tails echoed from afar as Mizuki Jin emerged from the buried ice crystals, retrieving Shursui into a Palu orb and swiftly retreating. Shortly thereafter, the tailed beast bomb fell once more. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, sending the Holy Light Knight and Chaos Knight tumbling through the air, battered and bruised, lying in the sand pit. Completing the boss dungeon, the evaluation was rated S. Rewards granted: 5 attribute points, 5 technology points, 50 Palu metal ingots, 5 large Palu souls, 1 design blueprint for heat-resistant Palu metal armor, level 4, and 2 emerald mouse statues. Upon exiting the dungeon, Mizuki Jin gazed at the rewards in the system backpack. Puzzled, why were the rewards less than those from the high-level dungeon? The attribute and technology points were commendable, but the other items were of no immediate use. The Palu terminal was currently at level 11, unlocking relatively few building technologies, primarily items and equipment technologies. At present, he could only refine Palu metal ingots for crafting weapons, equipment, and Palu orbs, while the relevant technologies for Palu metal ingots had yet to be unlocked. The Seven Tails returned to the Palu orb, controlling it to hover in the air, emitting a voice. Those two peculiar creatures possess formidable offensive capabilities. My body has sustained severe injuries. I require a return to my larval state for regeneration, which will take several months. The Seven Tails was not a member of Mizuki Jin's guild. Rather, the system classified it as a weapon-like entity that could be taken into dungeons. Consequently, the injuries sustained by the Seven Tails would remain like wear on a weapon, not healing upon exiting the dungeon. With the Seven Tails silent, Mizuki Jin found himself reluctant to re-enter the boss dungeon, opting instead to clear high-level dungeons for rewards. Time passed, and Mizuki Jin's impatience grew, prompting him to re-enter the boss dungeon, this time facing the Winter Beast, a winged, ice-blue Palu resembling a flying horse. With an ice attribute and a level of 55, Mizuki Jin activated Sage Mode, yet could not utilize the primary ice release techniques. He was left to rely on wind release and physical attacks. The battle was arduous, requiring assistance from Horus. Ultimately, the dungeon rating yielded only an A. The boss dungeons were indeed challenging, with formidable adversaries. Mizuki Jin estimated that facing the strongest boss would pose little difficulty for the Nine Tails. Furthermore, capturing bosses with mass-produced Master Palu orbs proved difficult, requiring at least a legendary Palu orb. Thus, Mizuki Jin was compelled to embark on the path of upgrading the Palu terminal once more. Chapter 43. Reward Mechanism within the Ninja Village. Upgrading the terminal to level 12 necessitated capturing 120 different types of Palu, with only 12 remaining to meet the requirement. This count included various subspecies, such as Shursui and Peach Shursui, one blue and white with Ice Dragon attributes, the other pink and white with Fire Dragon attributes, counted as 2 distinct types. Presently, capturing Palu and collecting the Pokédex largely involved traversing high-level dungeons, as all varieties from low and mid-level dungeons had been captured. Soon, 3 months passed. Mizuki Jin elevated the Palu terminal to level 12. Aside from the stronghold range and technology, this upgrade also lifted the limitations on carrying Palu, allowing multiple Palu to be released simultaneously in combat. The total guild membership increased again, reaching 80 members. The stronghold could now accommodate 300 Palu. Additionally, Mizuki Jin planned to recruit 30 more members from the Ninja Academy to enhance competitiveness. The Ninja Academy announced that any student achieving the top score would receive a rare Palu as a summoning beast. The guild's existence was officially recorded at the governmental level in the Land of Snow, established as an organization aimed at cultivating elite ninjas. In reality, guild members spanned various fields across the Land of Snow, with construction enthusiasts even involving workers in the development of towns. Humans are truly dull, the Seven Tails remarked, having transformed into a palm-sized form resting on Mizuki Jin's shoulder, expressing boredom. Watching a pile of papers could occupy you for an entire day. Alas, such is the burden of leadership, Mizuki Jin sighed, realizing that the secretary was on leave. I wish to take a stroll. Shikyo Shomei spread her wings and took to the skies. Mizuki Jin seemed to recall something. Could you please assist at the factory site? Construction is fervently underway there, and we must avert any unforeseen incidents. Shikyo Shomei responded with a hint of delight. Is that playful cat still present? The mischievous feline? Indeed, it is there. Then I can visit for a few days. Shikyo Shomei had a fondness for the mischievous cat, having spent an entire day playing with it during her previous visit. Currently, the factory was in the midst of constructing a generator room, necessitating a staggering amount of power to drive numerous assembly lines. It was anticipated that around 40 generators would be required, and to achieve a level 2 adaptability for lightning attribute generators, approximately 50 polus would be needed for power shifts. The village's stock of lightning attribute polus was barely sufficient, and now they needed to source additional generators for the factory, a continuous stream of tasks. This also served to provide work for the guild members. As the newly established ninja village, they were still unable to secure many lucrative missions. Thus, they had to seek out tasks within the village for the ninjas. The most frequent task was indeed watering the fields. The ninjas of Snow Ninja Village predominantly practiced water release techniques, making such tasks particularly fitting. Presently, the food supply was sufficient for the village's self-sustainability. With a surplus available for sale, Shikyo Shomei was transported via terminal to the factory, while Mizuki Jin proceeded to the ninja school. The school was still in session, and Mizuki Jin quietly entered the premises. The sound of bright, youthful voices answering questions echoed in the corridor. Currently, there were only a little over 300 students in the ninja school, and as the first batch, they could only be divided into classes based on age. Restricted to 3 tiers, high, middle, and low. A more nuanced division into 1st through 6th grades would have to wait for the influx of new students each year. Lord Yukikage, a passing teacher in the corridor, was taken aback upon recognizing Mizuki Jin. "Shoo," he urged, while also noticing that the teacher was missing an arm. Most instructors at the school were disabled ninjas, and rather than letting them languish at home, it was better for them to continue contributing in an educational capacity. Mizuki Jin stood outside the classroom, attentively listening. Inside, a voice proclaimed, "Sin 30 degrees equals 1/2. Mizuki Jin was momentarily astonished. Could this be a prodigy? The teacher posed another question, and another student rose to answer. Cos 90 degrees equals 0. Another genius. Mizuki Jin patted the shoulder of the teacher beside him and said earnestly, "Well done." Exiting the teaching building, he made his way to the playground outside. On the field, upperclassmen were engaged in martial arts training. 2 youths sparred passionately, delivering strikes with fervor. Clearly, they had been taught by rogue ninjas. The teacher stood by, desperately attempting to correct them, but the students paid no heed. It appeared that the implementation of a disciplinary system might be necessary. Leaving the school, Mizuki Jin proceeded toward the ranch and breeding grounds. At the ranch, Cottony Yuyo wandered aimlessly, occasionally nibbling on the hay scattered on the ground. While walking, a tuft of wool fell from its body, promptly collected by a lower-ranking ninja who managed the ranch and stored it in a wooden box. In another area of the ranch, several boba cows produced milk. The breeding grounds were currently focused on raising pippy chickens, which required frequent cultivation as part of the meat, egg, and milk production. Of course, native animals from the Hokage world were also present on the ranch, including cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks, serving as the primary sources of meat. Returning to the uppermost level of the administrative hall in the Yukikage's office, Mizuki Jin felt it was time to enhance the overall strength of the village's ninjas. The ninja clan strictly regulated various ninjutsu techniques, leaving the common ninjas with little access to powerful abilities. Mizuki Jin swiftly drafted a reward system on paper. Completing 100 D-rank missions would earn a C-rank ninjutsu. 80 C-rank missions would yield a B-rank ninjutsu scroll. 50 B-rank missions would grant an A-rank ninjutsu scroll. 30 A-rank missions would allow for selection of an S-rank ninjutsu. And completing 10 S-rank missions would permit the choice of any ninjutsu, illusion, or physical technique. Additionally, if no tasks failed within a year, an extra reward akin to a year-end bonus would be granted. This initiative primarily aimed to motivate the ninjas in the village to strive harder and prevent the emergence of corruption, while the challenges to obtain rewards were not excessively daunting. Take Yuhi Kurenai, for instance. By the conclusion of her first animated series at the age of 28, she had already completed an impressive tally of D rank 152 times, C rank 158 times, B rank 227 times, A rank 125 times, and S rank 13 times. The task level classifications were as follows. S-rank tasks typically involved assassination, theft of secrets, or combat with powerful ninjas from other nations, posing significant risks even to seasoned jonin, hence only requiring 10 completions. A-rank tasks predominantly revolved around warfare, assisting other countries or villages in resolving issues, or engaging in battles, necessitating confrontations with formidable opponents. B-rank tasks presented a lower danger level, with potential encounters with foreign ninjas. Though the adversaries were usually not overly strong, often involving escort or protection duties. C-rank tasks entailed a degree of confidentiality, such as escorting sensitive documents or safeguarding individuals, with minimal danger. D-rank tasks were generally devoid of risk and merely demanded time. If a lower-ranking ninja exerted effort, completing 2 D-rank tasks in a day was feasible, thus necessitating a higher completion count. As for the village's ninja ranking examinations, they had yet to be finalized. Graduation from the ninja school typically conferred the rank of genin, with the graduation exam requiring the defeat of a level 10 Palu. Graduates would also be allowed to select a C-rank ninjutsu for study, consisting of commonly practiced techniques. The examination for genin to chunin advancement was tentatively set at defeating a level 20 to 30 Palu. The criteria for chunin to jonin advancement had not yet been determined. Chapter 44. The inauguration of the Snow Country train. The second year of the ninja village, spring. Toot, toot. The first steam train of Snow Country commenced its journey, steam billowing from the exhaust atop the engine. Congratulations on the official inauguration of the Snow Country train, Mizuki Jin proclaimed, glancing at his speech before decisively discarding the remaining notes. Today we stand here, on the soil of the Snow Country, on this land that we shall nurture with blood and honor. Behind me is the first train to commence its journey. It shall bring transformative change to our lives, just as we have brought change to this world. Fellow citizens of Snow Country, wherever you may go in the future, never forget your roots, nor the proud transformations we have achieved that have led us to this present life. We are warriors of freedom and shall never be slaves to the powerful. Every individual shall live with dignity. Mizuki Jin raised his arm in a fervent call, and soon the crowd surrounding the train station erupted into a roar akin to a tsunami. Dignity. Freedom. At that moment, the head of the Kage clan, Kage, whispered, "Lord Isekai'd, it is time to depart." Mizuki Jin nodded, then casually conjured an ice stick and struck the side of the train's engine. As the ice stick shattered, the locomotive finally began to move, traversing the tracks across the entirety of Snow Country. This day would henceforth be known as the Spring Festival, marking a significant holiday for Snow Country. Upon returning to Snow Ninja Village, Mizuki Jin noticed a group of children chasing after the mischievous cat, which was fleeing in a panic. Not far into its escape, the cat was tackled by one child, followed swiftly by a flurry of eager hands. The mischievous cat let out a loud meow as it was petted, struggling wildly with its 4 paws in the air. Soon, its cries diminished, and the children, finding it no longer amusing, chattered away and departed. After a while, the troublesome cat managed to rise from the ground, shaking off the snow that clung to its fur, and wandered aimlessly towards the Palu den. It sought a moment of solitude. Mizuki scratched his head, sensing that the promotional efforts to foster harmony between the villagers and Palu had perhaps been a bit excessive. Indeed, the mischievous cat was quite popular among the children, but such an instance of being roughly handled was unusual. Mizuki replaced the Palu he carried at the terminal and retrieved the Cloud Sea Deer. He then rode the Cloud Sea Deer towards the coniferous forests in the northern mountainous region. This area of coniferous trees had been transplanted from colder regions, and various other cold climate plants from the land of snow had also been introduced to test whether the flora of the Palu world could thrive outside. Mizuki had even dug up a few trees from the Snow Mountain replica, unexpectedly finding that they could indeed grow. Transforming this area into a large ecological park consumed a considerable amount of time and spanned about 700 acres, where he released 50 Palu capable of surviving in frigid climates. Currently, these ice-affinity Palu thrived well, each claiming a section of territory, with the more powerful Palu monopolizing their domains while some banded together in small groups to assert their dominance. Food sources included wild berry thickets transplanted from replicas and native small animals. Recently, a chunin responsible for overseeing the ecological zone reported that there were still significant blank areas within the 700 acres of forest, allowing for the release of additional Palu. The Palu Mizuki brought for release included the blue kitten Palu, the ice spike mouse adorned with blue spines, the ice-binding spirit resembling a scarf, the furry elder, and the furry brush. Upon entering the Palu forest, Mizuki set the Palu free. As they emerged from the Palu sphere, they dashed into the woods, terrified of being captured again. With nothing else to do, Mizuki followed the fleeing Palu into the forest. Snowflakes adorned the pine trees, and they would make a splendid Christmas tree if decorated. As he wandered, Mizuki spotted a snow mammoth peacefully sleeping in the snow. The snow mammoth was a subspecies of the forest mammoth, possessing both ice and earth attributes, and had a voracious appetite, not being picky about its food, consuming almost any plant it encountered. In the mountains, Mizuki aimlessly observed the habits of these palu, finding it far from boring. He even entertained the thought of training talents specifically as palu researchers to delve deeper into their potential applications. As dusk descended, just as Mizuki planned to return, the sounds of palu battling with their skills reached his ears. It was not uncommon for palu to engage in conflict. Yet he found himself unexpectedly curious about which palu were fighting. Following the sounds, he soon heard voices. How is this monster so strong? It can even use ice release. It must be a summoning beast of the Mizuki clan, akin to the Uchiha's ninja cat. Since we can't capture it, we should retreat. There are patrolling personnel here. This discovery could potentially secure a place for their clan beside the wreckage. As Mizuki listened, his gaze turned dangerous, and then he revealed a sinister smile. The wreckage, huh? Engaged in battle with the two cloud ninjas was a winter deer, its antlers formed of ice, stretching approximately 2 meters in length. Its long blue fur even brushed the ground, and its visage bore some resemblance to a moose. This winter deer was at level 40. It exhaled a breath of ice that instantly obliterated the incoming lightning release ninjutsu, and then charged at one of the attackers with its sharp antlers. The two had no intention of prolonging their fight, and hastily tossed a smoke bomb to create a thick cloud of smoke. Just as they were about to flee, Mizuki joined the fray. He stepped forward, his fists encased in a thick layer of ice, and struck one of the attackers in the abdomen. Thud! The assailant crumpled to the ground like a tattered cloth, unable to rise. The other, upon seeing Mizuki's face, exclaimed in horror, "Yukikage, the cloud ninja graces us with his presence. Why not visit the snow ninja village? Do I need to come and escort you?" Mizuki responded with a chilling smile. The cloud ninja's throat tightened, and just as he prepared to fight back, he felt an unusual shift beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw his feet encased in a thick layer of ice crystals. The ice spread rapidly, soon freezing him entirely. Mizuki then transported both ninjas back to the ninja village using Ice Mirror. Upon arriving, he delivered the two cloud ninjas to a ninja from the Yuyuki castle within the intelligence department. Before the other could even salute, Mizuki declared, "Cloud ninja spies. Apprehended in the ecological zone. I demand to know their intentions. I will commence interrogation immediately." Yuyuki Seiya pointed at the frozen cloud ninja, indicating that he could not proceed under such circumstances. Mizuki thawed the cloud ninja, then departed from the intelligence department. Once Mizuki left, Yuyuki Seiya finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon closing his eyes and reopening them, his blood dragon eyes activated. Peering into the eyes of the two ninjas, blood tears streamed down his cheeks, and the illusion technique was initiated. Chapter 45. The Six Shadows Conference in the Iron Country's main city, warriors patrolled vigilantly. Today was a significant day for the Iron Country, as leaders from various nations gathered to convene a meeting. Due to the illness of the Iron Country's general, Tohu, he could not preside and had entrusted his disciple, Mitsubian, to take his place. Although Mitsubian was young and possessed some skill, he was still outmatched by these ninja leaders. So he willingly relinquished the role of chairing the meeting to the uncontroversial first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The day of the meeting for the shadows of various nations arrived. They entered through their respective doors, with the meeting venue featuring 5 doors corresponding to the 5 great nations. Currently, only the 5 great nations had publicly announced the establishment of ninja villages. No smaller nations had yet managed to organize such complex institutions. Senju Hashirama sat at the eastern side, which served as the main position. No one dared to oppose him or even voice dissent, especially with another figure standing behind him, Uchiha Madara. Observing the contempt in his gaze, the others felt a mix of anger and fear, refraining from provoking him. Noticing the other's reluctance to make eye contact, Uchiha Madara disdainfully snorted, folded his arms, and left the meeting room. Madara. Senju Hashirama attempted to retain Uchiha Madara's presence, but the latter merely replied, "This is rather dull. I shall take a stroll outside. You certainly do not require my protection." Without looking back, Uchiha Madara exited the conference hall. The remaining attendees sighed in relief. Compared to the relatively mild-mannered Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara exuded a fierce and intimidating aura. Particularly for the guards accompanying the shadows, their taut bodies could finally relax. Senju Hashirama explained, I apologize, everyone. Madara lost a bet with me, which is why he is serving as my bodyguard. He simply detests the atmosphere of meetings. Hokage, when shall we take our seats? Inquired the Raikage. Senju Hashirama scratched his head, feeling somewhat sheepish as he replied, there is still one shadow who should be arriving shortly. I notified him last, so he might be a bit late. Oh, another shadow? The first Mizukage, Hakurin, asked curiously from where. That Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, responded. It should be the Yukikage from the land of snow. Though the establishment of a ninja village has not been announced, it is said they have been preparing for quite some time. The Mizukage's expression stiffened, and she remained silent. The Raikage jested, speaking of which, isn't the Yukikage a figure who left the water country? The surname is Mizuki, right? The wind shadow, Lieta, spoke softly, the Snow Clan is adept in ice ninjutsu. But can such a small nation as the Snow Country truly be compared to us? He concealed his arrogance, wary of inciting the ire of that esteemed figure. However, the population of the Snow Country exceeds that of the Wind Country, a sudden voice interjected. The assembly turned towards the northern entrance, where a young man clad in a white cloak adorned with icy blue stripes and wearing a snow shadow hat entered. Shui Wuyue, come in, Bai Lian called out. Somewhat dazed, Bai Lian recalled having seen Shui Wuyue before, a mere boy of 11 or 12, obediently trailing behind his father and timidly greeting others. Master Bai Lian, it has been a long time, Shui Wuyue responded with a smile. Bai Lian, exhibiting slight symptoms of hyperthyroidism, had eyes that seemed to wander aimlessly, giving the impression he was not making eye contact. With hair turning gray, even at just over 50, he lamented, ah, the world of the youth. Snow Shadow. We know not the current state of the Snow Country, yet Lord Hokage's invitation surely implies you possess remarkable abilities. The Raikage dared not offend Senju Hashirama, subtly urging Shui Wuyue to demonstrate his qualifications. Then observe closely, Shui Wuyue replied, effortlessly conjuring a smooth ice mirror with his ice ninjutsu, then plunging his hand into it, retrieving 2 ice sculptures. As they materialized, the figures within the ice appeared vividly lifelike, causing the first Raikage's pupils to constrict sharply upon recognizing the faces. These 2 are spies who infiltrated the snow-hidden village. After being captured and resisting, I transformed them into ice sculptures as a warning to others. Shui Wuyue declared with an innocuous smile that nonetheless sent chills down spines. The figures within the ice bore no headbands, and as the shadows exchanged glances, they understood the identities of the culprits upon witnessing the Raikage's expression. The Raikage narrowed his eyes, stating in a low voice, is Snow Shadow displaying his might? Shui Wuyue replied, it is not truly a display of strength, merely a caution. A caution? The Raikage was taken aback that such a humble nation could issue warnings to a major power like the Land of Lightning. Even his guards instinctively rested their hands on the hilts of their swords. The other shadows exchanged glances, pondering the audacity of the Snow Country. It appeared that an intriguing event was unfolding. Uchiha Madara entered, licking his lips as he sensed the peculiar atmosphere. Upon spotting Shui Wuyue, he fixated on his face and remarked, the last battle yielded no resolution. I shall seek you out for a rematch when time allows. I hope you can maintain your previous vigor. Shui Wuyue frowned, surprised that Madara saw through his facade. Yet what of it? I shall gladly oblige your invitation, he replied. Seeing Madara's evident admiration for Shui Wuyue and recalling their past encounter, the attendees revised their perception of the young man. As the room fell silent, Senju Hashirama spoke. As our amicable exchange concludes, let us take our seats. Though unsure from where he derived the notion of amicability, everyone complied and sat down. Hashirama wasted no time and stated, this marks the first summit of the 6 shadows. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, I believe it is vital for the great ninja villages to maintain equilibrium. Lord Hokage, do you have anything to add? Hashirama scratched his cheek. I have captured 6-tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara, quick to react, slammed his hand on the table. These 6-tailed beasts are for sale. Who is interested? The abruptness left the other shadows momentarily stunned before their eyes gleamed with interest. That Tsuchikage, Ishikawa, was the first to speak. What price do you seek? 100 million each. Hashirama raised a finger. The wind shadow appeared taken aback, but eventually stated, our sand-hidden village only requires 1-tailed beast. Ishikawa's expression turned troubled. 100 million per beast is indeed a bit steep. If I purchase 2, could the price be reduced? Hashirama, resting his chin on his hand, remarked. Capturing tailed beasts is laborious and perilous. 100 million is not exorbitant. I desire the 9 tails and 8 tails. The Rakage proclaimed, his demeanor exuding wealth. Madara, unyielding, retorted, "The Nine Tails belongs to Konoha." Ishikawa maintained his composure. "I still find the price excessive. The strength of tailed beasts varies. Should we not consider a pricing system based on their power?" Chapter 46. Distribution of tailed beasts. The 8 tails should be priced at 120 million. With subsequent beasts decreasing by 5 million, Madara suggested. "Isn't the Cloud Village affluent? Contribute more." The Rakage's expression soured, and before he could respond, Shueisha was the first to raise his hand in agreement, followed closely by the Tsuchikage and Water Shadow. Seeing the majority in favor, Hashirama decisively announced, "Currently, we have the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 tails available. Please make your offers." The Rakage clenched his teeth, asserting, "The Cloud Village will take the 8 tails and 2 tails." The Water Shadow, by Lien, quickly added, "We want the 6 tails and 3 tails." The Tsuchikage ultimately settled for the 4 tails and 5 tails. All eyes turned to Shueisha who, amidst the mixed expressions of jest, curiosity, and contemplation from the others, stated, "The Snow-Hidden Village has the 7 tails and requires no additional beasts." The remaining shadows displayed varied reactions upon learning this news. Ishikawa pondered, "The Snow-Hidden Village possesses enough strength to rival us." The Wind Shadow, Yeta, quietly observed Shueisha without expressing his stance. Only the Rakage scoffed impatiently, "A mere 7 tails. But Snow Shadow, does your snow country truly possess the foundation to support such a population?" Shueisha replied with a smile, "Providing for basic needs is easily managed. There is no need for the Rakage to fret. However, I wonder if the Rakage can safeguard 2-tailed beasts with a single purchase. Now, esteemed guests, let us share our opinions on the peace of the ninja world. I propose we draft a peace treaty to prevent conflicts among our nations. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Hashirama was the first to comply. Uchiha Madara regarded him with a dismissive smile, yet refrained from undermining his friend's dignity in front of others. After all, they were good friends. However, the other shadows perceived the situation differently, feeling as if dissent would result in immediate repercussions. "I am in favor." Shueisha was the first to support the motion, recognizing that the snow country, still in its nascent stages, required time to develop. Others soon followed suit, casting their votes of approval. Before long, a draft of the peace treaty was prepared, and the shadows affixed their signatures. Hashirama produced a notebook, continuing with the next proposal, establishing effective order, such as refraining from interfering in the internal matters of smaller nations, thereby ensuring their independence. It was evident that these suggestions were not born from Hashirama's mind, but rather from his brother, Senju Tobarama, who intended to position the smaller nations as buffers between the great powers in future conflicts. As for why Tobarama was absent, it stemmed from Uchiha Izuna's unresolved presence in the village. As long as Izuna remained, so would Tobarama. Additionally, following the tailed beast wager incident, Madara had lost a tailed beast to Hashirama. Consequently, Hashirama had enlisted Madara as a guard for this expedition, a consequence Madara had reluctantly accepted. Madara regarded Hashirama as naive, insisting on notions of peaceful coexistence and mutual respect, believing they could easily subjugate the nations through sheer power. As the evening waned, the summit of the 6 shadows came to a close. The gathered figures returned to their respective chambers. Senju Hashirama, after ensuring everyone had departed, approached Mizuki Jin's room and knocked on the door. Mizuki Jin opened the door and invited Hashirama inside, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. With a broad smile, Hashirama replied, "There is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your unwavering support." Mizuki Jin responded matter-of-factly, "That is only natural, for your words resonate with truth. The ninja world indeed yearns for a prolonged era of peace. The average lifespan of the citizens across the nations is merely in their 30s or 40s. I believe the common folk would align with your vision." Deeply moved by this, Hashirama exclaimed, "I am immensely grateful. With a presence such as yours, how could we despair of achieving peace in the ninja world?" As Hashirama departed, Mizuki Jin was about to close the door when he suddenly hesitated and remarked, "Is there something you wish to discuss, Madara?" Uchiha Madara stood behind Mizuki Jin, a playful glint in his eyes. "I find you quite intriguing. I did not expect you to put on such a performance in our presence. While Hashirama may not recognize you, my eyes unveil all inconsistencies." Alas, the alternate version of Trump had been unmasked. Mizuki Jin turned with a smile, saying, The fact that you did not see through my guise immediately is evidence of my success in deception. The current Uchiha Madara exuded an air of untouchable arrogance, far removed from the ruthless and unscrupulous figure he had been during his fallout with Hashirama. Crossing his arms, Madara stated, "I can surmise your motivations. It is merely a matter of population acquisition to develop the land of snow." Mizuki Jin candidly acknowledged, "Indeed, you are correct." Madara's mood lightened, perhaps due to the thought of Hashirama being outwitted. "I shall challenge you again in the future. This time, we must determine a victor." As Madara turned to leave, Mizuki Jin called after him, "Wait, can your eyes still see?" Madara paused, tilting his head in curiosity. "How do you know?" "The Bloodpool clan has joined us," Mizuki Jin revealed. Madara nodded slightly. "Ah, those fellows. The Uchiha once oversaw their confinement within Hell Valley. They possess knowledge about the Sharingan." He continued, "Once the Mangekyo is activated, vision deteriorates with the consumption of ocular power. I wonder if your eyes are still able to see clearly?" Madara frowned. "My ocular strength is formidable. Defeating you is certainly within my capabilities." Mizuki Jin shook his head. "That is not my point. I suggest you contemplate what you will do if your Mangekyo should become blind." Reflecting on the ancestral stone tablets he had seen, Madara ultimately replied, "Then I would simply acquire a pair of ordinary Sharingan." Understanding Madara's possessive nature over his little brother, Mizuki Jin thought it fitting Madara would not request Izuna's Mangekyo voluntarily. Inform Uchiha Izuna. Should the Uchiha clan ever need to leave Konoha, the land of snow welcomes your allegiance. The next Hokage shall undoubtedly be me. The Uchiha will not abandon the land of fire." Madara departed with his head held high. The following morning, after attending the closing ceremony, Mizuki Jin returned to the land of snow. Shortly thereafter, due to the peace treaty, war was rendered impossible, prompting the land of lightning to issue a statement. Citizens of the land of snow could join the land of lightning and would be allocated housing and employment. However, such a declaration would hardly entice the already well-fed populace of the land of snow. Seeing the decree's ineffectiveness, the land of lightning opted to increase the taxation on the trade caravans from the land of snow. Soon, the caravans from the land of snow departed, selling their goods at lower prices to the land of earth. The land of snow was indifferent to the market of the land of lightning, as the volume of goods was minimal and the losses insignificant. Chapter 47. Minister of Finance, Kankuro. After several years of development, the growth among the various ninja villages had reached a plateau. This marked the most stable years following the tumultuous warring states period. People no longer resorted to arms, and ninjas ceased to oppress the common folk. Although bandits and marauders still existed, hiring a ninja to deal with them was a simple matter of expenditure. However, the productivity of the nations had not significantly improved. Agricultural output had only doubled compared to the warring states era, while the land of snow had transformed from a food importing nation to an exporter. Over the years, the workload of the ninja villages had steadily increased, a direct result of the nations maintaining their martial prowess. Ninja villages could amass considerable wealth through missions, sustaining their operations. Smaller nations, leveraging the experiences of larger ones, gradually established their own ninja villages. Yet, these smaller villages were often under the negative influence of their daimyos, lacking independence and frequently resorting to oppression of their citizens, as exemplified by the grass and waterfall villages. Even in times of peace, conflicts between nations never ceased, as underhanded tactics were employed despite being publicly prohibited. Larger nations would stifle the growth of smaller ones and plunder their resources through various means, often without the need for military action. The land of snow currently faced such a predicament. Lord Yuki, the smaller nations, including the land of frost, have announced they will no longer import our food. Ryunai, the elegant and poised leader of the Yuki castle, stood before the desk with a troubled expression, holding a document. Mizuki Jin perused the document briefly before closing it with a frown, striking the desk in frustration. "It matters not. What news from the land of iron and the land of fire?" Ryunai replied. "The land of iron is willing to absorb the shares of the land of soup and the land of fields. The daimyo of the land of fire has not refused, but has increased taxes." Mizuki Jin confidently stated, "These individuals think they can unite against us. They are sorely mistaken." "How is the film projector coming along?" Ryunai reported. "As per your instructions, the film projector has been labeled under the land of waves, and the film reels have been sold to merchants across the nations, generating considerable excitement. Let them witness what cultural invasion truly entails." Mizuki Jin's strategy was straightforward. He placed the Research Institute of the Land of Snow under the auspices of the Land of Waves, allowing the innovations developed to be sold through their channels. The current daimyo of the Land of Waves had been secretly supported by the Land of Snow, and to ensure control, Ryunai had employed Jinjutsu. The Land of Waves was also cultivated as an intelligence outpost, training numerous spies to infiltrate other nations and relay information. Yuta, now the chief of intelligence operations, possessed a wealth of compromising material on high-ranking officials across the nations. Should this information be disclosed, it would cause chaos akin to the unleashing of a divine calamity, plunging nations into disorder once more. Have Yuta leak the compromising information regarding the higher-ups of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning. It would be ideal if even the remotest villages became aware. Understood. Ryunai exited the office. Presently, Ryunai served as the secretary to the Yuki, while Mizuki Hanako had recently married the new head of the Hikari clan. Feeling she was no longer suited for the role of secretary after becoming a wife, she tendered her resignation to Mizuki Jin. Given their shared struggles, Mizuki Jin ensured she received a fitting position as Minister of Education, allowing her to maintain an important role. Through years of effort, the Mizuki clan welcomed numerous new lives, prompting Mizuki Jin to bestow the name Future upon the firstborn child. The annual birth rate in the Land of Snow continued to rise, and to ensure these future pillars of society thrived, Mizuki Jin commissioned research to enhance the nutritional value of milk produced from the boba cattle. Through the diligent efforts of researchers, milk has been successfully transformed into powdered formula, enriched with essential nutrients vital for infant growth. The selling price of this powdered formula remains relatively affordable, allowing even a low-ranking ninja to comfortably support 3 children with a monthly salary. To prevent future powdered milk factories from becoming enterprises reminiscent of the triangular deer of the past, Mizuki has conveniently enacted new laws to assist aspiring entrepreneurs in maintaining ethical standards. After all, individuals devoid of moral foundations scarcely warrant existence. The pace of research in the Land of Snow often leaves Mizuki in awe, as the research sector dominated by the Kazahana clan frequently unveils astonishing innovations. Items like electric batons seem trivial in comparison, and even the Palu factory's assembly line production of Palu metal armor is subject to further research, enabling the enhancement of chakra and elevating the strength of low-ranking ninjas to that of their mid-ranking counterparts. Should the Land of Snow possess 5,000 low-ranking ninjas, donning the modified chakra armor would instantly transform them into 5,000 mid-ranking ninjas, capable of overturning the governance of any nation. Regrettably, Snow Hidden Village currently harbors just over 1,000 ninjas, including 564 low-ranking, 234 mid-ranking, and 198 high-ranking ninjas, not counting the 3 shadow-level forces, namely Ryuichi Yuki, Mizuki Yuta, and Kakuzu. Kakuzu, the finance minister, possesses shadow-level prowess at the tender age of under 20. Even without the support of the Land of Earth's grudge, his innate talent is undeniable, particularly in financial management, earning him praise from Elder Ruwei, who has long overseen the finances. His ability to stretch a single coin into 2 is remarkable. To procure even a pen for the office requires a 300-word application, incensing the Elder to the brink of unleashing his Sharingan. Indeed, the chances of approval are slim, often forcing others to scavenge for leftover charcoal to serve as writing instruments. During that period, the reports Mizuki encountered were all inscribed in charcoal, easily erased with a mere swipe. Ultimately, it was Mizuki who intervened to curtail Kakuzu's excessive frugality. After joining the Union, Kakuzu frequently immersed himself in dungeons to enhance his strength, surpassing even the teachers Mizuki had arranged for him in just a year. The skills acquired within these dungeons enabled him to master 4 elemental natures: water, fire, lightning, and earth. Eventually, he even cultivated a change in nature, though he made little progress in the realm of bloodline limits. Nevertheless, his mastery of these 4 potent elemental techniques is sufficient to surpass the majority of ninjas, as many high-ranking ninjas have only achieved mastery over 2 elemental changes. What is even more alarming about Kakuzu is that he has secretly hoarded over 170 green leaf rat statues acquired from the dungeons. Under Mizuki's urging, he finally utilized the statues to upgrade his lightning-type bloodline. Each individual is born with a compatible elemental attribute, and only this innate attribute can be enhanced using the green leaf rat statues. Subsequent training does not permit upgrades. After upgrading to a high-level lightning bloodline, Kakuzu can unleash lightning techniques capable of obliterating an entire city in conjunction with certain weather-altering jutsu. As Mizuki contemplated Kakuzu, a bronze-skinned youth burst into the room, exclaiming, "Lord Yukikage, why has the intelligence department spent 5 million ryo again today? That is sufficient to sustain the Yuki clan for an entire year." Mizuki rubbed his forehead and replied, "Next time you enter, please knock. And keep your voice down. We are working here." Kakuzu extended 5 fingers, agitated, retorting, "But that is 5 million ryo. How can you expect me to remain quiet? The intelligence department's information is worth far more than 5 million ryo, Kakuzu." He then produced a stamped document indicating a projected expenditure of 1 million ryo for a film. What is this film that costs 1 million ryo? Chapter 48, Filmmaking Soon. Kakuzu came to comprehend the concept of a film, as Mizuki had directly summoned Ryuichi to project a slide-like illusion. "I want to see the detailed breakdown. I still cannot fathom why creating such a thing would cost 1 million ryo." Kakuzu remained unconvinced, perceiving it merely as a group illusion. "All right. I will have Ryuichi send you a financial breakdown of the necessary expenditures." After dismissing Kakuzu, Mizuki sighed, resigned to the fact that he had chosen this finance minister. In the world of Naruto, filmmaking is relatively straightforward and economical, with many special effects accomplished by ninjas. As the film market develops, competition will likely center around the storyline. The first film was hastily produced, featuring a monotonous plot with black and white visuals and no sound, purely a silent film. The second generation released a player with both sound and visuals, and Mizuki intended to create a film laced with personal messages. Being a nascent industry, the public's threshold for films is quite low, as long as a movie is watchable. It suffices, provided the plot remains logical. The antagonists were to be depicted as dark-skinned ninjas from the Cloud Village, with the principal villain named Ebi. Following the lineage of Reikage, the insignia of the villainous faction closely resembled that of the Cloud Village's forehead protector. Mizuki quickly drafted a script, repeatedly revisiting it. Feeling it lacked perfection, suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not craft a film centered on personal heroism, targeting an audience of all ages? Mizuki swiftly revamped the plot, retaining the antagonists but incorporating elements of romance, setting the narrative against the backdrop of war. Upon completion, he shared the script with others. Ryuichi had no extraordinary comments about the script, as heroes held considerable allure for her age group. For younger individuals like Mizuki Kanai and Yuya, it was even more appealing, as society still revered the notion of personal heroism. For Hanako, the sweet romantic scenes seemed less captivating than the tragic elements. Thus, Mizuki decided to have the female lead perish, with the villain serving as the catalyst for her demise, thereby inflicting a blow to the Cloud Village. With the script finalized, filming could commence, and Mizuki promptly set the wheels in motion. When Ryuichi delivered the financial details to Kakuzu, he was dismayed by the required funding for the cast and crew, which exceeded that of a C-rank mission. Ryuichi countered, "But this is the protagonist. Mizuki himself is acting." Kakuzu had no retort against Mizuki but pointed to the supporting characters, exclaiming, "Their daily wages are exorbitant. They earn more than a D-rank mission in one go." The duration of the filming remained uncertain, as those involved would need to be compensated for their living expenses. "I want to act too," Kakuzu insisted, defiantly. Ryuichi could already envision the chaos that would ensue if Kakuzu joined the production team. Likely, the lunchboxes would contain no meat whatsoever. "You cannot act," Ryuichi pouted, exhibiting a childlike stubbornness. Her long, milk-white hair was simply tied back with a headband, her delicate makeup and fair skin resembling a princess from a fairy tale. Playfully throwing a tantrum, Kakuzu's face flushed, yet he stubbornly asserted, "I want to join. I do not require payment." "Then go plead with Mizuki." Kakuzu, undeterred, sought out Mizuki to request a role in the film. As a novice director, Mizuki could only rely on memory and imitation to guide his efforts. The production team was soon established, with Mizuki inviting the Palu clan to participate. He aimed to select a Palu as a mascot to promote justice, ultimately choosing the playful and amusing mischievous cat and the adorably cute swift weasel. Long was chosen as the supporting female character and entered the film crew. Upon noticing the empty entrance of the crew's tent, she suggested, "Let us name this film, as it lacks a title. How about Captain of the Snow Country? I will have someone inscribe the name immediately." The film's leading lady is Fuka Ichizuki, a member of the Fuka clan, who graduated from the Ninja Academy in Yukin Village and is currently 17 years old. This age aptly portrays the brutality of war and the nefarious deeds of villains. The male lead, Mizuki Jin, initially hesitated to take on the role himself, fearing that no one could perform it adequately. Thus, he decided to showcase his own acting prowess. Having portrayed the peaceful Taoist master for several years, the filming took 3 months to complete, and upon its conclusion, Mizuki Jin instructed researchers at the lab to duplicate the film and distribute it to trade caravans across various nations. Certain countries prohibited the entry of the Snow Country's caravans. But Mizuki Jin was undeterred. He employed a strategy of holding shares, investing in other nations to establish trade caravans under their names, thus allowing profits to flow back to the Snow Country's caravans without drawing scrutiny. The film's release created a significant stir, as cinema was a burgeoning phenomenon, providing a safe and affordable form of entertainment for the lower classes, far superior to the dangers of gambling dens and brothels. Caravans swiftly transported the film to various nations, and local merchants quickly recognized the opportunity, eagerly requesting to purchase projectors to establish screening rooms. The sale of the film and projectors became a primary objective of the caravans, and soon hundreds of projectors were sold, with Captain of the Snow Country being the top choice due to its rarity. Astute individuals also noticed the hidden implications within the film, which closely resembled the cloud-hidden village of the Land of Lightning. The antagonistic organization, known as the Thunder Ninja Corps, wore a logo featuring a rain cloud emblem worn by every member, reminiscent of the 3-cloud insignia of the cloud-hidden village, albeit lacking raindrops. The leader of this villainous group is named Abi. The Land of Earth even discreetly fueled the film's dissemination. The film spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the globe. Even the daimyo and raikage of the Land of Lightning, furious and seeking to impose a ban, could only manage to prohibit it within their own borders. Consequently, the Land of Lightning classified the film as contraband, forbidding the populace from viewing it, thereby diminishing the scope of its influence. Captain of the Snow Country enjoyed immense popularity, prompting Mizuki Jin to hasten preparations for a sequel. The government of Yukiin Village had evolved significantly from its nascent state, with departments collaborating efficiently, thus alleviating Mizuki Jin from the burden of directly managing administrative duties, allowing him ample time for other pursuits. However, not long after, Mizuki Jin found himself compelled to halt the filming due to an unexpected visitor. Uchiha Madara? Mizuki Jin was taken aback that the one seeking him was indeed Uchiha Madara. Madara's condition surpassed Mizuki Jin's expectations. His eyes had not succumbed to blindness, but had instead awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So, you have utilized Izuna's eyes? Mizuki Jin inquired. Madara did not respond but instead stated, Izuna wishes to see you. Chapter 49. Meeting Uchiha Izuna. The meeting was scheduled for a week later in the Land of Hot Water. Although uncertain as to why this location was chosen, Mizuki Jin resolved to attend. After Madara's departure, Mizuki Jin contacted the head of foreign intelligence, Mizuki Yuta. In the dialogue window of the guild, Yuta began to reply. What is up, boss? Mizuki Jin responded. Do you have any intel from Konoha, particularly regarding the Uchiha? Moments later, Yuta replied consecutively, a month ago. Senju Hashirama proposed to transfer the Hokage position to Uchiha Madara, even suggesting a rotation between the two, which faced considerable opposition, especially from clans historically opposed to the Uchiha. 15 days ago, there seemed to be a fierce battle erupting within the Fire Country, likely instigated by shadow-level combatants. 7 days ago, the Uchiha clan appeared to be experiencing unusual movements that Senju Tobarama and a host of ninja clans suppressed. As of now, Uchiha Madara has not made an appearance for half a month, and Uchiha Izuna has also vanished since the last suppression. Mizuki Jin inquired. What about news from the last 3 days? Yuta replied, Konoha has sealed itself off, making it impossible for spies to relay information. Mizuki Jin continued, Today, Uchiha Madara visited me, stating that Uchiha Izuna wishes to meet me, scheduled for 7 days from now. Yuta exclaimed, This is a significant issue, boss. Why would Uchiha Izuna not come directly and instead set a date a week later? Is there a conspiracy at play? Mizuki Jin speculated. I believe Uchiha Izuna may be experiencing some health issues that require a week for recovery. Yuta warned, You should exercise extreme caution, boss. Perhaps take Ryuichi along. He could help counter the Sharingan if things escalate. Mizuki Jin chuckled. I am formidable indeed now. Haha. As the guild chat ended, Mizuki Jin proceeded to his personal training ground outside the village, as the testing of jutsu was too loud for the village. Utilizing the ice mirror technique to teleport, He paused for a few seconds before manifesting the sage visage on his face. Upon opening his eyes, the original black irises transformed into an icy blue, with the scara shimmering with a white halo, undeniably captivating. Now, his sage state was complete, and he could enter it in mere seconds. Coupled with his vast chakra reserves, he was prepared to contend with Senju Hashirama using sage techniques. Mizuki Jin clapped his hands together, invoking the sage art, Ice Giant. The ground trembled as a well-proportioned, towering ice giant rose from the earth. The ice giant exuded a unique aesthetic, its muscular chest offering a sense of security, with its eyes resembling prominent goose eggs, and a circular cavity in its chest allowing Mizuki Jin to enter. As Mizuki Jin merged with the ice giant's torso, the giant's limbs became animated, capable of executing complex maneuvers such as rolls, flying kicks, and backflips. Unfortunately, it was still unable to fly. Mizuki Jin performed a simple series of hand seals, and as the final seal was completed, a sword of ice formed from the giant's wrist. With a swift horizontal slash, a wave of white light erupted around him. The sage art, Void Slash. Mizuki Jin executed another series of seals, and the ice giant drew another ice sword from its back. As the seals concluded, the giant's arms began to move rapidly, each swing leaving a trail of white light, executing a flurry of strikes, 70 or 80 in succession, culminating in a final descending slash. The ice sword struck the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave that surged forward for a full kilometer before it finally dissipated. Sage art, Twin Sword Dance. Senju Hashirama was likened to a great Buddha, while Uchiha Madara was compared to a towering behemoth. He had completed his own version of Ultraman. It was unimaginable the devastation such a technique would wreak on the battlefield. Having completed his training, Mizuki Jin returned to the village. In the following days, aside from tackling side quests and instructing the village ninjas to enhance their abilities, Mizuki Jin found little else to occupy his time. The primary focus of other quests was to gather attributes and acquire Chiyo Mouse sculptures. Upgrading to Sage form required 1,000 Chiyo Mouse sculptures, and he had only accumulated a little over 100 thus far. Mizuki Jin's attributes had reached a formidable level after extensive development over time. Spirit, 200, Strength, 205, Speed, 235, Ninjutsu, 200, Chakra, 405, Natural Adaptation, 115, Trait, Adamant Body, Bloodline Talent, Advanced Ice Release, Unable to Enhance, Sage Body, Upgradable. The primary attribute enhancement lies in energy control, which manifests upon achieving Sage status. This allows for a more refined mastery over one's energy, enabling not only a more intricate output of chakra, but also facilitating gradual alterations in chakra properties. Most importantly, energy control significantly enhances the manipulation of natural energy, allowing for a swifter integration of Sage chakra and enabling more nuanced transformations to achieve desired effects. Upon reaching a natural adaptation attribute of 100, Mizuki Jin fully realized the Sage art of the Ice Giant. Presently, within the boss dungeon, there are few adversaries that Mizuki Jin cannot vanquish within a minute, including Paulo. With the successful completion of the SSS level team dungeon, the team boss dungeon has also been unlocked. The difficulty of the team boss dungeon is extraordinary. The mere health pool of the boss, which exceeds hundreds of thousands, poses a formidable challenge, compounded by various large-scale attack abilities. Thus far, Mizuki Jin, accompanied by Ryuichi and Kakazu, managing to defeat the first boss, Bellanova, with the assistance of 4 Palu at level 50 or above. The spoils from Bellanova are quite lavish, including a Palu egg, blueprints for advanced weaponry, numerous materials, and a potent dark skill fruit. Soon, the day arrives for a meeting with the 2 leaders of the Uchiha clan. Mizuki Jin and Ryuichi journey to the land of hot water. Mizuki Jin rides Horus while Ryuichi mounts the winter beast. Their Palu travel at a comparable speed, swiftly reaching the land of hot water. Arriving above an ancient courtyard, Mizuki Jin and Ryuichi dismiss their Palu and descend outside the gate. The guards stationed at the entrance, having already noticed the unidentified summoning beasts in the sky, immediately assumed a defensive posture. The 2 guards, clad in garments emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, confirm that they have arrived at the correct location. Hearing the commotion outside, a robust voice calls from within, "Please, let the esteemed guests enter." The guards promptly retract their vigilance and escort the 2 inside. Soon, they encounter Uchiha Izuna, whose abdomen is swathed in bandages. Was it Senju Tobarama who inflicted that injury? Mizuki Jin inquires candidly. I can surmise that you summoned me for a specific purpose. He adds. Uchiha Izuna offers a wry smile and gestures for them to sit, saying, engaging with an astute individual is indeed straightforward. Mizuki Jin takes a seat and poses the question, are you two truly prepared to leave Konohagakure? Uchiha Izuna does not respond directly, instead stating, I have always believed that the Uchiha's integration into Konoha was a grave error. We have made too many enemies. Consider the plight of a tiger amidst a pack of wolves. If the tiger grows complacent, it will surely be overwhelmed by the wolves. Mizuki Jin seeks clarification. So, you and your brother are genuinely departing from Konoha? Chapter 50, The Uchiha Branch Family. I cannot speak for my brother's choice, but I believe the Uchiha must not remain in Konoha any longer. Uchiha Izuna is a rare intellect among the Uchiha clan. He perceives situations with clarity and contemplates the long term. Yet, do the Uchiha truly wish to relinquish the peace they have long desired? Once a person experiences a happiness they never imagined, escaping from it becomes nearly impossible. Those who have survived from the Warring States period should understand the notion of preferring to be a peaceful dog rather than a chaotic human. Uchiha Izuna appears despondent. There is little for me to conceal. I have already contacted our clan, and indeed many are unwilling to leave. Numerous clan members cannot comprehend my decision. They fail to grasp why you two would cause such turmoil, as their vision does not extend to the future. However, every decision comes at a price. Perhaps this is their fate. After offering words of comfort, Mizuki Jin asserts with conviction, you can lead those among your clan who wish to depart to the land of snow. Whatever number you bring, we shall provide for you. Yuki Hidden Village does not fear Konoha. Uchiha Izuna, stirred with emotion, slams his hand on the table and exclaims, excellent. Truly, you are the master of the path to peace. Your decisiveness is commendable. I will lead 45 clan members to join Yuki Hidden. Hearing this, Mizuki Jin's heart races. While the sentiment is stirring, the actual number is merely 45 individuals. Subsequently, Uchiha Izuna regains his composure and cautiously inquires, I wonder how the land of snow will accommodate us. In a clan as vast as the Uchiha, only a little over 40 individuals are willing to follow these two brothers. It seems these brothers lack considerable prestige. Though Mizuki Jin feels a tinge of disappointment, he maintains sincerity. Yuki Hidden Village has ample space. You can establish a clan residence there. Of course, we will send personnel to assist in your construction, and we will provide all necessary materials, more than enough. Uchiha Izuna senses the complexity of the situation. The more they offer, the greater the expectations on his side. Is there anything you require from us? Mizuki Jin replies decisively. Yes, your task is quite simple. We need you to use your Sharingan to hypnotize a few individuals to act as spies, providing us with regular updates on Konoha. Uchiha Izuna's eyes flash with intrigue. Specific individuals? Mizuki Jin nods. I will provide the list shortly. He then adds, it would be best if they possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna frowns slightly, but ultimately agrees. Considering the pride of the Uchiha clan, and to avoid any unnecessary conflicts in the future, Mizuki Jin advises, Yuki Hidden Village will continue to uphold the tenets of the path to peace. All individuals are treated equally, even with your bloodline limit. You will not be regarded as superior to ordinary villagers. Should conflicts arise between Uchiha members and others, the village will remain impartial and administer justice fairly. Since we are willing to join the land of snow, we must be prepared for this aspect. He raises his teacup to clink with Uchiha Izuna's. And then Mizuki Jin writes the list on paper. After handing the list to Uchiha Izuna, he prepares to take his leave. Just as Mizuki Jin and Ryuichi depart, Uchiha Madara finally returns. How did the discussion go? Uchiha Madara gazes tenderly at his brother. Uchiha Izuna smiles. It went well. We need no longer contact Awagakure and Sunagakure. Due to the betrayal of his clan members, Uchiha Madara harbors little fondness for the ninja villages. Will Yuki Hidden Village truly be the best choice? From every angle, Yuki Hidden Village is indeed the most favorable option. They lack a powerful ninja clan and do not possess high-tier bloodline limits. Initially, Uchiha Izuna spoke earnestly, but then he chuckled bitterly. As remnants of war, if we were to join Kumogakure, the people would swiftly be divided. Kirigakure has too many ninja, which is unsuitable for us. Sunagakure lacks resources and is lagging in development. The Wagakure would be wary of us, fearing a coup. Although the ideals and regulations of Yuki Hidden Village may seem overly idealistic, the strength of Yuki Shadow is sufficient to protect our clan members. Upon hearing Izuna's analysis, Uchiha Madara simply nods. He understands his brother well, recognizing that he is unlike any other Uchiha. He then states, "Once those clan members willing to leave Konoha arrive in Yuki Hidden, I will prepare to embark on my path of vengeance alone. Izuna, you should remain in Yuki Hidden to watch over our clan." Izuna is taken aback, then excitedly exclaims, "Did we not agree that the two of us would battle the Senju together? This time, we must determine the victor." Uchiha Madara closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, a resolute expression adorns his face. "Your ordinary Sharingan can no longer accomplish anything. Brother." Izuna takes a deep breath. Even in the face of losing his eyes, he has never felt such pain. Nor could he have imagined that the brother who had always cared for him would utter such words. "Chennai, your duty lies in safeguarding our clan. The affairs of our kin and the conditions set forth by that individual are of no concern to you. I shall address them myself." With that, Uchiha Madara departed from the secret stronghold of the Uchiha clan. Meanwhile, during their return from the Land of Water, Mizuki and Long Yi were not idle. Long Yi feared that the arrival of the Uchihas might disrupt the flourishing state of Snow Hidden Village and bring calamity upon it. "Are you not apprehensive that the Uchiha might turn against us, posing a significant threat to the village?" Mizuki simply remarked, without providing a direct answer, that the Uchiha clan is not inherently treacherous. Their eyes are born of love and can lead to destruction out of that same love. If we treat them sincerely, they shall surely reciprocate and fully integrate into our community. The Uchiha clan is akin to a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon both foes and themselves. It all depends on how we wield it. Long Yi sighed, his concern not primarily about the Uchiha clan, but rather the potential backlash from Konoha. They were considered allies, engaging in frequent trade, and had never encountered conflict amongst their ninjas. If the Uchiha were to fall out with Konoha, it could result in significant losses. Senju Hashirama is a wise man. He would not prevent the Uchiha from departing. The real threat lies with Senju Tobirama, a formidable opponent indeed. At this, Mizuki's lips curled into a sly smile. He hoped that the list would surprise Senju Tobirama. How would he choose when the time comes? A month later, the port of the Land of Snow welcomed a group of individuals poised to settle in this realm. Within Snow Hidden Village, the eastern section, previously unplanned, buzzed with the construction of housing. Skilled carpenters were diligently adding insulation and decoration to the exteriors of the rudimentary houses. Observing the artisans of Snow Hidden Village genuinely assisting them in building their homes, the Uchiha clan, who once had grievances about their environment, found solace and willingly engaged alongside the carpenters in establishing their new abode. For the newly arrived Uchiha, Mizuki did not hesitate to distribute warm clothing. Hundreds of garments were provided. Though Akado was reluctant to give them away for free, he begrudgingly complied with Mizuki's orders, issuing tickets for distribution. The Uchiha, upon receiving the clothing, rejoiced and became more amenable to integrating into Snow Hidden Village, actively greeting others and fostering relationships with the villagers. The Uchiha clan experienced a warmth and camaraderie in Snow Hidden Village that they had never encountered in Konoha, where the bitter cold of -18 degrees could not extinguish the villagers' friendliness and enthusiasm. Previously, in Konoha, the Uchiha had been isolated, often met with disdain, which led them to become withdrawn and aloof towards others. Chapter 51. The Origins of Uchiha Schism through Yuda's Investigation. Mizuki quickly learned the details surrounding Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna's departure from Konoha. Senju Hashirama indeed proposed relinquishing the position of Hokage to Uchiha Madara, reasoning that Konoha was the fruit of their joint efforts. Without their collaboration, the village of Konoha would not have come into existence. Since the establishment of Konoha with the Senju, the Uchiha had experienced an unremarkable existence, enjoying peace but not acknowledging the inequity of their status as founding elders. Other ninja clans and villagers maintained a lukewarm attitude towards the Uchiha. After all, during the Warring States period, the Uchiha's reputation was less than favorable, often looking down upon others. Following the rumors of Hashirama intending to pass the Hokage position to Madara, the Uchiha standing within the village deteriorated sharply. Aside from the absence of thrown-rotten eggs, their daily lives faced significant obstacles, with many merchants unwilling to sell to them. Before long, most clan leaders jointly protested to Hashirama. The Uchiha's reputation in Konoha was already tepid, and this unexpected targeting only worsened their plight. Furious, Uchiha Madara resolved to teach those clans a lesson, for the Uchiha had not endured such humiliation since the Warring States era. now even unable to distinguish between petty and grand matters. The Uchiha clan prepared for confrontation, but Senju Tobarama, having anticipated this or perhaps orchestrated the entire affair, had already rallied the ninja clans in readiness. Hashirama was dispatched by his brother to negotiate with the Mist Ninja regarding the territorial disputes. Seizing the opportunity during Hashirama's absence, Tobarama branded the Uchiha as rebels, providing them with a justification for their actions. As the Uchiha initiated their assault, Tobarama swiftly unleashed the combined might of the ninja clans upon them. Even though Uchiha Madara was formidable, without the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he found himself overwhelmed. Uchiha Izuna faced Tobarama alone. Although he was wary of the Flying Thunder God technique, Tobarama had already anticipated his counter, seizing the moment to deliver a devastating blow. Had it not been for Izuna's timely activation of Susanoo, that strike would have claimed his life. His abdomen was left a mangled mess, nearly fatal, yet even so, it was almost cleaved open, his intestines visible. With his younger brother on the brink of death, Uchiha Madara lost all reason. Forcibly activating his complete Susanoo at the risk of blindness, scattering the allied forces and rescuing Uchiha Izuna, allowing him and his subordinates to flee Konoha. However, many within the Uchiha territory were unable to escape and fell under Tobarama's control. Fortunately, Tobarama, in his wisdom, did not order the destruction of Uchiha territory. Upon returning, Hashirama was infuriated by the news and confined Tobarama as punishment, then humbly went to apologize to the Uchiha clan. This gesture led many within the Uchiha to decide to remain in Konoha, unwilling to sever ties with Uchiha Madara. Conversely, the Uchiha brothers who left Konoha faced dire straits. Izuna was wounded, and Madara was on the verge of losing his sight. To evade the pursuing Konoha ninjas, Madara exerted the last vestiges of his ocular power to escape the Land of Fire. At the former intelligence station of the Uchiha in the Land of Water, Izuna transplanted his eyes to Madara, donning the three-tomo Sharingan of a deceased clansman. After a period of recovery, Madara resolved to sever ties with Konoha, a notion supported by Izuna. However, this was no longer the era of the warring states, but rather the era of ninja villages, with few places to seek refuge. For the Uchiha to regain their footing, they would have to align themselves with other ninja villages. Through careful analysis, Izuna concluded that the Land of Snow was their optimal choice, a burgeoning power with advanced technology and fair dealings. Most importantly, during the Peaceful Path incident, Mizuki's helpfulness left a favorable impression on the brothers. Izuna also diversified their negotiations, avoiding putting all their eggs in one basket. The conditions from the Cloud Ninja were the most stringent, infuriating Madara to the point of wanting to subjugate them by force, but Izuna restrained him, offering multifaceted solutions. Recognizing that sheer military might would not win them lasting loyalty, but rather temporary compliance. Ultimately, as Mizuki knew, Madara personally reached out to him, resulting in an agreement between him and Izuna in the Land of Water, which led to the schism of the Uchiha from Konoha, with a portion joining Snow Hidden Village. The number of Uchiha who came to Snow Hidden Village exceeded Mizuki's expectations, totaling 97, surpassing the figure provided by Izuna, perhaps a testament to the brothers' prestige. Upon learning of Madara's return to Konoha, Hashirama rushed over to apologize once more. However, Madara was resolute in his refusal to stay and insisted on leading the Uchiha away from Konoha. Konoha's Hashirama Senju felt a profound ache in his heart. Yet he was unwilling to relinquish the shared dream he held with the Uchiha clan. Thus, he allowed Madara Uchiha to lead their kin away from the village. A significant number of Uchiha had resolved to remain in Konoha, guided by the clan elders, who rejected Madara's proposition. Nevertheless, the influence of the Uchiha brothers within the clan was formidable, and many were inclined to follow them into exile. Upon learning from Madara that they intended to join the Land of Snow, several individuals, particularly young women from the clan, swiftly agreed to depart Konoha, leaving Madara perplexed. During the process of escorting their clan members, Madara discovered that an emerging phenomenon known as movies had ignited a fascination among the clan's girls for the Land of Snow. As they were about to leave Konoha, Hashirama personally saw the Uchiha off, assuring Madara that he would treat those Uchiha who remained in Konoha with fairness. Madara merely smiled in response, turning away with the promise, "I will return for you." The Uchiha clan in Konoha, having lost their formidable brothers, found themselves in a precarious situation. Following Madara's final command as clan leader upon his departure, the Uchiha in Konoha transitioned into a branch family, with the leadership bestowed upon Inazuma Uchiha. The selection for the branch leader was advised by Izuna Uchiha. And although Madara did not comprehend why a seemingly mediocre individual was chosen, he acquiesced to his brother's judgment. While Inazuma was not widely recognized, his son, Kyu Uchiha, was already a disciple of Tobirama Senju. After leaving Konoha under the cover of night, Madara quietly returned, adhering to the conditions set by Mizujetsu. Using his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to cast illusions on 3 unsuspecting individuals, hypnotizing them into becoming spies. Dismissing the triviality of their youth, Madara departed the scene with disdain. To this day, the Uchiha clan has established a firm foothold in the land of snow and has fostered sincere relations with its inhabitants, thriving in their new environment. In Chapter 52, a third stronghold emerges. What an unprecedented summoning beast, Izuna Uchiha remarked, scrutinizing the rascally cat that had been immobilized before him. I say, refrain from attacking Palu indiscriminately. Mizujetsu Jin gently patted the cat's head, dispelling the illusion. As the enchantment lifted, the cat, with its short legs, scurried behind Mizujetsu. Peeking out warily, Izuna, intrigued, produced a can of cat food from his ninja tool pouch, shaking it enticingly. Would you like some? The mischievous cat ignored him, as no self-respecting cat would indulge in such fare. Izuna's curiosity deepened. Was there truly a cat that refused canned food? Hey, you wouldn't happen to be a cat slave, would you? Izuna's cheeks flushed as he hastily denied. I merely found it amusing. So you prepared cat food in advance? The Uchiha clan's summoning beasts were indeed ninja cats, heirloom cat slaves. The corner of Izuna's eye twitched in annoyance. We are friends with the ninja cat clan. Never mind. Let us proceed to the academy. Mizujetsu retrieved a roasted chicken leg from the system space and tossed it to the cat, continuing onward with Izuna towards the ninja academy. After familiarizing himself with the academy's operations, Izuna proposed a visit, expressing his desire for some Uchiha clan members to teach children the art of shuriken, throwing, and various taijutsu techniques. This was Izuna's initiative to engage the Uchiha clan constructively. They could not simply arrive and stake their claim without contributing. Mizujetsu readily agreed, recognizing that having teachers would aid in their integration into the village. Additionally, he secured 2 commercial shops for the Uchiha clan in the marketplace as a gesture of goodwill. Upon reaching the ninja academy, after observing the classrooms and playgrounds, Izuna remarked astutely, the pace of ninja training here is rather sluggish. Should war arise, we may face a shortage of personnel. Mizujetsu shook his head, gazing at the children in the classroom. In the event of war, I will never allow the children to step onto the battlefield. Izuna countered. But what if it comes down to a last stand? That is my concern. I will distribute weapons, and they may choose whether to fight or retreat. Izuna contemplated Mizujetsu for a long moment before asserting, I believe the land of snow will prevail. Tomorrow, I will bring several ninjas to the academy. With that, he waved his hand, preparing to depart. Mizujetsu called after him, you should contribute as well. How about the position of advisor? Certainly, Izuna answered without hesitation. As one of the few rational figures within the Uchiha clan, while not quite as cunning as Tobirama Senju, he nonetheless held the position of the clan's second-in-command. Days later, 3 Uchiha clan members reported to the academy. A female named Hibi Uchiha, proficient in fire, earth, and lightning ninjutsu, possessing the strength of a jonin, and 2 male chunin who had awakened their 2 Tomo Sharingan. The elder among them excelled in the Uchiha clan's traditional taijutsu, while the other was adept at shuriken throwing. Izuna was pleased that those dispatched were all capable individuals. In recent years of peace and stability, the population had increased significantly, and it was anticipated that within 10 years, the Ninja Academy could enroll up to 500 students, a figure based on this year's newborns in the land of snow. Currently, the village was in its nascent stages, with marriage registrations rapidly rising, and an explosive growth in newborns expected in the next 2 to 3 years. The Uchiha clan's integration into the land of snow had stirred considerable commotion across nations, leading to an influx of spies. While intelligence gathering was manageable, any attempts at assassination would be detected by the Palu terminal, which would alert the Palu stationed at the stronghold to automatically track the enemy's position. In an interrogation room constructed of steel, a middle-aged man was bound to a chair, being interrogated jointly by the Yusaka clan and the Uchiha clan. Cast the Blood Dragon Eye Jinjutsu on his left eye, and the Sharingan Jinjutsu on his right. Regardless of what we extract, it will be entertaining. Once the Uchiha were thoroughly settled, Mizugetsu transmitted to the factory stronghold via the Palu terminal. Inside the factory, the assembly line was staffed by adaptable Palu, producing gleaming swords and polished armor. Nestled within a canyon, the factory was entirely constructed from steel, standing 130 meters tall, with vast internal space divided into multiple layers, each designated for different functions. Infiltrating from the outside was a formidable challenge, as entry was restricted to a main entrance guarded by armed personnel and a rear entrance overseen by a dragon. Nearby, ninjas patrolled, including Uchiha ninjas who had recently joined. Even if spies from other countries discovered the location, they remained oblivious to its purpose. The factory's products were not transported externally, as finished items were stored in containers by the Palu and directly transported by guild members through the Palu terminal. The first floor primarily featured various assembly lines, with a height of 30 meters, while the second floor served as a repository for minerals and materials, with a height of 60 meters, directly feeding into the production area below through a pipeline. The third floor serves as the lounge and dining area for the Paru, boasting a height of 30 meters. The fourth floor is designated as the resting quarters and cafeteria for the guards, equipped with various entertainment facilities such as billiards, board games, and fitness rooms. The Paru within the factory are regularly rotated. It is somewhat inhumane for them to be confined to the factory for 8 hours daily. Last month, the factory shut down for a month-long break, allowing for sufficient rotation of 2 batches of Paru. Mizuki-jin has come this time to replace the weapon production on the assembly line, while the stock of longswords is ample. There is a need to produce standard firearms and ammunition. This is also the reason for Mizuki-jin's confidence, even if all the ninjas were to perish. Ordinary people could step in, and the young men brought by Haiwado are certainly not idle. Though firearms become less effective against seasoned lower ninjas, the sheer number of ants can still topple an elephant. Physical stamina is finite, and ninjas cannot perpetually evade and utilize ninjutsu. Changing the production project for the month, Mizuki-jin proceeds to replace the Paru at the terminal. The resting batch will be released into a secret valley in the land of water, characterized by its pristine waters, beautiful scenery, and untainted air, free from worldly disturbances. Within this stronghold, there are also completed standalone villas, resembling a quaint vacation resort. This resort serves as the newly established third stronghold, where guild members can rest as well. Everything appears to be progressing positively, yet as time marches on, some disheartening news inevitably reaches one's ears. Chapter 53, Uchiha Madara. I will retrieve all that I have lost. In the 9th year of the ninja village, Elder Rue of the Mizuki clan and Elder Chungshur both passed away, plunging the Mizuki clan into mourning. Although the 2 elders once stood in opposition to Mizuki-jin, they later contributed significantly to the success of Yuki Hidden Village. They lived into their 60s before succumbing to illness, a respectable age for those who endured the turmoil of war. Before their departure, both elders had the opportunity to meet with Mizuki-jin one last time, expressing their gratitude for the different vistas he had allowed them to witness. Following the funerals, Mizuki-jin abolished the elder system of the Mizuki clan, and the deceased elders would be recorded in the family chronicles as the last of their kind. In the same year, the esteemed leader of the Kazahana clan, Kazahana Chime, also passed away at the age of only 47, leaving Mizuki-jin profoundly saddened. Before his death, Kazahana Chime appointed his youngest son as his successor. However, his son is currently studying at the Ninja Academy in Yuki Hidden Village and will return to inherit the family legacy upon graduation. His eldest daughter, Kazahana Shualon, has already graduated from the Ninja Academy and returned home to support her mother, temporarily taking on the role of clan head. In reality, Kazahana Shualon is the primary heir, but after becoming a ninja, she harbors no desire to live the rigid, dull, and unfree life of a noble. The mere thought of the formalities disgusts her, leading her to decline the position of heir. The research facility, which had been under Kazahana Chime's management, has now been handed over to Uchiha Azuna, who will oversee various scientific endeavors henceforth. Aside from the land of snow, similar patterns emerge in other nations. Many significant figures from the era of conflict seem to have coincidentally passed away this year, marking the closure of an era. From the first year of the ninja village to the present 9th year, Mizuki-jin's strength has surged dramatically. The sage body not only grants him sage techniques, but also an abundance of vitality and an unchanging appearance. Mizuki-jin's consistent visage naturally incites envy among others, to which he merely attributes to the pinnacle of ice release training. If anyone inquires how Yuta has matured into a seasoned figure, Mizuki Jin would simply respond, "Isn't it obvious? That guy just hasn't achieved perfection in his training." Currently, aside from the addition of some residences, Yuki Hidden Village remains stable, with a saturated population and the villagers living worry-free. Due to their considerable reproduction, the Paru have become accessible for external hiring. Merchants can now employ Paru from Yuki Hidden Village to transport goods. Ordinary families in the Land of Snow may also apply to adopt Paru as household pets. The most popular choices remain the riding deer types, Yinhai Lu, Zixiao Lu, and Jiue Lu, followed by mischievous cats, hunting wolves, and fluffy foxes, each possessing either a strikingly handsome or adorably charming appearance. Knock, knock. The office door was rapped upon. Mizuki Jin invited the visitor to enter, and soon a girl with long black hair and a round face stepped inside. The girl from Yuki Hidden Village timidly bowed as she entered the office. Mizuki Jin greeted her with a warm smile, inquiring, "What brings you here, Wunai?" The girl is named Uchiha Wunai, a disciple of Uchiha Azuna. "Master, I heard that today there are mischievous cats available for adoption. I would like to adopt one." Wunai spoke slowly, her voice ethereal and pleasant. Mizuki Jin chuckled, "Huh? This must be Azuna's scheme to adopt a cat without me knowing he's a cat lover." Wunai blushed and shyly replied, "Master is not a cat lover. He adopted an Akatsuki dog. That was merely for show." Mizuki Jin retorted, "Forget it, there are plenty of mischievous cats. Take 2 back with you." He authorized Wunai to do so. Typically, such matters could be directly handled at the dedicated Paru service window in the administrative hall, but Wunai, being socially anxious, likely found the crowd daunting and preferred to come to the familiar Mizuki Jin instead. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Wunai's personality is somewhat out of place. Had her parents not accompanied Uchiha Azuna to the Land of Snow, she might have faded into obscurity in Konoha. Wunai's mother is not of Uchiha descent, but rather from the Senju clan, symbolizing the alliance between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Their wedding was graced by both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, perhaps due to her maternal lineage from the Senju clan. The 10-year-old Wunai awakened her Sharingan without experiencing any intense stimulus. According to modern genetics, having daughters is crucial for lineage continuation, as the mitochondria from the maternal body are passed down to daughters, ensuring the perpetuation of mitochondrial DNA. The analysis from the research facility suggests that Wunai's mother carries distinct genetic factors, had it not been for the high probability of inheriting her father's traits. Wunai might not have awakened her Sharingan at all. Wunai, armed with the authorization from Mizuki Jin, went to the breeding grounds to collect 2 mischievous cats. Upon returning to the training field, she handed over the 2 mischievous cats contained within Paru balls to Azuna. Azuna, displaying commendable character, did not keep them all to himself, but left one for Wunai. That night, sounds of meow, meow echoed from Azuna's room. All the cats were named Meow, and all the dogs were called Woof. Just as Azuna was indulging in playful antics with the cats, a knock sounded on his door. Upon opening the door, Azuna was greeted by a fellow Uchiha clan member holding a book, stating, "Lord Azuna, while organizing the family history records tonight, I discovered this." Uchiha Azuna, puzzled, accepted the book, which bore the title Uchiha Clan History, Volume 49. As he opened the book, a page adorned with a peculiar sealing symbol slipped out. Bending down to retrieve it, Azuna scrutinized the paper and inquired, "Is this it?" The visitor replied, "Page 87. Uchiha Azuna flipped to page 87, and as he read, the content increasingly alarmed him. After a lengthy pause, he closed the book and commanded, "Send clan members to secretly locate this site." "Yes, sir." A figure departed with a book, leaving behind a piece of parchment inscribed with a sealing symbol in the possession of Uchiha Azuna. He returned indoors, clutching the paper, and began to examine the seal while stroking the slumbering mischief-maker cat. Not only had events transpired with Azuna, but his brother was also occupied at that moment. On the mountaintop, Uchiha Madara gazed down at the myriad of lights below, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged observation, he vanished in an instant. Outside Konoha, in a desolate mountain region, stood Madara before a hidden cave. Beneath his feet lay 2 corpses, while he fixated on a faint, diaphanous barrier before him. Swiftly forming hand seals, he pressed his left hand against the barrier, which dissipated almost immediately. This barrier had contained the 9 tails within the cave. A roar erupted from within, followed by an eerie silence. Only Madara emerged from the cave. According to the original timeline, the 9 tails should have been captured by Madara prior to his attack on Konoha. Now that Uchiha Izuna remained alive, his assistants had enabled the discovery of the Nine Tails. It was initially believed that capturing the beast would secure victory. Yet it turned out that Senju Hashirama had captured even more. Madara had seized the Nine Tails many years prior and was aware of its sealing location, perhaps indicating that Hashirama had placed too much trust in him, failing to relocate the Nine Tails seal. Chapter 54, The Final Battle Boom. A tremendous explosion echoed, plunging the villagers of Konoha into chaos. The colossal figure of the Nine Tails blotted out the sun, unleashing a barrage of tailed beast balls. Its nine tails sweeping through the village, obliterating swathes of what had been constructed. How could the Nine Tails have broken free from its seal? The ninja clans felt a tingling apprehension in the face of the beast, simultaneously questioning how Madara had managed to capture such a monstrous creature in the first place. At that moment, Senju Hashirama, donned in armor reminiscent of the Warring States period, appeared atop the Hokage building. Senju Tobirama soon followed, and the elder brother's brow furrowed as he observed the Nine Tails' eyes. "Brother, it has been controlled by the Sharingan." Hashirama immediately deduced the identity of the one who released the Nine Tails, uttering the name with a complex expression. "Madara." "Hashirama, let us engage in battle," Madara declared, appearing atop the Nine Tails. Hashirama surveyed the devastation around the village and the anguished cries of the people in the distance, his heart heavy with sorrow as he questioned, "Madara? Why?" Madara locked eyes with his longtime rival, Hashirama. "It is impossible for individuals to achieve mutual understanding. Only absolute power can establish a perfect order, and strict laws can regulate human behavior. Morality is futile." Hashirama retorted, "Have you forgotten our original ideals? What kind of ideal is it if you cannot protect your own brother?" "Madara, you fool." The two supreme powers of this world commenced their confrontation. From exchanging blows to performing jutsu, from Susanoo to the transformation into the Buddha, they battled from Konoha to the outer world, amidst a picturesque mountain landscape, unleashing their full might without restraint. The Nine Tails ravaged Konoha for 3 hours before finally being subdued, yet before the ninja could rejoice, it was summoned away via a summoning technique. "Disaster. We must head that way." Tobirama sensed something amiss and immediately led his comrades to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Madara summoned the Nine Tails, enveloping it in Susanoo, preparing for a final showdown against Hashirama's Senju cannon. The surroundings had turned to desolation, the mountain transformed into a valley. Its structure shattered, rivers collapsed, and waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs. "Madara!" Hashirama shouted, striking down upon countless wooden arms. Although he managed to sever many, even more wooden arms surged forth. Senjutsu, transformation into Buddha. The myriad fists of 1,000 arms rained down upon the formidable Susanoo, shattering its armor and exposing the Nine Tails. A wooden hand seized the Nine Tails as if it were a mere chicken, flinging it aside. Observing this, Madara activated his complete Susanoo and soared into the air, aiming a devastating strike at Hashirama atop the Buddha statue. However, at the moment the giant sword descended, 2 arms intercepted the blow with bare hands. Hashirama bellowed in fury. "Madara!" Madara echoed the sentiment, "Hashirama." Both unleashed their ultimate techniques. As calm returned, the two dispersed their jutsu, plummeting to the ground. Exhausted, Madara opened his eyes to the brightening sky, realizing he had fought from night until dawn, ultimately facing defeat. Hashirama staggered to his feet, his remarkable recovery allowing visible wounds to mend rapidly. "Do not presume you have won, Hashirama. Why must it come to this? Did we not build Konoha together?" Hashirama's face reflected confusion. "Our philosophies have diverged. You are my left arm, my brother. I have always believed that one day the villagers would recognize your merits, and at that time, you would become the second Hokage. Hashirama, you are too naive. By that time, the Uchiha would surely be eradicated, which is precisely why Izuna consented to the division of the Uchiha clan." "Are you referring to Tobirama?" Hashirama laughed. "You can no longer afford to be naive. Mark my words, once you are gone, the ninja world will plunge into another wave of war." With that, Madara fell silent, and Hashirama trembled as he reached out to check for a pulse at his friend's neck. Madara and Hashirama collapsed, and a dark figure appeared nearby, revealing a sinister smile. However, he soon felt an unsettling chill and turned abruptly, finding someone gazing at him with ill intent. "Kage," he stammered in shock. As Senju Tobirama led a contingent of Konoha ninja to the scene, they found Hashirama lying on the ground, while Madara had vanished without a trace. "Brother has actually lost?" Tobirama exclaimed in shock, quickly transporting Hashirama back to Konoha Hospital. After examination, it was discovered that Hashirama had merely exhausted his chakra and would recover with rest, However, the troubling prognosis indicated he might not have long to live. Hashirama's incredible self-healing ability accelerated cell division, which in turn depleted his life force, leaving him in a precarious state after the battle. Upon awakening, Hashirama informed Tobirama of Madara's demise. As for Madara's vanished body, Tobirama speculated that it had been taken by Izuna. Hashirama forbade his brother from disclosing the matter of Madara to the public, and he also treated the Uchiha clan with greater kindness, garnering their gratitude. Reluctantly, Tobirama acquiesced to his elder brother's wishes. Especially since one of his disciples was a member of the Uchiha clan, he could not afford to be overly harsh. Before long, news of the events in Konoha spread throughout the ninja world. The aftermath of the battle between the world's foremost powers was meticulously documented by spies from various nations, bringing this astonishing scene back to their homelands. The ninja world fell into an eerie silence, collectively choosing not to discuss the incident, lest they attract the attention of those two formidable beings. Upon learning of his elder brother's demise, Uchiha Izuna was engulfed by a tempest of grief and fury, succumbing to illness and despair. To aid Izuna in his recovery, Mizuki Jin escorted him to a cave in the land of snow. There, upon an icy bed, lay his brother, Uchiha Madara. Elder brother, Izuna cried out, collapsing beside Madara and weeping profusely, feeling as though he had lost the only blood relative in this world. His body was rigid, his complexion pale, marred by countless wounds, devoid of breath, and stripped of the once imposing pride he held. I did not bring you here to mourn, Mizuki Jin interjected. Izuna, with urgency, responded, do you possess a means to resurrect my brother? It has been 3 days, surely that should suffice, he added. Chapter 55. Uchiha Madara. Let Uchiha rise again. This is Izanagi. Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that his proud brother had prepared such a contingency. Madara rose from the icy bed, bare-chested, shivering in the frigid air. Izuna, you are here too? Madara noted, his remaining eye appearing dull and lifeless. Brother, Izuna hesitated. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has been squandered. Regaining his composure, Izuna continued, it was Jin who brought you back. Madara, suddenly enlightened, nodded in acknowledgement to Mizuki Jin, expressing his gratitude. According to his deductions, his body should have been interred by Hashirama, yet Tobirama would undoubtedly secretly reclaim it for research, storing it in some obscure location. He had liberated the Izanagi seal for 3 days using the rewriting seal, sacrificing one Sharingan to rewrite the outcome and resurrect himself. The plan was flawless. Yet he did not anticipate being retrieved prematurely. At this moment, Mizuki Jin remarked, the flesh of Senju Hashirama you had in your mouth has already been sent to the research facility. Madara, taken aback, queried, you discovered it? I could hardly overlook it. Given how conspicuous it was, Jin waved dismissively, continuing, if you wish to integrate Hashirama's cells, the research facility can assist you. Madara frowned but remained silent, only to hear Mizuki Jin disclose an even more significant revelation. If the transplantation succeeds, your eyes may not only recover, but ascend to a higher echelon. How do you know this? Mizuki Jin produced a paro ball, idly toying with it as he spoke. I have captured a rather intriguing individual, through interrogation. I learned that the clan monument beneath your Uchiha shrine was altered by him. Furthermore, the enmity between the Senju and Uchiha clans was instigated by him, likely existing for a millennium. Izuna and Madara exchanged solemn glances. Mizuki Jin grasped the paro ball firmly. The so-called infinite Tsukuyami is merely the beginning of a deception. He then tossed the paro ball, revealing a creature, dark and amorphous, resembling a pool of sludge, before them. The paro ball is capable of capturing other species. Yet such a method is profoundly unethical, which is why Jin hesitated to employ it in such a manner. Mizuki Jin addressed the brothers. You may question it. It is the creation of the great figure sealed upon the moon, birthed through the art of in-release. How can I trust your words? Every matter leaves traces. This creature is now entrusted to you. He tossed the paro ball to them before turning to depart. Izuna caught the paro ball, standing beside Madara, both fixating on the still-dazed Kage Otsutsuki. To him, there was no necessity to release her, as they were merely cosmic beings of the Otsutsuki clan. Once they had acquired formidable beings like the empty vortex dragon, Belanov, and Belarugi, he doubted they would struggle against the Otsutsuki. Informing the Uchiha brothers of the truth in advance would be beneficial. Their combined talents were sufficient to unify this world in the future. Days passed. and within the Snow Shadow office, Mizuki Jin awaited the arrival of the Uchiha brothers. Observing their lack of the Paro Ball, he surmised that Kagaya's fate was grim. The brothers bore differing expressions, Madara's soul remaining lacked vitality, his demeanor vacant, akin to a soulless husk. Izuna, direct in his approach, stated, "We understand the situation. I wish to know your intentions in handing over that Kagaya." He had sensed that Mizuki Jin's motives were far from simple. "You are well aware of the teachings of the peace doctrine. There is no ulterior motive, merely a straightforward ambition to unify the world." Madara's solitary eye flickered with a glint of interest. "Do you believe that only through unification can peace be attained?" Mizuki Jin nodded earnestly. "Indeed. When we are all citizens of a single nation, what strife could persist? After uniting the earth, we shall disarm, establishing military districts to venture into the cosmos, where extraterrestrial beings await. Without internal strife and fortified against external threats, we shall stand strong." Izuna, perceiving the uncommon understanding between Mizuki Jin and his brother, interjected, "I believe that after unifying the shinobi world, we should release Kagaya Otsutsuki, allowing everyone to recognize the presence of an even greater foe. A commendable thought. Does this imply you are willing to collaborate with me?" Madara nodded to Izuna, who inquired, "What can the Uchiha gain from this?" "During the process of unification, we will need to establish heroic exemplars, and the Uchiha would be perfectly suited for that role." Mizuki Jin regarded the brothers with a subtle smile. Could the Uchiha, isolated by many clans from Konoha, resist such an enticing offer? After a brief pause, Madara replied, "We, the two brothers, shall collaborate with you." Upon learning that the inscriptions on the clan monument had been tampered with, Madara, now aware of the entire truth, initially felt that his life was devoid of meaning, merely a vessel for enduring the world's suffering. Yet, with someone presenting him with a goal capable of fostering peace, he found himself invigorated. In life, whether for fame or gain, even those who do not pursue such ambitions should strive to make their existence meaningful. With a fervent gaze, Madara declared in a deep voice, "Let Uchiha rise again." Witnessing his brother's transformation, Izuna exhaled in relief, sensing that normalcy had returned, with the brothers now willing to assist in unifying the shinobi world. Mizuki Jin divulged the intelligence acquired the previous day. According to a spy's report, Senju Hashirama appears to have little time left. Madara paused, stunned, before finally asking, "Is the information reliable?" Indeed, a physician of the peace doctrine was stationed in the Land of Fire to gather intelligence, later discovered by Konoha and employed in their hospital, where he treated Hashirama. Madara's expression grew complex. "So, shall we wait until Hashirama's death to act?" "No. My intention is for you to remain in slumber for a while longer. We shall awaken you only when the Land of Snow possesses the capital to confront the world. Currently, we lack such leverage." Curious, Izuna inquired, "How many shinobi do we possess?" Snowy Hidden Village is more prosperous than Konoha, with its citizens living in peace and harmony. Surely, the number of shinobi should not be fewer than Konoha's. Excluding students from the Shinobi Academy, the Snowy Hidden Village has only over 1,000 resident shinobi, with approximately 500 more dispatched. Izuna, incredulous, exclaimed, "You haven't trained those soldiers of the peace doctrine and the wandering shinobi?" Partially, Mizuki Jin clarified, "Previously, due to resource limitations, we could only implement an elite system, so our numbers may seem fewer. However, our overall strength surpasses that of the Mist and Sand shinobi." Feeling awkward, Izuna remarked, "The shinobi of Konoha are at least triple our numbers. The objective is drawing near, at the very least. We are superior to that desolate place of the sand." Shuei Wuyuejin was not surprised, wearing an expression that conveyed he had anticipated this all along. "Although our population base is ultimately not as large as that of the Land of Fire, I firmly believe that we will soon surpass Konoha. It merely requires some time, transitioning gradually from an elite training system to a universal education system." Uchiha Madara, in contrast, had become the catalyst for Shuei Wuyuejin's elite uniform. "Humph, no matter how many cannon fodder there are, they are of no use in the face of true power. Cultivating elite ninjas is what truly matters." Izumi Na facepalmed. "Brother, I have always managed the clan. You need not speak. The two systems can indeed coexist harmoniously. We can develop the specifics over time." Chapter 56. The Chunin exam of Yuki Shinobi Village. Uchiha Madara ultimately acquiesced to Shuei Wuyuejin's vision, albeit with the stipulation that his slumber would commence after Hashirama's demise. With Hashirama's departure, he too would fall into a deep sleep, awaiting the day of his awakening. Madara's whereabouts were classified as top secret within Yuki Shinobi Village, ensuring that the outside world continued to propagate the legend of Uchiha Madara as a ninja who had perished. The Research Institute had already devised a plan for Madara to assimilate Hashirama cells, but adjustments were still necessary, and Madara showed no urgency to merge with them. Instead, he appeared transformed, returning to the clan to educate the younger generation. 11 years into the Shinobi Village era, the number of ninjas in Yuki Shinobi Village continued to rise, with a significant increase in newborns as well. The ninja school had even expanded, now comprising 6 grades, which greatly pleased Shuei Wuyuejin. The 3rd grade began to specially recruit outstanding students from other towns for concentrated training. The 6 grades commenced from the age of 6, culminating in graduation at 12. Post-graduation, students would be assigned to a leading instructor based on their examination results. Those excelling in all subjects would be paired with formidable jonin mentors, while students with specific strengths would receive guidance from ninjas proficient in their respective fields. Each leading instructor could mentor 5 students, employing various methods of training, which I shall not elaborate on here. After 2 years of mentorship, students could then participate in the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam posed significant challenges, necessitating the examination to be conducted in the Paru ecological zone beyond Yuki Shinobi Village, where being pursued or attacked by Paru was merely a minor inconvenience, and severe injuries, amputations, or even fatalities were grave possibilities. Shuei Wuyuejin served as the chief examiner for this year's Chunin exam, arriving at the Paru ecological zone. Each iteration of the exam varied in content, often leaving even many instructors in the dark. Thus, students could only comply. The written portion of the exam had concluded, allowing only the successful candidates to proceed to the 2nd round, which comprised just over 70 participants. Outside the ecological zone, an instructor announced the examination task to locate the pendant he held, which was embedded with a yellow gemstone, a unique item not easily replicated. Within the ecological zone, there were a total of 40 pendants. Those who retrieved one could proceed to the dueling arena on the eastern side, where other instructors would validate their success. The exam period was set for 3 days, and those who passed would advance to the next stage. After the instructor's remarks, he opened the large gate at the perimeter of the ecological zone, awaiting the signal to commence the examination. The participating students seized the opportunity to converse in hushed tones. So, only 40 will pass the assessment. That's not many. I heard from my family that in the first Chunin exam, only 1 person succeeded. And there were several fatalities during the exam, which was later halted by Lord Isekai'd upon discovering the matter. Since then, the Chunin exams have become considerably less perilous, with the average number of successful candidates resting around 20. However, I have heard that there is always a death quota for each exam. Becoming a ninja entails an inherent mission. What is there to fear in death? I am not afraid of dying. The chatter outside grew increasingly boisterous until a signal flare erupted in the sky, prompting the instructor to bellow, "Young ones, the exam begins." Upon hearing the command, the students rushed towards the entrance. Meanwhile, within a wooden cabin in the ecological zone, Shuei Wuyuejin had already brought the examination personnel to this location. One wall of the cabin was adorned with 24-inch ice mirrors, through which they could observe the examination unfold in real time. Additional ice mirrors were positioned throughout the ecological zone. While not entirely comprehensive, they provided ample coverage. This represented another application of the ice mirrors, specifically developed for the exam. Shuei Wuyuejin gazed at the ice mirrors ahead and inquired, "Yuta, who do you think has the greatest chance of winning?" "That goes without saying. It must be the scion of the Uchijo clan. In the Chunin exam, there are no companions, and the Genjutsu of the Blood Dragon Eye is virtually insurmountable," Yuta replied, reclining on a stool with his legs crossed. The accompanying examiners refrained from speaking freely in the presence of the 2 high-ranking officials. However, Shuei Wuyuejin remarked, "I believe there may be a dark horse, not from the Uchijo clan. Is it that girl from the Uchiha clan? That is indeed a possibility," Yuta observed, turning to another ice mirror that displayed Uchiha Wano. Shuei Wuyuejin shook his head, directing his gaze to the upper left ice mirror. Noticing Shuei Wuyuejin's focus, Yuta followed suit and beheld a young boy adorned with the insignia of the Hain clan, cautiously observing a paru ahead in the snow. This paru was a Shiryuki fox, its pristine white fur, elongated ears surpassing its shoulders, and a tuft of fur atop its head resembling a crown. complemented by two bushy tails behind it, exuding an air of nobility. A yellow gemstone pendant hung from its neck, which was precisely what the boy needed. Shui Wuyuejin inquired with interest, "What is the name of this child?" The examiner quickly stood to respond, "Hain Daifuku." Yuta instructed the examiner to sit down, then took the documents from the examiner's hands. "No need to be so formal. We are not monsters." The documents contained details about the boy's background and family, and upon seeing his leading instructor, Yuta suddenly smiled. "So it's that kid's disciple." Closing the documents, Yuta's expression turned nostalgic. "Mizuki has taken on a disciple now, hasn't he?" Mizuki, one of the jonin in the village and a member of the guild, had once been Yuta's frequent accomplice, often duping him out of reward items. After the establishment of Yuki Shinobi Village, Yuta, now busy as the head of the intelligence department, had not seen Mizuki for several years. Mizuki had now also elevated his ice techniques to the peak, yet regrettably had not achieved Sage Mode. What a pity that is. The two continued to observe the scene. In the image, Hain Daifuku, undeterred by the snow accumulating on him, stealthily followed the Shiryuki fox, maintaining a mere 50-meter distance. The boy, with his neatly trimmed black hair and a snowflake forehead protector firmly in place, gazed intently at the Shiryuki fox, his focus rivaling that of Jiraiya when he spied on a women's bath for inspiration. Is he merely following it? His patience indeed mirrors Mizuki's. Yuta commented as he scrutinized the ice mirror. From dawn until dusk, they awaited the moment the Shiryuki fox returned to its lair for rest, at which point Hain Daifuku slowly emerged from the snow, creeping stealthily towards the Shiryuki fox. The fox's nest was nestled among a cluster of tightly packed pine trees, constructed from scraps of cloth and branches, surrounded by fallen twigs and leaves that could easily betray his presence. A crisp sound echoed. The Shiryuki fox's ears perked up, seemingly sensing the disturbance, prompting Hain Daifuku to tightly wrap himself in his white coat and lie still in the snow. He could almost hear his instructor's teachings. Those with patience will find success. Thus, Hain Daifuku resolved to remain crouched for a few more minutes. Yuta was amused by the antics of this young lad, expressing his frustration. Over there, the Uchiha girl and the boy from the Uyachijo family have already acquired their pendants. Yet this fellow is still hiding. However, recalling that Masaki had also spent considerable time lurking behind a tree in the instance, waiting to ambush a troublesome cat, Yuta could only remark, a master is reflected in his apprentice. As the third round of the Chunin exam commenced, the examiners straightened in their seats, eagerly observing as Yui Daisuke prepared to make his move. Curiously, they watched him retreat slowly, pondering his intentions. He soon ventured far off, behind a tree, where vapor began to rise. This kid is quite the character, Yuta mused, noting the impressive perseverance that seemed to echo the teachings of Masaki. Daisuke cautiously approached the den of the blizzard's fox, taking 3 minutes to traverse a mere 10 meters. He calculated his movements, using wind release to clear branches in his path. After retrieving the gemstone pendant, Daisuke swiftly utilized body flicker technique to escape. The blizzard's fox awoke, enraged to find its pendant missing, and let out a light yet furious cry, scanning the surroundings. The 40 pendants could be hidden anywhere within the ecological zone, perhaps on the body of a Paru or hanging from the sconces of the dueling arena. The nocturnal nature of Paru meant that students seeking rest had to find a secure place. The night was periodically shattered by the roars of Paru and the terrified screams of students. Even if some Paru resemble demons, they need not provoke such panic, Yuta yawned, listening to the chaos outside. Mizuki Jin took a sip of coffee and inquired, "Have you spotted any promising candidates today?" "Yes, a few stand out. The boy from the Uyachijo family and the Uchiha girl are quite impressive. One is Ryuichi's cousin, and the other is Azuna's disciple. However, I suspect you won't be keen on them," Yuta responded. "I understand, it's merely talk. When it comes to gathering intelligence, these two clans may not be the best fit. It's often the unassuming, seemingly inconspicuous individuals who excel," Mizuki Jin replied. "Doesn't the Suki clan have a few of your kin supporting you? While information theft is beneficial, I am faced with the vast intelligence of various nations. A handful of individuals simply won't suffice," Mizuki Jin remarked. "Afterward, you'll have the first pick," he added, leaning back in his chair, appearing ready to relax. Yuta slouched lazily. "Jin, I heard there's to be a second Chunin exam this year?" "Indeed, in 3 months. It will be held jointly with Konoha and Sunagakure." "Off to Konoha, I presume?" "Precisely. Do you have any thoughts?" Yuta turned to Mizuki Jin, no specific thoughts. Though I've recently interacted with a few Hyuga clan ninjas, not sure if you might be interested. Mizuki Jin's eyes widened. Those from the branch family? The head of the Hyuga branch has been rather restless, even going so far as to contact us through the underground exchange. He seeks to release the caged birds. But we lack expertise in sealing techniques. It must be due to the Uchiha's internal strife, prompting the Hyuga branch to contemplate such matters. While I am intrigued, this will only add to our workload. The caged birds are directly controlled by the main family, a challenging situation unless we seek assistance from the Uzumaki clan. In that case, I must decline their request, Yuta acknowledged. Mizuki Jin continued, perhaps we could ask if they would be willing to offer a clan member. If so, the Land of Snow could assist them in researching how to release the caged birds. Jin, you truly have a way to circumvent the caged birds, Yuta commented. It's not an ideal solution, merely a temporary measure to prevent the caged birds from activating. However, this would also restrict the Hyuga branch's movements, Mizuki Jin explained. Could it be that Yuta knows how he plans to do this? The technique? Yuta questioned. That technique does indeed yield results. Everything is understood without needing to articulate it. The following morning, the examiners escorted the first batch of eliminated students from the ecological zone. A total of 18 were eliminated, some severely injured by Paru attacks, while others sustained injuries from pendant thefts. Despite their conditions, none voluntarily withdrew, exhibiting commendable resolve. The examiners had no choice but to enforce their elimination, ensuring safety as stipulated by the casualty regulations of the Chunin exam. Some astute students opted to forego searching for pendants, instead targeting those who had already secured them. Outside the arena, combat was prohibited except within the designated areas, allowing candidates only to rest in the lounges. As the second and third days passed, the signal for the end of the exam was fired, and the examiners began clearing candidates who had not made it to the dueling arena. Ultimately, only 36 candidates progressed to the third round. Gathering all candidates in the dueling arena, Mizuki Jin took to the host's seat. Upon his appearance, the candidates expressed admiration, yet maintained silence. Congratulations to you all for passing the second exam. However, the path of a ninja is fraught with challenges, and the forthcoming third exam will determine your potential as Chunin. In this third exam, you will be randomly divided into 18 pairs for one-on-one duels. The victors will advance to Chunin, while the defeated will be eliminated. As a reward for entering this round, the pendants will not be reclaimed. Consider them a memento. These pendants, crafted from the diligent efforts of the dungeon, enhance the wearer's manual dexterity. While ineffective when worn repeatedly, they also slightly accelerate hand signs for ninjutsu. Top-tier warriors may not require them, but for those of lesser strength, they can prove advantageous in balanced contests. Fortunately, there are hundreds more within the metallic containers. Blissfully unaware to Kakuzu, who would undoubtedly exploit them. The third round will commence tomorrow. Take this day to rest and recuperate, Mizuki Jin announced, dismissing the candidates. The next morning, after announcing the exam rules, the matchups were revealed. First match, Uechijo Genji vs Ono Tamakio. Second match, Takigawa Taichi vs Sarazawa Yamato. Third match, Yui Daisuke vs Uchiha Wano. First match candidates, please take your positions. The examiner called, signaling the competitors to the stage. Gradually, the atmosphere became tense as the two stepped onto the arena. With the examiner's command, both participants sprang into action. The sound of fists and feet colliding echoed across the 200-square-meter arena. Soon, Ono Tamakio seized an opportunity, delivering a kick to Uechijo Genji's chest. Forcing him back, distancing himself, Genji's eyes transformed, activating the Byakugan. I won't look. Ono Tamakio lowered his gaze, concentrating on his opponent's feet. Chapter 58. The contest continues. First prize. Zazu, look into my eyes. Uechijo Genji charged toward Ono Tamakio. In the midst of their battle, the unassuming Tamakazu Ono found himself utterly outmatched by the formidable Genji Kage, who, despite not unleashing his full potential, skillfully suppressed Ono's efforts. Were it not for the latent powers of the Blood Dragon Eye, Ono would stand no chance. Yet, Ono displayed remarkable cunning, intermittently employing tactical earth techniques to disrupt his opponent's focus with playful banter. Where did you buy that nail polish? Why pink? Are you particularly fond of that color? You appear quite the tough guy. Is that pink polish a reflection of your manly prowess? Uyaju, exasperated by the incessant chatter, finally snapped. Am I not giving you enough face? Have you never encountered a member of the Black Society before? Witness my dark hand. He seized Ono by the throat. bending down as if to let him gaze into his eyes. In a frantic attempt to shield his vision, Ono raised an arm, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen, rendering him weak and collapsing to the ground. As Uyasha dismissed the lightning energy in his hand, he sneered at Ono's fallen form. If you weren't from the same village, I would have turned you into a human bomb. Clutching his midsection, Ono weakly protested. Isn't that terrorism? Still talking? Uyasha retaliated with a swift kick. The duel concluded with the examiner declaring Uyasha the victor. The second round of examinations unfolded as a rather mundane display of combat, lacking any flair, merely a methodical exchange of ninjutsu and physical techniques. Far less captivating than the first. Soon, the third match commenced, drawing a flicker of interest from Mizuki and Yuta. Daisuke Wari and Nanaka Uchiha stood poised on the platform. Yet neither made the first move at the examiner's command. Aren't you going to strike? Wari, unaccustomed to initiating, squinted at his opponent to exert pressure. Nanaka's gaze darted nervously, unable to meet Wari's unwavering stare. Consequently, the two remained motionless on the stage for 3 minutes. Mizuki sighed. If you two don't start, you'll both be disqualified. At that, Nanaka retrieved a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch and hurled it towards Wari. The shuriken spun rapidly, tracing an arc in midair, its velocity formidable. Wari, startled, swiftly evaded, reaching into his pouch to toss out a para ball. Thwack! A martial arts frog landed, its webbed feet striking the ground with a sound akin to a cork being popped. Parua. Now, mischievous cat, join in. The mischievous cat landed, glaring intently at the green frog. Remarkably, despite its inherent timidity, the cat, emboldened by its master's presence, fearlessly charged forth. With ferocious swipes, it unleashed its meow-meow fist upon its foe. The martial arts frog, clad in a training outfit and possessing a less svelte physique than an ordinary frog, assumed a fighting stance, inviting the cat to approach. As the cat drew near, the frog unleashed a water projectile, splashing it squarely in the face. Yuta smacked his own forehead, mortified. Is this truly the result of my family's training? Mizuki, taken aback by the unexpected shift to a para battle, found himself powerless to intervene, for the rules permitted their use. The two parus engaged in a lively skirmish, the mischievous cat pursuing the martial arts frog with relentless punches, while the frog scurried across the platform with surprising speed. Amid the commotion, Wari seized the opportunity to act, swiftly forming hand seals. Soon, several ice mirrors materialized beside him. Magic mirror ice crystal. This lad can utilize ice release. The onlookers expressed their astonishment. Mizuki and Yuta exchanged glances, having already perused the records. With 2 ice-based skill fruits awakening his ice release, Wari's talent was indeed remarkable. As Nanaka's eyes sparkled with determination, they transformed into the 3 Tomo Sharingan, murmuring, "My master instructed me to decisively confront any who wield ice release." Upon hearing this, Mizuki shook his head, recalling Uchiha Madara's teachings. Nanaka, having learned from him, referred to him as master, while his brother Izuna was dubbed second master. Nanaka swiftly formed hand seals, inhaling deeply before exhaling a torrent of flames that surged forth like a roaring wave. Fire release, great fireball. Can a mere Jinin wield a B-rank ninjutsu? Truly, the Uchiha legacy shines through. Yuta marveled, turning his gaze towards the ice wall where Wari had taken refuge, pondering what techniques Masaki had imparted to him. Sensing the tremor beneath him, Nanaka leapt aside just in time to avoid a jagged ice spike that erupted from the ground. Ice release, ice spike. The crystalline spike glistened brilliantly, remaining fixed in place until, suddenly, Wari emerged from within it, having utilized the magic mirror ice crystal to evade capture. Yuta couldn't help but admire the execution, though he noted a potential lack of chakra reserves. Observing Wari, Mizuki recognized that while the Wari clan excelled in yang release and medical ninjutsu, their chakra control was exceptional, yet their overall chakra volume was comparable to an average chunin. Likely due to insufficient training, Wari charged towards Nanaka, manifesting a chakra surgical knife as a weapon to engage in combat. Nanaka, drawing the short blade strapped to his back, clashed with Wari, resulting in a tense standoff. Yuta, concerned, remarked, "It's unwise to engage in a physical confrontation with an Uchiha." As predicted, Nanaka seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wari sprawling, quickly following up with another great fireball. Wari hastily erected an ice wall, gasping for breath as he sheltered behind it, only to find a short blade poised at his throat. Nanaka's true form had revealed itself. "Was that a shadow clone you used to cast the ninjutsu?" Wari inquired calmly, refraining from struggle. Nanaka nodded, and the examiner subsequently announced Nanaka's advancement. Mizuki shook his head, recognizing that mere survival on the platform was insufficient. Perhaps the wilderness would favor wary more. He remarked to Yuta, Nanaka didn't employ any genjutsu. Otherwise, it could have ended even sooner. This girl possesses the strength of a chunin. With a bit more chakra, she could ascend to jounin. Yuta's gaze fell upon Wary. I want him. After the exam concludes, I will speak with Masaki. Agreed, Mizuki responded. Following the remaining matches, though none were particularly remarkable, Yuta identified 2 more candidates of interest. After announcing the victor's advancement to Chunin, Mizuki added, the competition continues with one-on-one duels, and the top performer will receive a special reward. The examiners exchanged glances, clearly caught off guard by this unexpected arrangement. The students who passed were filled with excitement. Rewards awaited. Could it be the formidable Palu? Perhaps it was a powerful S-rank ninjutsu. Or maybe even becoming a disciple of Lord Isekai'd. Chapter 59, Data Comparison. As expected, the top position was held by Uchiha Ueno. With her 3 tomo, she effortlessly dominated her peers in the transition from Genin to Chunin. As the champion of the elimination round, Uchiha Ueno was taken aside by Mizuki Jin, while the second-place winner received a B-rank ninjutsu scroll. Curious about the reward for the first place? As they left the ecological area, Mizuki Jin glanced back at the girl trailing behind him. Uchiha Ueno looked up at Mizuki Jin, her face turning crimson as she shyly murmured, I'm curious. Upon returning to the village, Mizuki Jin welcomed Uchiha Ueno into the guild, marking the first time a member of the Uchiha clan had entered. Thus, the Uchiha clan had finally infiltrated the core circle. So this was the secret of Palu. Uchiha Ueno covered her mouth, her face brimming with astonishment. After her initial surprise, she anxiously inquired, Can I let my second master know about this? Mizuki Jin, taken aback by Ueno's keen political sense, chuckled, That fellow has already guessed something. I haven't mentioned it to him, but you can tell him when you return. I understand. Uchiha Ueno departed, adorned in a higher-tier Chunin armor exclusive to guild members. Typically, the Chunin in the village would receive cold-resistant Palu metal armor and helmets as standard gear, while guild members were bestowed with superior Palu metal armor. Identical in appearance, but different in material. Palu metal is a product of advanced technology, 2 levels above ordinary metal, with exceptional energy conduction and shock resistance, surpassing any metal available in the market. Standard Palu metal armor can withstand 5 impacts from B-rank ninjutsu water dragon, while the advanced variant can endure 3 blows from A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan. Its only drawback is its relative weight, although one's speed would not be significantly hindered after acclimatization. The armor is not only remarkably protective, but also aesthetically pleasing. It features a blue and white fur collar, a blue Palu metal shoulder guard for enhanced defense on the right, a white shoulder on the left, and a soft black-purple leather connection. The breastplate, arm guards, and leg plates are crafted from white Palu metal, with a white battle skirt draping down to the knees. The armor adapts to the wearer's physique, automatically tightening as needed. Typically, it is only donned during missions. Chunin do not wear armor casually in the village. Jonin possess even more specialized armor, constructed from a more expensive material known as plastic steel, which is lightweight yet offers superior protection. The creation of plastic steel requires crude oil, which is currently scarce and can only be obtained through dungeon runs. Thus, plastic steel armor is exclusively available to Jonin. Mizuki Jin, utilizing a surveyor unlocked through system technology, has pinpointed the location of an underwater oil field in the seas of the Land of Snow. While the technology for harvesting the oil field has been unlocked, the materials required are still insufficient. The endeavor necessitates 50,000 iron ingots, 30,000 refined metal ingots, 10,000 Palu metal ingots, plus various other materials including 1,000 circuit boards, 3,000 carbon fibers, 5,000 iron nails, and 2,000 power generators. While these materials are relatively easy to acquire, they require time to accumulate. Currently, the Palu terminal has reached level 19, unlocking numerous new features, including urban greening projects and street lamps, alongside a wide array of furniture and appliances, from air conditioners and washing machines to desk lamps. The televisions on the market remain black and white, while those produced by the system are already in color. In terms of ninja equipment, there are specialized ninja tool bags that offer greater capacity than traditional ones, designed to be compact and crafted from brown leather, featuring a larger central compartment flanked by smaller pockets. In Isekai'd, the main road has been paved with concrete, while smaller paths and alleys are smoothed with a blend of gravel and cement. Streetlights lined the main thoroughfare, accompanied by frost-resistant greenery, significantly enhancing the village's aesthetic appeal. Days later, Uchiha Izuna approached Mizuki Jin, fervently requesting to join the guild. He was intrigued by the so-called dungeons and the prospect of utilizing the special device to view his physical data. Mizuki Jin welcomed Uchiha Izuna into the guild, eager to see if Izuna's bloodline could be upgraded. The two made their way to the terminal, where Mizuki Jin instructed Uchiha Izuna on its operation. "Are you truly confident bringing me to such a secretive place?" Uchiha Izuna inquired, scrutinizing the Palu terminal. "Aren't you worried about potential traitors?" Mizuki Jin replied confidently, "Of course. I am at ease. Only I can construct the Palu terminal, and I can remove any guild member at will. Even if exposed to other ninja villages, what of it? Ukagekure now possesses the strength to protect itself. We are the sovereigns of this land." A smirk crept across Uchiha Izuna's face as he opened his character panel, revealing his data to Mizuki Jin, which was, in itself, a form of trust. Uchiha Izuna, Spirit, 155 Strength, 160 Speed, 154 Ninjutsu, 178 Chakra, 315 Bloodline Talent, 3 Tomo Sharingan, upgradable, Fire Release, non-upgradable. Mizuki Jin was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Izuna's data. Although it did not surpass Yuta and Longi, it was certainly superior to that of Kakazu. "I wonder what your elder brother's data would look like," Uchiha Izuna pondered, hesitating. "Should I really awaken him just out of curiosity?" Months prior, Uchiha Madara, having fused with Hashirama cells, had fallen into slumber. During this sleep, Uchiha Madara would slowly generate the power of the universe through the merging of Indra and Ashura's chakras, awakening the Rinnegan once a certain threshold was reached. True. We can discuss that later. However, your Sharingan shows an upgrade prompt. I recall that wasn't your original eye. It belonged to a deceased clan member. Perhaps it's a quirk of being Uchiha Izuna speculated. Mizuki Jin chuckled. "Your paper stats are not as impressive as mine. Let me see yours." Uchiha Izuna retorted, turning to Mizuki Jin with a defiant expression. Feigning contemplation, Mizuki Jin replied, "Perhaps not," for fear of discouragement. Izuna insisted, "Impossible. Show me." Fine, Mizuki Jin relented. He operated the terminal to display his character panel, revealing the following data. Spirit, 275 Strength, 290 Speed, 280 Ninjutsu, 200 Chakra, 575 Natural Adaptation, 200 Traits, Adamant Body Bloodline Talent, Advanced Ice Release, non-upgradable. Sage Body, upgradable. The splendid data left Uchiha Izuna utterly astonished, especially with the additional attribute. He scrutinized Mizuki Jin anew, suddenly realizing, "You're remarkably powerful. Did you not use your full strength when battling my brother?" "I fought with all my might. It's just that over the years, my strength has undoubtedly grown." Mizuki Jin replied, "That's quite extraordinary." Uchiha Izuna exclaimed, "It seems you chose your partner wisely." Mizuki Jin beamed with pride, feeling a rush of satisfaction akin to a successful display of prowess. Two individuals stood shoulder to shoulder before the Palu terminal, playfully shoving each other. A scene witnessed by Uchiha Ueno from outside the door, causing an unnatural hue to rise on the young girl's face. Moments later, her eyes widened as if she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Could it be that these two? Chapter 60, Journey to Konoha, November 10th, Year 11. Bang. Come in. Uchiha Izuna burst into Mizuki's office early in the morning without knocking. Mizuki, who had been yawning and on the verge of dozing off, was abruptly awakened. "We're gathering at 9, it's only 8. Mizuki glanced at the wall clock. This trip to the Land of Fire was to participate in the Chunin Joint exam hosted by Konoha, with participants from various ninja villages including Yuki, Suna, Kusa, and Taki, totaling around 200 candidates, with the leaders of each village invited to observe the third exam. In truth, Mizuki need not have arrived so early. A delay of a couple of days would have sufficed. However, a letter from Senju Hashirama expressed a strong desire to meet like-minded friends, prompting Mizuki to set out alongside his students. Yuki Village had only 20 participants this time, with some having previously taken part in the last Chunin exam. Among these 20 students, 3 had been personally trained by Izuna during this period, including a member of the Uchiha clan, a civilian ninja adept in fire techniques, and a lower-ranking ninja from the Kurama clan. To avoid embarrassment in the upcoming exam, Mizuki also included Yuhi Daifuku, who had shown considerable improvement under Yuta's guidance over the past few months. This time, a lower-ranked member of the Mizuki clan was also participating. Although he had yet to awaken his ice techniques, he was proficient in both wind and water techniques. To encourage his junior, Mizuki gifted him a modest ice skill fruit. Upon consuming it, the junior promptly awakened his ice techniques before Mizuki's eyes. While Yuki Village was well prepared, Konoha was equally diligent. Many of the ninja participating in the exam hailed from renowned clans. When the gathering time arrived, Mizuki led the way to the port of the Land of Snow. He and Uchiha Izuna rode on the back of a cloud deer, while the students followed on purple mist deer. The purple mist deer, known for their endurance, abundance, and relatively swift speed, were the most common mode of transportation in the Land of Snow. Upon reaching the port, they dismounted their deer and boarded the ship. The weather was calm, causing the vessel to move at a slower pace, yet the discomfort of holding in their bladders was palpable. With the sails unfurled, the skilled sailors aboard utilized wind techniques to propel the ship, increasing its speed. Typically, the journey from the Land of Snow to the Land of Fire would take about a day, but with the sailors' efforts, they would arrive within mere hours. Through casual conversation, Mizuki learned that these sailors were former wandering ninjas who had accompanied the peace envoy from the Land of Fire. Due to their average abilities, they had resorted to this line of work to make a living. Despite their modest skills, these retired ninjas had accumulated considerable wealth over the years of peace, with some even having 5 children, some of whom had excelled and were now attending the Ninja Academy in Yuki Village. Stability and gratitude towards those in power were the sentiments a leader would cherish. Upon arriving at the port of the Land of Fire, Mizuki was greeted by the beaming face of Senju Hashirama, who was accompanied by several familiar faces. "Mizuki, Izuna, it's been a long time." Izuna frowned, while Mizuki responded with a smile, "What brings you here personally?" "Of course, I had to come to welcome you." Hashirama shook Mizuki's hand. Mizuki observed Hashirama, noting he was dressed in his usual attire, resembling a diplomat. Typically, he encountered Hashirama in battle gear or Hokage robes. With his heightened perception, Mizuki sensed a depletion of energy within Hashirama. He was no longer capable of enduring a battle akin to the one against Uchiha Madara. "Are these your disciples?" Mizuki inquired, glancing at the individuals behind Hashirama. "Ah, they are Tobirama's disciples. He insisted they accompany me," Hashirama explained. "Now, let us hurry back to Konoha. We must make merry tonight." Mizuki nodded, recognizing the familiar faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo among the group. His recollections of them were from their elder years and under his perception. He noted Hiruzen as the strongest, while the only female, Nara Shikaku, appeared the weakest. As they followed Hashirama towards Konoha, the ninja from Konoha greeted the Yuki ninjas with warmth. Konoha and Yuki had established a trade agreement for a decade, with both sides employing ninjas for escort duties at their shared border, which had fostered familiarity over time. Upon entering Konoha Village, which had been rebuilt after the attack by Uchiha Madara, some scenes now aligned with Mizuki's memories. "Kushina, please take the Yuki Village candidates to their accommodations. The rest of you should return to find Tobirama. I have matters to discuss with Yuki," Hashirama instructed, dismissing his followers once they returned to the village. When had Hashirama ever needed protection? He believed his brother was being overly cautious. Was it not he who should be the protector? What is the difference between security guards protecting security guards? "I have no interest in your tedious gatherings. I wish to check on the Uchiha branch family," Izuna declared before striding away. Hashirama sighed, expressing his frustration. "I'd rather not dwell on Madara's affairs." Mizuki was curious whether Tobirama would confront Izuna. Afterward, Mizuki accompanied Hashirama back to his residence, which was indeed quite lavish, a quintessential Japanese estate with mountains, water, and trees, alive water, no less. Upon entering, a gracious and refined woman emerged from within, her red hair styled in buns adorned with a crown-like ornament, a purple diamond mark on her forehead, and similar charms hanging from her hair, dressed in a white kimono. She was Senju Hashirama's wife, Uzumaki Mito. Upon seeing Mizuki, she offered a slight bow. "You must be the Yuki shadow that Hashirama often speaks of. Welcome to our humble abode." "Too kind, Your Highness of Uzumaki Village," Mizuki replied with a smile. Hashirama patted Mito on the shoulder, saying, "No need for such formality. Mizuki and I often share drinks and meals together. I shall prepare tea. You both can head inside," Mito said, but just as she turned, she paused and then hurried away. The nine-tails sealed within her seemed to sense something, suddenly becoming agitated. Both Mizuki and Hashirama felt an unusual chakra disturbance. "It must be the nine-tails," Hashirama remarked, reassured by Mito's sealing techniques, not fearing the beast would escape. but puzzled as to why it had been so docile until now. Chapter 61. Observing in the shadows upon returning to the area where the Uchiha clan resided. Uchiha Izuna felt an immediate sense of unease. Shadows lingered, possibly Umbu operatives, though it was unclear whether they were targeting him or monitoring the Uchiha branch family. The former was bearable, but the latter suggested troubling times ahead for the branch family. The animosity from Senju Tobarama towards the Uchiha had not waned. The atmosphere had shifted significantly. Did the destruction caused during his brother's attack on Konoha also damage some of the clan structures? Izuna felt as though they were isolated. As Izuna stepped into the Uchiha clan grounds, he was soon called out from behind by two Uchiha clansmen, their tone icy. "What brings you to the Uchiha?" Izuna turned with a cold smirk. "You don't even recognize me?" The two were taken aback upon seeing his face, exclaiming, "Lord Izuna, it's good to see you remember me. Please take me to see Shin. I have matters to discuss with him." Despite having left the Uchiha of Konoha, Izuna's influence lingered. The two stood upright and responded immediately. Yes, Izuna was granted an audience with Shin, the head of the branch family. Though he had gained some renown, his authority within the clan was diluted by the elders, leaving him with little command. "Lord Izuna, you've returned." Shin's initial smile faded upon noticing the snow country forehead protector adorning Izuna. It was merely a token of his role as a bodyguard for the snow shadow. Izuna nonchalantly took a seat, as if he were the true master of the place. Without needing an invitation, Shin stood awkwardly, unable to sit, like a child caught in wrongdoing, despite having children nearing adulthood. "Sigh," Izuna lamented. "I can guess some of the circumstances. Your selection as the branch head was a reluctant choice. As long as Kagami is around, the Uchiha can manage a better existence." Avoiding undue scrutiny from that white-haired demon, Tobarama Senju. "Indeed, Lord Izuna, the elder is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for clan leader," Shin replied, his voice thick with grievance. Following the departure of Izuna and Madara, the elder's influence had surged, and the clan members were more inclined to heed him. Izuna, frustrated by the situation, retorted, "That old fool is nearing his end, yet continues to stir trouble. Can't you fathom why I appointed you as clan leader?" "I truly don't know, Lord Izuna. It's pointless to ask," Shin lamented. "All he has is a good son. Sit down. Go fetch the elders." "Yes." The two attendants waiting outside promptly left to summon the elders. Observing their obedience, Shin couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. For those two were loyal to the elder. Upon hearing of Izuna's return, the elders flocked to the residence, akin to subjects before a sovereign. Soon, loud curses echoed from the clan leader's residence, leaving the outside Uchiha and Umbu members bewildered. Meanwhile, in the Hokage Tower's office, Tobarama Senju received reports from the Umbu. Had Izuna come alone, Tobarama would have let him stand rather than depart, but with a bodyguard from the snow country present, engaging in a confrontation would escalate into an international incident, something to be avoided. The snow country was currently more formidable than the lightning country, a force to be reckoned with. Through gritted teeth, Tobarama issued orders. Have the other Umbu report on what that wicked scoundrel, Izuna, has done upon entering the Uchiha clan grounds. Additionally, send someone to inform Kagami to return home. Before long, a steady stream of reports reached Tobarama. Other major countries had their own Umbu divisions, but in the case of the Mizukage, the Umbu was integrated into the intelligence department, all managed by Yuta. Spies operated abroad. While the Umbu focused on domestic vigilance, one side gathering intelligence, the other preventing theft of sensitive information. Several hours later, as Izuna departed the Uchiha clan grounds, comprehensive intelligence was compiled and delivered to Tobarama. Considering what Izuna had conveyed, Tobarama recognized that his objectives might have been discerned by this old adversary. But what of it? As long as there were those within the Uchiha inclined towards Konoha, they must accept their isolation. Retrieving a document from his drawer concerning the Konoha Security Department's plans, Tobarama decided against presenting it to his elder brother, anticipating disapproval. Though Tobarama had taken a hands-off approach, he could not genuinely claim ignorance. By the end of the workday, Tobarama returned home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by the lively sounds emanating from his elder brother's house. Compared to the desolation of his own, dark and silent, it was a stark contrast of warmth. Tobarama resolved to pay a visit, for he often enjoyed their hospitality. Soon, the doorbell rang, and a young man opened the door. "Uncle, please come in. Is Urin back today?" Urin, the son of Hashirama and Mito, noticed no one else had emerged from the house and whispered, "The snow shadow is here, sharing drinks with my father. Tobarama, already aware of the news, stepped inside. Upon entering, Mizukage greeted him with a handshake and continued his meal. As drinks were passed around, Tobarama, who typically abstained from alcohol, found himself indulging in a few cups. He later suggested establishing an alliance between their factions and proposed a student exchange mechanism. Mizukage was taken aback by Tobarama's unexpected propositions at the table but quickly acquiesced. Allies were indeed necessary during the ongoing conflict in the ninja world, and the exchange program could yield numerous opportunities for collaboration. Meanwhile, Izuna left a shadow clone at his residence while he himself transformed into an innkeeper and surreptitiously exited. Arriving at the Uchiha shrine, Izuna signaled with a series of 3 meows, prompting 3 shadowy figures to swiftly approach. Clad in black and wearing masks, the trio presented carefully prepared intelligence to Izuna before vanishing. These 3 were the individuals initially involved when the Uchiha integrated into the Snow Country, as proposed by Mizukage. After leaving the Uchiha shrine, Izuna awaited Mizukage's return to hand over the intelligence. Mizukage opened the documents for review, discovering numerous pieces of information, including details about Kato's lineage. Though few familiar names emerged, Tobarama's ambition to assimilate the entire clan into Konoha, even proposing the abolition of the Senju surname, elicited a scoff from Izuna, who remarked, "This must be Tobarama's handiwork. How bold." Chapter 62. The Konoha Joint Chunin Exam's additional intelligence recorded Tobarama's research into ninjutsu, with shadow clones being a trivial matter. Yet even Tobarama's advanced water blades were documented. The final notes included Tobarama's scientific achievements, which encompassed several investigations into the Uchiha clan, particularly the evolution of the Sharingan. However, most of this research had been halted by Hashirama's orders, which commanded the destruction of such findings. Tobarama had secretly retained many of these research results, which were meticulously transcribed by one of the 3 spies. Remarkable, that white-haired demon doesn't even spare his brother. Izuna marveled at the documents. Mizukage tucked the intelligence away in his system backpack and remarked, "If this information leaks, that fellow will likely find himself confined by Hashirama." No one in Konoha could replace Tobarama as the next Hokage. It was certain he would assume that role. Should we consider making this information public to vex him? Mizukage shook his head. It would undoubtedly be dismissed as slander from a foreign village, and besides, the 3 spies are not yet ready to be exposed. Izuna frowned slightly. Exposed? Are you suggesting we prompt their exposure? Why? I've said it's not the right time. You'll understand soon enough. You always operate in such secrecy. Izuna's curiosity was piqued, leaving him restless. Soon, the day of the exam arrived. The participating ninja villages have all gathered for this joint Chunin exam, with the highest leaders from each village in attendance to witness the event. The first stage consists of a written test, resembling that of the Snow Hidden Village. The second stage, in its initial half, features the infamous Death Forest exam, known to Mizuki, but unlike before, this time it is a free-for-all battle, where every participant is an adversary. Each contestant receives a scroll, either heaven or earth, and only those possessing both types of scrolls may ascend the tower within the Death Forest to partake in the latter half of the exam. Thus, at most, only half of the candidates will advance to the next stage. In the first half of the second exam, only monitoring screens are available for observation, while the leaders from each village will be present to watch the second half live. Following the conclusion of the first exam, the second one begins promptly. The candidates follow the chief examiner to the entrance of the Death Forest, where the rules and procedures are announced and the scrolls are distributed. As the students scatter, only the examiners remain outside. At the top of the Death Forest Tower, Senju Hashirama, accompanied by the Kazekage and Yukikage, along with leaders from smaller villages, gathers to observe the situation within the forest through numerous monitoring devices, although they only cover limited areas. The essence of the second stage revolves around seizing other scrolls while safeguarding one's own. In this individual combat, members of the Uchiha clan wielding the Sharingan are undoubtedly the strongest, followed by other bloodline limit wielders. The Uchiha clan participants are few, aside from one from the Snow Hidden Village. Only 3 from Konoha and 5 from the Hyuga clan remain, with a mere 6 others from various bloodline limit clans scattered among them. Most ninjas from smaller villages face significant elimination at this stage, leaving predominantly those from Konoha, Suna, and Yuki. As Mizuki observes the leader of the Takigakure, who appears pleased while watching his ninjas dominate a grass ninja, he muses about the formidable talents of the Takigakure. The leader of the grass village glares at the Takigakure leader, seething with indignation. The latter, basking in pride, downplays the grass ninja's efforts, asserting that surviving 3 exchanges with a bloodline user is already remarkable. However, his amusement is short-lived as the screen suddenly darkens, revealing a figure that swiftly ensnares the Takigakure ninja in ice. Following this, a young boy approaches the lifeless grass ninja, rummaging through his belongings until he uncovers the coveted scroll, revealing a triumphant smile. This boy is none other than the scheming Yui Daifuku. Ice release, exclaims the Takigakure leader, astonished as he turns to Mizuki. Enraged by what he perceives as underhanded tactics, the Takigakure leader accuses, "Is this how the snow-hidden village operates? Through ambush?" Mizuki retorts provocatively, "What do you expect from a ninja? Spare me your pretentiousness. Did you not see your comrade fall?" Daifuku, after sealing the Takigakure ninja in ice, swiftly vanishes, undoubtedly seeking a place to conceal himself until the time is ripe to ascend the tower. The encased Takigakure ninja eventually breaks free, having witnessed the theft from within his icy prison, left seething with impotent rage. As intriguing events unfold, the focus shifts to the encounter between Konoha's Uchiha Gonshu and Yukiki's Uchiha Kome. Gonshu, wielding a double Tomo Sharingan, faces Kome, who possesses a single Tomo. Although the latter is at a slight disadvantage, his training under Izuna has honed both his physical and ninjutsu skills to a superior degree. As their battle progresses and Kome's stamina wanes, the gap between them widens, revealing Gonshu's growing advantage. Upon defeating Kome, Gonshu acquires his scroll, only to find it is another Earth scroll. He tosses it back to Kome, a gesture of camaraderie acknowledging their shared clan heritage. As time passes, the situation clarifies, and the majority of candidates who possess dual scrolls successfully reach the tower. Inside, Daifuku encounters the Takigakure steel release ninja, who glares at him with clenched teeth, warning, "Boy, if we meet again in the next stage, remember that it was Zakatatsuji who killed you." The Takigakure ninja storms off, leaving Daifuku perplexed, pondering the identity of the departing figure. Daifuku remains preoccupied with the grass ninja he had slain, having noticed the scroll he carried during the distribution. After entering the Death Forest, he had meticulously tracked the grass ninja, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In this world of ninjas, weakness is a cardinal sin. The grass ninja, while perhaps regarded as a peer among his village, merely represents mediocrity in the face of the grander powers at play. The second half of the exam commences after a brief intermission, with only 60 candidates remaining to participate. The first match pits Uchiha Kome against another female Uchiha from Konoha, Uchiha Yui. As the examiners signal to start, both Uchiha move with remarkable speed, their skills indistinguishable for the moment. Kome activates his Sharingan first, while Yui rapidly forms seals to unleash a great fireball to obscure his vision. As the fireball is countered by Kome's earth release, Yui maneuvers to position herself behind him, activating her single Tomo Sharingan. Who trained her? Mizuki inquires from the viewing platform, intrigued to see Kome challenged by an opponent. Hashirama replies, "She is the granddaughter of the Uchiha clan's elder, a rather charming young lady." Mizuki smirks, "Are you planning to introduce her to your son?" Hashirama, with a hint of exasperation, confesses, "That boy is already of age and has yet to bring home a girlfriend. As a parent, I can't help but feel anxious." Aware of his health, Hashirama is determined not to miss his children's weddings and hopes to experience the joys of grandchildren. In the Warring States period, life expectancy was low, and marriages occurred early. Hashirama himself wed Uzumaki Mido at a young age, while his own child, Hashirama, is nearing 20. Meanwhile, the battle rages on in the arena, with the outcome soon to be determined. Ultimately, Kome delivers a decisive kick that sends Yui flying, subsequently trapping her within a water prison technique. Unable to escape, Yui concedes defeat. With the first match concluded, the anticipation for subsequent contests diminishes, until the 15th match between Yui Daifu and Sakatoki. Mizuki Jin had only shown a slight interest. Senju Hashirama cast a disdainful glance at Mizuki Jin, as if to suggest that he had cheated, generally speaking. A lower-ranked ninja could not independently merge chakra nature to awaken a bloodline limit. Did the children of the Yui clan also awaken ice release? Mizuki Jin remarked, "Perhaps this is simply innate talent. If it weren't for his chakra level being at the Chunin rank, I would have truly believed that this child was a specially selected jonin disguised for the examination. I am not that shameless." Indeed, Tobarama had initially intended to do so. but I firmly rejected the idea. Without hesitation, Hashirama sold out his own brother. The white-haired demon might indeed take such actions for the honor of Konoha. After all, it was their home ground, and they could not allow outsiders to take the lead. As for why the white-haired demon attended the match, it was simply because Izuna was absent. Without him, he dared not show up, fearing that the inherently malevolent Uchiha might stir trouble. The clash of ice release against steel release intrigued many. The leader of Tekinen shouted, "Toki, show them your strength." "I know, leader." Toki replied confidently. "Let his blood pave the way for my victory." With ice release being both offensive and defensive, alongside its long-range capabilities, steel release merely maximized its own defense. Basic techniques like snow flurry and ice shuriken were utterly ineffective against the opponent and could even withstand water and wind release assaults, leaving them unscathed even when slammed against walls. Daifu remained unfazed, maintaining composure during the battle, which earned Mizuki Jin's approval. Yuta certainly did not waste his teachings during this time. In truth, lowering the opponent's defenses was quite simple, but would Daifu discover the method? Toki boasted formidable steel release defenses, yet his speed was relatively slow, making it nearly impossible to catch Daifu. After prolonged attempts to break through, Daifu employed the demonic mirror ice crystal to encircle his opponent. The onlookers could only see the situation inside through the translucent ice mirrors, as Toki swung his fists to shatter the mirrors in a desperate attempt to escape. Just as he stepped forward, Daifu appeared before him, unleashing a great fireball technique that sent him back into the encirclement. The flames continued to scorch, and the surrounding ice mirrors began to show signs of melting. Daifu quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Ice release! Ice crystal explosion!" With a resounding clap of his hands, the surrounding ice mirrors shattered, transforming into ice spikes that hurled toward the foe. The ice spikes swiftly enveloped Toki. His heated body rapidly cooled, releasing puffs of white vapor, and Toki staggered, breaking free from the ice. With a sinister grin, Toki taunted, "What other tricks do you have? Running low on chakra, aren't you?" He remained oblivious to the cracks forming on his face. "This is the final strike," Daifu gasped, rapidly forming hand seals as the water on the ground seemed to come alive, swiftly gathering. A water dragon materialized, roaring as it charged towards Toki. With a resounding crash, Toki took the brunt of the water dragon's impact, the tremendous force sending him crashing against the wall. He felt as though his body would shatter, skin peeling away. A thunderous roar accompanied his agonized screams, dust swirling as the wall fissured. Toki, with large patches of skin flayed, collapsed to the ground in defeat. Daifu stood in the arena, and as the examiner announced victory, he leaned back, his back hitting the ground, eyes vacant as he gazed upward. The Tekinen leader swiftly descended to check on his subordinate's condition, relieved to find he still had breath, before casting a fierce glance at Daifu in the center of the arena. "What is that look in your eyes?" The Tekinen leader was taken aback as he noticed Mizuki Jin had somehow appeared in the upper stands. Should he dare to make a move, he believed that his opponent would swiftly retaliate. The Tekinen leader could only silently depart with Toki. The bloodline limits of the Grass Ninja were minimal, with Toki being merely a second-generation user. The Sokka clan possessed only two bloodline limits, being a newly emerged ninja clan, the other belonging to Toki's father. The subsequent matches lacked highlights, except for a younger Mizuki facing off against a branch of the Hyuga clan, which was still worth watching. Ultimately, the chief examiner announced that the final exam would take place in 7 days. This concluding examination would occur in the Konoha arena, with the feudal lords of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind in attendance. In the third round of the exam, only Daifu, Uchiha Takami, Mizuki Akihito, Kuruma Akihiro, and 9 others remained from the Snow-Hidden Village. All the young ninjas from the Snow-Hidden Village had been eliminated, while 7 from the Sand Ninja advanced, with the remainder being from Konoha. Mizuki Jin found this to be reasonable, given Konoha's deep-rooted ninja heritage, with clans such as Nara, Sarutobi, Inuzuka, and Hyuga, each possessing unique skills and secret techniques. It was clear that they needed to step up their efforts. Currently, the Snow-Hidden Village lacked mid-tier combat power. Their high-tier strength was indeed capable of contending with other great ninja villages. In just 11 years since the village's establishment, the gap had significantly narrowed. Chapter 64. The joint examination concludes. New sage techniques while awaiting the examination in Konoha. Izuna did not forget to lead the Snow Ninja candidates in training at the Uchiha clan's training grounds. During their training sessions, numerous Uchiha clan members observed. The prowess of this Uchiha leader was evident to all, even prompting Senju Tobirama to grant his apprentice, Uchiha Kagami, a break to learn from him. In certain aspects, Tobirama acknowledged his rival's excellence. After being adversaries for so long, they believed they understood each other quite well. Half a month passed, and the snow ninjas preparing for the exam had also learned new techniques. The day of the examination arrived, and the candidates waited in the arena's holding area for their turn. Konoha's arena resembled a miniature football field, with spectators stands outside the protective walls, and the combat area comprised compacted earth within. The best seats in the audience were occupied by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire and his 3 advisors. With guards standing vigil nearby, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna stood behind Hashirama and Mizuki Jin, respectively, casting glances at one another but refraining from open conflict in front of the feudal lord. As the chief examiner took the stage to announce the rules, the first match commenced between a Konoha ninja and a Sand ninja. The battle lacked any remarkable highlights. The Sand ninja, lacking a formal ninja academy, relied entirely on their commanding teachers for training, fighting with considerable ferocity. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninja, although possessing a solid foundation, resembled flowers in a greenhouse. Initially hesitant in their combat approach, as the battle progressed, they began to find their rhythm, but it was too late, resulting in a mutual defeat. Remarkably, no victor emerged from the first match. Mizuki Jin glanced at Senju Hashirama, who merely smiled, revealing no dissatisfaction with the outcome. It has been too long of peace. They struggled to unleash their full potential in battle. The audience member responsible for maintaining order, Shimura Danzo, redirected his gaze to the stands, seeking anyone daring enough to cause trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked toward the high-ranking officials above and remarked, "There is nothing wrong with peace." Danzo scoffed at Hiruzen's words. The Sand Ninja are like wolves lurking in the mountains. They have yet to find their opportunity, but when they do, they will surely strike. Soon after, the second match began, featuring Uchiha Takami against a branch of the Hyuga clan. After undergoing rigorous training recently, Uchiha Gaoming's exceptional skills have improved, allowing him to subdue a member of the Hyuga branch with the aid of his Sharingan. A few minutes later, Gaoming defeated the Hyuga branch member, who could not employ the 8 trigrams palm technique, using the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique, thus determining the victor. In the land of snow, Uchiha Gaoming emerged victorious, advancing to the rank of Chunin. As the proctor announced the results, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Uchiha Gaoming waved to the crowd before returning to the waiting room. The spectators found this gesture endearing, wondering when a ninja would respond to them in such a manner, leading to even more fervent applause. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has undergone a transformation. Senju Hashirama mused, completely oblivious to the displeased expression of the Land of Fire's daimyo beside him. Regardless of the changes, they hailed from the Land of Fire. The daimyo glared at Mizuki Jin, growing increasingly irritated. The subsequent matches promised to be more engaging than the first, as the battles between bloodline limit ninjas held undeniable allure. However, these skirmishes did not capture Mizuki Jin's attention until his clansmen from the Mizuki clan faced off against Konoha's Uchiha. The battle could be described as one of ice versus fire, with the Uchiha clan leveraging their superior chakra capacity to engage in a ninjutsu contest against the Mizuki clan. Yet, the potency of ice release proved formidable, rendering lower-tier fire release techniques ineffective. Higher-level fire release techniques could be countered by ice walls, prompting the Konoha Uchiha to abandon ninjutsu in favor of taijutsu and jinjutsu. Although the double Tomo Sharingan's jinjutsu was impressive, the rising mist obscured visibility, nullifying its effectiveness. For a time, it was challenging to pinpoint the location of Mizuki Akira, concealed within the mist concealment technique. Mizuki Akira unleashed a series of snow blades to assault his opponent. However, the trajectory of the snow blades was easily discernible to the Sharingan. As the Konoha Uchiha utilized wind release to disperse the mist, Mizuki Akira's position was revealed, and the Uchiha lunged in for close combat, with kunai in hand. Yet, Mizuki Akira's taijutsu was no mere facade. He engaged fervently in a brutal exchange of blows. Ultimately, seizing an opportunity, Mizuki Akira unleashed an ice-snow missile at point-blank range, defeating the Uchiha. The battle lasted approximately 10 minutes before a victor was declared, providing ample entertainment. The following matches predominantly featured battles between Snow Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. where Ono Tamakio engaged in a real combat scenario with a sand shinobi, landing devastating punches that left his opponent nearly incapacitated. After trapping his adversary in a jinjutsu, Kuruma Akihiro swiftly placed a kunai against the opponent's neck, leading to a quick resolution of the match. The final bout was between Yuhi Daifuku and a member of the Hyuga clan. During the fight, Yuhi Daifuku discovered a strategy to counter the Hyuga, employing the magic mirror ice crystal technique and the 1,000-kill water surge attack, forcing his opponent into a defensive position with the use of the reversal technique. As chakra rapidly depleted, Daifuku seized the moment, employing a water clone to create an opening before striking with the wind release, Gale Palm, to send his opponent flying. With the conclusion of this Chunin exam, 5 Snow Shinobi advanced, claiming 1/3 of the available spots. This event significantly elevated the reputation of the Snow Shinobi village, proving itself superior to the Sand Shinobi and justifying its status as a rising power. Bidding farewell to Senju Hashirama, Mizuki Jin led the team back to the land of snow. Upon returning to the snow-hidden village, Mizuki Jin promptly immersed himself in a new round of film production, continuing to create films that portrayed the Cloud Shinobi in a less than flattering light. With capable individuals handling administrative matters, he chose to focus on enhancing his reputation. Following the success of Captain of the Snow Country, the filming studios in the Land of Snow produced several films, emphasizing the nation's commendable qualities. The professional actor Kazuhana Hatsuki also starred in a dedicated role, further developing the character established in Captain of the Snow Country. Hatsuki participated in the upcoming Captain of the Snow Country 2, which also introduced new heroes. While Mizuki Jin was engrossed in filmmaking, he suddenly sensed something amiss, followed by a vague memory flooding his mind. His ice clone had shattered. What rare anomaly had he encountered? Forming hand seals, Mizuki Jin summoned an ice mirror from the ground, which reflected his likeness. Soon, the image within the mirror began to move and stepped out. This was an ice clone infused with sage techniques, ice release, and in release, possessing the strength equivalent to his true self. If he utilized his full sage chakra, he could create hundreds of such clones. Their functionality was akin to shadow clones, capable of long-range combat and relaying memories back to the original upon dispersal, though the effectiveness diminished with distance. It was a highly practical, yet still imperfect sage technique. The ice clone's obvious flaw was its mirrored resemblance to the original, making it easily distinguishable. He had consistently employed the ice clone to tackle missions and reap rewards. Chapter 65. The Eve of the Ninja World War. In the 12th year of the ninja villages, the Rock Shinobi allied with the Sand Shinobi and several smaller ninja villages to conduct the Chunin exams. The Cloud Shinobi intended to form alliances with other villages, but their deteriorating reputation deterred any participants. Through internal communications from Konoha, Mizuki Jin learned that Senju Hashirama's son, Senju Irika, was to be married in March. Shortly after receiving intelligence from his spies, an invitation from Konoha arrived. Attending Senju Irika's wedding in March, Mizuki Jin sensed that Senju Hashirama's health had worsened. The technological advancements in the ninja world flourished during this peaceful era, leading to the establishment of the Snow National Electric Company, specializing in home appliances. The Snow Country's electrical products emphasized affordability and quality, receiving widespread acclaim upon release. Exchanges and learning opportunities between Konoha and the Snow Shinobi commenced, with Konoha sending a member of the Hyuga branch for a 2-year exchange program, while Snow Shinobi dispatched a ninja from the Kuruma clan. On December 4th, Kato Dan was born. In the 13th year of the ninja villages, the first Kazekage passed away, and the progenitor of puppet techniques and sand manipulation, Sabaku no Shaman, assumed the role of the second Kazekage. On August 2nd, Senju Irika's daughter, Tsunade, was born, and Senju Hashirama enjoyed his time doting on his granddaughter. Numerous notable figures were born in the same year. On September 3rd, Hataki Sakomo was born. On October 27th, Orochimaru. On November 11th, Jiraiya. And on December 10th, Might Guy. Thus, the future legendary 3 of Konoha were assembled. The 3 former spies had risen in status within Konoha, assuming various village roles. In the 14th year of the ninja villages, the first Raikage passed away, and his bodyguard succeeded him as the second Raikage, maintaining the name A. Upon taking office, the second Raikage promptly issued a warning to the Snow-Hidden Village, demanding they cease their defamation of the Cloud Shinobi and forbidding the sale of any films that disparaged them worldwide. The Cloud Shinobi envoy sent to the Snow Shinobi was merely a facade. as they offered to permit the Snow Shinobi's films to enter the Land of Lightning if they agreed to retract their films. In response, Mizuki Jin issued a statement asserting that the films produced contained no defamatory content. They were merely truthful portrayals. The Cloud Shinobi found themselves powerless, as they dared not unilaterally breach the peace agreement. Particularly with the god of the ninja world still alive, doing so would be tantamount to slapping the face of the very deity who brokered the agreement. In the 15th year of the ninja villages, tragic news arrived. Senju Hashirama, who had ended the wars of the Land of Fire with his overwhelming strength and ushered in a new era for the ninja world, had passed away. This marked the final ode to heroism and the beginning of a transformative period. During the decade of peace established, various factions maintained a delicate equilibrium. Peace, however, is not merely constrained by a piece of parchment from the discussions of yore, but rather held hostage by the esteemed reputation of Senju Hashirama within the ninja realm. Yet, as the deity of the ninja world departed, the accords among the 5 great nations began to disintegrate. Hidden Leaf concealed the news of Hashirama's demise, but Tobarama Senju, fully aware that the suppression of this information could not endure for long, commenced preparations for war. At that moment, during a meeting in the Hidden Snow Village, Kakuzu stood to distribute the recent financial statements to the village's higher-ups, then solemnly remarked, "Lord Yukikage, recently, caravans departing from the Land of Snow have frequently fallen prey to unidentified forces. The Hidden Snow Village has suffered losses of nearly 30 individuals, including 2 jonin, 10 chunin, and the rest being jinin, totaling expenditures of 2 million ryo, inclusive of compensation and medical expenses. Has there been any outcome from the investigation on Yuta's side?" Mizuki Shin, who had been attentive, turned his gaze towards the lower ranks where Mizuki Yuta sat. Yuta replied, "The adversary has been meticulous, but our sensory team has traced the evidence back to the Cloud Ninja." Uchiha Izuna, puzzled, interjected, "Cloud Ninja? Logically, they should remain unaware of Hashirama's death." "Perhaps," Yuta suggested, "they could no longer endure the tension and acted in secrecy." Upon finishing, Yuta presented a dossier to Mizuki Shin. As Shin perused the documents, he noted that the recent activities of the Cloud Ninja primarily revolved around cinematic endeavors, as they sought to produce films that maliciously depicted the Hidden Snow Village. The subsequent pages detailed the movements of certain Cloud Ninja jonin, with some of their departures from the village occurring in close proximity to the timing of the caravan attacks. Mizuki Shin decisively concluded, "Let us assume it is indeed the Cloud Ninja. Instruct the Kazuhana clan's caravan to begin selling longswords. We shall entice them with these military resources and ensnare them. Mizuki Shigeru will lead the operation." Mizuki Shigeru, though often unassuming, possessed a formidable ice-release bloodline that could not be underestimated. Kazuhana Yukino readily agreed and dispatched individuals to notify her clan. Initially, the longswords were intended to generate profit during the impending war, yet unexpectedly, they were utilized prematurely. The outcome was unforeseen. The adversary did not take the bait, and the longswords were ultimately sold to the Land of Iron, where the samurai developed a fondness for them. Months later, when Yuta, the overseer of this affair, had relaxed his vigilance and diverted his attention elsewhere, the Cloud Ninja launched a surprise attack. Had Mizuki Shigeru not exercised due caution, the Cloud Ninja might have succeeded. This time, the caravan was remarkably safeguarded, annihilating a small contingent of Cloud Ninja, comprised of a jonin and 3 chunin. Following this, the Cloud Ninja hesitated to engage in covert operations and began actively advancing their technological capabilities. In the 16th year of the ninja villages, the news of Hashirama's passing could no longer be suppressed and reached all ninja villages. Tobarama no longer concealed the truth, openly announcing his ascension as the 2nd Hokage. Although he had been managing Hokage affairs for many years, this time it bore an official title. In the same year, Tsunade was bestowed the title of princess by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The atmosphere within the ninja world began to shift, stirring with a sense of impending turmoil, akin to a brewing storm. The Cloud Ninja emerged like unleashed hounds, frequently harassing the borders of the Land of Snow. However, as those borders were predominantly maritime, they could only prey upon passing vessels. Over time, the Cloud Ninja even ceased collecting protection fees. Such provocations were intolerable to Mizuki Shin, who rallied over 80 jonin from the guild, deploying them aboard flying palus to cleanse the waters of the Land of Snow, as well as those of the Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning, eradicating all traces of the Cloud Ninja. This action was tantamount to declaring war, and the specter of conflict finally loomed. In the 17th year of the ninja villages, the Cloud Ninja began mobilizing their forces, gathering provisions and fresh water, while constructing numerous vessels in preparation for war. Meanwhile, the Hidden Snow Village actively readied itself for battle, manufacturing Palu metal armor in abundance and distributing high-grade Palus to the ninja ranks. Mizuki Shin felt no trepidation regarding an engagement with the Cloud Ninja. His years of experience had not been in vain, and he was eager to demonstrate the prowess of the Hidden Snow Village's forces. After a year of rigorous preparation, in the 18th year, the Cloud Ninja initiated aggression, organizing a substantial number of ninjas to invade the maritime territories of the Land of Snow, seeking to blockade it. Concurrently, the Wagakure and Kirigakure erupted into conflict, heralding the commencement of the First Great Ninja War. Chapter 66. The Outbreak of War. In recent years, the Land of Snow had seemingly failed to procure any grain. How could it be, in this frigid wasteland, that they possessed grain to sell? The second Kage, upon reviewing the reports compiled by the Intelligence Department, found himself beleaguered. Thus, the plan to blockade the Land of Snow has already faltered, at the very least. We know they are not lacking in provisions. The second Kage then inquired, what about the intel on the purchases from other ninja villages? The intelligence officer shook his head, expressing regret. There is no valuable information, merely transaction records from the caravans of the Land of Snow. The most information about the Land of Snow is held by the Hidden Leaf, but they have refused our requests under the pretense of not betraying their allies. The second Kage slammed the table, resolutely stating, regardless, the Land of Snow must harbor some undisclosed secret. Their rapid development is astonishing. If we can uncover this secret, the Cloud Ninja will undoubtedly surpass the other ninja villages. The harsh conditions of the Land of Snow rivaled those of the Land of Wind, and yet, within less than 20 years, this nation had acquired the capability to stand against the Cloud Ninja. Truly a remarkable feat. With the second Kage personally advancing to the front lines, the war ignited upon the seas. The warships of the Land of Snow were now powered by steam engines, ironclad vessels. The mere sight of these steel ships left the Cloud Ninja astounded, as they were still confined to wooden boats. Though they possessed cannons, their caliber was no match for those of their adversaries. Close in. Charge forward in groups. Seize their warships. The Cloud Ninja's commander exhibited commendable bravery, directing his subordinates to engage directly. However, their actions had already been anticipated by Izuna, who commanded dozens of Palus carrying ninjas to take flight from each warship at his signal. Soaring like dark clouds, agile and elusive, these flying Palus were nearly impossible to capture. With cannons below and ninjas alongside summoned beasts above, the Cloud Ninja could only withstand 2 days before being expelled from the maritime territories of the Land of Snow. Seizing the opportunity, Izuna pursued relentlessly, pushing the front lines to the coastline of the Land of Lightning. On land, the ninjas held a significant advantage over those at sea, especially with the second Kage present, which greatly boosted the morale of the Cloud Ninja. Izuna, however, remained cautious, maintaining a firm position several nautical miles away to prevent the Cloud Ninja from re-entering the waters, resulting in a stalemate. The Cloud Ninja had stationed over 4,000 ninjas along the coastline, their strengths varying widely. In contrast, the Hidden Snow Village had deployed merely 700 ninjas, accompanied by 50 warships and several ordinary transport vessels. When accounting for the 700 Palus, their combat capability far exceeded that of the Cloud Ninja's few hundred small, inadequate ships and ninjas unable to fully exert their strength at sea. The 700 Snow Ninjas were fully equipped, with even the weakest Genin donning refined metal armor capable of withstanding C-rank ninjutsu. The Palus were no less formidable, with 700 exceeding level 30. The ferocity of the Hidden Snow Village was now evident to the Cloud Ninja, and no one dared to suggest entering the water again. Yet, this stalemate was unsustainable. The Cloud Ninja dispatched 2 beams of light piercing the clouds. Jin and In, the commander of the Hidden Snow Village, Izuna Uchiha, was believed to have exchanged his Sharingan with Uchiha Madara, rendering his strength potentially compromised. You are tasked with his assassination. The second Kage ordered the Jin and In brothers to carry out a decapitation mission. That night, the duo, equipped with 6 ninja tools, launched a direct assault on Izuna Uchiha, aiming for his elimination. However, Yun Rin miscalculated the strength of Uchiha Izuna, as the intelligence they had was several years old. Boom. The ship carrying Uchiha Izuna exploded, the steel warship shattered into pieces. Above the location of the warship, Uchiha Izuna stood atop a dragon of the abyss. Looking down at the Jin and In brothers standing on the surface of the sea, his eyes were the same kaleidoscopic Sharingan as before. The other snow ninjas were about to provide assistance when Uchiha Izuna halted them. "I will handle this myself." The kaleidoscopic Sharingan emitted an eerie red glow in the darkness. Activating its power, Susanoo enveloped the abyss dragon and Uchiha Izuna like flames, transforming into a complete form of Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna had also assimilated Hashirama's cells, the power of the universe preventing the Sharingan's ability from diminishing too greatly. His Susanoo took on a unique form, resembling a giant clad in full medieval European armor with dragon wings, colored a deep green. The Jin and In brothers were momentarily entranced. "You two have angered me." Susanoo drew a sword of yellow flames from its waist and swept it towards the Jin and In brothers standing on the sea. Boom! As the flaming sword descended, a tsunami surged forth, and the figures of Jin and In vanished, the tsunami rushing towards the coastline, causing the Yunrin, watching from shore, to feel a sense of impending dread. The second Raikage unleashed a powerful current of electricity and charged towards the towering wave, shattering it upon impact. "Uchiha Izuna, will you dare to respond if I call your name?" Jin burst forth from the waves, clutching a jar-like object and shouting at Uchiha Izuna. A cold smile appeared on Uchiha Izuna's face, responding with decisive action. Susanoo's mask opened, and a massive fireball erupted forth. Amplify. Uchiha Izuna activated the Sharingan's ability, causing the fireball, initially the size of a warship, to double in size, resembling a meteor descending upon the sea. Boom! The sea was instantly vaporized in a cloud of steam, and Jin seemed to evaporate as well. "Ha ha!" Uchiha Izuna laughed maniacally, when suddenly a chilling voice emerged behind him. "Bastard! What are you laughing at?" Uchiha Izuna contemptuously turned around, looking down at In. A frenzied expression appeared on Yin's face, and an eerie red chakra emanated from his body as he clung to Susanoo's leg, inexplicably climbing up. "I heard you consumed the flesh of the Nine Tails." "It seems to be true." Uchiha Izuna attempted to kick In off. However, In clung tightly to Susanoo, slowly corroding its chakra. "Corrosive chakra?" Uchiha Izuna frowned, preparing to retaliate. But suddenly a powerful chakra erupted nearby. A red beast with 6 tails surged from the depths of the sea, leaping swiftly and delivering a punch to the position where Uchiha Izuna stood. Bang! 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 The tailed beast form Jin relentlessly pummeled Susanoo. Uchiha Izuna controlled Susanoo to turn and swatted the tailed beast Jin away, but at that moment, Susanoo's leg melted, and just as it was about to fall, its wings flared and it took flight, simultaneously shaking off In. Susanoo's flames extinguish. Amplify. Susanoo opened its mask and launched fireballs, massive fireballs descending from the sky. This time, the two brothers summoned all their strength to resist, but before they could engage with the fireballs, a bolt of lightning shot forward. The second Raikage. Chapter 67. All forces mobilize. The scene turned into a 1 versus 3, yet Uchiha Izuna remained undaunted, controlling Susanoo to deliver a slash. The blade's light sweeping through with a powerful gust. In Izuna's line of sight, a bolt of lightning streaked across, soaring from the ground into the air, then altering its trajectory to strike directly at Susanoo's face. Crack! Susanoo cracked, and Izuna's pupils constricted, instantly reacting to swat the second Raikage away. However, at that moment, the tailed beast form Jin and In appeared simultaneously, unleashing the tailed beast bombs at the cracked spot. Boom! Susanoo shattered, and Izuna felt a sharp pain in his eyes. But he pressed through the pain to unleash the power of his other eye, Tenjin Daijyo. The illusion technique activated. Jin and In felt their bodies lose control as if thrown into a vortex, reverting from their tailed beast forms. Their eyes devoid of life as they fell into the sea. Is it because it's not the eternal Mangekyo that Susanoo's strength is insufficient? Blood trickled from the corner of Izuna's eye, and he patted the back of the Abyss Dragon. Receiving the signal, the Abyss Dragon opened its mouth, conjuring a fierce dragon flame directed at the enemies below. Whoosh! The purplish-red dragon flames surged, even igniting the surface of the seawater, as the second Raikage, submerged in flames, charged back towards the shore. The Yunrin waiting on the beach immediately rushed forward to provide aid. Go bring back the Jin and In brothers. The second Raikage shouted to his surrounding guards. Izuna shook his head and called out to the fleet. Attack. Make landfall. Mammoth Squad, deploy. Everyone follow behind the Mammoth. Kawasama Squad, remember to heal. The fleet advanced towards the beach. 50 men leaped from the ships, treading upon the surface of the sea as they surged towards the shore. Throwing out massive palu balls during their advance, the enormous palu charging through the water towards the beach. Forest Mammoth and Snow Mammoth. 30 mammoth-sized boars charged forth, trampling onto the beach, their massive forms pushing forward, instilling fear in the hearts of the Yunrin army. The Yunrin, along with the second Raikage and the Jin and In brothers, quickly retreated. Bring back the Six Paths ninja tools. Uchiha Izuna clapped his hands, addressing Uchiha Ueno, who stood beside him. Uchiha Ueno nodded, signaling for a group to release the swift winds and give chase to the Jin and In brothers. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, as the snow ninjas quickly seized the beach, driving the Yunrin back to their stronghold. The beach landing was successful, and supplies were swiftly unloaded before long. Uchiha Ueno returned with a jar in hand. Uchiha Izuna recognized the item, the amber purifying jar. This will be useful in our hands. Although there's only one, its effects are commendable. The Yunrin faltered, unable to organize an effective counterattack, forcing them to appoint the currently strongest warrior, Warwick, as commander to resist the snow ninja forces. Unable to breach the high ground, Izuna ordered everyone to withdraw and rest before launching another attack. Meanwhile, during the conflict between the snow and Yun ninjas, the rock ninjas were also not idle, seeking opportunities with the mist ninjas while coveting the fertile lands of Konoha. The mist ninjas were far from the rock ninjas. Initially, the rock ninjas did not regard the mist ninjas as a threat, given the great distance, and instead aimed to assault Konoha. However, during the clash between the second Isekai'd and Senju Tobarama, the mist ninjas, dissatisfied with the rock ninjas' previous tax increases on the ports of the Frost Country, the Rice Country, and the Waterfall Country, declared war on the rock ninjas. The rock ninjas negotiated with Konoha and proposed compensation demands. Not wanting to incur losses, Senju Tobarama agreed to withdraw after receiving the compensation from the Earth Country. The rock ninjas, having suffered significant losses in Konoha, intended to recoup from the mist ninjas. On the snow ninja side, Mizuki Jin personally led a large army to attack the other side of the Lightning Country, coordinating with Uchiha Izuna to alleviate each other's pressure. Once the second Raikage fully recovered, he also made his way to the battlefield alongside Mizuki Jin, leaving the Jin and In brothers and the elite shinobi Warwick behind on the other side. Mizuki Jin came well prepared, not only bringing elite Peace Path forces, but also 50 upper ninjas, each accompanied by 10 middle ninjas and 50 lower ninjas. Over the years, the accumulated resources of Mizuki have been put at stake. The elite forces of Hiping Dao, totaling 2,000 men, are equipped with rifles and RPG launchers, adorned in high-grade metal armor, and armed with throwing weapons, each soldier also possessing various functions of Paru. The second Raikage stands upon a cliff, gazing at the massive fleet on the distant sea, secretly regretting the decision to engage in battle with the snow shinobi, yet he must face the consequences head-on. Mizuki stands at the bow of the ship, observing the second Raikage. In a beach landing operation, we need not incur heavy losses. I will personally confront the second Raikage. You all seize the opportunity to land. Mizuki instructs Yuta beside him. Yuta eagerly offers, is that really necessary? I can go instead. Mizuki shakes his head. Do not underestimate the Raikage. Also, it is a matter of honor, a king against a king, a general against a general. With that, Mizuki leaps forward, charging towards the second Raikage. The Raikage's eyes flash with anger, such audacity. He activates his lightning release chakra mode, transforming into a bolt of lightning aimed at Mizuki. Boom. The two collide midair, Mizuki relying solely on his physical strength, while the Raikage's enhanced chakra mode is formidable. The Raikage's expression darkens. He had not anticipated Mizuki's power to be so formidable, able to withstand the impact of lightning release directly. Your armor is quite remarkable, the Raikage notes, realizing that it is this very armor that protects Mizuki from the lightning's assault. Unlike the later third and fourth Raikages, the second's lightning release chakra mode does not augment his body entirely with additional effects. It transmits lightning to the opponent upon contact, inducing paralysis. Lightning strike. Concentrating lightning release chakra in his elbow, the Raikage withdraws his fist and pivots to deliver an elbow strike. Mizuki remains unfazed, narrowing his eyes as he descends. The Raikage adjusts his attack, pressing down upon Mizuki. At the moment Mizuki lands, a towering ice wall erupts from the sea, soaring towards the Raikage. A tremendous crash resounds as the ice wall shatters from top to bottom, ultimately disintegrating into powder that scatters into the ocean. The Raikage, his face grim, lands on the water and unleashes a wave of lightning release towards Mizuki. Mizuki stomps the ground, creating an ice ring that expands around him. The sound of ice forming echoing as the lightning release fails to penetrate the icy barrier. Sizzling, a lightning spear hurtles towards Mizuki, who evades it effortlessly, conjuring ice spears in both hands to hurl at the Raikage. The Raikage shatters the ice spears and declares, "This farce ends here. If this is all the strength you possess, then you and your men shall be buried here forever." How intriguing. In the blink of an eye, Mizuki's eyes shift in hue as he activates Sage Mode, coldly stating, "Let me show you what despair truly means." Chapter 68. The reappearance of miracles. Mizuki claps his hands, causing the surroundings to tremble violently. Upon witnessing this initiation, the Raikage is momentarily taken aback, experiencing a severe sense of déjà vu. Boom. A colossal ice giant rises from the depths of the sea, towering over the cliff, with Mizuki standing upon its shoulder, surveying the Raikage below. The Raikage, having recently fought against Susanoo, is now confronted by this massive ice behemoth. Well, so everyone can pilot a Gundam now. The waiting Cloud Ninja display expressions of shock, mouths agape, struggling to believe such a jutsu exists in this world. Isn't the god of ninjas already deceased? Trembles one Cloud Ninja's voice. How can we fight against such a creature? A sense of hopelessness pervades. The Raikage unleashes his full lightning release chakra mode, letting out a thunderous roar. The indomitable spirit and fierce valor of the Cloud Ninja cannot be compared to your mere toy. With that, he transforms into a lightning arrow, aiming directly for the giant's head. This strike, capable of shattering even Susanoo's famed absolute defense, he believes, cannot be withstood by an ice giant. The Raikage's ultimate technique, the arrow of supreme piercing. The Cloud Ninja, invigorated by his declaration, rally together, cheering on their leader. This jutsu is executed at unprecedented speed. Ordinary ninjas would be unable to track the movement, yet to Mizuki, it resembles a fly buzzing in a latrine. The ice giant raises its arms and brings them crashing together, the compressed air erupting with a thunderous sound, swatting the Raikage down as if he were a mere mosquito. Smack! Barehanded against a blade. The lightning is dispersed, and the air visibly ripples with shockwaves. As the ice giant gradually releases its grip, the Raikage, devoid of pupils, plummets from the sky, his body collapsing grotesquely into the sea. This scene, seemingly effortless, emanates a chilling terror. The Cloud Ninja, bereft of their leader, begin to flee in panic, none daring to render aid. Yuta is equally astonished that the Raikage has been so easily defeated, and he cannot help but muse, truly. Mizuki is remarkable. Regaining focus, Yuta seizes the moment, commanding the fleet, attack. In an instant, heavy artillery fires in unison. The cliffs and coastline are bombarded, leaving devastation in their wake, dismembered bodies flying. Mizuki directs the ice giant to ascend the cliff, advancing towards the encampment of the Cloud Ninja. With each step, ancient trees, standing for countless years, are crushed underfoot. Soon, the snow shinobi complete their landing, commencing the construction of defensive fortifications at the former encampment of the Cloud Ninja. The news of the Raikage's death spreads rapidly throughout the world, leaving all in disbelief that the first snow shadow has vanquished the second Raikage, and the Land of Lightning has suffered a complete rout in no time. At this moment, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, upon hearing of the Raikage's demise, and witnessing the Snow Country's overwhelming technological triumph, exclaims anxiously, "Who can support the hidden cloud village now? Immediately appoint him as the third Raikage. Organize a counterattack. Dispatch envoys to the Land of Fire for assistance." An advisor promptly responds, "Currently, the strongest in the hidden cloud village is likely Jonin Warwick, whose lightning release chakra mode and the famed one strike are known as the strongest shield and the sharpest spear. Then appoint him as the third Raikage." Make it so? Yes. The advisor departs the daimyo's estate, relaying the message, and the entire Land of Lightning is abuzz with activity concerning the war. Jonin Warwick, upon receiving the daimyo's command, inherits the name of Ei, becoming the third Raikage. Meanwhile, the battlefield of Uchiha Izuna has reached a fever pitch. As the Uchiha of the Snow Hidden Village mobilize all capable clansmen for the war, the Six Paths ninja tools of the Jin and In brothers prove formidable for ordinary ninjas, necessitating Uchiha Izuna to confront them directly. The third Raikage, leading a host of ninjas and private soldiers of the Land of Lightning, engages in defensive warfare, losing an average of one town daily. Strangely, they grow more tenacious with each battle. Mizuki, on the other hand, is advancing steadily, having captured 3 significant towns of the Land of Lightning. After leaving forces to secure them, he senses a growing strain. With numerous towns in the Land of Lightning, it is imperative to station strong troops at the key locations, while smaller contingents can occupy the remaining towns, thereby claiming dominion over all towns of the Land of Lightning. After seizing the town, it is not merely a matter of leaving without consequence. It necessitates a process of pacification and restoration of order, which is undeniably intricate. Should one manage to conquer the Land of Thunder in one fell swoop, it is conceivable that, after a period of consolidation, unification of the ninja world could be achieved during the time frame of the Third Great Ninja War. However, what Mizuki Jin is unaware of is that, upon receiving the plea for assistance from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder, the daimyo of the Fire Country promptly summoned Senju Tobarama, leading to an intense discussion regarding the current situation in the Land of Thunder. I demand immediate assistance for the Land of Thunder. The daimyo of the Fire Country had long harbored disdain for the dismal and remote Snow Country, questioning their audacity to stand on equal footing with a great nation. Coupled with the recent Peace Road incident, the daimyo harbored a profound animosity towards the Snow Country. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow and directly refused, stating, "Konoha and Ukigakure have long since entered into a treaty of alliance. Do you believe that aiding the Land of Thunder in attacking Ukigakure would leave Konoha and the Fire Country with any honorable reputation?" The daimyo of the Fire Country's tone grew more severe. "During Hashirama's time, he never spoke to me in such a manner. My brother would never have consented to attack an ally. You surely remember the agreement we made. Konoha oversees all military actions of the Fire Country, while I manage other affairs. Assisting the Land of Thunder is a diplomatic order that I have already agreed to, and you must execute it." Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes, his tone displeased. "In that case, kindly inform the daimyo of the Land of Thunder that I shall personally journey to the battlefield as a mediator for both parties to negotiate peace. Would such assistance suffice?" The daimyo of the Fire Country sneered. "What about the funding cuts after Konoha? You need only to perform your duties. Some matters are beyond your purview." Senju Tobarama offered a final admonition before turning to leave. After he departed, the daimyo, in a fit of rage, shattered his cherished vase. Upon leaving the daimyo's residence, Senju Tobarama set forth towards the Land of Thunder. He cared little for the fate of that land. His primary concern lay in whether the Snow Country would emerge as the sole dominant power. According to the previous dynamics of the ninja world, as long as the balance among the nations was maintained, Konoha could leverage the Fire Country's geographical advantages for continued development, making future unification by the next generation a possibility. The Snow Country remained shrouded in mystery. Even as an ally, Senju Tobarama had been unable to uncover any useful intelligence. However, based on his brother's last words, he sensed that the strength of Ukigakure might have surpassed his own. With such hidden power, one who remains discreet in their actions could have unpredictable motives. Yet, from the recent large-scale offensive by the Snow Country against the Land of Thunder, it appeared that the intentions of Ukigakure were aimed at unifying the ninja world. Otherwise, why would the malevolent Uchiha Izuna join their ranks? Senju Tobarama did not conceal his whereabouts and dispatched a messenger to inform the daimyo of the Land of Thunder and Mizuki Jin that he would enter the Land of Thunder as a mediator to seek peace, urging them to refrain from further hostilities. But would everything truly unfold as he wished? The expressions of his team members, upon learning of their mission, varied greatly. Chapter 69. The death of Tobarama. Upon receiving word of Senju Tobarama's arrival, the daimyo of the Land of Thunder immediately relayed the news to the Third Raikage. However, the Third Raikage was not optimistic. The offensive momentum of the Snow Ninjas showed no signs of abating. In contrast, Mizuki Jin merely smiled upon reading Tobarama's message, showing no intention of halting his forces, but rather intensifying the assault, while also instructing Izuna to abandon the battlefield and regroup. After Izuna's departure, the brothers Kin and Jin naturally returned to the Third Raikage's command. The brothers did not hold the Third Raikage in high regard, and he, in turn, harbored disdain for them, as they had long been insufferable within the village. It was not long before a fierce argument erupted between the third Raikage and the brothers Kin and Jin. The third Raikage sought to exploit the situation, using Senju Tobarama as a mediator for peace negotiations, which he was inclined to accept. However, the brothers insisted that given the current state of affairs, with so many lives lost, including that of the second Raikage, they should continue to fight, with both sides unable to persuade one another. The third Raikage proposed that the ninjas within the village vote, adhering to the principle of majority rule. The outcome, unsurprisingly, favored the third Raikage, with over 70% supporting the peace negotiations. Kin and Jin, however, refused to accept this outcome, and the two parties parted ways in discontent. That night, Kin and Jin, dejected, drank in a tavern within the town, cursing the third Raikage and his supporters. At that moment, a voice interjected from the side. I too believe we should continue fighting. Who will avenge the second Raikage's death? Who are you to speak before me? Kin glared at the speaker, his face flushed with anger. However, Jin recognized the individual. You are Vifu from the 3rd Intelligence Unit. The middle-aged cloud ninja stood before them with a respectful demeanor. I never expected Lord Jin to remember me. With a chuckle, Jin recalled, 2 years ago, we worked together. I remember you nearly perished at the hands of those mountain bandits, fleeing from a bunch wielding farming tools. Vifu forced a smile. My lord, please do not mock me. I have been the subject of ridicule for far too long. Kin, intrigued by the amusing tale, invited Vifu to join them, and the three quickly found common ground over drinks. When the topic of peace negotiations arose, Vifu quietly suggested, if they refuse to negotiate, and the daimyo cannot decline, the only option left is to eliminate the one proposing peace. Kin and Jin exchanged glances, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in their eyes before they regained their composure. In the dead of night, Yuta received reports from his subordinates and promptly relayed them to Mizuki Jin. Upon reading the intelligence, Mizuki Jin grinned. So, Tobarama has already reached the Land of Thunder. His actions are swift. It appears he is quite averse to our complete annihilation of the Land of Thunder. Yuta sighed. The operative assigned to Kin and Jin has been killed. Mizuki Jin's smile faded, his gaze deepening. If Kin and Jin dare to kill our men, once our objective is achieved, we shall send them to their demise and additionally provide double the compensation for that operative's family. Yuta nodded, I understand. However, the mission must have succeeded, otherwise, he would not have perished. Mizuki Jin contemplated. As for those three, when the opportunity arises, we will expose their actions as spies, detailing their treachery. I eagerly anticipate Tobarama's reaction. A chill ran down Yuta's spine. It was undeniably a bit sinister, and he found himself somewhat sympathetic toward Tobarama. This politician from the Senju clan likely had no inkling that he was already being plotted against. Far at the border of the Land of Thunder, Senju Tobarama shivered and then frowned, gazing up at the moon. He could not shake the feeling of impending misfortune. Dismissing it as mere discomfort from the unfamiliar terrain of the Land of Thunder, he muttered to himself, the snow country has not relented. We must hasten our journey tomorrow. Early the next morning, Kin and Jin, leveraging their reputation, quietly gathered numerous ninjas and lay in ambush along Tobarama's expected route. The battle soon erupted, with Kin and Jin unleashing the power of the Nine Tails in a fierce assault. Taken by surprise, Senju Tobarama sustained injuries to his arm and, upon being struck by one of the Six Paths tools, inadvertently unleashed a commonly used word as a curse. The Seven-Star Sword swiftly severed the utterance, which was then absorbed by the Red Gourd. Simultaneously, Tobarama's other team members were repelled by the elemental techniques unleashed from the banana fan. Unable to comprehend why he had been ambushed, Senju Tobarama could only flee, setting traps and employing various ninjutsu to slow his pursuers. Yet, the sheer number of his adversaries made it impossible to create significant distance. Today, Senju Tobarama, you cannot escape death. Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao laughed maniacally behind. While Senju Tobarama, having severed the spirit of the enemy with the Seven-Star Sword, one of the Six Paths ninja tools, immediately unleashed the great explosive water colliding wave, propelling a torrent of water that instantaneously formed a colossal elliptical water prison to confine numerous cloud ninja. Aware that the water prison could hardly restrain the brothers, who possessed the power of the Nine Tails, for long, Senju Tobarama swiftly led his team to retreat. He understood that he lacked sufficient chakra to transport so many team members using the Flying Thunder God technique, and thus sought refuge at a concealed location to devise a battle plan. Why did the Cloud Ninja suddenly attack us? Shimura Danzo seethed. Aren't we here to assist them? It must be a coup, Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, handing an envelope stained with blood to Senju Tobarama. This was taken from a slain Cloud Ninja. Perhaps it contained some clues. Upon opening the envelope, Senju Tobarama's expression turned grave after a mere glance. As he scrutinized the contents, he discreetly observed his students, suddenly piecing together many aspects. No wonder the trio had exuded an inexplicable sense of disharmony since that incident. But could he truly trust this information? Was it not too coincidental? Yet, once doubts arose, they spiraled uncontrollably. Disposing of the letter, Senju Tobarama stated, "Given the circumstances, we must leave one person behind as bait to lure the enemy, ensuring the others can escape safely." The team members' faces fell, yet they had to acknowledge the harsh reality. Time seemed to freeze as Senju Tobarama cast his gaze upon them. And finally, Uchiha Kagami stood up resolutely, saying, "Leave it to me. I will be the bait." Shimura Danzo momentarily faltered, but a wave of relief washed over him. Senju Tobarama regarded Uchiha Kagami with approval, then cast a complex look at the others, especially feeling disappointment towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rising, Senju Tobarama declared, "I hereby appoint Uchiha Kagami as the third Hokage, effective immediately." All heads turned abruptly, disbelief etched on their faces, particularly Danzo, who felt a pang of regret. "I will hold the rear. You all are the future of Konoha and should not perish here. Protecting the villagers is my duty as Hokage." After patting Uchiha Kagami on the shoulder, he leaned in closer to whisper, "Be wary of those around you." Though Uchiha Kagami was perplexed, the pursuing enemies were upon them, leaving Senju Tobarama no time for further explanations. "Everyone, return to Konoha at once," he commanded, charging towards the enemy. "Lord Hokage." Uchiha Kagami attempted to speak, but was swiftly ushered away by Danzo and Akimichi Choza. As Senju Tobarama glanced back at the retreating team, a tumult of emotions surged within him, even leading to a sense of self-reproach. When did he become the subject of ridicule by the inherently malevolent Uchiha Izuna? With endless questions clouding his mind, he charged towards Jinjiao and Injiao. Chapter 70. Conquest and Territory. The news of the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, rapidly spread across the major ninja villages. Once all the villages comprehended the situation, they extinguished any thoughts of aiding the Land of Lightning. After all, the second Hokage had come to mediate on their behalf, only to be treacherously slain. It was no wonder the films often depicted the Cloud Ninja as evil and despicable. Upon learning of this incident, the third Raikage turned pale, immediately ordering the arrest of Jinjiao, Injiao, and their subordinates, branding them as traitors. The feudal lord of the Land of Lightning slumped in his chair, realizing that the death of the second Hokage would plunge his nation into irreparable chaos. He could not fathom the Cloud Ninja's foolishness in daring to kill the second Hokage. Yukigakure had not escaped unscathed and had now provoked Konoha. The feudal lord of the Land of Lightning was at a loss, left with no choice but to urge the Cloud Ninja to resist to the death. Before long, Mizuki Jin received word that Izuna had led Kakazu and Mizuki Shigeru to eliminate the brothers, recovering all 6 paths ninja tools. Concurrently, Mizuki Jin ordered the dissemination of a message throughout the ninja world, proclaiming that the Cloud Ninja had slain his beloved, the second Hokage. He attributed all blame to the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning for failing to restrain the Cloud Ninja, thus vowing to launch an all-out assault on the Land of Lightning, rejecting any terms of peace. If any other nations interfered, they would be deemed enemies, and it would be a fight to the death. Days later, Yuta led a ninja army to attack the feudal lord's estate in the Land of Lightning. The third Raikage, upon receiving the news, rallied all Cloud Ninja for a decisive battle. Though he could not summon an ice giant hundreds of meters tall like his elder brother, conjuring a smaller one was well within his capabilities. A sage-like visage appeared on Yuta's face, albeit imperfect, resembling a blue-faced Daruton. He swiftly formed hand seals and, with a resounding clap, the ground trembled as a massive hand of ice erupted from beneath, followed by an entire arm, a head, a torso, and legs, culminating in a towering ice giant with horns, standing proudly before the two armies. The third Raikage's eyes widened in astonishment, yet as the leader of the Cloud Ninja, he could not show fear. Channeling all his lightning chakra to maximum output, his hair stood on end, his entire being crackling with electricity. The third Raikage crouched slightly before leaping high into the air, extending a finger as a massive concentration of lightning gathered at its tip. This was his signature technique, the Hell Spike. The third Raikage speed was so blinding that Yuta struggled to follow his movements. Although he desired to swat the opponent like Mizuki Jin, he could hardly discern their trajectory. The ice giant swung its sword, unleashing a blinding arc of light that cleaved through the city walls with ease. Boom. Crack. The walls crumbled like tofu, but simultaneously, the third Raikage shattered the ice giant. Yuta swiftly adapted his strategy as the remnants of the destroyed ice giant transformed into countless sharp ice spears, hurtling towards the third Raikage. Utilizing the formidable defense of his strongest lightning armor, the third Raikage withstood the onslaught of ice spears. All forces advance. Into the feudal lord's estate. Yuta commanded, retrieving a blue ice grenade adorned with white snowflake patterns from his ninja tool pouch. After toying with it in his hands, he smirked mischievously at the third Raikage before tossing it. A freezing grenade, a product of technological innovation. Upon detonation, it can rapidly freeze everything in the vicinity. Although he could not replicate his elder brother's freezing techniques, this gadget was simple enough to use. The third Raikage, observing the spherical object landing at his feet, initially mistook it for a smoke bomb. Just as he prepared to kick it away, a flash of white light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion. The sound of ice forming echoed as the third Raikage found himself enveloped in a frosty mist. As the mist cleared, he was seen frozen mid-kick, an eerily lifelike statue. Just as Yuta intended to shatter it, he noticed cracks spreading across the ice layer enveloping the third Raikage. Had it only been this short a time? Sighing, Yuta realized this little gadget could only bully the Chunin or Genin. Crack. Snap. The ice shattered, and the third Raikage unleashed the Hell Spike, channeling a massive surge of lightning through 4 fingers, capable of easily piercing through a ninja's body. In an instant, a layer of ice crystals enveloped Yuta, and as his body crystallized, he was shattered by the third Raikage, only to reform into mist behind him. This technique was developed by Yuta himself, inspired by the water transformation technique of the Hozuki clan. With an ice blade manifesting in his hand, he struck towards the third Raikage's back. Crack. The third Raikage reacted swiftly, intercepting the icy blade with a bare-handed technique known as empty hand into white blade. However, the chilling aura, akin to a relentless curse, froze his hand solid. The cold emitted by the sage technique was far beyond what the recently frozen hand could withstand. If he did not attend to his hand promptly, it risked permanent damage, potentially leading to amputation. Yuta's mocking smile appeared grotesque in the eyes of the third Raikage, resembling that of a malevolent hyena. Damn it, you truly deserve death. He cursed, his facial muscles twitching in fury as he shattered the ice encasing his hand. His fingers trembled, frostbite setting in. His hand was rendered useless, and his hell stab could no longer unleash its full power. Enough of this noise, Yuta exclaimed, unleashing his sage art at close quarters, releasing a torrent of frigid air from his mouth. The third Raikage, in a frenzy, attempted to retaliate with an elbow strike, but the cold only slowed him down further, until he was ultimately encased in ice. Yuta delivered a powerful punch, imbued with a blue luminescence, shattering the icy sculpture, sending the remnants of the third Raikage scattering. At merely 20 years of age, the third Raikage met his demise. In just a few days, 2 successive Raikages had fallen. Casting his gaze towards the battlefield, the Snow Ninja army had already infiltrated the city, while the Cloud Ninja forces were in complete disarray. Before the fully armed army, the Cloud Ninja's tactics proved utterly ineffective. Even explosive tags merely left marks on the refined metal armor. Soon, the feudal lord's residence was breached, and the lord of the Land of Lightning was captured during his escape. The forces of Mizuki had also swiftly taken down several cities, and within a month, the entirety of the Land of Lightning was under occupation. The Snow Country began gathering evidence against the feudal lord, convicting him and announcing a trial to be held in a month's time. The crimes of the feudal lord were numerous. Acts of debauchery and pillaging were mere trifles compared to murder, kidnapping, and the oppression of the common people. He had committed every conceivable atrocity. Yet his status as a feudal lord allowed him to act with impunity. Now that the initiative lay with Mizuki, even a lord of a nation was powerless. It would be easy to incite public outrage by casting a few actresses from the Snow Country's film studios to reenact his misdeeds, leading to a justified execution. As the trial day arrived, the feudal lord was brought to a gallows specifically prepared for him. Countless citizens of the Land of Lightning gathered to witness the proceedings. As the executioner read the charges against the feudal lord, combined with the actress's timely performances, the crowd soon erupted in fury. Seeing the moment had come, Mizuki declared with a murderous intent, "The time has come. Execute him." With the severed head soaring through the air, the crowd fell into stunned silence, unable to fathom that a once mighty feudal lord could be so publicly executed before their eyes. At that moment, a seed was sown in their hearts. Not all could remain exalted forever. Even a feudal lord had but one life to lose. Chapter 71. MVP Settlement. The situation in the ninja world underwent dramatic changes, with the Land of Water and the Land of Earth announcing a ceasefire a few months later. Recently, the second Isekai'd and the second Mizuki had perished together, and until a new leader was appointed, both nations had no choice but to halt hostilities. Thus, the flames of war in the ninja world were finally extinguished. A total of 5 prominent figures had perished in this conflict: the second and third Raikages, the second Hokage, the second Isekai'd, and the second Mizuki. Simultaneously, the Land of Lightning had effectively ceased to exist, apart from the land still bearing its name. It had no connection to its former self. The construction workers from the Snow Country resumed their work, beginning the reconstruction of the Land of Lightning. Mizuki, having leveled the Cloud Ninja Village during his conquest, was now stationed at the feudal lord's residence. As ministers delivered a stream of documents, Mizuki commenced his duties as the Snow Shadow, managing political affairs. Ryu and her brother, Ryuichi, remained in the Snow Country to oversee domestic matters, with all government affairs entrusted to Ryu. In military matters, the peace envoy, Ryuichi, and the defenders of the factory strongholds ensured Mizuki had no concerns about potential attacks on the Snow Country. In this battle, the Snow Country suffered the loss of 76 ninjas and 176 elite peace envoys, with over 200 severely injured and 500 lightly wounded. The casualty rate was remarkably low, primarily affecting the Paru, with minimal fatalities, thanks to their ability to easily retrieve their comrades using Paraballs. The war was ultimately a contest of wealth. During this battle alone, over 700 grenades were deployed, alongside more than 1,000 rocket launchers, and over 2,000 sets of armor were damaged. Upon noting that only 207 Cloud Ninja had surrendered, Mizuki felt a twinge of frustration. The number was too small. He needed to devise a means to fully exploit their potential. As for those Cloud Ninja who refused to surrender and continued to flee, Mizuki had instructed Izuna to capture them. Those who resisted were killed, while the non-resistors were subjected to the hypnosis of the Sharingan. The reconstruction efforts post-war were assigned to Kakuzu, and it is worth noting that the wealth of the feudal lord was now under Kakuzu's management. Observing the numerous chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels, Kakuzu had completely succumbed to the blissful sea of wealth. Yuta also established intelligence stations in various strongholds, as the expanded territory inevitably attracted some spies. Days later, Mizuki received a joint declaration of attack from the feudal lords of various nations. However, aside from the Sand Ninja, the other ninja villages were too depleted to continue fighting. Their fury was nothing more than impotent rage. The First Ninja World War concluded with a resounding victory for the Snow Country, with the Sand Ninja remaining uninvolved. The Second Wind Shadow, Shaman, focused solely on developing the people's livelihoods to strengthen the Sand Ninja Village. The Rock and Mist Ninja suffered significant losses, while Konoha experienced political instability due to the death of the second Hokage. Currently, the third Hokage of Konoha was Uchiha Kagami, yet he lacked the authority to command respect. He could only appoint his youthful companions to various departments to assist him, but they were too inexperienced to manage the village's ninjas effectively, especially with Danzo stirring up trouble frequently. The deaths of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju greatly impacted Konoha, especially with the feudal lords expressing dissatisfaction over Kagami's selection as Hokage. However, he was powerless to intervene and remove his adversaries, forced instead to reduce funding to compel Konoha to comply. Under Uchiha Kagami's leadership, Konoha had become a disarray, fraught with daily crises, while the elder clansmen constantly sought to place their people in various departments. In stark contrast, the Land of Lightning united under a common cause, especially as Mizuki delegated political matters to Kakuzu and traveled to various towns to reassure the populace, assisting construction workers in restoring homes and distributing food, earning widespread acclaim. The old nobility of the Land of Lightning had been largely purged. Against a behemoth like the Snow Village, these nobles stood no chance. They surrendered and relinquished their wealth to secure their lives, while those who refused faced the judgment of the people. The day the feudal lord of the Land of Lightning was executed was designated as Judgment Day by the citizens. Mizuki took the opportunity to promote this day as a time for the trial of corrupt officials. In large gatherings, corruption is inevitable. If it does not exist now, it will emerge in the future. Thus, establishing an annual judgment day serves as a warning, reminding them that minor corruption may go unpunished. But large-scale corruption that harms the populace leads to certain death. After spending 2 months touring the major towns of the Land of Lightning, Mizuki dispatched several ice clones back to the feudal lord's residence to continue managing political affairs, while his true self returned to the site of the former Cloud Ninja village. The area lay in ruins. Mizuki summoned an ice giant to clear the debris. Subsequently, he selected a suitable location to establish the 4th Paru terminal. While the 1st Paru terminal required the identification of an energy ley line for construction, the other terminals could be built at independently chosen locations, provided their ranges did not overlap. Upon completing the 4th Paru terminal, Mizuki began selecting operational Paru from the terminal's warehouse, quickly assigning troublemaking cats, mischievous spirits, ice-thorn beasts, and bat cats to the stronghold. With the site established, Mizuki commenced the construction of the foundation. Soon, a simple 200-square-meter flat was completed. After the roof was finished, Mizuki placed tables, chairs, beds, and Palu beds inside, intending to transform this space into the Snow Shadow Tower for administrative purposes once the ninja village was sufficiently developed. Recently, he planned to design a new ninja village here, providing a sanctuary for relaxation. The Cloud Ninja village was originally established on a towering peak, its summit flattened and shrouded in mist, often reverberating with thunderous roars. Designing this place would require considerable time and effort. The main peak would undoubtedly become the future Snow Shadow Tower, while the surrounding mountains were leveled by Mizuki using the Ice Giant's sword. Previously, the Cloud Ninja village had only the highest peak for the Lightning Shadow's administrative affairs, with the living areas situated below. Now, even the mountains surrounding the main peak were flattened for construction. Mizuki planned to connect the mountains with cable cars and bridges, employing the people from the Land of Snow for the task. The original village at the foot of the mountain had been abandoned, and Mizuki intended to level it for a complete reconstruction. The land below was quite fertile, with one side designated for agriculture and the drier side allocated for lumber and quarrying operations. Considering not everyone would wish to reside atop the mountain, he also planned to establish housing for ordinary villagers at the base, including commercial streets, residences, clinics, and security posts. Other peaks were designated for ninja apartments, schools, hospitals, and a security department. With the planning complete, Mizuki quickly initiated construction, starting with the lumber and quarrying sites, allowing the Palu capable of logging and mining to commence work. The primary materials for the structures at the base were wooden, while those on the mountain predominantly utilized stone. Chapter 72. Iteration of Snow Shadow. The 8 Tails resided within this cavern. Based on intelligence, Izuna arrived at the cave where the Cloud Ninja had sealed the 8 Tails. After dismantling the external seal, a disturbance erupted within the cave. Izuna entered with a smile, feeling no fear of the tailed beast, viewing it merely as a plaything controlled by his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Soon, the cave fell silent, and before long, the 8 Tails emerged. Its eyes transformed into the shape of the kaleidoscope. Next, Izuna consulted a map, puzzled by the distance between the 2-tailed beast seals. Previously, the second Reikage had sought suitable candidates to become Jinchuriki, but before the sealing could be conducted, war was unavoidable. Now, the Cloud Ninja had become a thing of the past, with both the 2 Tails and 8 Tails conveniently falling into the hands of the Snow Ninja. The 7 Tails still thrived at the factory outpost, occasionally assisting researchers with experiments. Currently, based on research into the 7 Tails chakra, the Institute had developed a chakra cannon that could be mounted on the 7 Tails. Although its power was inferior to the tailed beast bomb, it could continuously fire chakra projectiles as long as there was sufficient chakra, and unlike the tailed beast bomb, it could move while shooting. The only drawback lay in the 7 Tails temperament. It preferred to avoid human conflicts and enjoyed the company of the Palu. Thus, it was designated as a hidden power, stationed in the Land of Snow, where the local ninjas numbered just over 100 to maintain basic operations. Mizuki also prepared to truly utilize the 8 Tails and 2 Tails. After all, the 7 Tails was an original stock, while the later arrivals would undoubtedly lack the same privileges. The ninja village, 20 years on. The Land of Lightning had undergone a remarkable transformation following reconstruction. Towns with sparse populations were merged, Farmland cultivation doubled compared to before, taxes were significantly reduced, and previously banned forms of entertainment, such as movies, billiards, and board games, were now permitted. These measures swiftly elevated the reputation of the Snow Ninja beyond that of the Cloud Ninja era. The Land of Lightning boasted relatively abundant resources, yet the numerous mountains made many areas difficult to develop, giving it a less affluent appearance compared to the Land of Fire. However, these challenging terrains posed no obstacle for the Land of Snow, as the untraveled regions became easily navigable for the Flying Palu. Through exploration by surveying teams, several large mineral veins, including silver mines, had already been discovered. The newly established ninja village on the site of the former Cloud Ninja village was already operational, with many villagers relocating to the foot of the mountain. The enrollment in the ninja school reached an astonishing 800 students, even after the selection process. The selection was relatively straightforward, requiring students to traverse the sky bridge from the Snow Shadow Tower to the school. This bridge, constructed several hundred meters above ground, spanned 300 meters in length and was only wide enough for 3 individuals to cross simultaneously, serving as a test of courage. Accessing various peaks from the ground was facilitated by elevators, making it quite efficient. Mizuki named this new ninja village Jingyun Village, while the ninja designation remained as Snow Ninja. Although the war had inflicted harm on the people of both nations, the inhabitants of the Land of Lightning felt little distress. Rather, they believed their lives had improved. This sentiment arose primarily from the swift conclusion of the war, coupled with aid in repairing damaged homes, providing ample food, and warmer clothing, devoid of oppressive nobility. It was akin to a new dawn breaking. The flames of war did not scorch the common folk, but the suffering of the orphans from the Cloud Ninja due to the conflict was addressed by housing them in a newly constructed orphanage in the Lord's estate. The surrendered ninjas fared better, as they merely needed to pay fines to ensure their safety and could even join the Snow Ninja. However, those who refused to surrender and dared to retaliate against the forces were executed without mercy. Over time, with the borders sealed, the Cloud Ninja had no recourse but to surrender. The later surrendering ninjas were subjected to a cleansing process in the path of peace, with hopes they would emerge as exemplary followers of this doctrine. The path of peace also began to spread deeper into the Land of Lightning after the war. Having endured for many years, the teachings of the path of peace had been refined by Mizuki, introducing 8 virtues: filial piety, brotherly respect, loyalty, integrity, decorum, understanding benevolence, self-discipline, and awareness of shame, hoping to enlighten the populace. The martial spirit of the people in the Land of Lightning prompted Mizuki to implement different legal reforms compared to the Land of Snow, such as promoting immediate retribution for grievances, establishing arenas for adversaries to settle scores on the same day to avoid sleepless nights, with both parties signing a life and death agreement to indicate their consent. In practice, this often resolved disputes, as few wish to risk their lives. Who does not desire to survive? Besides the arena, fighting within towns was strictly prohibited, with violators apprehended by the town's security forces and subjected to penalties, especially if strong individuals bullied the weak, resulting in doubled punishments. Consequently, the area around the arena became a popular spectacle, drawing crowds daily to witness fights, evolving into a unique attraction. To prevent a decline in population, Mizuki proposed that families be exempt from taxes for 5 years after having 3 children, with additional subsidies for each child. Thus, after several years of dedicated nurturing, numerous familiar names reappeared in the intelligence reports. On August 16th, 19 years into the Ninja Village era, Uchiha Fugaku was born in Konoha. On January 8th, 22 years into the Ninja Village era, Hyuga Hizashi and Hyuga Hayashi were born in Konoha. On July 16th, 22 years into the Ninja Village era, Kogetsu Yagura was born in Kirigakure. On August 9th, 23 years into the Ninja Village era, Hashirama's grandson, Rope Tree, was born in Konoha. On March 22nd, 24 years into the Ninja Village era, Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, was born. On March 29th, 24 years into the Ninja Village era, Rasha was born in Sunagakure. On June 1st, 24 years into the Ninja Village era, Uchiha Makoto was born in Konoha. On November 11th, 24th year of the Shinobi Village, Kururo was born in Sunagakure. On September 28th of the 25th year, the second Kazekage, Shaman, passed away, known as the strongest Kazekage, and the magnet release ninja, Kawaii, ascended to the position of the third Kazekage. During this time, Those familiar to him were also not idle, with marriages and births occurring. On April 1st of the 21st year, Mizuki Hanako gave birth to a son, and Uvatomo was born in Isekai'd. On February 22nd of the 22nd year, Mizuki Shigeru married, and on December 16th of the same year, a daughter, Mizuki Yuki, was born. On June 1st of the 22nd year, Yuta fathered a child out of wedlock, and his daughter, Mizuki Koki, was born in Isekai'd. On August 27th of the 22nd year, Oya Castle Richi married Mizuki Kanako, and the following year on August 27th, twins Oya Castle Takashi and Oya Castle Mayumi were born in Isekai'd. On June 25th of the 23rd year, Uchiha Izuna's son, Uchiha Shimizu, was born in Kaian Village. In the 25th year, Mizuki Jin's appearance remained unchanged, still bearing the visage of his youth, despite being in his 40s. On January 1st of the 25th year, a significant event was announced. The first Yukikage, Mizuki Jin, intended to pass down the Yukikage position originally to Mizuki Yuta, who, reluctant to accept, instead recommended Uva Daifuku. Following an assessment, Mizuki Jin consented to Uva Daifuku taking office as the second Yukikage immediately. This transition was merely a change in personnel managing the affairs, allowing Mizuki Jin to fully detach from trivial matters and devote himself to adapting to the newly awakened bloodline. Chapter 73, Limitations Chakra, 500, Limit Reached. Please enhance bloodline before adding points, Spirit, 500 Strength, 500 Speed, 500 Ninjutsu, 500 Chakra, 1000 Natural Adaptation, 500 Bloodline Talent. Advanced Ice Release, cannot be enhanced. Sage Body, upgradable. Within Isekai'd, Mizuki Jin stood before the terminal, gazing at his character panel. All attributes had been maximized, and further enhancement could only occur through bloodline elevation. After upgrading to Sage Body with 1000 green leaf mouse sculptures, the transformation into Sage God Body was achieved, eliminating the need for further green leaf mouse sculptures, instead requiring 5 exceedingly rare lotuses: Lotus of Spirit, Lotus of Strength, Lotus of Speed, Lotus of Energy, and Lotus of Life. Upon attaining the Sage God Body, one could seamlessly enter Sage mode without delay, devoid of the overt signs typically associated with such transformations. The understanding of nature was significantly heightened, as though one's body could effortlessly merge with the world's rules. The body could now store a certain amount of natural energy without any dissipation. Sage techniques became instinctual, often requiring no hand signs, manifesting at will. Various release techniques faced no limitations, be it would release, boil release, or any other bloodline limit that combined 2 elements. Even his vision surpassed previous capabilities, now possessing the ability to see objects a kilometer away, though lacking the X-ray vision akin to Byakugan. Mizuki Jin retrieved 6 tools from his system backpack, placing 5 before the terminal and initiating an upgrade. The level 29 terminal radiated a brilliant light, its dazzling glow painful to the eyes, and Mizuki Jin barely witnessed the disappearance of the 6 tools. As the terminal reached level 30, a multitude of technological advancements unlocked: Superior Bow, Chromium Iron Mine, Hexagonal Crystal Armor, Energy Crystal Mine, Laser Sword, Missile, Lightweight Plastic Steel Armor, among others, all high-tech innovations utilizing relatively rare materials. Transporting to the factory stronghold via the Paru terminal, Mizuki Jin constructed the 2 newly unlocked mines, which had certain collection limitations requiring a mining level of 4 or above. Paru of level 4 or higher was exceedingly rare. Thus, Mizuki Jin equipped 2 Flame Huang for mining. Flame Huang is a remarkably rare Paru, encountered only 5 times over extensive dungeon runs, believed to have emerged from volcanic eruptions. Its head bore horns, with a thick mane of ash-black fur around its neck, its skin crimson, exuding a regal presence akin to a lion. Upon departing the factory stronghold, Mizuki Jin used Ice Mirror to teleport to the offshore oil field, the sole resource building that could be constructed beyond the terminal's range. After linking to a specific terminal, he selected a transportable Paru for oil transportation. He left Horus and Tenryu Long for defense, while workers within the oil field adjusted equipment. These workers rotated monthly, earning a salary equivalent to an A-rank mission. Although the environment was monotonous, providing only simple entertainment, most who endured the solitude were anglers, as they could fish for most of the time. After acquiring several thousand barrels of oil, Mizuki Jin teleported back to the factory stronghold via Ice Mirror. Upon replacing the production line tools with the latest unlocked items, he discovered only the superior bow and lightweight plastic steel armor could be directly manufactured. Many others required materials from the newly unlocked mines. Mizuki Jin updated his team of Paru, now including Flame Huang, Sorike's Dragon, Typhoon, Thunder Horse, Winter Beast, and Night Queen, each a rare Paru with formidable strength, capable of altering the weather. Opening the dungeon interface, Mizuki Jin clicked on the last option, Infinite Dungeon, and instantly vanished from his location. This infinite dungeon challenged all currently known Paru, engaging in a marathon battle against over 140. Mizuki Jin was uncertain if new dungeons would emerge post-completion, but at present, this dungeon offered the best means of honing his skills. The first 100 opponents were easily manageable by his Paru, while only the subsequent foes would serve to further his development. As Mizuki Jin diligently trained, time outside gradually slipped away. Unexpectedly, on January 25th of the 27th year, Minato Namikaze was born in Isekai'd. His grandfather was a loyal follower who had accompanied the peace era from the land of fire to the land of snow. Originally, the family bore no surname due to their humble origins, but with the father's rise to ninja status, a surname was adopted. Though born in Isekai'd, his family held a modest fortune, with both parents recently promoted to jonin, thus gaining some prominence. Following the conclusion of the Great War, the three major ninja villages, Konoha, Iwa, and Kiri, were nursing their wounds, unwilling to accept the losses and instead aggressively expanding their populations. The Land of Lightning and the Land of Snow were also experiencing explosive population growth. Isekai'd's ninja school had undergone 3 expansions, even establishing branches. The graduating class of the 26th year boasted a staggering 3,700 students, while the incoming class of the 27th year exceeded 8,000. The ninja school in Cayenne Village had expanded to occupy an entire mountain peak, resembling a castle akin to Hogwarts, its capacity increasing from 1,000 to 10,000 students. Yuta, from the Warring States period, never anticipated benefiting from a demographic dividend while still alive. The intelligence department had grown from under 1,000 to over 2,000. And with spies included, the total exceeded 3,000, sufficient to instigate a small-scale war. Currently, the highest combat strength in Isekai'd, aside from Mizuki Jin, was Uchiha Izuna, who had awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, followed by Yuta and then Ryuchi. These 3 had also reached the Super Kage level of power. Afterward, Uchiha Ueno, Mizuki Shigeru, Ryuno, Kakuzu, and Yuhi Daisuke attained the strength of Kage-level ninjas. Upon entering the guild, Uchiha Ueno utilized the Suiryu Mao sculpture to elevate her Sharingan to the Mangekyo Sharingan. In a bid to prevent her beloved disciple from the risk of blindness, Izuna administered a low dosage of Hashirama's cells. As a member of the Uchiha clan with Senju blood, Ueno adeptly fused with the Hashirama cells, exhibiting no signs of rejection. Mizuki Shigeru, possessing a high-level ice-release bloodline, undoubtedly reached Kage-level strength, resembling a formidable powerhouse. Although his attributes were maximized, his bloodline limited his potential to only 200. Yui Daisuke also advanced to a high-level ice-release bloodline, mastering the medical ninjutsu of the Yuhi clan, often shining in the ninja hospital. Ryuno's blood dragon eye had been developed to its utmost potential. While it lacked the multiple evolutions of the Sharingan, it transformed from a single to a cross-shaped eye, appearing even more enchanting when she donned her usual neighborly attire. Notably, Ryuno remained unmarried, and through her training in Yin release, her appearance had not changed much, still resembling a youthful girl despite being over 30. Kakuzu, having not acquired the Land of Earth's grudge as depicted in the original work, remained trapped at Kage level. His 5 elemental ninjutsu had been perfected, and he even practiced an incomplete sage technique, resembling a blue-faced do-air done in sage mode, hinting at his mentor's influence. Chapter 74. The 10-Year Pact. Are you also choosing to slumber? Mizuki Shigeru gazed thoughtfully at Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna nodded earnestly. Rather than wasting my lifespan now, I would rather wait for 10 years to awaken the Rinnegan, whereupon we shall determine our fate in battle. 10 years should suffice to awaken Madara. Mizuki Shigeru's gaze shifted to Uchiha Madara, lying in the ice coffin, enshrouded in frost. Uchiha Izuna's gaze softened as he spoke. Indeed, I will be able to fight alongside my brother once more. Then lie down, Mizuki Shigeru instructed, conjuring an ice coffin that emanated a chilling aura. Uchiha Izuna reclined into the coffin, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Mizuki Shigeru, saying, I entrust you with this and Shimizu. Mizuki Shigeru took the paper without opening it, teasingly replying, I will personally instruct him. He should at least surpass you. As a father, that would certainly bring me pride. Izuna smiled knowingly. Mizuki Shigeru's expression turned serious as he said, Close your eyes. I shall begin. Understood, Uchiha Izuna replied, closing his eyes and relaxing in the ice coffin. Mizuki Shigeru raised both hands, surging with ice blue sage chakra, and as he swept his hands upwards from Uchiha Izuna's feet, frost rapidly enveloped his body. Just as he approached Izuna's neck, she suddenly exclaimed, I am not a cat slave. Be quiet. Mizuki Shigeru completely encased Uchiha Izuna in ice. Wait. Tell Yuhi Daisuke that if he truly likes Ueno, he should propose directly. Uchiha Izuna attempted to say, but Mizuki Shigeru increased the dosage, silencing her. In a frozen state, the loss of life would significantly decrease, and those encased in ice would lose their perception of time, awakening as if they had merely taken a short nap. Their memories lingering on the previous day. After sealing the ice coffin, Mizuki Shigeru placed Izuna's coffin alongside Madara's on the same shelf. Within the icy chamber, numerous individuals lay encased in ice. He lingered for a moment, gazing at their faces before sealing the chamber and departing. Unfolding the note in his hand, Mizuki Shigeru read Izuna's account. The sealed Uchiha Nameless? A former weapon? This location is in the Land of Fire. With the note secured, Mizuki Shigeru mounted the Kori Ryu, heading towards the village of Kage in the Land of Thunder. It was now the 33rd year of the Ninja Village era, and over a decade had passed since the Great Ninja War. Due to the imbalanced economic development among various nations, disparities grew, prompting militant factions within each ninja village to advocate for expansion through force under the guise of equitable privilege, plundering resources. As stability wavered, tensions between nations escalated, drawing closer to the resurgence of a ninja world war. Notably, the Sand Village, which had thrived during the First War, was particularly agitated. While the Rock and Mist villages remained at odds, Konoha had yet to take a stance, seemingly under the firm suppression of the martial factions led by Uchiha Kagami. Upon returning to Kage village, Mizuki Shigeru descended onto the rooftop of the Snow Shadow building. Entering the building, the working ninjas greeted him respectfully as First Lord. He pushed open the door to the Snow Shadow office, finding Yuhi Daisuke, disheveled and troubled, struggling with paperwork. Oh, busy are we? Mizuki Shigeru remarked, taking a seat opposite Daisuke. Upon seeing Mizuki Shigeru, Daisuke's eyes brightened, and he hurriedly said, First Lord, please have mercy. I wish to retire. Mizuki Shigeru waved dismissively. If you can find a suitable successor whom I can assess, that might be acceptable. Daisuke, exasperated, lamented, It's merely a matter of handling paperwork. Anyone will do. I think Kakuzu would be quite suitable. At this, Mizuki Shigeru shook his head. Do you believe that if I made Kakuzu the Snow Shadow today, he wouldn't demolish the Snow Shadow building for scrap tomorrow? Moreover, handling affairs requires political acumen. Not everyone is fit for it. Reflecting on Kakuzu's notorious frugality, Daisuke sighed. What about Ueno? Her strength is sufficient, and she can sit still. That naive girl, if I don't keep an eye on her, she might end up deceived into bed by some wild man tomorrow. Mizuki Shigeru's disdainful glance at Daisuke spoke volumes. Daisuke's face flushed with embarrassment. He realized the truth of those words referred to himself. 20 years had passed since their childhood Chunin exams, when Ueno had left a deep impression on him by defeating him, a memory that lingered. Even the arranged blind dates set up by the Yuhi clan were disregarded. As he constantly plotted to sneak Ueno out for a date under Uchiha Izuna's watchful gaze. Daisuke, Izuna has begun her slumber. Before her slumber, she asked me to tell you that if you truly like Ueno, you should propose directly. Slamming the table, Daisuke shot up, exclaiming, That old man wasted a decade of my prime youth. He then stormed out, abandoning his work. Mizuki Shigeru scratched his head, feeling as though he had forgotten something. Ah, that fellow. He glanced at the unfinished paperwork and summoned an ice clone to retrieve Yuhi Daisuke. The clone brought Daisuke back by the collar. And upon seeing Mizuki Shigeru, Daisuke could only offer an awkward smile. First Lord, I was just too excited. I know you are anxious, but hold on a moment. I need to make a trip to the Land of Fire. During this time, handle matters on your own. You are a grown man now. But do not forget the 10-year principle established in our recent meeting. Understood. Daisuke nodded vigorously. The 10-year principle aimed to cultivate over 70% of the current tens of thousands of lower ninjas to Chunin level within the next decade, ensuring livelihood and production. and striving for a decisive victory in the next decade's war, unifying the ninja world without giving other villages the opportunity to resist. This strategy echoed the Ming dynasty's approach of building high walls, accumulating grain, and delaying kingship, akin to the policies of Emperor Guangwu in fostering prosperity post-war. Mizuki Shigeru was not keen on fighting and then spending extensive time restoring the livelihoods of the people. After departing from the Snow Shadow Tower, Mizuki Jin sought out Uchiha Shimizu and relayed Izumi's instructions faithfully. Years ago, due to his mother's illness, which was deemed untreatable, she had been sealed in ice, hoping that future generations could find a cure and bring her back to life. Now, shockingly, his father had chosen to undergo the same fate, sealing himself for a decade. The loss of his parents revealed Uchiha Shimizu's vulnerability, a sentiment befitting his tender age. From now on, I shall be your master. There's no need for formal schooling. Mizuki Jin affectionately ruffled the hair of the 10-year-old boy. I must say, this hair is rather prickly. Mizuki Jin then took Uchiha Shimizu under his wing and set off towards the Land of Fire. Chapter 75. A return to Konoha. Between the years 27 and 33 of the Ninja Village era, several notable figures were born. On July 10, 27, Kushina Uzumaki entered the world in the Village of Whirlpools. On February 24, 28, Yoshino Nara, the mother of Shikamaru Nara, was born. On August 12, 29, Sum Inuzuka, the mother of Kiba Inuzuka, came into being. On March 5, 30, Nono Yakushi was born, followed by Yashimaru, Gaara's uncle, on May 23 of the same year. On February 20th, 32, Yahiko was born in the Rain Village, and on May 15th, Killer Bee was born in the village of Kagon, where Mizuki Jin arranged for him to be mentored by the Jonin, Yoda Tamaki. On September 19th, 32, Nagato was born in the village of Whirlpools, followed by Sasori on November 8th in the Sand Village. During the Second Shinobi World War, the village of Whirlpools would be annihilated by a coalition of nations, and Mizuki Jin planned to visit after his journey to the Land of Fire. He arrived in the Land of Rice using the flying Whirlwind Dragon, and once landed, he brought the curious Uchiha Shimizu to a secret outpost of the Snow Village in the Land of Rice. This location was typically used for the exchange of intelligence among operatives. Upon arriving, Mizuki Jin bypassed the customary greetings and simply demonstrated a minor ice release technique, gaining entry from the guards. First Lord, the outpost's leader saluted, awaiting Mizuki Jin's instructions. Mizuki Jin presented a note given to him by Izumi. Although it contained a general description of a location, the textual details were insufficient for pinpointing it. The middle-aged leader took the note, studying it intently. Mizuki Jin then remarked, I believe you are responsible for intelligence in the Land of Fire. Have someone search for this location. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. The leader responded affirmatively. Though uncertain if a swift retrieval was feasible, that was, after all, the responsibility of the operatives, not his. Mizuki Jin pondered for a moment before adding, have a few individuals come from the village, and also relay a message to Konoha that the first Snow Shadow is visiting. Yes, soon. The leader of the outpost set the wheels in motion, and within a day, 8 Snow Village Jonin arrived. Konoha, upon hearing of the first Snow Shadow's visit, prepared earnestly. As the relationship between the Snow and Leaf villages had always been amicable, with annual student exchanges, thus ensuring a warm welcome for the first Snow Shadow. Among the current Kage, only the Snow Shadow remained alive, a living legend in the shinobi world, commanding universal respect. Mizuki Jin created an ice clone, which had now approached perfection, achieving over 95 similarity to his true self and inheriting 10 of his strength. Despite its limitations, shattering upon depletion of chakra or sustaining damage beyond its threshold, this clone was formidable, comparable to an average Jonin. The primary purpose of the ice clone, beyond traditional uses, was to divert attention, especially during the anticipated commotion when unsealing Uchiha's nameless seal. Meanwhile, the original Mizuki Jin, accompanied by Uchiha Shimizu, made his way to the former residence of the Sarutobi clan during the Warring States period, awaiting further news. The Sarutobi residence, now a relic of neglect, stood some distance from Konoha, retaining only the clan's shrine, which still attracted visitors for annual offerings. 3 days later, Mizuki Jin arrived punctually in Konoha, greeting Uchiha Kagami and several advisors who came to receive him. Uchiha Kagami, now middle-aged with additional wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, had transformed from a once stalwart handsome man into a more shrewd figure. Lord Snow Shadow, Your visit truly honors us, he exclaimed. As a retired individual, I relish the opportunity to explore while I still can, Mizuki Jin replied with a smile. It has been quite some time since my last visit. Back when Hashirama was still alive, Konoha has changed tremendously. The senior officials of Konoha observed Mizuki Jin's remarkably youthful visage, their expressions reflecting their disbelief. Uchiha Kageme's eye twitched slightly. You certainly do not appear to have aged at all. I am over 50 now. Your perception of my youth is merely a consequence of my ice release techniques. Haha. Mizuki Jin stepped into Konoha without waiting for formal invitation, prompting the Konoha officials to hastily follow, eager not to lag behind. By the way, where are Tsunade and Irika? Mizuki Jin paused, glancing back at Uchiha Kagame. Sarutobi Hisashi interjected. Tsunade is likely at the Konoha hospital. Would you like to see her? Mizuki Jin nodded. Of course, I must pay my respects to an old friend. I will have someone notify her, Sarutobi Hisashi assured him. Just have her come by during mealtime. And what of Irika? The expressions of those present shifted uneasily, until Uchiha Kagame voiced his regret. Not long ago, Irika passed away due to illness. Mizuki Jin frowned. No one informed me? A dear friend's child has died, and I, as an elder, was left unaware? Tanshikamaru quickly explained. Please do not be upset. Irika's status was too significant for Konoha to publicly announce his demise. It is truly unfortunate for that young boy, having lost his mother at birth, and now his father. Uchiha Kagame then guided Mizuki Jin toward the reception area, while the shadowy figure of Shimura Danzo lingered at the back, his eyes reflecting an unusual glint. In truth, Mizuki Jin was already aware of Irika's demise, and the circumstances surrounding it were highly suspicious, suggesting a conspiracy at play, yet the opposing forces were too entrenched for him to confront directly. Uchiha Kagame was not the type to harm Irika. Such actions were unnecessary for him. The spies Sarutobi Hisashi, Tanshikamaru, and Mito Han were all capable of such deeds. But only the one known as the Shadow could orchestrate such a scheme. At noon, mealtime approached, and Tsunade hurried in, accompanied by Shota, now in her 20s. Tsunade bore a striking resemblance to the valiant Hashirama of yore. Upon seeing Mizuki Jin, who appeared to be of a similar age, she awkwardly addressed him. Grandfather Snow Shadow. Shota, taken aback, glanced between his sister and the youthful figure seated at the head of the table, disbelief etched on his face. Tsunade gently nudged Shota, prompting him to greet Mizuki Jin with a timid voice. Grandfather Snow Shadow. Ah, my dear grandson, come here for a hug. Mizuki Jin approached, embracing both Shota and Tsunade, embodying the warmth of a family reunion. Tsunade's cheeks flushed, yet she dared not make any further gestures. After releasing Shota, the boy looked up with innocent curiosity. Are you truly from my grandfather's generation? Mizuki Jin explained. I was a close friend of your grandfather, Senju Hashirama. Tsunade chimed in. The sword you cherish so dearly was a gift from this elder upon your birth. Shota's eyes widened with confusion. Isn't that the sword of great-grandfather? Shuei Wiwe Jin gently patted the little boy's head, a nostalgic expression gracing his face as he spoke. That sword has quite the history. It was originally the weapon of the first heavenly master of the peace path, later gifted to your great-grandfather, Feijin. After your great-grandfather fell at the hands of Yunren, I eradicated Yunren and came into possession of this sword, which I bestowed upon you as a gift at your birth. What Shuei Wiwe Jin did not mention was that this sword was currently the best-selling weapon in the Land of Snow, especially since it was advertised as the same model used by the second Hokage, offering a superior cost-performance ratio compared to the chakra metal weapons forged by the blacksmiths of the Land of Crafts. The demand was far exceeding the supply. He was quite curious about the expression on Shinshu's face when he saw other ninjas wielding this long sword. Chapter 76. The Sealed Girl. Shuei Wiwe Jin's True Form, accompanied by Uchiha Chingshui, waited for 2 days at the ruins of the Sarutobi clan before finally receiving news. According to the intel, the sealing location was in a valley 300 kilometers west of the Valley of the End. Riding the Sky Spiral Dragon, they passed the Valley of the End, where 2 towering statues stood, those of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, each several dozen meters high. Is that your great-uncle? Uchiha Chingshui's eyes sparkled with wonder. Indeed. That is your great-uncle, Shuei Wiwe Jin replied, then sighed with a hint of nostalgia. How time flies. He then encouraged the Sky Spiral Dragon to continue its westward flight. Along the way, Chingshui asked many questions about Uchiha Madara, and he heard different tales from Shuei Wiwe Jin that contrasted with those told by his father, Uchiha Azuna. Why do your stories differ from what my father said? Qing Shui's young mind brimmed with curiosity. Shui Wuyuejin explained in simpler terms, our perspectives on Madara differ. Madara and Izuno were brothers. Thus, he would naturally lean towards Madara in his narrative. I, however, view Madara from a different angle. Regardless, we both agree that Madara is a proud individual who relentlessly strives for his ideals. Is such a person remarkable? Certainly, those who strive for their ideals are indeed remarkable. Upon reaching the chasm below, Shui Wuyuejin signaled the sky's spiral dragon to delve deeper into the gorge. The depths were chilling, the temperature significantly lower than outside. The valley floor was desolate, with only blackened earth and the occasional carcass of wild beasts. Shui Wuyuejin activated his sensory abilities, clearly perceiving faint traces of chakra not far ahead. Standing before the stone wall, with a mere wave of his hand, Shui Wuyuejin crystallized the rock face. Then with a flick of his finger, the crystalline wall shattered like glass. Qing Shui's eyes widened, this astonishing scene leaving an indelible impression on him. As the opening emerged, a cavern entrance was revealed. Shui Wuyuejin retrieved a flashlight and led Qing Shui inside. The only illumination came from the flashlight as silence enveloped them. The narrow path led to a cavern adorned with stalactites. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed above, prompting Shui Wuyuejin to casually flick an ice needle, pinning a large red snake coiled around a stalactite in place. Startled, Qing Shui looked up at the gaping maw of the snake and hurriedly stepped back. As they pressed onward, they encountered a blockade of fallen rocks. Shui Wuyuejin once again employed his technique, crystallizing the debris, and with a simple gesture, dismantled the obstruction, revealing yet another cavern. Follow me into this new space. Shui Wuyuejin stepped in, pondering whether the sealing technique of the Senju and Sarutobi clans was akin to a nested set of caverns. After a few steps, he halted, and Qing Shui collided with his leg, both of them frozen in place by the sight ahead. Chains extended from all directions of the rocky walls, binding a brown altar at its four corners, the word seal inscribed prominently in the center. Qing Shui swallowed nervously and whispered, "Will opening this unleash zombies?" Shui Wuyuejin replied with a hint of exasperation, "Perhaps you should watch fewer movies. We need a rating system for films. What are you doing watching zombie flicks at your age?" Confused, Qing Shui looked up at Shui Wuyuejin and asked, "But isn't your name listed as the director? It says suitable for all ages." Shui Wuyuejin's expression stiffened momentarily. Clearing his throat, he explained without a trace of embarrassment, "Ah, that was my film featuring Mr. Zombie. It was meant to build courage in the lower-ranked ninjas, so they wouldn't recklessly wander off at night, increasing the workload for the security department." Qing Shui felt a wave of disillusionment, so it was all just a scare tactic for children. Shui Wuyuejin approached the sealed altar, waved his hand, and all the iron chains snapped apart. Then, infusing chakra into the sealing symbol, it crystallized and shattered before his eyes. Removing the lid of the altar, he focused intently, revealing a young girl within. Her eyelids fluttered before she suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, swirling with 3 flying swallows. In a moment of disorientation, Shui Wuyuejin found his surroundings transformed into a bizarre, blood-red space. Just as he prepared to move, he realized he had been ensnared by iron chains. Tsukuyami? He wondered. Suddenly, a myriad of sharp spears hurtled towards him. Maintaining his composure, Shui Wuyuejin unleashed a surge of powerful mental energy. In an instant, everything around him vanished, the space plunging into darkness, leaving only the two of them. The girl gazed in horror at the young man before her, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Her Tsukuyami had been rendered ineffective. Shui Wuyuejin assessed her. She wore a thin garment, her hands and feet shackled, her frail body wrapped in bandages that had not been changed for years. With bare heels and soles, displaying a degree of compassion, he refrained from unleashing his full mental power, which would have inflicted severe psychological damage on her, as was customary for other Uchiha under similar circumstances. The girl, sensing no malice from Shui Wuyuejin, remained undeterred, her powerful ocular prowess focused intently on his every movement. Suddenly, a potent wave of mental pressure surged toward her, a peculiar sensation prickled on her hand. Looking down, she witnessed a mark resembling the patterns of her kaleidoscopic eyes slowly forming on her hand. "This ability is intriguing. What can you achieve with this mark?" Shui Wuyuejin refrained from interrupting its formation, curious to see how far the girl's Sharingan could extend. As the mark solidified, he felt his chakra stirring within. an unforeseen force pulling it uncontrollably towards her. Attempting to absorb my chakra? He snapped his fingers, halting the blue energy column suspended in midair. The girl, enhancing her ocular power, activated her unique eye technique, and a voice like that of an ancient deity echoed in Shui Weiwei-jin's mind. Kill yourself. Die. Those 4 words incessantly echoed, trying to seize control of his thoughts to achieve her ends. Shui Weiwei-jin smiled. The next moment, the whispers ceased, and the mark on his hand vanished. You realize your capabilities are too perilous, he said, placing a finger to his lips. It would be best for you to sleep for a while. The girl opened her mouth, but her kaleidoscopic Sharingan faded to black, her energy waning as she collapsed to the ground. As the young girl was on the verge of collapsing onto the cold ground, a plush object caught her, and instinctively, she grasped it with her slender hands, curling up like a helpless little creature, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 77. The Master and the Apprentice Master. This is just like a zombie, Qing Shui exclaimed, pointing disdainfully at the girl sprawled on Yan Huang's back, her arms as thin as twigs. After leaving the ceiling site, Shui Weiwei-jin walked along the path, uncorking a high-quality recovery potion. He pried open the girl's mouth and administered the green liquid. Once she had taken the medicine, Shui Weiwei-jin remarked, "She has been sealed for so long that she could very well be your ancestors." The girl's complexion visibly improved at an astonishing rate after drinking the potion. Her previously withered skin regained its warmth and elasticity, transforming from a ghastly pallor to a more vibrant hue. Upon exiting the dim cave, Shui Weiwei-jin lifted the girl in his arms and caught a glimpse of the black runes etched upon her arms. After retracting Yan Huang, he departed on the freely roaming Kuanglong from the chasm. Initially, he anticipated a fierce battle with Susanoo, only to discover that the girl employed an illusion. However, what intrigued him was that her kaleidoscope appeared to possess more than 2 abilities, Tsukiyami, which implanted a mark allowing her to absorb and control the chakra of the marked individual. Arriving at the entrance of the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Fire, Shui Weiwei-jin opted to carry the girl in silently. As he sensed her steady breathing and the gentle rise and fall of her chest, an unfamiliar feeling stirred within him. Inside the daimyo's mansion, merchants flowed in and out. During the era of ninja villages, the towns of various nations boasted commendable security, leading to increased foot traffic, and some places even had vibrant nightlife. Standing before an inn, Shui Weiwei-jin was about to enter when he inadvertently caught sight of a strangely dressed man with a ponytail, who was elegantly smiling in his direction. What a ridiculous half-bald grin, Shui Weiwei-jin thought, dismissing it and entering the inn. After booking 2 rooms, he brought Qing Shui into their guest room, gently laying the girl on the bed. "It should be time," Shui Weiwei-jin said, extending 2 fingers, chakra shimmering at their tips, and pressing them against the girl's forehead. Instantly, a blue rune appeared on her brow, sealing her chakra and preventing its use, merging the seal into her skin. Soon, the girl stirred, her eyelids fluttering open as she seemed to recall past events. She immediately recoiled to the corner of the room, warily eyeing Shui Weiwei-jin and Qing Shui, particularly the seemingly refined man who had bested her in the illusion. Shui Weiwei-jin offered a warm smile and gently spoke, "There's no need to be so on guard. What is your name? Who are you? Sarutobi? Senju?" She retorted, then turned her gaze to the side, where Uchiha Qing Shui stood, and added suspiciously, "You bear the scent of the Sharingan." Qing Shui felt intimidated under her fierce gaze, but maintained his composure as he explained, "I am Uchiha Qing Shui, one of your kin. The Warring States era has long passed. We have come to rescue you." "Kinsfolk? Rescue?" the girl replied coldly. "You only wish to turn me into a weapon." With that, she was about to activate her Sharingan, but found her chakra utterly inaccessible, as if it had been frozen in time. Stunned, she clutched her head with her hands, her fair feet kicking in panic as she cried out, "Why can't I use my Sharingan? Am I not even worthy of being a weapon? It is a sealing technique, a modification based on the Hyuga clan's caged bird seal, which restricts your chakra and prevents the use of ocular bloodline limits," Shui Weiwei-jin explained. The girl offered a desolate smile, realizing she was still under control, perhaps destined to be an unnamed weapon forever. Memories of the past flooded her mind, the faces of her kin, the gazes of her enemies, and the final impressions of her parents. Tears welled in her eyes as she murmured, "You would be better off letting me die sealed away." Qing Shui, feeling helpless, interjected, Hey, the master just wants you to be more compliant. Using your Sharingan recklessly is dangerous." Shui Yujin retrieved a package from his system backpack and tossed it to the girl, saying, "This is something I just bought from the inn. Go take a bath and calm down. We will discuss matters later. Just remember, the times have changed. It is no longer like it was before. You are safe now." The girl did not budge, merely hugging her legs and burying her face in a posture of surrender. "Qing Shui, why don't you explain the current situation to her?" Shui Yujin suggested, feeling uncertain about forcibly changing the attire of a girl who appeared to be 16 or 17. Qing Shui cleared his throat theatrically. "We are now in the village era of ninjas, and the Uchiha clan has joined Ukigakure. This world is no longer filled with battles among ninja clans. The nations are secure, and conflicts between clans are a thing of the past." As Qing Shui spoke, the girl gradually lifted her head. Outside, there was indeed a cacophony. But it was not the sounds of battle she remembered. Rather, it was the lively chatter of people. Shui Yujin sensed she was beginning to absorb the information and gently said, "We have come to take you back. There is no need for further fighting." At these words, the girl froze, biting her lower lip. It seemed she was reluctant to express her emotions, yet the more she restrained herself, the more likely her dam would burst. With a cry, she wept freely, her clothing soon soaked. Within her sobs lay a sense of release, a deep-seated resentment towards her past life, and a lamentation for why this era had not arrived sooner. Qing Shui looked at Shui Yujin, feeling somewhat lost, while Shui Yujin rubbed his temples, and the room was filled with a chaotic flurry of comforting sounds. Chapter 78. The girl's rebirth. The frantic antics of the master and apprentice brought a halt to the girl's tears, and she began to smile faintly. Seeing her regain composure, Shui Yujin asked, "I still don't know your name. Records only mention you as Uchiha Nameless." The girl shook her head, clearly unwilling to reveal her name. After a long pause, she explained, "I have lived in a dark cell for so long that when I finally saw the sun, I was merely an unnamed weapon. My name has long been forgotten." Shui Yujin did not press further and said, "Then for now, we shall call you Nameless." The girl nodded in agreement. Shui Yujin gathered chakra at his fingertips and, under Nameless' astonished gaze, pressed it against her forehead. The seal on her brow manifested briefly before dissipating. Yet he did not cease his efforts, continuing to channel his energy. Feeling a change within her body, Nameless rolled up her sleeves, watching as the traces of implanted ninjutsu swiftly faded away. Exhaling deeply, Shui Yujin observed the transformation. Nameless shook her arms, and the remnants of the implanted techniques vanished entirely. Her Sharingan and chakra were once again at her disposal. "Why?" Nameless inquired, gazing curiously at Shui Yujin. "What do you mean?" He replied, "All of it. My arms techniques and that sealing technique," she said, staring at her toes, patiently awaiting his answer. The sealing technique was deemed unnecessary. "Consider the removal of those techniques as a gift," Shui Yujin said before departing the room with Qing Shui. Inside, Nameless, having stabilized her emotions, began to survey the room's layout, noting its stark contrast to the surroundings of her time. Unnamed leapt from her bed and made her way to the bathroom, staring vacantly at her reflection in the mirror. She could hardly remember the last time she had seen her own visage. Gently, she caressed her cheek, wiping away the remnants of tears before shifting her gaze to the bathtub nearby. As she shed her clothing, she discovered, to her astonishment, that the scar she had once borne had miraculously vanished. This was indeed the remarkable effect of the high-quality restorative potion that Mizuki had given her, capable of erasing all blemishes from her skin. The bathtub was filled with warm water, and as Unnamed stepped in for a bath, she felt a sense of renewal wash over her. After wrapping herself in a towel, she returned to her room and unwrapped the package on her bed. Inside, she found a black sleeveless fitted t-shirt and a long blue outer garment that draped elegantly above her knees, accompanied by black shorts and ankle-high black boots. As she lifted the outfit, a pair of pink undergarments tumbled out. Upon examining them, she quickly realized their intended purpose, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Had that man purchased these for her? The image of Mizuki surfaced in her mind. She adored the ensemble and, after donning it, twirled in front of the mirror, pleased with the result. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, she found Mizuki and Shimizu waiting outside. Their eyes widened in admiration at her attire. Her fair, delicately oval face was graced with perfectly placed features that seemed to have been sculpted by a master artisan, exuding vitality and grace, reminiscent of the noble lineage of the Uchiha clan from centuries past. Her slender waist was cinched by the belt of her blue outer garment. accentuating her youthful charm. Even from the front, one could catch a glimpse of her long, black hair cascading down her back. Her delicate legs, as pale as jade, peeked out from under her attire, the short boots revealing just enough skin to enhance her allure. Truly, she embodied the adage that a person is defined by their attire. Appearing both capable and demure. With a slight blush, Unnamed inquired softly, "What's the matter?" Mizuki promptly replied, "I was simply asking if you'd like to grab a bite to eat." Feeling a pang of hunger in her stomach, she nodded eagerly. "Yes," she affirmed, yearning to experience the world outside, especially the sunlight she had only glimpsed from her window. Outside the inn, several restaurants and snack shops were clustered together. Standing in the sunlight, Unnamed looked up at the sky, unfazed by the bustling traffic around her, reveling in the long-missed warmth of the sun and the gentle breeze. Feeling as if she had been reborn. "It's so warm," she inhaled deeply, taking in her surroundings. The street was lively, and the people no longer seemed to be in conflict. It was no longer the grim world she had once known, where life and death were the only certainties. With this newfound ambience, Unnamed felt her spirits lift. The three of them settled down at a nearby barbecue restaurant, drawn in by the tantalizing aromas. At that moment, Unnamed's stomach audibly protested. Gazing at the chopsticks and clean bowls on the table, she was suddenly engulfed in memories of clawing at the filthy bowl of rice in her cell. Mizuki picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in Unnamed's bowl, but noticing her dazed expression and lack of movement, he urged, "What's wrong? Hurry and eat before the barbecue goes cold." As she grasped the chopsticks, she found herself awkwardly fumbling with them. Perceiving her discomfort, Mizuki shifted closer, guiding her hands in the proper technique while reassuring her, "It's been a while, hasn't it? Your body may still be adjusting." Unnamed lowered her gaze, silently accepting his assistance. Shimizu rolled his eyes at the scene, engrossed in devouring large pieces of meat from the grill. The rich, warm flavors of the food contrasted sharply with her memories of cold, hard rice. Once they had satisfied their hunger, the trio exited the barbecue restaurant and checked out of the inn, leaving the land of the sound behind. After their departure, the cleaning staff entered their room, sighing as they observed the worn clothes, bandages, and shackles left behind, lamenting the state of today's youth. As they left the land of the sound, the crowds thinned out. Unnamed asked, "Where are we going?" "We'll wander around the land of fire for a while, and then we plan to visit the land of water," Mizuki replied. Unnamed nodded, eager to explore and witness the changes in the world. During their journey, Mizuki occasionally guided Shimizu in his training, noting the boy's considerable talent, particularly in earth and lightning release techniques, alongside his proficiency in fire release. Unnamed quietly absorbed the lessons Mizuki imparted, recognizing that her prowess as a weapon stemmed from the formidable abilities of her Mangekyo Sharingan, while her knowledge of true ninja combat was rather limited. Meanwhile, within Konohagakure, a conspiracy targeting Mizuki's ice clone was brewing. "How are preparations coming along?" Shimura Danzo stood in an empty room, facing away from the ANBU agents behind him. The ANBU respectfully replied, "All preparations are complete. We can proceed at any time." "Then let it be tonight," he commanded. "Understood." The ANBU vanished swiftly, leaving Danzo alone, his eyes cold and calculating. After a long pause, he muttered to himself, "The position of Hokage is mine." Chapter 79. The incident. As the moonlight was shattered by dark clouds, the sound of wind swallowed the faint noises from outside. At the Konoha guest house, shadows crept stealthily near the ventilation shaft. Clad in black with masks concealing their identities, these figures bore no emblems or markings, revealing nothing of their origin. An ANBU wearing a raccoon mask extracted a vial from his ninja tool pouch, uncorking it to let the clear liquid drip into the ventilation shaft. The substance quickly evaporated, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that drifted inside, after which the ANBU dispersed rapidly. Mizuki lay on his bed, eyes closed in repose, but suddenly snapped them open, a smirk creeping across his face, hinting at the intriguing events about to unfold. The colorless, odorless substance began to numb the nerves. Mizuki feigned unconsciousness, yet some of the accompanying snow ninjas sensed something amiss, promptly rousing their comrades to gather outside the room of their first snow shadow. As their senses dulled gradually, the weight of their limbs became unbearable, and soon the snow ninjas outside succumbed to unconsciousness. Moments later, a squad of ANBU appeared beside the fallen snow ninjas, checking names against their roster. The leader nodded to his companions, and they cautiously approached Mizuki's door, finding him still lying on the bed. With bated breath, they drew closer. Aware that this was the formidable figure who had decimated the Cloud Ninja, no one dared to let down their guard. After a lengthy period of silence, the ENBU grew bolder, retrieving a red pill to place in Mizuki's mouth. Minutes later, estimating the drug's efficacy, the leader unfurled a sealing scroll, biting his finger to smear blood on the seal. The ink on the scroll seemed to animate, enveloping Mizuki's form. As the sealing technique completed, the leader commanded, "Take him and move swiftly." One person shouldered Mizuki's burden and opened the window before departing, followed by others, leaving only the leader of the Umbu behind to obliterate any traces. The next day, the awakened snow shinobi discovered that their first-generation snow shadow had vanished and dispatched one of their own to Leaf Village to report the matter to their home, while the rest proceeded to the Hokage building to demand an explanation. Uchiha Kagami was bewildered to see the snow shinobi in such a state. Everything had seemed fine the day before. Upon escorting the snow shinobi into his office, the first words from them left him even more confounded. "Are you saying the first-generation snow shadow has been abducted?" Uchiha Kagami's eyes widened. This was no trivial matter. The disappearance of the first-generation snow shadow from Leaf Village necessitated an explanation, as it could jeopardize the peace between the two nations and potentially ignite war. Uchiha Kagami promptly summoned his advisors and dispatched all Umbu operatives to track down Mizuki's whereabouts. Before long, the Leaf Village F4 congregated in the Hokage's office. Tsunade was the first to inquire, "Kagami, what has happened that required our urgent presence?" Without delay, Uchiha Kagami responded, "The first-generation snow shadow has been abducted from Leaf Village. I have dispatched all Umbu to search for him. Now, we must discuss our next steps. Should we send someone to placate the snow-hidden village?" "What?" Mito Gate Flame and Sarutobi Hizashi exchanged incredulous glances. If there were plans in motion, they would have been informed beforehand. This situation was far too abrupt. Tsunade frowned. "What about the Snow Shadow's guards?" "They have already set out to locate the Snow Shadow," Uchiha Kagami confirmed. After this, Tsunade, Mito, and Sarutobi fell silent, deep in thought. At this moment, Shimura Danzo spoke in a grave tone. "This matter is too significant. The Snow Shadow's guards must have reported this incident back to the Snow-Hidden Village. Kagami, the enemy infiltrated without your knowledge. This indicates someone is attempting to incite conflict between us and the Snow Shinobi." Tsunade, like a protective hen, reproached Danzo. "This is beyond Kagami's control. Danzo, I want to know how your route could allow someone to abduct the Snow Shadow without any reports." Danzo was taken aback by Tsunade's criticism. "Kagami is already married, and you still have your eyes on him." Danzo shot a glare at Tsunade before turning to Uchiha Kagami to explain. "Route has limited personnel. We are already stretched thin gathering intelligence from external villages, and we cannot oversee everything within our own village." Sarutobi Hizashi interjected as a mediator. "All right, we need to figure out how to communicate with the Snow-Hidden Village. If war breaks out, we will be the culprits. Flame, you go negotiate with the Snow-Hidden Village and assure them that Leaf Village will certainly retrieve the Snow Shadow," he instructed. Mito Flame nodded, glanced at Uchiha Kagami for confirmation, and immediately departed. Uchiha Kagami addressed Danzo. "Danzo, have your people search for the Snow Shadow's whereabouts. This incident could bolster Route's manpower." Danzo remained silent and exited the Hokage office. Once he left, Tsunade exclaimed, "What kind of attitude is that?" Sarutobi Hizashi, maintaining his composure, turned to Uchiha Kagami. "All right, Kagami, tell us what exactly is going on." Uchiha Kagami recounted the earlier incident with the Snow Shadow's guards demanding an explanation. After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, "The situation is peculiar, yet it's difficult to pinpoint the exact oddity." Tsunade, not as contemplative as Hizashi, opined that it was likely other ninja villages were attempting to stir conflict between Leaf and Snow-Hidden Village. The atmosphere of war was thickening, with frequent skirmishes occurring between Rock-Hidden and Mist-Hidden. Perhaps they were behind this. For now, let's await news from Flame. The Snow-Hidden Village has a good relationship with us. They should grant us some time. The group waited in silence, and several hours later, Mito Flame returned to the Hokage office. Tsunade, Sarutobi Hizashi, and Uchiha Kagami exchanged glances, and Mito Flame solemnly delivered some troubling news. The Snow-Hidden Village has dispatched troops demanding entry into the Land of Fire to investigate the whereabouts of the first-generation Snow Shadow. Uchiha Kagami's expression darkened. Even though the conditions proposed were outrageous, they had no grounds to refute them. Denying entry would imply that Leaf Village was culpable in the abduction of the Snow Shadow, while allowing them in would be a provocation of national sovereignty. leaving Leaf Village's reputation in shambles. As the group grappled with the situation, Danzo entered and declared, "The daimyo has sent word, demanding immediate accountability from us regarding the snow-hidden village." Sarutobi Hisashi looked at Danzo, puzzled. What transpired? Danzo replied, "The snow-hidden village has detained all merchant caravans from the Land of Fire." Uchiha Kagami slammed his palm on the table. "They are acting too swiftly. They are forcing us to concede." Danzo, noticing Uchiha Kagami's reaction, inquired, "What is the matter?" Mito Flame relayed the message from the snow-hidden village to Danzo. And upon hearing it, Danzo's face hardened. "We cannot acquiesce to such demands. Leaf Village is not a vassal of the snow-hidden village. We cannot allow them entry." Chapter 80. Danzo Scheme. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Uchiha Kagami rose from his seat, reprimanding, "You need not command me." Danzo did not engage in argument, but merely gazed intently at Kagami and said coldly, "Kagami, you will regret this." With that, Danzo exited the Hokage building. Flame, delay them for a few more days. Buy us some time. Hisashi, take Tsunade and the others to the coastline for vigilance. I will personally lead the search for the snow shadow. Uchiha Kagami took the initiative, and the others expressed no dissent. Before long, Uchiha Kagami departed from Leaf Village accompanied by a significant number of Hyuga clan members. In contrast, Danzo arrived at the deepest level of the root base, where the guarding shinobi opened a black iron door upon seeing him. Danzo stepped inside, where various instruments were present, with numerous tubes and wires connected to Mizuki, who was on an experimental table. Several ninjas clad in white lab coats were analyzing data on the monitors. Upon noticing Danzo's arrival, the researchers immediately bowed respectfully. "Lord Danzo." Danzo nodded slightly. "Have you deciphered the secret to eternal youth?" A researcher presented a document detailing the experiments, stating, "The chakra contained within the snow shadow is unlike that of ordinary shinobi. If left unchecked, this chakra can even influence the surrounding temperature. Due to this chakra, their metabolism is significantly slowed, resulting in an extended lifespan, estimated to be approximately 8 times slower than that of an ordinary person. The snow shadow's physique bears resemblance to that of the first generation. There are certain similarities, as both possess rapid wound healing capabilities. However, while the first generation achieved this through accelerated cell division, the snow shadow's healing is expedited by this extraordinary chakra. According to our hypothesis, the snow shadow's physical condition is comparable to that of a 25-year-old, still in peak form. Perhaps this is the secret behind the snow shadow's youthful appearance." Danzo, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement. "Longevity, the secret of eternal youth. Let's attempt to extract the snow shadow's cells, following the same procedures as with the first generation." Understood. The researchers resumed their diligent work. As Danzo exited the secret laboratory, his eyes sparkled with barely concealed exhilaration. If he could secure an appointment from the daimyo to become Hokage, it would be even better. Meanwhile, only Tsunade and Mito Flame remained in Leaf Village, as Danzo had not informed anyone of his plans and went directly to the daimyo's residence. The daimyo of the Land of Fire harbored long-standing animosity toward the Land of Snow, had it not been for the latter harboring numerous traitors from the former. The Land of Fire would not have experienced a decade of stagnation and development. As Danzo concealed himself before the daimyo, he exaggeratedly conveyed that Uchiha Kagami wished to avoid provoking the snow shinobi, while also hinting at some form of mutual benefit with them, and spoke of the Uchiha clan leader and other matters. Upon hearing this, the daimyo furiously overturned his rice bowl onto the table. "Ah, damn Senju, damn Uchiha, Danzo, I command you to become the new Hokage. Uchiha Kagami, who dallies with the snow shinobi, is unworthy of serving as the shadow of the Leaf Village in the Land of Fire. Immediately revoke his qualifications." Not long after, Danzo departed the daimyo's residence, bearing the decree of appointment. Shortly thereafter, the daimyo's announcement declared that Uchiha Kagami would no longer serve as Hokage, and that Shimura Danzo would inherit the position. This sudden proclamation astounded all the ninja villages. Had the daimyo of the Land of Fire risen once again? Since the death of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, the influence of the shadows had gradually been consolidated by the daimyo, who held the economic lifeblood of Konoha and was not at all intimidated by the inexperienced Uchiha Kagami. Moreover, Kagami lacked aptitude for political affairs, especially compared to Sarutobi Hiruzen. As time progressed, the powers of the Hokage were systematically transferred, theoretically dividing civil and military governance. But now the military leadership was appointed by the daimyo. Upon returning to Konoha with the decree, Danzo swiftly summoned Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing Danzo's orders, Tsunade Kobayashi was both astonished and enraged. Danzo, do you truly wish to plunge Konoha into irretrievable ruin? Danzo, seated in the Hokage's office, rebuked, enough, Tsunade. Kagami is far too timid, always seeking equal dialogue with the snow shinobi. Do you not realize that there is no enduring peace or equality among nations? Tsunade locked eyes with Danzo. Are you truly prepared to wage war against the snow shinobi? With a confident wave of his hand, Danzo declared, they dare not. Though uncertain of his confidence, Tsunade reminded him, do not forget, Kagami was appointed Hokage by the second Hokage. Do you believe the daimyo's appointment holds weight? If I were not Hokage, the daimyo would surely act irrationally, leading to chaos not only in Konoha but also against the snow shinobi. A derisive laugh escaped Tsunade. Let us hope the ninjas within the village are willing to heed your call, particularly those from the Uchiha clan. Danzo, content in his long-desired position, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, a grim report soon arrived from a root member, informing him of an unexpected incident in the laboratory. His heart raced as he hurried back to Root. Upon reaching the deepest part of the lab, he felt a chilling cold. The laboratory door was sealed shut. Danzo commanded the Root members to use fire release to burn the door until it was completely carbonized before they could break through the ice-covered entrance. They beheld a scene transformed into a frozen cavern, where researchers were still engaged in dissection with chakra scalpels. The Root members gasped in shock at the sight of the researchers encased in ice. Did the snow shinobi escape? One member pondered aloud. He did not leave. Danzo, with a grim expression, approached the dissection table where a humanoid ice block could be discerned. The Umbu members also recognized the shape. Could it be some kind of jutsu? Danzo's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This matter may have already been exposed. Yet soon, his gaze solidified with resolve. He was now Hokage. And what of waging war against the snow shinobi? Konoha was not a village of ineptitude like that of the cloud shinobi. Meanwhile, in a town of the land of fire, Mizuki-jin, along with his companions, enjoyed snacks at a dumpling shop. Through the memories relayed by his ice clone, Mizuki-jin suddenly burst into laughter. Uchiha Hikari, startled by the unexpected outburst, retorted, what has gotten into you? I just thought of something amusing. Mizuki-jin chuckled, downing a dumpling skewer, then instructed the shopkeeper, one of everything, please. Coming right up. The owner exclaimed, rushing to the kitchen to prepare. Shimizu and Hikari exchanged curious glances at Mizuki-jin's sudden joy. Not wanting to keep them in suspense, Mizuki-jin explained. You never know whether tomorrow or an unexpected event will come first. Konoha has actually made a move against my ice clone. Chapter 81, Dual Lines of Battle. Shimizu was astonished. What? They dared to act against Master S ice clone? Do they wish to engage us in battle? That's why I said. One never knows what tomorrow holds. Mizuki-jin continued to munch on dumplings, his cheeks puffed out. Uchiha Munin, alongside him, followed suit, his cheeks bulging like a hamster. After settling the bill, the trio exited the snack shop. Standing in the street, Shimizu looked up at Mizuki-jin and asked, Master, are we returning to Kageyama village to confront Konoha? Mizuki-jin shook his head. Not yet. We must wait a little longer. I cannot reveal myself just yet. Munin expressed his curiosity. I am quite eager to see what a ninja village is truly like. Shimizu casually remarked, it's just a village composed of numerous ninjas. There's nothing to be curious about. Munin, intrigued, responded, your words only pique my curiosity further. It's hard to imagine how the Uchiha and Senju can coexist in one village. Shimizu patiently elaborated, well, if you wish to see Konoha. The Senju and Uchiha founded it together, but due to unfair treatment of the Uchiha within the village, it led to the division of the clan. And now the Uchiha in the Land of Snow are the main family. Is that so? Munin nodded, committing the information to memory. Mizuki-jin clapped his hands to gain their attention. Let us go, children. It's time for our autumn excursion to the Land of Whirlpools. In September of the 33rd year of the Shinobi era, Shimura Danzo, bearing the daimyo's decree, officially became the fourth Hokage, while the third Hokage, Uchiha Kagami, abdicated to become a consultant for Konoha. The anticipated conflict for the Hokage position between the two parties did not materialize. Instead, it culminated in Uchiha Kagami's voluntary resignation in favor of Danzo. Ascending to the Hokage throne, Danzo began to pursue his inner ambitions, yet he remained wary of Uchiha Kagami. There could not be two tigers on one mountain, but he had yet to find an opportunity to eliminate the former Hokage. Concurrently, Danzo dispatched Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan to Kageyama village to deliver a message, commanding the snow shinobi to vacate the waters of the Land of Fire. Naturally, Yui Daisuke could hardly contain himself upon hearing such news. When he was merely a snow shinobi, it was the path of a ninja. But now that he held the title of Snow Shadow, it was the path of a king. Yui Daisuke ordered Uchiha Wataru to detain Uchiha Fugaku, and subsequently commanded the front line to lead a team under the command of Yuya Genji to seize the beachhead and capture the ports of the Land of Fire. The second team, led by Uchiha Takami, and the third team, led by Konoha Tamaki, were primarily tasked with providing long-range support due to their lesser numbers, making them ill-suited for a direct assault. Within 2 days, Yuya Genji successfully captured the largest port in the Land of Fire, simultaneously taking a squad of the Hyuga branch captive. The Hyuga branch, a frequent participant in exchange programs, often found excuses to linger once exchanged, so all of them were bundled up and taken back, along with their caged bird seals. Currently, the number of Hyuga branch members in Kageyama village had reached over 40. Upon learning that the snow shinobi had commenced their attack on the Land of Fire, Danzo was filled with both shock and fury. He could have relied on the former Snow Shadow to deter the snow shinobi, but now that the Snow Shadow was gone, he had no choice but to send someone to confront them. In the Konoha War conference room, Danzo, clad in the Hokage robe, inquired, "Hiruzen, have you investigated the strength of the snow shinobi forces?" Sarutobi Hisashi conveyed the intelligence he had gathered. The snow ninja had not dispatched their main force. The leader of the first fleet was an obscure figure, Waya Castle Genji, while the second fleet was helmed by Konoha Chunin exam participant, Koyama Tamakio, and the third fleet by another participant, Uchiha Takamitsu. The first landing fleet comprised approximately 100 ships, each manned by 30 to 40 individuals. Furthermore, each battle group consisted of 50 vessels, yet the compartments were shielded by techniques rendering the Byakugan unable to ascertain their numbers. What are your thoughts? Shikamaru Danzo stood in the main seat, surveying the assembly, all of whom were high-ranking officials and jonin of Konoha. Nara Shikaku stroked his goat beard and remarked, "Are the snow ninjas not renowned for their prowess? Could it be that their main force intends to launch a ground assault from the Land of Lightning? That must be the case." Danzo decisively stated, "Then we shall annihilate their fleet. We shall leverage our numerical superiority." The Konoha forces were divided into 3 contingents. Sarutobi Hisashi led his disciples as the primary force, while Akimichi Torifumi, alongside Nara Shikaku and Yamashiro Maru, formed the second contingent. Danzo commanded the third, supported by Uchiha Q. The first team was tasked with defending the northern borders of the Fire Nation against the invading forces from the Land of Lightning, while the second and third teams aimed to seize the ports occupied by the Snow Ninjas, executing a pincer movement to drive them from their stronghold. However, Danzo underestimated the Snow Ninjas' capabilities and overestimated his own forces. After Danzo departed with his team, Uzumaki Koharu and Mito Menka found the ever-observant Uzumaki Mito. "Lord Mito." They greeted respectfully. Mito inquired, puzzled, "What brings you two here?" Koharu, with hopeful eyes, replied, "Danzo has mobilized the army to engage the Snow Ninja." Mito paused. Then with a self-deprecating smile said, "I, an old woman, cannot deter the ambitions of the youth." Koharu pressed on earnestly, "But Q is the third Hokage's appointed successor. If Danzo acts recklessly, it could spell disaster." After a long silence, Mito finally spoke. "Danzo approached me previously, requesting that I send word to the Land of Whirlpool, seeking a joint offensive against the Snow Ninja fleet. I declined." Koharu's eyes lit up with hope. "So you do not support Danzo?" Mito Menka chimed in, urging, "Danzo's ambitions are far too great. He is unfit to be Hokage. I fear he may usher in a return to the Warring States period." The fate of Konoha rested in the hands of the daimyo. Given Konoha's productivity, it could not survive independently. If the two brothers were still alive, perhaps the daimyo would have had to heed their counsel. Ultimately, Mito refused their request but pointed them toward a potential course of action: seek the daimyo to retract the appointment or compel him to do so. Yet, who could possibly achieve such a feat? However, there might be a way to pressure him into rescinding the order. As Konoha clashed with the Snow Ninja, the Mist Ninja allied with several minor ninja villages and IWA Ninja to launch a surprise attack on the Land of Whirlpool. 3 nights later, the coalition invaded the Land of Whirlpool, and their leader, Uzumaki Arumi, sent a plea for assistance to Konoha. Danzo not only rejected Arumi's call for aid, but also sought to claim a portion of the spoils. Just as the invading coalition believed they would surely obliterate the Uzumaki clan, they were ambushed from behind by the Snow Ninja fleet. The Snow Ninja fleet crushed the small wooden ships of the Mist Ninja, a stark manifestation of technological advancement and modernity colliding. Chapter 82. A bloodless battle. Mizuki Kage stood at the sole port of the land of Whirlpool, resembling a critical stronghold, awaiting the arrival of Uchiha Takamitsu's contingent. The vast fleet surged forth like a school of black sharks traversing the waves. Although the number of personnel barely exceeded 1,000, with his presence, they were more than sufficient to rescue the land of Whirlpool. Uchiha Takamitsu approached Mizuki Kage, bowing respectfully as though he were a child before an elder. First Lord. Mizuki Kage, with the warmth of a familial elder, patted the young man's shoulder, concern evident in his gaze. Akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine. How does it feel to lead an army for the first time? A bit nerve-wracking, but exhilarating once the battle commenced. Takamitsu replied candidly. Mizuki Kage nodded in satisfaction. I have received reports from the intelligence department. You have performed admirably. What news from Genji before your arrival? Have the Konoha forces arrived? Takamitsu relayed the intelligence before his departure. Danzo leads an army of over 3,000, coordinating with Akimichi Torafumi's 2,000 to encircle Genji, who is employing the old tactic of underestimating his foes. Let us not concern ourselves with him for now. Grant him time to demonstrate his capabilities. This is also an opportunity to mentor the younger generation. Now heed my command, Mizuki Kage asserted, exuding the authority of a leader. The ninjas responded in unison, yes. Eliminate the invaders and safeguard the Uzumaki clan. With a grand gesture, Mizuki Kage directed Uchiha Takamitsu and his team into the land of Whirlpool. The coalition of minor ninja villages wreaked havoc outside Yuzu village, having occupied the entirety of its perimeter. Faced with the fully armed Snow Ninja, the minor village ninjas were utterly powerless, and the situation rapidly tilted in favor of the invaders. Meanwhile, the IWA Ninja and Mist Ninja surrounded Yuzu village, poised to launch a decisive assault when a report of a fire in the backyard reached them. By the time they reacted to secure their rear from enemy infiltration, Mizuki Kage had already charged in with a small contingent of men. First Snow Shadow, were you not abducted? Exclaimed the shark-toothed man adorned with a Mist Ninja headband. Is this a ruse with Konoha? Upon glancing at his clan's emblem, Mizuki Kage chuckled. Ah, you hail from the Ringo clan. You seem to have considered this quite carefully. You have aided us of the Mizuki before. How about this? Surrender, and I shall spare your life. Impossible. The Ringo clan's shark-toothed man waved his hand, summoning the likes of Hikari, Suka Mountain, and Terumi, all prepared for a final stand. Terumi's upper ninja bore a malicious grin, with so few snow shadows. Your confidence is remarkable. Boom. Hearing the commotion, they glanced upwards to behold Uchiha Takamitsu unleashing his purple Susanoo, engaging in a fierce battle with the IWA ninja. Mizuki Kage raised his arm slightly, and suddenly, two transparent ice mirrors materialized beside him, reflecting his figure. In an instant, Mizuki Kage moved, stepping forth from the mirrors one after another. Let us indulge in a game. Soon, over 100 ice clones surrounded him. The Mist Ninja's eyes widened in alarm, each clone exhibiting chakra strength comparable to their own. The shark-toothed man shouted to the rear, they are merely clones. We need not fear him with our 1,000-strong force. He then formed hand seals, sending a water dragon hurtling towards Mizuki Kage. Superficial. Allow me to demonstrate the true utility of clones. Mizuki Kage waved his hand, and all clones surged forth. One clone dashed into the fray and shouted, I shall burst. Boom. As the ice clone detonated, everything in the vicinity froze instantly, and the Mist Ninja, caught off guard, transformed into ice statues. Oh, let me make my entrance. Boom. For my peanuts. Boom. Having enjoyed some Tianjin rice, I shall boom. Each of the over 100 ice clones delivered their concluding remarks before exploding. Soon, only the enemy upper ninjas, capable of slight resistance, remained. All others, including mid and lower ninjas, had become frozen sculptures, with some upper ninjas immobilized and rendered combat ineffective. The battlefield transformed into a crystalline realm, with the ground frozen and lifelike ice trees surrounding them. As he gazed upon his subordinates, who had fallen within mere minutes, the man with sharp teeth felt his heart bleed. This was a force of over 1,000. Mizuki slowly approached the opposition, conjuring ice swords in both hands, and casually remarked, It has been a while since I last stretched my muscles. I hope you can last a bit longer. Arrogant. Eliminate him. With the command from the man with sharp teeth, the remaining dozen elite ninjas charged toward Mizuki. In an instant, a barrage of formidable jutsu surged forth like a pack of frenzied beasts from all directions. Lightning release flickered with blinding sparks, akin to a roaring wolf. Lava release descended like a divine fire. Water release surged like a tumultuous blue ocean, sweeping over everything with overwhelming force, as if it sought to drown all. The ferocious thunder wolf charged forth with the speed of an arrow, but Mizuki merely brought down his sword, cleaving it in two. A howling wind sphere approached with a piercing sound, but as Mizuki thrust his sword, the wind sphere shattered upon contact. The water release surged like a tidal wave, and Mizuki merely tossed an ice sword into the water. As the ice sword merged with the wave, the torrent visibly froze at an astonishing speed. Scalding lava rained down from above, yet Mizuki merely smiled, his body suddenly vanishing from sight, akin to a specter, and reappeared beside a member of the Uchiha clan, piercing him with a single sword strike. Instantaneous movement on ice. Due to the properties of the ice sword, the Uchiha ninja's body did not bleed, but instead froze entirely through the wound, leaving a terrified expression on his face as he became encased in ice. Glistening in the sunlight, the ordinary elite ninjas posed no threat. In just a few exchanges, the area was devoid of enemies, and not a single drop of blood was shed in this battle. How is my clone faring? Shifting his gaze, Mizuki, along with Nameless and Shimizu, stood atop the sky spiral dragon, watching the battle unfold from above. The dazzling display of power wreaking havoc on the weak was merely a slightly stronger clone. Nameless understood Mizuki's strength. He could effortlessly defeat her formidable ocular techniques with sheer mental power, but he had not anticipated such overwhelming prowess. That was just a clone. And there were also the clones of clones, each self-destructing with special effects, reminiscent of a recent movie she had watched. Uchiha Nameless proudly declared, "Well, it is what it is." Mizuki smirked, choosing not to engage in further discussion. "Let us head to the Whirlpool Village." Patting the neck of the sky spiral dragon, Mizuki commanded it to fly above the Whirlpool Village. At that moment, the village was enveloped by a barrier, which had allowed it to withstand the onslaught of the invading forces for so long. Chapter 83, An Invitation to the Whirlpool Clan. Is it not time to open the barrier? After waiting for a considerable time, without any sign of the barrier being lifted, Mizuki addressed the sky spiral dragon. "Use your cutting breath to tear this shell apart." Roar. The sky spiral dragon, as if awakened to its combat instincts, opened its massive jaws and rapidly gathered a turbulent purple energy. Following that, a razor-sharp purple laser blade shot forth, effortlessly slicing through the seemingly impenetrable barrier like delicate paper, revealing a dark, gaping maw, akin to the mouth of a colossal beast emerging from the shadows. Meanwhile, the other ninjas accompanying Mizuki rushed to another battlefield to assist Uchiha Takumi. Mizuki, along with Shimizu and Nameless, entered the Whirlpool Village through the opening created by the sky spiral dragon. Inside the village, Uzumaki Erasure stood tall and composed, observing the descending figures from above. Behind him, several elite members of the Uzumaki clan appeared somewhat tense, their gazes revealing a hint of unease and vigilance. No one knew the true intentions of this first-generation snow shadow. As the sky spiral dragon landed, Mizuki dismissed it. Uzumaki Erasure approached, bowing slightly. "The arrival of the snow shadow is a rare honor. Please forgive my lack of a proper reception." This elder immediately assumed a humble posture, making Mizuki feel somewhat hesitant to question why he had not shown himself upon seeing reinforcements. Mizuki glanced at Uchiha Takumi, who was still engaged in battle. Having not yet attained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he was cautious with his ocular power, which led to a protracted conflict. Mizuki addressed Uzumaki Erasure. "The land of waves is facing grave peril. It is wise to exercise caution." Hearing the commotion from behind the village, Uzumaki Erasure instructed his clansmen, "Lead the way to assist the snow ninjas." However, the elite members of the Uzumaki clan exchanged glances with Mizuki. Uzumaki Erasure frowned and admonished, "Hurry. If the snow shadow had any ulterior motives, we would not be engaging in this manner." Seeing that the other party understood his intent, Mizuki smiled and nodded. "It seems that Lady Mido's resolute nature has indeed been passed down from you." Uzumaki Erasure let out a hearty laugh and added, "I have heard that the snow shadow is a good friend of Hashirama. If that is the case, let us reminisce at my home. This is not the place for discussions. I am certain the snow shadow has matters to discuss." Mizuki, accompanied by his two young companions, made it evident that he was not an invader, but rather someone seeking cooperation. Following Uzumaki Erasure into the house, they took their seats, and Mizuki spoke candidly. Elder Erasure, the situation in the Land of Waves is dire. Neighboring nations are eyeing us covetously. Given the current strength of the Land of Waves, it is unlikely we can sustain ourselves for long. Uzumaki Erasure nodded gravely. Snow Shadow, we too are at a loss. Mizuki continued, currently, the Rock and Mist ninjas are coveting the Land of Waves, their primary aim being the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Even other smaller ninja villages wish to partake. While Konoha is powerful, with Hashirama gone and Lady Mito lacking authority, the new Hokage, Shimura Danzo, has turned a blind eye to the Land of Waves' pleas for assistance. I am sure you are aware of this. Uzumaki Erasure gazed deeply into Mizuki's eyes, attempting to discern something, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. What is it that you desire? Mizuki did not hide his intentions. I sincerely invite the Uzumaki clan to join the Snow Ninjas. We now possess the lands of lightning and snow, which can adequately protect the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Erasure fell silent, the atmosphere in the room becoming somewhat tense. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Joining the Snow Ninjas would mean leaving the homeland of the Land of Waves, yet given the current perilous situation, failure to adapt might lead to the clan's annihilation. Snow Shadow, this is a significant matter. I need to discuss it with the elite members of the clan. Uzumaki Erasure finally said, to which Mizuki nodded. Of course, I understand. This is not a decision to be made lightly. However, I hope you can expedite your deliberations, as the circumstances are urgent and allow little time for hesitation. Just then, an Uzumaki clan ninja rushed in, breathless and anxious. Chief, a group of mist and water ninjas has suddenly emerged from the rock ninja side. Their assault is growing fiercer, and Uchiha is struggling. Uzumaki Erasure furrowed his brow, and Mizuki stood up leisurely. Elder Erasure, I will go to provide support and hope you can give me a prompt response. With that, he quickly exited the house with Shimizu and Nameless, heading towards the battlefield. Uzumaki Erasure watched their departing figures with a sigh, ordering someone to summon the elite members of the clan for a discussion on this matter. You two will wait for me here? Mizuki asked Shimizu and Nameless. I can help too, Shimizu exclaimed, preferring to join the fight rather than wait idly. Mizuki chuckled. I will resolve this in an instant. You won't even have a chance to intervene. Upon hearing this, Shimizu's eyes lit up. Could it be that Master intends to use that technique? What? It is indeed that colossal ice giant. Mizuki Jin expressed his willingness to satisfy the curiosity of those who wished to witness it, utilizing that technique. Wuming, intrigued by the enigmatic exchange between the master and apprentice, pondered what this mysterious technique could be, as it seemed they were reluctant to disclose its nature. The barrier of the Land of Whirlpools had already been sealed, and Mizuki Jin, accompanied by Qing Shui and Wuming, hastened to the battlefield. Uchiha Gaoming had already activated his Susanoo, leading the Snow Ninjas in combat against the enemy forces. The battlefield was a gruesome sight, littered with severed limbs and pockmarked ground, resembling a scene following a fierce conflict. The enemy vastly outnumbered the Snow Ninjas, with each of them facing 3 adversaries on average. However, thanks to their weaponry and armor, they held their ground. In contrast, Uchiha Gaoming was engaged in battle with a red humanoid creature boasting 6 tails. Sensing the chakra emanating from this entity, Wuming exclaimed, "Is that a tailed beast? No wonder Gaoming is struggling to subdue it. It is indeed the 6 tails." Mizuki Jin clapped his hands, causing the earth to tremble violently. Sage art. Ice giant. Boom. A finely proportioned and towering ice giant rose from the ground. This ice giant possessed a certain elegance, with its eyes resembling 2 half-exposed goose eggs and a circular light on its chest that allowed Mizuki to enter. Wow. Qing Shui gazed up at the ice giant, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Mizuki Jin touched the foot of the ice giant, seamlessly merging his body into the icy form and ascending to the beacon-like position on its chest. With this grand entrance, Mizuki Jin instantly became the center of attention. This time, the ice giant stood 50 meters tall, its heavy footsteps resonating on the ground as it bent down to grasp the 6 tails Jinchuriki in its hand. Upon witnessing Mizuki Jin's arrival, Uchiha Gaoming finally breathed a sigh of relief, his pressure alleviated, and he charged towards other enemies. Modification records. 1. Optimized dialogue and altered some details. 2. Added new details, including a new novice task, revised character attribute panels and corresponding data, and increased the theft prevention limits for Palu. 3. Mental, strength, speed, ninjutsu, chakra, bloodline talent. Attribute points represent the current stage's physical limits, plus additional attributes. 4. Mental includes perception and the strength of one's soul. Strength encompasses physique, internal meridians, organ integrity, skeletal robustness, and personal power. Speed pertains to hand seal speed, chakra circulation velocity, and personal movement speed. Chakra reflects the values of mental strength. Ninjutsu provides additional power and range. 5. Modified details, added initial Palu troublemaker. 6. Revised various details. 7. Deleted certain content, increased dialogue. And reinforced the protagonist's character, changing the Zhaoshi clan to the Xiaomei clan. 8. Revised dialogue. 9. Revised dialogue. 10. Enhanced dialogue, indirectly depicting the protagonist's character. 11. Updated attribute panels. 12. No revisions. 13. Revised dialogue. 14. Corrected typos, indirectly enhancing the protagonist's character portrayal. 15. Modified dialogue. 16. Added descriptions of others' first impressions of the protagonist. 17. Revised dialogue. 18. Changed the surname of the Blood Pool clan from Yuya to Yuya Castle. 19. Revised dialogue. 20. Revised dialogue. 21. Introduced new plot lines. With the Lightning Country ninja receiving a mission from the daimyo to question the Snow Clan for inciting the Blood Pool clan to leave Hell Valley, primarily showcasing the protagonist's strength, allowing the newly joined Blood Pool clan to recognize the protagonist's capability to dominate the Snow Country and harbor enmity with the Lightning Country. A few days later, several large ships slowly approached the coastline of the Snow Country's port. Mizuki Jin, accompanied by the village ninjas, awaited the arrival of the Blood Pool clan. Observing the distinct vessels, Elder Chengshi queried, "I recognize those two ships as belonging to the Fenghua family. But where did those dilapidated ones come from?" As the large ships neared the shore, over 30 black-skinned ninjas swiftly dashed across the water towards the port. Initially assumed to be the Blood Pool clan, it was unexpectedly revealed that the visitors also included ninjas from the Lightning Country, known for their numerous black-skinned warriors. For further details, please refer to the respective chapters. 22. Added some content from the previous chapter. 23. Modified certain dialogues. 24. Enhanced the attributes gained from the upgrade of Ice Release. 25. Refined specific plot points. 26. Polished the chapter's opening. 27. Polished the chapter's opening. 28. Strengthened Uchiha Madara's characterization, altering the scene of him activating Susanoo to focus solely on his interest in the peaceful path, Celestial Master. 33. Refined the chapter's opening. 34. Updated panel values, added details, and polished the chapter's opening. 36. Updated panel values. 49. Changed the attribute of Natural Mastery to Natural Adaptation, updated panel values. And revised the Ice Frost Giant to Ice Giant, altering its appearance to resemble Ultraman, with ice swords extending from its wrists akin to the light sword of Ultraman Mebius. Consequently, the ground began to tremble as a finely proportioned and towering ice giant arose from the earth. This ice giant exuded a unique beauty, with robust chest muscles conveying a sense of safety, its eyes resembling two half-exposed goose eggs, and a circular beacon on its chest allowing Mizuki to enter. As Mizuki's body merged into the ice giant's chest, the giant's limbs became agile, capable of executing challenging maneuvers such as rolling, flying kicks, and backflips. Sadly, the ice giant was not yet capable of flight. 59. Updated panel data. 68. Changed Ice Frost Giant to Ice Giant. 70. Altered Yuta's Ice Frost Giant to a horned ice giant, resembling Ultraman's father. 73. Updated panel data. Chapter 84. The Recruitment of the Whirlpool. The Six-Tails Jinchuriki resembled a ferocious beast trapped in a cage, firmly grasped by the ice giant, unable to escape the grip of that immense hand despite its struggles. It exerted every ounce of strength to conjure a tailed beast ball, aiming to shatter the iron-like arm of the ice giant. The ominous chakra gathered above the Six-Tails Jinchuriki's head, resembling a disturbed swarm of bees, buzzing as it formed into a sphere. However, just as the tailed beast ball was in the process of coalescing, Mizuki Jin executed a sage technique, freezing the tailed beast ball, as if time itself had momentarily halted. A round ice sphere, akin to a fallen star, plummeted to the ground, producing a cataclysmic explosion. A sly smile crept across Mizuki Jin's lips as he tightened the grip of the ice giant, the sound of shattering bones echoing like broken porcelain. accompanied by a piercing scream as the Jinchuriki reverted from its tailed beast transformation. Mizuki Jin discarded the Jinchuriki as if it were refuse, casting it into the whirlpool village. Then cast a malicious glance at the surrounding enemies. A razor-sharp ice sword suddenly extended from the wrist of the ice giant, infused with sage chakra. As the ice sword swung, a dazzling white light slashed forth like lightning, instantly expanding outward. Boom! This strike was as formidable as a thunderous might, leveling the few remaining hills of the land of whirlpools, as if an invisible giant hand had wiped them away. Wherever the light slash reached, enemies were obliterated into dust, their wails drowned out by the overwhelming shockwave. Observing the devastation before him, Mizuki Jin remained unfazed. Eradicate the nearby enemies. Mizuki Jin instructed Uchiha Komio to lead a team to eliminate the remnants of the land of whirlpools, ensuring that no information leaks out. Mizuki Jin then returned to Uzumaki village to meet with Uzumaki Asuna, eager to ascertain his thoughts. Within Uzumaki village, the atmosphere was tense. Can we truly obstruct the Snow Ninja's strategies merely by dissenting? The immense power we just witnessed is not something we can resist. Perhaps we should align ourselves with the Snow Ninja. After all, our land of whirlpools is but an isolated island, devoid of Konoha's alliance. For the future of our clan, it may be prudent to join, especially while the Snow Shadow's stance is amicable. One of the high-ranking Uzumaki shinobi voiced his opinion, and the previously noisy hall fell silent. Yet, who among them could willingly abandon their homeland? At this moment, Uzumaki Asuna cleared his throat to capture everyone's attention and spoke. I understand your reluctance to leave our homeland, but remaining here would merely render us targets for the Mist Ninja's assaults. We will have opportunities to return. After a long pause, someone finally agreed. I concur with the clan leader. So do I. Soon, the assembly reached a consensus to join the Land of Snow, yet such a decision required a declaration of allegiance. Given the recent arrival of the Jinchuriki from the Snow Shadow, they knew what steps to take. They would extract the tailed beast and seal it, offering it to the Snow Shadow. Just as the Uzumaki clan prepared to act against the Six-Tails Jinchuriki, Mizuki Jin stepped into Uzumaki village. There is no need for that, he said calmly. The assembly gazed at him in astonishment, puzzled by his intent. Mizuki Jin approached, formed hand seals, and unleashed a powerful surge of chakra. The Six Tails gradually separated from the Jinchuriki, directly extricated by his unique technique. The Jinchuriki, now devoid of the tailed beast, still clung to life. The Uzumaki clan was left in shock, gaining a newfound respect for Mizuki Jin's strength. He sealed the Six Tails within a scroll and turned to Uzumaki Asuna, stating, "It will be troublesome for you to treat the Jinchuriki." Of course, Uzumaki Asuna instructed his clansmen to take the Jinchuriki away, then addressed Mizuki Jin, Snow Shadow. The Uzumaki clan agrees to join the Snow Ninja, and we hope for your guidance in the future. Mizuki Jin nodded. From this day forth, you shall be a part of the Snow Ninja. I will ensure peace in the land of whirlpools and foster the prosperity of the Uzumaki clan within the land of snow. His voice was steady and resolute. Uzumaki Asuna knelt, and after being helped up by Mizuki Jin, the Uzumaki clan officially joined the Snow Ninja. Thus, a new chapter in their history unfolded as they ventured into an uncertain future. The Uzumaki clan would depart the land of whirlpools, heading to Kiyun village to settle. The fleet provided only basic combat and operational units, leaving ample space for the Uzumaki clan to transport all their members and belongings. Uchiha Komio also instructed his subordinates to assist the Uzumaki clan in moving their possessions, and within merely 2 days, Uzumaki village was completely vacated. Before their departure, the Uzumaki clan set up sealing traps in the village, anticipating that even a tailed beast Jinchuriki would suffer significantly upon detonation. Mizuki Jin did not accompany the fleet to the battlefield in the Land of Fire. Instead, he planned to secretly journey to the Land of Water to capture the Three Tails. The Six Tails Jinchuriki had already returned with the fleet to Kiyun village, his injuries stabilized. His aspirations of becoming a ninja were extinguished, relegating him to a mundane existence. While awaiting an interrogation involving the Dojutsu, as Mizuki Jin embarked towards the Land of Water with Wuming and Qingshui in the northern region of the Land of Fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 1st Battalion were encamped. Sarutobi Hiruzen, savoring tea in the command tent, appeared utterly indifferent to the impending battle. His demeanor baffled both Tsunade and Orochimaru. Orochimaru, perplexed, queried, "Sensei, how long must we continue waiting?" Sarutobi Hiruzen set down his cup and replied, "Jiraiya has already gone to the Land of Thunder to gather intelligence. What does Shimura Danzo intend? He seeks to engage in conflict with the Snow Ninja. On what grounds does he warrant the position of Hokage? Tsunade's resentment towards Danzo's ascension to Hokage had festered, believing the position was tainted. Orochimaru concurred. Since the establishment of our village, we have maintained amicable relations with the Snow Ninja. This escalation is unnecessary. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at them and sighed. Thus, I remain here sipping tea, awaiting results from Danzo. The Snow Shadow's message was to remain in place, and I must comply. Jiraiya, however, is rather untrustworthy. Although he claims to gather intelligence, he is likely at Miyaboku Mountain. Indeed, Jiraiya was at Miyaboku Mountain, summoned by Fukasaku, who claimed that the great sage Toad wished to see him. Upon encountering the elderly Toad seated upon an enormous green stool, Jiraiya inquired, "What business does the great sage Toad have with me?" Seeing that the great sage Toad remained silent, both Shima and Fukasaku, the smaller toads, were restless. Shima snapped, "Is this old coup to sleep again?" Fukasaku, exasperated, urged Jiraiya, "Just hang tight. The great sage Toad expressed a desire to see you upon waking, so he should be alert shortly." Chapter 85. The Second Great Ninja War. Jiraiya waited from morning until noon. It was only after partaking in a special lunch of fried insects prepared by Shima that the great sage Toad stirred. Drawn by the aroma of the food, Jiraiya lamented, "I've wasted an entire morning for a single meal. Speak quickly if you have something to say. I must return to the battlefield." Jiraiya placed down his bowl filled with insects, his expression one of exasperation. The great sage Toad, with bleary eyes, gazed at Jiraiya, coughed hoarsely, and rasped, "Young Jiraiya, the prophecy has shifted once more. A new order is about to emerge. The child of prophecy has lost his radiance, and a formidable foe still lurks in this world. An even stronger adversary has appeared from the heavens, engaging in battle among the stars." The great sage Toad's words trailed off as he closed his eyes. Jiraiya, bewildered, found the prophecy laden with meaning yet difficult to comprehend. However, it seemed his role was drawing to a close. The child of prophecy losing his radiance implied that he was no longer needed. Fukasaku glanced at the great sage Toad and remarked, "It is evident from the prophecy that significant changes are on the horizon in the ninja world. Jiraiya, you must prepare. I will have Fukasaku notify you if there are any new revelations." Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his mind racing with questions, but he nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall return." He rose, ready to dispel the summoning technique and depart Miyaboku Mountain. As he mulled over the great sage Toad's prophecy, he muttered to himself, "A new order, a stronger enemy from the heavens, a white figure." These phrases echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Upon returning to the 1st Battalion's encampment, Jiraiya documented the prophecy in his tent. The atmosphere at the Konoha 1st Battalion's base was peaceful, devoid of conflict. In stark contrast, fierce battles raged at the port lines of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions. As the Konoha forces advanced around the port, the Snow Ninja's artillery unleashed devastating bombardments, rendering any approach impossible. They could only assault from the periphery. Shimura Danzo, stationed 5 kilometers from the port, seethed with rage. The prolonged siege of the port was infuriating. The young Snow Ninja leading the charge was from the Bloodpool clan. Their Blood Dragon eye alone posed a significant threat. The ability to transform enemies into human bombs was nearly insurmountable, necessitating the Hyuga clan's expertise in chakra point sealing to counteract the explosive Jinchuriki. However, the members dispatched by the Hyuga clan were few in number, predominantly from the branch family, with only a handful of main family members present. If they failed to achieve their objectives, dissenting voices would inevitably arise within the ranks, potentially challenging his authority as the newly appointed Hokage. Shimura Danzo commanded from the shadowy recesses of the tent, "Organize a forceful assault. I shall take the field myself." As the Snow Ninja clashed fervently with Konoha, the IWA and Kiri allied forces launched a series of unsuccessful offensives against the land of whirlpools, yielding no spoils and exacerbating the tensions among the nations. The Second Shinobi World War officially commenced in the 10th month of the 33rd year of the Shinobi Village era. IWA continued its fierce struggle against Kiri, engaging in numerous battles in the land of hot water, despite the extensive front lines. Meanwhile, the Suna, having remained inactive during the last conflict, seized the opportunity to attack the land of fire, claiming vast territories while Konoha was left vulnerable. The daimyo of the land of fire, having lost his lands, fell gravely ill and was succeeded by his son. Upon taking office, the new daimyo ordered Shimura Danzo to cease hostilities against the Snow Ninja and negotiate a peace treaty, turning instead to confront the Suna aggressors. With tempers flaring, Danzo could only dispatch Sarutobi Hiruzen to deal with the Sand Ninja. The decisive battle between Konoha and Suna took place in the Land of Rain, which was not easily manipulated. Their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, took advantage of the conflict between the two great ninja villages to launch a surprise attack on both. Consequently, both Konoha and Suna suffered significant losses, compelling Sarutobi Hiruzen to send 3 of his disciples to engage the enemy while he faced off against the third Kazekage. In this encounter, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were unable to overcome Hanzo, earning the ignominious title of the legendary 3 ninjas despite its outward glory. Though they were defeated, Hanzo refrained from exterminating them. Wishing to avoid fostering an unending enmity with Konoha, his sole intention was to compel both great nations to withdraw from the Land of Rain. Hiruzen informed Hanzo that Konoha would retreat from the Land of Rain, though he could not control the situation with Suna. Just as Konoha withdrew, Suna mistakenly believed they had achieved a resounding victory, only to be met with cold reality as their supplies were seized by the Rain Ninja. Simultaneously, after retreating from the Land of Rain, Konoha launched a surprise attack on the Land of Wind, forcing Suna to swallow their pride and return to bolster their borders. In this tumultuous conflict, it was the surrounding small nations that bore the brunt of the devastation, becoming the buffer zones of war. The citizens of these smaller nations suffered immensely. The Land of Rain, already ravaged by the battles of the great powers, saw its people displaced, farmland laid to waste, and children emaciated by hunger, all while they sought refuge from the ceaseless threat of warfare. The Land of Grass was no exception, as the clashes between Konoha and Suna reduced villages to ruins, leaving survivors to cling to life amid the remnants of their homes. The Land of Hot Water was likewise engulfed in the flames of war between Iwa and Kiri, shattering countless families. Elderly citizens gazed at their burnt homes, tears streaming down their faces, lamenting the seemingly endless cycle of war and questioning what sins had been committed by their small nations. Children stared blankly at what was once a complete home, now reduced to ashes. As the first division of Konoha retreated from the northern part of the Land of Fire, Yuhi Daisuke and Uchiha Nanaka led their forces on a successful advance from the ground, driving straight into the heart of the Land of Fire, targeting the residents of the daimyo. With vulnerabilities exposed and chaos erupting, Danzo found himself overwhelmed. In the midst of the nations clashing, it was the opportune moment for Mizuki to return to his homeland of the Land of Water. After several days of searching, he located the 3 tails, which had not been sealed within a Jinchuriki. The 3 tails had intended to resist fiercely but was swiftly subdued by Mizuki's ice projectiles, sealing it away in under a minute. With the 3 tails secured, Mizuki returned to the remnants of the Mizuki clan's territory, now in ruins, yet faint traces of its former glory remained. Alongside signs of alterations made by the Ringo and Suka clans, there was nothing worth clinging to here. So Mizuki took the 3 tails to the residents of the daimyo in the Land of Water to witness the customs of another nation, encountering wounded Mist Ninja being transported back from the front lines. A member of the Kage clan, severely injured with his arm bound by a rope around his neck, anxiously inquired of a doctor accompanying him, "Doctor, how is my brother?" Fortunately, they had returned in time. "The patient has lost too much blood. Had you arrived later, he likely would have succumbed in the Land of Hot Water." The Kage ninja sighed in relief. "What is his condition now?" The doctor replied, "He is now deceased." Chapter 86. The Madman. After spending 3 days in the Land of Water, Mizuki transported Kiyoshi and Nameless to the Land of Snow via ice mirrors. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves amidst a frigid landscape, prompting Nameless to shiver involuntarily, instinctively utilizing chakra to ward off the biting cold. They had arrived at the Snow Village, where Mizuki offered temporary shelter. Kiyoshi then stated, "Master, I must return home to check if the troublemaker cat needs feeding." Temporarily departing from the group, Kiyoshi went to assist his father. Nameless surveyed the surroundings. The spacious streets stretched like silver ribbons, with neatly arranged houses resembling finely crafted artworks. And the faces of the villagers radiated smiles as bright as spring flowers. Adults greeted one another, while children played merrily like lively little sprites. Palu followed closely by, some assisting with carrying items, others engaging in play with the children, resembling loyal companions. The harmony between humans and animals painted a scene of beauty reminiscent of a fantastical realm, contrasting sharply with the somber demeanor of those in towns outside. where survival dictated a more stoic existence. The villagers of Snow Village laughed genuinely, as if sunlight had pierced the clouds, casting warmth and brilliance upon the cold land. Nameless accompanied Mizuki to the residence of Palu. Observing Mizuki tinkering with a large metal box, he soon produced a pair of blue shorts and presented them to Nameless. A look of confusion crossed Nameless' delicate face as he asked, "What is this?" Mizuki proudly proclaimed, "Cold-resistant undergarments. Though they may not be aesthetically pleasing, they are indeed warm and conserve chakra." Realizing they were undergarments, Nameless' cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple, yet he accepted the cold-resistant undergarment. Inspecting the size and timidly inquiring, "Isn't the size a bit large? It will automatically adjust to fit you once worn." The citizens of the Snow Country do not enjoy the luxury of choice in undergarments. They are only permitted to wear blue cold-resistant undergarments. The cold-resistant undergarments produced by the dungeon had been subjected to extensive research by the Snow Country's laboratories, allowing for self-sufficient production of these practical garments. However, the resulting cold-resistant undergarments remained exclusively blue, and even with the use of color-fast dyes, they would fade after several washes, a flaw inherent to the materials. The design had evolved from mere boxers to include a triangular option as well. Upon arriving at his residence, Nameless was taken aback by the appearance of the house, which bore no resemblance to that of a leader, resembling instead a modest two-story building akin to those of ordinary citizens. After settling Nameless in a guest room on the second floor, Mizuki changed his attire and departed Snow Village via the ice mirrors. He arrived in Kyuin Village, where only a handful of jonin and over 200 chunin remained, with the ranks of genin reduced to newly graduated children. Thanks to Palu's vigilance, the village's safety was assured. Mizuki took over administrative duties from Yuhi Daisuke, viewing the assault on the Land of Fire as an opportunity to hone the capabilities of the younger generation. Should this offensive reveal any signs of decline, he would be prepared to take the field himself. A day later, Mizuki Jin received news that the Uzumaki clan had arrived at Jingyun Village. After settling the Uzumaki clan, Mizuki Jin met with Uzumaki Lu Ming in private, summoning the branch members of the Hyuga clan to reveal the caged bird seal on their foreheads to Uzumaki Lu Ming. "Elder Lu Ming, is there any way to deal with the caged bird seal from the Hyuga clan?" Uzumaki Lu Ming gazed at the blue sealing mark, perplexed. "This curse mark has ceased to function. Is it still necessary to unravel it?" "Of course, the Byakugan ability of the branch family is flawed. All I can do is temporarily freeze the curse mark. The caged bird seal can confine the Byakugan's abilities, and the main family can use this seal to control and damage the neural pathways of the branch family members, thus controlling the branch family. If it were in the past, when Konoha and the Uzumaki clan were allies, I might have refused, but now I can only say it is within reach." Chakra manifested on Uzumaki Lu Ming's fingertips as he touched the far left side of the caged bird seal. As his finger glided, the traces of the curse mark gradually faded. Before long, the caged bird seal was entirely lifted. Observing this scene, Mizuki Jin wore a puzzled expression. "Elder Lu Ming, you must have encountered this curse mark before." Uzumaki Lu Ming nodded earnestly. "Just a small study. No wonder your clan was annihilated," Mizuki Jin remarked. "Then I entrust the branch family in the village to you, Elder." Uzumaki Lu Ming nodded in agreement. "The younger generation of my clan can handle it. Speaking of which, that child is also my chosen successor. I hope to see you at the upcoming succession ceremony." "Are you really stepping down, Elder?" Mizuki Jin laughed. "The future belongs to you all. Someone like me, buried up to my neck in the dust, should step aside." Uzumaki Lu Ming was already 82 years old. The man succeeding the Uzumaki clan leader is named Uzumaki Jinzu, who has a daughter named Uzumaki Kushina. After Uzumaki Lu Ming and the branch family members departed, Mizuki Jin carefully examined the Uzumaki clan's roster. Uzumaki Fusa and his son Uzumaki Nagato. Now that is a substantial gift. I just wonder what the name of Kage's mother is. Setting down the roster, Mizuki Jin stretched and stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. He now possessed the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. However, with Uchiha Madara still alive, he was uncertain if Indra's chakra would reincarnate as Uchiha Sasuke. The war between the Snow Shinobi and Konoha had reached its final showdown. Shimura Danzo had abandoned the extensive coastline and retreated inland, even withholding the peace negotiation letter sent by the feudal lord. He had prepared himself for a decisive battle. The foundation of Konoha was indeed immeasurable. Even after such a prolonged war, many capable forces continued to join the battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already repelled the Sand Shinobi and was on his way to rendezvous with Shimura Danzo. Upon learning that Danzo had withheld the feudal lord's letter, Hiruzen questioned, "Are you disregarding the feudal lord's words, Danzo?" Danzo, obstinate and self-righteous, replied, "Hiruzen, I am the Hokage." Taking a deep breath, Hiruzen warned, "You will regret this, Danzo," and fell silent. Danzo addressed the high-ranking members of Konoha, stating, "I have dispatched messengers to the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. They will attack the Snow Country and the Lightning Country." Mito Minyan furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation, and inquired, "What benefits did you offer them for a truce?" Danzo grinned maniacally. "Hashirama's cells. Hiruzen, Mito Minyan, Nara Shikaku, Uchiha Kagami, the head of the Inuzuka clan, the head of the Hyuga clan, and numerous elite shinobi gasped in horror. Danzo, you have lost your mind." Nara Shikaku led the outcry, with many rising from their seats, incredulous at Danzo's actions. "The Hashirama cells are not my research. They belong to the second Hokage. I merely used them for a transaction." Danzo, suppressing his madness, explained slowly, "Currently, Hashirama cells cannot be applied to the human body, so it is irrelevant even if I give them away. Danzo, your ideas are far too dangerous. After the war ends, I will demand the feudal lord to dismiss you." Nara Shikaku sat down, ceasing further discussion. "Humph," Danzo scoffed. "The premise is whether you can achieve that." After receiving Danzo's letter, both the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi hesitated for a long time before deciding to comply with Danzo's request and launch an attack on the Snow Village. They believed that since the Snow Village now occupied a vast territory, most of it would be unable to defend in time, making it easy to seize a large expanse of land. Particularly, they wondered how the harsh environment of the Snow Country had allowed the Snow Village to rise. However, they did not heed Danzo's advice and instead focused their assault on the Snow Country. The Rock Shinobi, unskilled in naval battles, utilized merchant ships, emphasizing a beach landing strategy. The Mist Shinobi, while adept in water warfare, found their ships utterly outmatched by the Snow Shinobi's fleet, and it was uncertain whether they would even manage to land. That night, the intelligence department informed Mizuki Jin of the joint invasion by both countries. "Let them come, and let them have no return." Mizuki Jin decisively ordered the remaining warships under Uchiha Takashi and Kurama Akihiko to engage, aiming to prevent the enemy from advancing past the sea. Soon, the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi amassed an army of tens of thousands, consolidating supplies, and in a short period, gathered over 7,000 ships, launching a fierce offensive. The Snow Shinobi fleet, well prepared, utilized their knowledge of the waters and superior equipment to launch a vigorous assault on the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi at sea. The Rock Shinobi's cargo ships rocked violently in the waves, continuously bombarded by the Snow Shinobi's artillery, suffering heavy casualties among the crew. The Mist Shinobi's warships were also besieged by the Snow Shinobi's agile small boats, embroiled in a fierce struggle. After a fierce battle, the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi barely broke through the Snow Shinobi's defensive line and landed on the shores of the Snow Country. However, by this time, their forces had dwindled significantly. Before they could catch their breath, the Snow Shinobi's ground forces, led by Mizuki Akira, were already in position. With machine gun defensive fortifications along the shore, the invading ninjas from both countries faced the ominous muzzles, resorting to ninjutsu for defense. Water style, water barrier. Earth style, earth wall. Great walls of water and earth rose to block the bullets. Yet they were met with aerial units riding on swift falcons, armed with RPG rocket launchers. On the ground, the Snow Shinobi donned heavy winter armor, wielding sharp weapons, fighting fiercely in the icy terrain without losing ground. The Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, in this unfamiliar and frigid environment, found their movement slow, struggling to withstand the onslaught from the Snow Shinobi. The tide of battle increasingly turned against them, and this rash invasion seemed to be sliding toward the abyss of failure. As Palu and the Snow Shinobi pressed their attack, the survival space for the Rock Shinobi and Mist Shinobi gradually shrank, ultimately forcing them to retreat into the sea. The attack on the Snow Country evidently failed, resulting in severe losses. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, could never have imagined that an assault on the Snow Country would be more disastrous than the battle against the Mist Shinobi, resulting in even heavier losses. Due to Anoki's misjudgment, Danzo's plan had culminated in utter failure, relinquishing not only the feudal lord's estate, but also forcing the Konoha army, like lost dogs, to retreat back to Konoha. This failure was like a heavy blow. striking deep into Inoki's heart and leaving him to face severe accountability from the feudal lord. To compensate for this tremendous loss, he resolutely decided to attack the Lightning Country. After all, it would not do to allow both the Snow Country and the Lightning Country to retain their strength. Thus, Inoki personally led his forces in a ferocious assault on the Lightning Country. Upon receiving this news, Mizuki-jin could only lead his army to confront them. Both sides are destined for battle. If that is the case, let us deliver them a shock. Mizuki-jin replaced his Palu at the Palu terminal. Gathering his forces, he marched towards the land of Rice to intercept the Rock Shinobi. Chapter 88. Counterattack. The gateway to the land of Earth. The land of Rice, a little-known nation, derives its name from its vast arable land, which constitutes 40% of its territory. Mizuki led his army to intercept the Rock Shinobi led by Inoki. In this fierce clash, the most distressed party was the daimyo of the land of Rice. Caught in the middle, he found himself unable to provoke either side. Yet allowing them to battle within his realm would undoubtedly inflict tremendous losses upon his nation, potentially leading to its irreversible decline. However, the Rock Shinobi have always relished in bullying smaller nations, while the Land of Thunder, now occupied by the Snow Shinobi, has treated its neighboring minor states with unexpected kindness, never resorting to demanding payment for grain. The daimyo of the Land of Rice secretly hoped for Inoki's forces to face a setback. Thus, he sent envoys to Mizuki-jin, expressing a desire for him to drive the enemy towards the Land of Frost or the Land of Waterfall. In a show of sincerity, the daimyo offered a staggering 1,000 tons of grain. Without hesitation, Mizuki-jin agreed to such a request. Forcing the Rock Shinobi to retreat was, in fact, a simple task. Upon the armies clashing, Inoki was taken aback upon recognizing Mizuki-jin, exclaiming, "The first Snow Shadow. How could it be you?" Mizuki-jin, observing the comically disheveled Inoki, smirked. "I am but in my 50s, far from the age of passing." In the original narrative, Inoki lived to the age of 94. Casually glancing at the few thousand troops behind Inoki, Mizuki noted their ragtag appearance. Elderly ninjas with unkempt hair resembling a peculiar assortment. A lecherous rogue with a countenance akin to one emerging from the gutters, and a corpulent man in round sunglasses reminiscent of a gang member. There was even a middle-aged man with a grotesque grin, as if afflicted by some strange ailment, presenting himself as a mere buffoon. With such a motley crew, it was no wonder that the relatively normal-looking Deidara had defected so quickly. Mizuki-jin produced a colorful Palu ball, the ultimate Palu capable of capturing beings of extraordinary caliber. Casually tossing the superlative Palu ball, an immense amount of shadow chakra burst forth from it, transforming into a dark mist that obscured the sky. As the mist swirled upwards, it condensed into a powerful Palu with pink hair and clad in a black dress, hovering in midair. The malevolent yet elegant Belanova. Her light blue eyes held a cold indifference, her 20-meter-tall form emanating an overwhelming presence. Inoki stared in astonishment at the extraordinary being suspended above. Suddenly, several eyes on the hem of Belanova's skirt snapped open, their pupils fixated on Inoki. Apocalypse. With Mizuki-jin's proclamation, the eyes emitted an enchanting pinkish-purple glow, followed by a howling wind as a towering black tornado materialized, ruthlessly sweeping towards the Rock Shinobi forces. Use the earth flow wall to defend. Inoki shouted to his men. Boom, boom, boom. The earth flow walls rose in rapid succession, forming a thick rocky barrier. However, against the onslaught of the black tornado, these walls were uprooted as if they were mere straw, shredded within the vortex. The tornado ravaged through, scattering the Rock Shinobi forces into disarray, cries of despair echoing. Inoki's face turned ashen, filled with shock and fury. He had not anticipated Mizuki-jin possessing such a formidable summon. Earth-style, heavy rock technique. Inoki formed hand seals, attempting to alter Belanova's gravity to destabilize her. Yet, Belanova effortlessly evaded, raising her hands as countless black arrows coalesced from thin air, shooting towards the Rock Shinobi. The Rock Shinobi scrambled to evade, their ranks thrown into chaos. Mizuki-jin's lips curled into a smile, seizing the moment to command the Snow Shinobi army to launch a decisive assault. The battlefield erupted with the clamor of battle cries. Realizing the dire situation, Inoki gritted his teeth and ordered a retreat. The Rock Shinobi fled like frightened dogs towards the Land of Frost. Mizuki-jin, observing their panicked escape, commanded a pursuit, chasing them from the Land of Frost to the Land of Waterfall, only halting once they reached their destination. Inoki did not stop until he reached the border between the land of water and the land of earth. Counting his remaining troops, only half of the 4,000 he had brought remained. Given the circumstances, it would be unacceptable not to seize a city. Mizuki Jin summoned a colossal ice giant, extending his left hand for Bellanova to stand upon, while wielding an ice sword in his right, leading his forces to breach the borders of the land of earth. The border towns of the land of earth offered no resistance. With a single strike, he shattered the city walls. With his current forces, he could not occupy the entirety of the land of earth. Thus, he left a contingent stationed there as a foothold, while Mizuki Jin swiftly returned to the land of rice through an ice mirror, retrieving supplies to send to the towns of the land of earth for his army's sustenance. The snow shinobi were engaged in battles across the land, and aside from the land of snow, there were few allies left. The village of Kyuin had been thoroughly depleted. With the current strength of Kyuin, occupying the land of fire was entirely feasible. The front lines against the land of fire had pushed to the gates of Konoha, but could advance no further. The foundation of Konoha still held strong. As the various ninja clans exerted their utmost efforts to resist, even Yuhi Shinku and Uchiha Ueno could not easily breach their defenses. What has become of the subsequent forces? Yuhi Shinku inquired of Ono Tamakyo. Ono shook his head. The First Lord has taken men to counterattack the land of earth. After opening its gates, he left forces stationed there. This meant that no reinforcements were available for the land of fire. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower in Konoha, Shimura Danzo unveiled a sealing scroll, presenting one of the techniques to those assembled, the reanimation jutsu. Danzo, what are you planning? Upon seeing the technique, Tsunade erupted like an enraged tiger, her fury palpable. Danzo, however, wore a mocking grin, coldly stating, the previous Hokage cherished the village, and now that Konoha faces such a grave crisis, they naturally must contribute their share. Moreover, this technique was invented by the second Hokage, who better to serve as the ultimate test subject than him, toying with the dead, especially the former Hokage. Danzo, how dare you? Tsunade fumed, slamming her fist onto the table, shattering it into fragments, embodying her wrath and unwillingness to yield. The foppish daimyo fanned himself languidly, his gaze sinister as he hissed, Lady Tsunade, you surely do not wish to see Hashirama's legacy destroyed so easily, do you? The daimyo's words struck Tsunade like a thunderbolt, causing her to tremble violently, followed by a self-deprecating smile. It was as if the entire world darkened at that moment. Her grandfather's legacy would ultimately be laid to ruin. Danzo, resembling a deranged lunatic, howled with a twisted expression, blamed the first for not unifying all nations with the power of the god of shinobi. Otherwise, how could Konoha have fallen into such a predicament? Chapter 89, Return to Konoha. Uchiha Madara pushed open the heavy gates of Konoha, which resembled a colossal beast eroded by time, revealing its menacing fangs. Shimura Danzo led his subordinates out of the village. Witnessing this scene, the snow ninjas, including Yuhi Daisuke, Uchiha Nanaka, and Ono Tamao, quickly gathered around. Shimura, old thief, are you thinking of surrendering? Ono Tamao smirked mockingly, observing the meager number of Danzo's followers. Danzo let out a chilling, malevolent laugh. Today marks your demise. With a swift motion, he pushed forth two individuals from behind him. One hailed from the Aburame clan, while the other was a member of the Uchiha clan. Both knelt on one knee, akin to devoted worshippers, seemingly prepared to sacrifice everything for a sacred mission. Danzo began forming hand seals, his movements fluid and swift, reminiscent of flowing water or a tempest. As he completed the seals, dark patterns manifested beneath the two individuals, blossoming like a morbid flower of death, exuding a disquieting radiance. This was the moment Uchiha Nanaka's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan activated, her piercing gaze penetrating the depths of darkness. Faintly perceiving a mysterious chakra descending upon the two figures like a torrential flood, strange dust appeared abruptly, akin to disturbed phantoms, swiftly enveloping the two like a dense fog. With their heads tilted back, they emitted heart-wrenching wails that seemed capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the soul. The dust, like the tendrils of a demon, ensnared them tightly from below. Soon, their cries faded, and the dust dissipated like a receding tide. However, it was a chilling sight. The two had transformed into humanoid forms of brown dust, shifting in appearance like cursed puppets, ultimately morphing into the likenesses of the deceased. The first and second Hokage. Yuhi Daisuke exclaimed in shock. The others were equally astounded, realizing that the ancient bones had been unearthed. In contrast, Hashirama and Tobirama, with blank yet alert expressions, surveyed their surroundings, particularly puzzled by the headbands of the opposing crowd. Tobirama glanced at his own body and concluded, Edo Tensei. Hashirama furrowed his brow and turned to see Konoha's entrance and its ninjas. What's going on? Snow ninjas? Danzo sneered. Gentlemen, lend your strength for the sake of Konoha. Tobirama, noticing the Hokage cloak donned by Danzo, questioned, Danzo, how is it you? Wasn't I supposed to designate Kakashi as the third Hokage? Danzo patiently responded to Tobirama's inquiry. I am the fourth. Uchiha Kakashi has resigned due to insufficient capability. And this has anything to do with the snow ninjas? Tobirama frowned. Danzo produced 2 kunai inscribed with seals and plunged them into the minds of Hashirama and Tobirama, commanding, you two, eliminate all the snow ninjas for Konoha. Uchiha Nanaka, however, remained unfazed, sensing that the first and second Hokage before her were far from their prime. So this is the technique that toys with the dead. You believe you can triumph with such an incomplete jutsu? Danzo scoffed, merely having these 2 is not enough. As he spoke, a line of Edo Tensei ninjas appeared behind him, many from the Warring States era, including the presence of Senju Tobirama. Yuhi Daisuke mocked, transforming your living into the dead. Quite the grandiose plan. No, they are merely commoners. Konoha has sheltered them long enough. It is time they contributed, Danzo concluded with a maniacal laugh. All units, prepare for battle. Release the Paru. At Yuhi Daisuke's command, the snow ninjas sprang into action, unleashing various forms of Paru. Eliminate them. Danzo waved his hand, and the Edo Tensei ninjas surged forward. The battle erupted instantaneously, the Edo Tensei ninjas advancing like phantoms upon the snow ninjas. The snow ninjas' Paru unleashed formidable icy powers, clashing with the ninjutsu of the Edo Tensei, resulting in a spectacular display of ice shards and flames. Hashirama formed hand seals, summoning the Great Wood Release to encircle the snow ninjas. Observing this, Yuhi Daisuke directed the snow ninjas to disperse swiftly, while Uchiha Nanaka activated her Susanoo, wielding a colossal chakra blade against the rising trees. Tobirama employed the Flying Thunder God technique, darting across the battlefield, relentlessly attacking the snow ninjas. Despite their valiant resistance, the snow ninjas found themselves in dire straits, as the Edo Tensei ninjas could restore their bodies even when shattered. Just as the situation grew increasingly desperate, flames descended from the sky, incinerating numerous Edo Tensei ninjas. Nanaka, you remain too gentle. A solitary voice echoed from above. Konoha and the snow ninjas simultaneously looked skyward, spotting a grand, proud figure suspended in midair. Master, Uchiha Nanaka gasped. It was none other than Uchiha Madara. Danzo, standing atop the Konoha walls, widened his eyes in astonishment. Uchiha Madara. Madara surveyed the battlefield where Hashirama had regained his form, displaying a displeased expression, then turned his gaze to Danzo atop the wall and remarked indifferently. Is this all you can summon, a feeble Hashirama? Truly, you are utterly worthless. Such a Hashirama lacks the qualification to dance before me. With a disdainful scoff, he formed hand seals, summoning an even larger and more potent wood release, which swiftly expanded, uprooting even the sturdy walls of Konoha and creating a breach. The wood release rapidly extended, precisely isolating Hashirama, Tobirama, and Uchiha Madara, setting the stage for their confrontation. Nanaka, lead the charge into Konoha. I will hold off these Edo Tensei. With a golden opportunity to breach Konoha, Yuhi Daisuke would not let it slip away. Activating Sage Mode, he unleashed a powerful ice release, enhanced by Sage techniques. If Edo Tensei could restore broken bodies, then freezing them would render them controllable. Dashing into the mass of Edo Tensei ninjas, the rapidly spreading ice release chakra encased the surrounding Edo Tensei ninjas in ice sculptures. With their orders received, the snow ninjas surged forward, their morale soaring as they charged toward Konoha. Danzo, witnessing this, turned pale and hastily directed the remaining Edo ninjas to intercept them. Yet, under Yuhi Daisuke's Sage Mode ice release suppression, the Edo ninjas found their movements hindered. Meanwhile, the isolated Hashirama, Tobirama, and Madara stood at the precipice of confrontation. Tension palpable in the air. Hashirama regarded Madara, his previously vacant gaze now reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. The 3 launched their assaults simultaneously. Madara wielded his Uchiha fan against Hashirama, while Tobirama continuously unleashed various ninjutsu to support Hashirama. In an instant, blades clashed and chakras surged. As the snow ninjas surged into Konoha, a fierce urban battle ensued. Uchiha Nanaka, empowered by her Susanoo, carved a path through the chaos. Her sole motivation was to capture Danzo and avenge the fallen. At this moment, Konoha was engulfed in turmoil, the flames of war raging fiercely. Chapter 90. Subjugating Konoha. Establishing a special district leading the charge into Konoha, Uchiha Nanaka found the Konoha ninjas offering far less resistance than anticipated. Instead, they feigned a symbolic resistance, collapsing to the ground, either pretending to be dead or surrendering. Oh dear, my old back. A 20-something Sarutobi clansman, having been bumped by another, fell to the ground, clutching his back in agony. Ordinary villagers, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Brother, not the time for a scam." As an ordinary villager, how could I possibly stand against you, a ninja? I do not care. I am in pain. Where does it hurt you? Sato Miki, an ordinary villager, questioned. Teacher Sarutobi. Must it truly come to this? Inside the Hokage building, Orochimaru gazed out at the chaotic village, pondering aloud. Does this mean we are declaring our defection? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea and replied calmly. What purpose would it serve to send our ninjas to their deaths? Orochimaru shook his head, attributing the turmoil to Danzo Shimura's tyrannical rule, which had sown discord among the villagers and offended many. Without unity, how could they possibly confront the formidable snow ninjas? Meanwhile, at the Uchiha compound, Uchiha Kagami sat in the family shrine, his face partially bandaged, having lost sight in one eye. Other Uchiha Jonin and Chunin were assembled around him. Are we truly not to take action? Will Danzo not make things difficult for us again? This was the concern of many Uchiha clan members. Kagami remained composed, sipping his tea, indifferent to the turmoil. Konoha is beyond salvation. Danzo has likely fled by now. The mood among the Uchiha was somber, and after a prolonged silence, someone inquired, "Shall we return to the main family?" Another Uchiha responded, "The main family should not pose any challenges for us. Regardless, we need only bide our time." Similar sentiments echoed throughout other clans. The Hyuga branch disregarded the main family's orders and chose to remain at home. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans also stayed put, with only the non-ninja clans and Danzo's loyalists showing any resistance, feeling a strong sense of belonging to Konoha and fighting back against external threats even without Danzo's commands. Danzo, having been accurately surmised by Uchiha Kagami, realized Konoha's fate was sealed the moment he encountered Uchiha Madara. He promptly fled the village with the daimyo and his root subordinates, seeking a path forward. Konoha's downfall transpired within a single day. In the former courtyard of Senju Hashirama, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, Kato Dan, and Kakashi Hitaki were enjoying a leisurely afternoon, drinking and admiring the blossoms, while the soothing sound of a koto played by Uzumaki Mito filled the air, seemingly detached from the chaos unfolding outside. Tsunade felt indifferent to the fate of the Land of Fire, contemplating that perhaps joining the Snow Village would be a better choice. Jiraiya and Kato had come specifically to comfort her, having received orders from Sarutobi Hiruzen to cease resistance and minimize losses while looking after Tsunade. Soon, a knock at the door interrupted their gathering. Upon receiving Tsunade's approval, Shikaku opened the door to find two individuals adorned with snow ninja forehead protectors. One clad in a white robe with the insignia of the second snow shadow on his left chest. "I am Yui Daisuke, the second snow shadow, accompanied by my wife, Uchiha Fumino," he announced. Though Shikaku felt a twinge of discomfort, he welcomed them inside. As the music ceased, Uzumaki Mito remarked, "Uchiha Fumino. I believe she is the child born of the union between Senju and Uchiha." Tsunade put down her cup and stood, saying, "Please, take a seat." Yui Daisuke, showing respect for the descendants of the first Hokage, did not flaunt his status but instead spoke with reverence. "I have been sent by the first snow shadow to take over the Land of Fire." Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "The Land of Fire is of little concern to me. I wish only to know Konoha's fate." Uchiha Fumino replied, "Konoha will be preserved. This is also the intention of my master, Uchiha Madara." The revelation stunned Mito, Tsunade, and the others. "Madara is still alive?" Yui Daisuke explained. "The first snow shadow rescued him." Soon, connections were made regarding the Uchiha branch family. As long as Madara and his brother Izuna lived, they would serve as the Uchiha's beacon. Their departure from Konoha was inevitable, and the fact that not all had left came as a surprise. Uzumaki Mito then stated, "Konoha represents the combined efforts of Madara and Hashirama. I believe Madara will keep his word." Mito's assertion was acknowledged by both the Senju and Uchiha clans, making it clear that Konoha's allegiance would soon belong to the Snow Ninjas. The Snow Ninjas treated all regions equally, requesting the assistance of everyone for the forthcoming rebuilding efforts before taking their leave. Yui Daisuke and Uchiha Fumino departed from the Senju courtyard, leaving behind a profound silence, with no one aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. Yui Daisuke dispatched Uchiha Takamitsu and Waya Castle Genji to pursue Danzo, but no news had yet returned. After the fall of Konoha, Mizuki Jin arrived with Uchiha Unmei to oversee matters. Yui Daisuke's qualifications were insufficient to gain the trust of the remnants of the Konoha ninja clan. Mizuki Jin met with all clan leaders and the remaining jonin of Konoha, with Sarutobi Hiruzen, Nara Shikaku, Uzumaki Mido, and the third Hokage Uchiha Kagami taking the lead. It became clear that Konoha's complete integration into the Snow Ninja Order was merely a matter of time. Regarding the Hyuga clan's resistance during the conflict, Mizuki Jin asserted his authority, declaring that the caged birds would be liberated, as the Snow Ninja Code rejected such feudal hierarchies. Henceforth, the Hyuga would no longer be divided into main and branch families, and under Mizuki Jin's strong hand, the head of the Hyuga clan was replaced. The Hyuga clan, once a noble family of the Land of Fire, had been marginalized by the daimyo's aristocracy, yet they still held a certain status. Now, under Mizuki Jin's regime, they were relegated to the ranks of ordinary ninja clans. Mizuki Jin also ordered the restoration of the Senju surname. Upon hearing this command, Uzumaki Mido simply smiled. From now on, I can also call myself Senju Mido. For Shikaku and Tsunade, it meant a renewed sense of belonging, as they could reclaim their once-removed surnames. Everything in Konoha would now adhere to the Snow Ninja's regulations, leaving no room for dissenting voices. Mizuki Jin's authority instilled a sense of trepidation among the ninja clans, especially with Uchiha Madara present, as any inquiries into clan matters would not bode well for anyone involved. Before long, Konoha returned to a semblance of normalcy, with control over the regions of the Land of Snow, the Land of Lightning, and the Land of Fire. Mizuki Jin contemplated a change of nomenclature, abolishing the notion of nations in favor of domains, thus renaming them the Snow Domain, Cloud Domain, and Konoha region, collectively referred to as the Republic. The capital would be established in Konoha, primarily serving as an administrative and military special zone, while the Snow Village would transform into a research and economic special zone, and Kyuin Village would serve as the central hub connecting the two regions, responsible for infrastructure, trade, education, and more. Numerous schools from the Land of Snow would be relocated to Kyuin Village, and expansion efforts would ensue. Chapter 91, A New Order. The highest tier of the Palu Terminal. Aside from the destruction of the periphery, Konoha remained relatively unscathed, with personnel largely intact. Excluding the reclusive Aburame clan, who remained in their shells, other families actively engaged in the reconstruction of Konoha. Mizuki Jin had also arranged personnel movements. The Sarutobi clan, Uchiha branch family, and Inuzuka would relocate to Kyuin Village, while the Uchiha would be reintegrated. The Senju, Inuzuka, Nara, and Hyuga clans would remain in Konoha, with other smaller clans like the Uzumaki, Nara, and Kamizuki not participating in the relocation. As personnel adjustments continued, operations to clear the former Land of Fire remained ongoing. Yui Daisuke led a campaign to purge the nobility of the former Land of Fire, confiscating the assets of the compliant while executing those who resisted. Thus, all political affairs were entrusted to Mizuki Jin for management. Within Konoha's administrative building, a youthful Orochimaru entered the office, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Lord Snow Shadow, you summoned me?" Shuei Wuyue Jin handed a document to the other party and said, "I would like to inquire if you are interested in transferring to the Land of Snow. The Research Institute there should be quite suitable for you." Orochimaru opened the document and began to read slowly, his expression shifting from indifference to excitement, then to fervor. He responded, "I wish to go." Shuei Wuyue Jin nodded and continued, "There are currently several projects underway in the Land of Snow. I hope that you will also take on the Paradise Project there." "Understood. I greatly appreciate your trust." Orochimaru bowed deeply and then departed the administrative building with the document in hand. To connect the three regions, the Cloud Domain and the Leaf Village commenced the laying of railway tracks, while research into sea trains began in the Land of Snow. The sea train no longer relied on steam engines for propulsion, but instead utilized a new product from the Research Institute, the Chakra engine. Over the next few days, Shuei Wuyue Jin and other high-ranking officials engaged in discussions to reorganize the various departments of the Republic. Aside from maintaining the research department, all others would undergo restructuring. Tsunade was appointed as the Minister of Health, while Akimichi Torikes was made the deputy minister. The education department was led by Shuei Wuyue Zhongren as minister, with Yamanaka Maru as deputy minister, and the agricultural department was headed by Konoha Tamakio as minister. The director of the research institute remained from the Kazekage family, and Orochimaru would have to prove his worth before being appointed to that position. Simultaneously, a new social structure was beginning to take shape. The newly established Department of Social Security was led by Uchiha Ueno, while the Human Resources Department was headed by Mito Gaiden, with Tanshin Koharu as the deputy minister. The newly formed Puru Ecological Environment Department was directed by Aju Ryu, with Uchiha Komio as deputy minister. The Intelligence Department was renamed the Security Department, retaining Shuei Wuyue Yuta as minister, with Nara Shikafuka and Kurama Akihiro as deputy ministers. The military was directly managed by Yukikage, who was also renamed the Supreme Leader, with Shuei Wuyue Jin as the Supreme Leader and Yuhi Daisuke serving as the Commander-in-Chief. In the future, the ninjas of the Republic would no longer operate on a task-based system, but would adopt an employment system with monthly salaries. Various benefits were jointly devised by Mito Gaiden and Uchiha Ueno. During this transformative period in the Republic, the Second Great Ninja War officially concluded. The Land of Rice, the Land of Frost, and the Land of Hot Water were subdued by Uchiha Madara and integrated into the territory, thoroughly connecting the Cloud Domain and Leaf Village. Once again, the former Snow Ninjas emerged victorious, followed by the Sand and Mist Ninjas, while the Rock Ninjas suffered the greatest losses. The fleeing Shimura Danzo and the Daimyo of the Fire Country took refuge in the Wind Country, where they were hosted by the Wind Daimyo. Intelligence from the National Security Department indicated that the three major countries had secretly united with the intention of opposing the Republic. The Iron Country maintained its neutrality, while other smaller nations were less fortunate, either aligning with the Republic or other major powers. The strength of the Republic was evident, but it disregarded the smaller nations. Meanwhile, the three major countries exerted pressure, forcing them to make a choice. 1 year after the war, the era of ninja villages was transitioning into the era of the Republic, although records were still maintained as the Ninja Village era. In January of the 37th year of the Ninja Village era, the Republic flourished with new policies and laws being implemented. The sea trains were under construction and were expected to travel from the Land of Snow through the Cloud Domain to the Leaf Village in just 36 hours, with the 10,000 kilometers of railway to be completed in 30 hours, showcasing remarkable speed. During this time, numerous notable figures were born. On March 8th of the 35th year, Ebisu was born in the Land of Snow. On July 17th of the 35th year, Nara Shikamaru was born in the Leaf Village. On March 20th of the 36th year, Morinoa Biki was born in the Leaf Village. On June 11th of the 36th year, Yuhi Kurenai was born in the Leaf Village. On July 1st of the 36th year, Jiraiya was born in the Leaf Village. On October 18th of the 36th year, Sarutobi Asuma was born in Kyuin, and on November 18th of the 36th year, Shizun was born in the Leaf Village. The population of the Republic experienced explosive growth, totaling 70 million, as everything progressed in an orderly manner. Shuei Wuyue Jin once again entrusted affairs to Yuhi Daisuke and returned to the hidden Snow Village. Have you found it? Shuei Wuyue Jin placed the cut fruits on the table. Uchiha Nameless was perusing ancient texts, a look of frustration etched on her delicate face. Most of these ancient texts originated from the Sarutobi and Shinju clans, who had originally sealed Nameless in collaboration with other ninja clans. Now, Nameless was merely searching for her true name. Take your time. After patting Nameless on the shoulder, Shuei Wuyue Jin exited the home. He made his way to the location of the Paru Expedition Base, which allowed him to utilize Paru to swiftly complete instances for rewards, proving to be quite convenient. After acquiring the rewards from this expedition, Shuei Wuyue Jin discovered that he had gathered all the materials needed for the final level of the Paru Terminal. Upon clicking to upgrade the Paru Terminal, a radiant glow enveloped it, and it reached its maximum level. Text then appeared on the screen of the Paru Terminal. Paru Terminal upgraded to maximum level. All instances merged. You may explore the Paru world at will. The construction limit for Paru Terminals increased to 10, current count, 510. The member limit for the guild is now 5,000. Seeing that he could enter the Paru world, Shuei Wuyue Jin immediately chose to do so. Darkness enveloped him. Moments later, the sound of waves crashing against the shore met his ears, the wind brushed against his face, and the scent of fresh grass wafted in. As the light returned, he found himself before a dilapidated structure. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to see a stone pillar adorned with a celestial bird statue emanating a warm orange glow. A teleportation point? Isekai'd attempted to touch the stone pillar, which soon radiated a blue light, indicating that it had been activated. As he explored the stone pillar, he discovered a button. Upon pressing it, a projection materialized, revealing a dark expanse with only a small area illuminated. This was a map. The bright area was marked as Initial Plateau, indicating a teleportation option. Isekai'd pressed the button to close the projection and then tested his abilities to ensure he was still intact, breathing a sigh of relief afterward. He leaped to the highest point of the crumbling building, gazing into the distance. Mischievous cats, pippy chickens, and cotton yuyo roamed freely, while blue paro fragments peeked out from the ground. Everything felt incredibly real. Chapter 92, Rediscovering the True Name. Uchiha Hikari Isekai'd conjured an ice axe, effortlessly cleaving through trees and shattering rocks as if they were mere vegetables, and crushing paro fragments was child's play. After collecting sufficient materials, he located an ideal spot nestled between mountains and water, establishing a paro terminal. Once the paro terminal was constructed, Isekai'd adeptly navigated through various interfaces. However, this time, the construction limit for the paro terminal displayed a cap of 110. In other words, each world could accommodate 10 paro terminals. Opening the teleportation interface of the paro terminal, he noticed a mysterious rightward arrow, reminiscent of a hidden door, beside the current paro world. Clicking the arrow, the map shifted to the Hokage world map, displaying blue terminal icons that indicated the ability to teleport to other worlds via the paro terminal. Only guild members could utilize the paro terminal, meaning he could bring 5,000 people into this world. Excitement surged within Isekai'd. Gathering materials near the terminal, he collected 200 pieces of wood and constructed a 3-story wooden house nearby, while also cultivating a patch of wild berry farmland outside. After placing a level 40 Hualina and a level 35 Shark Boy in his base, Isekai'd returned to the Hokage world through the terminal. Upon his return to the hidden snow village, he began searching for a special storage box within the technology section. I recall that not long after, Mizuki swiftly secured this special storage box, a guild box. This remarkable container allows for instantaneous transference of items through subspace, facilitating shared resources across various strongholds. Provided both locations construct such boxes. After establishing the guild box in Utopia, Mizuki stored essential materials within, and then proceeded to the Palu world, equipped with materials to construct another guild box there. With the establishment of the guild box at the Palu stronghold, operations in that realm could commence promptly. Following the setup of several vital facilities, Mizuki returned to the world of Hokage as dusk approached, as the flow of time in both worlds was roughly equivalent. The next day, Mizuki summoned several Jonin-level guild members, tasking them with exploring the Palu world. The Jonin were sufficiently capable of handling most unforeseen circumstances in Palu. However, shortly after their arrival, they were beset by an attack from local factions, who harbored evident hostility towards outsiders, leading to an immediate conflict. Although the Jonin possessed considerable strength, they found themselves contending with the formidable might of the armed soldiers in Palu. Should lower-ranked ninja venture alone, they would easily fall victim to peril. Yamato, Taichi, the two snow ninjas called in unison, demonstrating remarkable synergy. Let us engage together. Taichi swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing the jutsu, fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. A few seconds later, as the flames manifested, Yamato followed suit with his own timely release of wind release, pressure damage. The high-pressure wind sphere quickly caught up to the flaming dragon's head, and at the moment of their convergence, the dragon's head transformed into a colossal azure dragon. Crashing into the ranks of foes, the fire dragon sweeping through and annihilating all adversaries in the vicinity, creating a vacuum around them. Kizawa Yamato and Takigawa Taichi, both disciples of Kakuzu, displayed commendable prowess. News of their exploits reached the Hokage world, prompting Mizuki to furrow his brow. He recalled the local factions in Palu, likely the Tower Lords. Behind each Tower Lord lay a certain faction controlling a segment of the Palu world, should any other power attempt to establish itself within their territory. The Tower Lords would dispatch subordinates to eliminate the newly founded forces. Thus, it became evident that the stronghold in Palu required formidable guardians. Mizuki had several powerful Palu at his disposal, which he decided to station at the Palu stronghold. Thus, the exploration of the Palu world gradually unfolded. 1 month later, while Mizuki was engaged in training, he heard hurried footsteps approaching, growing nearer until the door to his training room swung open. "I found my name," Uchiha Nameless exclaimed, entering with a tattered book that seemed on the verge of disintegration. Mizuki rose and approached, saying, "Hard work pays off. Let me see where it is written." Nameless cautiously opened the fragile book, its pages precariously close to falling apart. Upon revealing the relevant page, Mizuki discerned it was a record of the clan's genealogy. One entry read, "Uchiha Shira gave birth to Uchiha Hikari," though Hikari's name was simply struck through with a line, annotated with the words "No need for a name, kaleidoscope." 8,000 spears, inscription. Mizuki murmured Hikari's name, exclaiming, "Isn't that a splendid name?" "Indeed, that is my name," Uchiha Hikari replied, overwhelmed with joy. Leaping excitedly as she embraced Mizuki, her initial concern for the annotations dissipating amidst the exhilaration of rediscovering her identity. With the recovery of her name, her once vague memories began to crystallize, and she finally recalled the appearance of her parents. After soothing Hikari, Mizuki decided to celebrate by treating her to a barbecue. At the village's barbecue restaurant, Mizuki inquired, "Congratulations on discovering your true name. Do you have any thoughts for the future?" Hikari pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm not sure." "In that case, would you like to venture to a place abundant with Palu? A realm filled with new and unknown experiences, where you can explore freely?" Hikari's eyes sparkled with excitement as she responded, "A world full of Palu." "Yes. Palu originates from that world." Hikari joyfully nodded. "All right. After we finish eating, I'll go with you." After a hearty meal, Mizuki led Hikari to the Palu terminal. Through the terminal, they arrived in the Palu world. Upon their arrival, Hikari was captivated by the enchanting scenery, with a vast ocean greeting them. Although the stronghold appeared modest, it emanated a warm sense of home. Mizuki guided Hikari beyond the stronghold's confines. However, not far from their departure, a colossal green mammoth Palu, exuding a menacing aura, charged towards them, its eyes gleaming with bloodlust as it emitted a low growl. "Mori Mammoth, boss level." Mizuki quickly positioned himself in front of Hikari, conjuring an ice sword in preparation. Just then, Hikari's eyes glowed red, her kaleidoscope awakened, igniting a black flame upon the Mori Mammoth's form. "Amaterasu." The Mori Mammoth screeched in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Hikari, brandishing an unused Palu ball, tossed it at the fallen creature, successfully capturing it. She adapted swiftly, and Mizuki applauded. "I've captured a Palu," Hikari exclaimed, joyfully lifting the Palu ball. If she had once been buried in the shadows of an unknown past, she now emerged reborn, ready to experience the beauty she had never known. Chapter 93, The Mysterious Monk. The Kashan emerges. We must unite all possible allies if we are to have any chance of overcoming the Snow Nin, Shimura Danzo declared, rising from his seat, slamming his hand on the table as he addressed the Tsuchikage, Mizukage, Windkage, and the leaders of other minor ninja villages with palpable frustration. Danzo could no longer tolerate the lethargy exhibited by these individuals. "Danzo, the Land of Fire can no longer be restored," Inoki replied calmly. The third Mizukage nodded in agreement with Inoki's assertion. "Indeed, rather than continually clashing with the Snow Nin, we should focus on strengthening our nations. In a few years, we may unite and possess the strength to fight back." "Does the Snow Nin not develop as well?" Danzo retorted, his expression one of exasperation. "Only through personal experience can one comprehend the terror of the Snow Nin. Inoki, have you forgotten how you were defeated by the first Snow Kage?" Inoki's expression darkened. Danzo had struck a nerve with his remark. The third Windkage, however, chuckled. "Hokage, allow me to offer a friendly reminder. Consider how you will compensate the Sand Nin for their services in the future." With Danzo and his retinue currently residing in the Land of Wind, the third Windkage's suggestion incited hidden ire within him, as the Land of Fire's daimyo had fled with no resources to offer. "Oh, Windkage, do enlighten us on what the Hokage has offered as compensation." The Windkage laughed heartily. "It's quite a sizable plot of land within the borders of the Land of Fire." Inoki smirked. "Such a fortunate circumstance. Perhaps the Hokage would like to invite the daimyo to stay with the Iwa Nin for a few days. We too desire a portion of the fertile lands of the Land of Fire." Danzo, in a fit of rage, sarcastically retorted, "Of course. As long as it aids us in restoring our nation. The most fertile lands of the Land of Fire shall be entrusted to the Iwa Nin, Let us sign the contract now. In the midst of a tense negotiation, Ohyuki choked momentarily, yet quickly regained his composure, chuckling slyly. Of course, there is no problem. Let us sign it now. Consequently, he instructed the drafting of a contract to formalize an indefinite land concession agreement with Shimura Danzo. The leaders of the Hidden Mist village could only watch in silence as the four shadows engaged in a verbal duel. Even Hanzo, the demigod of the shinobi world, found himself unable to interject. Soon, the Four Shadows conference held in the Land of Rain came to a close. Shortly after its conclusion, Danzo departed from the Land of Wind, leaving even the omnipresent intelligence department of the Republic in the dark regarding his whereabouts. The intelligence department had already gathered and reported everything that transpired during the meeting to Yuka Daisuke, who merely shook his head at the remnants of a bygone era. Their inability to unite cohesively rendered them vulnerable to easy defeat. Time swiftly advanced to the 38th year of the shinobi villages. From the 37th to the 38th year, a thrilling wave of newborns graced the world. On January 1st, 37, Might Guy was born. On February 10th, Uchiha Obito entered the world. On September 15th, Hatake Kakashi was welcomed, and on November 15th, Noara Rin was born. Within a mere year, the Konoha region stabilized significantly, its population rapidly increasing due to favorable policies. Meanwhile, within the administrative building of Konoha, Yuka Daisuke found himself troubled by the contents of a document. Initially considering designating the Temple of Fire as a cultural heritage site, he deemed it unnecessary to adhere to the old mandates of the Land of Fire. With a decisive stamp, he authorized its demolition. Historically, the Temple of Fire had been a stronghold nurtured by the daimyo, exempt from taxation and agriculture, wielding considerable power. However, their audacity to resist and cling to past privileges was astounding. The document was soon passed down, and Uchiha Fugaku led a team to commence demolition at the Temple of Fire. Upon arrival, the monks within, sensing the ominous intent, emerged en masse to encircle Fugaku and his 30-odd companions. The young Fugaku, brimming with youthful vigor, demanded, "Do you truly intend to resist violently? Snow Shinobi. Trampling upon the daimyo's authority will surely invoke the Buddha's wrath. The doors of our Temple of Fire are always open to the daimyo, but you Snow Shinobi are unwelcome." The burly, bald-headed abbot stepped forth from the temple, proclaiming with vigor, "Form ranks." Fugaku let out a cold laugh, stubborn and foolish. Without hesitation, he initiated the attack. His Sharingan glimmered ominously as he charged towards the monks. His comrades followed suit, plunging into a chaotic melee. The monks utilized chakra to manifest a bodhisattva's ethereal form, and a flurry of strikes ensued, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Leveraging his exceptional taijutsu and the insights provided by his Sharingan, Fugaku navigated through the throngs of monks with agility. Fire style, great fireball technique. A flaming dragon surged forth, hurtling towards the abbot. The abbot, channeling his chakra into a golden-skinned Arhut, countered the fireball, shattering it before lunging towards Fugaku. The massive fist of the Arhut was aimed squarely at Fugaku. But at that moment, the abbot halted, his golden fist poised before Fugaku in shock as he gazed down. When did? Suddenly, the abbot collapsed. His ankle severed from his leg, a thin line of blood-stained wire trailing from the severed joint. The previous attack, the peony claw technique, had concealed shurikens within the flames, bound by steel wire. With a kunai in hand, Fugaku approached the abbot, declaring, "It is over." As he lunged to strike, a sudden whoosh echoed through the air. A stone flew forth, knocking the kunai from Fugaku's grasp. Upon closer inspection, a young man clad in a white haori with a black cloak. His hair gathered atop his head and a braid cascading down his back, bore tattoos beneath his left eye and on his chin. If Mizuki were present, he would recognize this figure. Master Jigen. Upon seeing the newcomer, the abbot's expression shifted from agony to relief. Jigen, exuding an air of formidable mystery, approached with steady steps. The arrival of this individual caused Fugaku to furrow his brow, instinctively sensing an ominous threat. Addressing the Snow Shinobi, Jigen spoke with calm authority. "I am Jigen, a monk in training. I kindly ask you all to leave. The Temple of Fire will cooperate, and I shall visit Konoha soon to seek an amicable resolution." Although Fugaku yearned for combat, he felt an inexplicable force dampening his fighting spirit, while Jigen clearly sought to avoid conflict. After a prolonged moment, Fugaku prudently acquiesced to his intuition and retreated, entrusting the matter to his superiors. I hope you uphold your promise. I shall await your arrival in Konoha. With that, Fugaku led his team away, promptly reporting the incident to Yuka Daisuke. Intrigued by the enigmatic monk Jigen, Daisuke pondered the depths of his confidence. Chapter 94, Jigen's Arrival. Steady progress. A few days later, a Konoha gatekeeper reported that a man named Jigen had arrived for his meeting with Yuka Daisuke. Typically, high-ranking officials such as Daisuke did not entertain visitors lightly, but the prospect of meeting a monk deemed formidable even by elite shinobi like Uchiha Fugaku piqued his interest. Upon learning of Jigen's arrival, Fugaku personally guided him to meet Daisuke. Upon entering Daisuke's presence, Jigen's pupils visibly contracted. With gentlemanly poise, he spoke deliberately. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." This demeanor impressed Daisuke, mitigating his prior aversion towards the Temple of Fire. "What brings you to me?" Jigen replied. "I seek employment." This unexpected response intrigued Daisuke, who inquired, "What position do you desire?" Jigen answered steadily, having traveled extensively and witnessed the sufferings of humanity. "I wish to contribute meaningfully. Thus, I propose to establish an orphanage, with all expenses covered by myself." Daisuke furrowed his brow, contemplating Jigen's request, scrutinizing him for a considerable time before responding, "Very well." Unfazed by Daisuke's intense gaze, Jigen replied, "Thank you for your trust." Daisuke graciously added, "Since you are willing to undertake this noble endeavor, we shall not be remiss in providing labor and materials. I am immensely grateful. Shortly, someone will assist you in selecting a location." After Jigen's departure, Uchiha Fugaku expressed his concerns to Daisuke, urging, "My lord, this individual's origins are unclear. Is it wise to appoint him as the head of the orphanage?" Daisuke waved a hand dismissively, whispering, "I will exercise caution. Should he exhibit any signs of treachery, we will be prepared." Fugaku nodded, sensing an unsettling dissonance about Jigen, though unable to articulate why. Trusting his instincts, he accepted the task of monitoring the monk. With the assistance of the construction team, the orphanage was swiftly completed, situated in a town not far from the Temple of Fire. Upon taking office, Sishiin efficiently organized the orphanage within a short span, earning the affection of the children who had lost their parents in the recent war. For several months, Sishiin appeared to face no issues, prompting Uidaifu to ease the surveillance by Uchiha Fugaku. Meanwhile, a fierce battle erupted in the Rain Ninja Village. In an obscure corner of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander lay defeated, his body adorned with runes. Before long, a new ruler emerged in the Rain Ninja Village. Without disturbing any other factions, similar events transpired in the Land of Grass and the Valley Country. The ninja world remained rife with undercurrents. As the rejuvenated rock ninja periodically dispatched spies to gather intelligence and even sent teams to attempt to sever the food supply to the isolated city. In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively ordered the construction of defensive fortifications, erecting watchtowers at intervals, each stocked not only with supplies, but also with a significant number of provisions. While the Leaf Village busied itself countering the Rock Ninja's small-scale maneuvers, Mizuki-jin had already ascended a tall tower in the desert region of the Palu world. Upon entering the tower, a group of soldiers surrounded Mizuki-jin and Uchiha Hikari. "You two are the ones who recently eradicated the Rain Hunter Group and the Eternal Flame Alliance, and subdued the Palu Protection Organization, correct?" A gray-haired, middle-aged man clad in leather stepped forward from the crowd. Mizuki-jin regarded him and inquired, "Are you Marcus, the leader of the self-defense force?" "Indeed," Marcus readily acknowledged, his gaze reflecting a hint of admiration as he continued, "I have long heard of your renowned names. Seeing you today, it is truly remarkable. Our self-defense force has been dedicated to maintaining peace in the Palu world, combating poaching groups and evil organizations. Given your significant achievements, I would like to invite you both to join our self-defense force to protect this land together." Mizuki-jin and Uchiha Hikari exchanged glances, and Mizuki-jin scoffed. "Do not elevate yourself so nobly. It is merely a matter of profiting from others' misfortunes. We are well aware of your dealings behind your employer's back in the trafficking of Palu." Marcus's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "So that fool Lily has spoken to you, has she? In that case, why not stay as guests in our self-defense force? I have heard you both are quite wealthy." Lily, the leader of the Palu Protection Organization, was a kind-hearted woman who struggled to manage her subordinates and had recently been subdued by Mizuki-jin through force, with her organization subsequently taken over by the guild members he brought along. With a wave of his hand, Armed members of the self-defense force advanced menacingly towards Mizuki Jin and Uchiha Hikari. Uchiha Hikari activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and Susanoo rapidly solidified around them, launching an offensive. The soldiers of the self-defense force were momentarily awestruck before the towering giant. Fire release. At Earth command. A Amaterasu Shuriken was hurled from Susanoo, trailing black smoke in its wake. Soon, the flames of Amaterasu swiftly engulfed the tower, eliciting a cacophony of screams. The flames were inextinguishable. The two exited the tower, and shortly thereafter, a colossal Horus burst through the wall. This Horus was the largest Mizuki Jin had ever encountered, easily 10 times the size of a typical Horus. Marcus, atop the Horus, resembled a frenzied lion as he roared, "You two are doomed. Horus, eliminate them. Kong Wei Long, go." Mizuki Jin tossed a Palu ball, and Kong Wei Long appeared, its light wings unfurling, unleashing a barrage of energy missiles. Boom! The light blast struck the Horus, causing a violent explosion that destabilized its flight, sending it crashing to the ground. As the Horus flapped its wings, a fierce fiery whirlwind surged towards Mizuki Jin and Uchiha Hikari. However, against Susanoo, such an attack proved futile, and with a swift strike from Susanoo, the fiery whirlwind was obliterated. Realizing that his Horus's attack had failed, Marcus understood his dire predicament and promptly knelt in surrender, devoid of any semblance of a leader. Mizuki Jin had no intention of sparing Marcus, for the so-called self-defense force was merely a group of mercenaries, operating solely for the highest bidder. It was far simpler to manage things himself. Marcus met an inevitable demise alongside his tower. Due to resource and environmental concerns, Mizuki Jin had no plans to establish a base in the desert. Clearing the local factions was sufficient. Numerous small groups of bandits armed with heavy weaponry and rifles plagued the desert, making the task of eradicating all banditry quite formidable. The self-defense force marked the fourth faction to be eliminated, and after their defeat, Mizuki Jin began to loot their warehouses, discovering a plethora of valuable items and materials, including a power lotus, a material for enhancing physical constitution. Chapter 95, The Fourth Tower. The Jin Research Unit gazing at the nearly explored map, Mizuki Jin remarked, "Now, only the Jin Research Unit in the Snowy Mountain region, the Moonflower Society on Cherry Blossom Island, and the mysterious Tower Master Bjorn in the Land of Falling Skies remain. Once we defeat them, the factions in the Palu world should be thoroughly cleansed." Uchiha Hikari caressed the neck of the war crow he was riding, a creature reminiscent of an ostrich, yet adorned with feathers and a crest that exuded a sense of battle readiness. Mizuki Jin preferred riding the Cloud Sea Deer for its comfort, as the war crow, while swift, was rather jarring. "I plan to recruit the Jin Research Unit. They have successfully developed artificial Palu, with the heteromorphic griffin being one of their creations." Mizuki Jin deactivated the map. The maps explored by the guild members would be shared with all members of the guild. "Is it the powerful Palu we encountered in the hunting ban area? The one that appeared black?" Uchiha Hikari blinked her jade-like eyes, her long eyelashes curving delicately, adding to her charm. Currently, both were equipped with lightweight plastic steel armor, donning plastic steel helmets. They also possessed a high-grade shield capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb's assault. The lightweight plastic steel armor was predominantly purple, remarkably light, featuring woven purple plastic steel at the joints for ease of movement, while providing resistance to both cold and heat. The desert was in close proximity to the snowy mountains, and the two rode their Palu, collecting treasure chests, capturing previously unseen Palu, and engaging in trade or exchanging information with wandering merchants or caravans. After a considerable span of over 10 days, they finally reached the snowy mountains. The snowy mountain region did not resemble the land of snow. The outskirts retained some greenery year-round. The Palu world lacked distinct seasons, with certain regions consistently maintaining their climates. Transitioning from the scorching desert to the frigid snowy mountains proved somewhat disorienting for them. However, it wasn't long before they encountered members of the research unit, returning from capturing Palu for the Jin Research Institute. Upon spotting Mizuki Jin and Uchiha Hikari, a flicker of wariness crossed their eyes. One of the apparent leaders, wielding an electric baton, stepped forward and demanded, "Who are you, and what brings you to this snowy mountain region?" Mizuki Jin dismounted from the Cloud Sea Deer, responding nonchalantly, "We are here to collaborate with your Jin Research Unit. I intend to recruit you." The leader scoffed derisively at this, retorting, "You too? Do you even know your own worth?" No sooner had he spoken than the researchers behind him released their Palu, preparing for battle. Uchiha Hikari promptly leaped down from the war crow, switching to her swift spinning weasel, ready to engage in combat. Shui Wuyuejin smiled nonchalantly as he retracted Yunhai Lu and summoned Yin Huang. The imposing figure of Yin Huang instilled a considerable sense of pressure among them. They all understood the immense power he possessed. To capture a being like Palu, one could hardly be deemed weak. And soon beads of cold sweat began to trickle down the foreheads of the members of the gene unit. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the rear of the gene research team. A group of wild Palu had inexplicably launched an attack, scattering the formation of the research team. Shui Wuyuejin exchanged glances with Uchiha Hikari, both surprised at the unexpected turn of events. Instead of seizing the opportunity to strike at the research team, they swiftly organized a defense, aiding the researchers in their struggle against the wild Palu. After all, their intent was to integrate this organization, and ensuring the safety of its personnel was paramount. Shui Wuyuejin summoned several powerful Palu to assist in the battle, while Uchiha Hikari skillfully maneuvered across the battlefield, unleashing a barrage of piercing ice projectiles. The wild Palu consisted of common species that were not particularly strong, and within a mere 10 minutes, they were subdued. Initially, the members of the research team regarded the young couple with skepticism, but as they fought side by side against the wild Palu, their wariness gradually dissipated. The leader looked at the two with a sense of gratitude. Attacks by wild Palu in the snow mountains were a frequent occurrence, and they often captured these creatures, which had led to heightened hostility from the Palu towards humans. After a fierce battle, they finally repelled the 50-odd wild Palu. The leader approached Shui Wuyuejin. His demeanor noticeably softened. "I was blind to your capabilities. Your strength and character have earned my respect." Shui Wuyuejin replied calmly, "Rest assured. All I require is a meeting with your leader. The rest is of no concern to you." The leader understood that he was merely a low-level employee, unable to influence higher-level decisions, and felt fortunate to have preserved his life. "I believe the leader will be pleased to meet you both," he said, taking the lead as they made their way towards the gene research team's base. Along the way, Shui Wuyuejin gathered insights into the organizational structure of the group. The capture teams were at the bottom tier, the researchers occupied the middle, and only a few administrators held high-ranking positions. The leader's name was Victor. They continued along a narrow path in the snowy mountains until they reached a silver metallic door embedded in the mountain wall. The headquarters of the gene research team was situated within the hollowed-out body of the snow mountain. Passing through the metallic door, the interior of the mountain was revealed before them. The hall was filled with cultivation bottles, containing various Palu specimens. Numerous researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently recording data in front of the specimens. Who were they? It appeared they were figures of authority, approaching the capture team. The leader of the capture team explained, "They are travelers who saved us during the Palu attack. They wish to meet the leader." The administrator frowned. The leader does not meet with just anyone, especially not travelers of unknown origin. Uchiha Hikari, uninterested in idle chatter, activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and hypnotized the administrator. "Is there any issue with meeting your leader?" he inquired. The administrator, now in a daze, replied, "There is no issue." The administrator led Uchiha Hikari and Shui Wuyuejin into the depths of the research facility, stopping before an elevator to explain. "This elevator will take you to the tower where Victor resides." The tower typically served as a symbol of authority over the region, allowing a vantage point to monitor for intruders. Shui Wuyuejin and Uchiha Hikari entered the elevator, which ascended smoothly. When the doors opened, they stepped into a room at the top of the tower, filled with an air of mystery. A tall figure stood with his back to them. It was Victor. Slowly, he turned to face them, wearing sunglasses and sporting short silver hair. "Who are you?" His voice was deep and resonant. Shui Wuyuejin took a step forward and declared, "We have come for your organization." Victor scoffed, "Such bravado. What can you possibly offer? However, I am curious to see the extent of your abilities." With that, he summoned a formidable hybrid griffin, far surpassing those found in the forbidden hunting zone. The creature exuded a terrifying aura, its eerie blue eyes captivating. "There is no need for an unnecessary battle," Shui Wuyuejin remarked to Uchiha Hikari. Understanding his intent, Uchiha Hikari promptly used his Mangekyo Sharingan to hypnotize Victor. Chapter 96, Energy Depletion. Showcasing traditional skills, the gene research team was not solely focused on studying and creating Palu. They also conducted extensive research on human anatomy. The leader of the capture team bore the marks of bodily modifications. Days later, Shuei Wiwejin arranged for the head of the Human Research Division to be integrated into the guild before returning to the world of Hokage. Upon returning, he removed these individuals from the guild and dispatched them to a research facility in the Land of Snow. Their primary focus would be on the Otsutsuki bloodline, which not only stemmed from Hashirama's remains, but also from Uchiha Madara and, ultimately, Otsutsuki Kage. Currently, another subject under study was Tsushin. Shuei Wiwejin was well aware of Tsushin's identity. He was merely a vessel for Otsutsuki Ishiki. Communication among guild members was quite convenient. And once Tsushin arrived in Konoha, the news reached him, prompting him to inform Uedaifu to retain Tsushin. At present, the research on Tsushin was limited to a few strands of hair. Although annual health examinations included blood draws, Tsushin was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that the blood used was not his own. Through the analysis of his hair, it became evident that Tsushin's physique was merely that of a slightly enhanced ordinary human, lacking the Otsutsuki bloodline. It was speculated that only when he entered the vessel state would his body autonomously adapt to the capabilities of Otsutsuki. The primary focus of research remained on Hashirama and Madara. Time swiftly passed, and by the 43rd year of the shinobi village, many future pillars had been born. On July 24th, 38, 2 individuals of the Muki clan were born in Jingyun. On October 19th, 39, Uchiha Shisui was born in Jingyun. On October 24th, 39, Mitakaharu Azuki was born. On November 25th, 39, Kamizuki Izumi was born. On July 21st, 40, Gongzi Tai was born. On November 2nd, 40, Tsukikid Shippu was born. On May 26th, 41, Yumino Iriko was born. On August 10th, 41, Tenzo was born. On November 3rd, 41, Yuzuki Yuka was born. On January 6th, 42, Darui was born. Among them, the individuals that captured Shuei Wiwejin's attention the most were Kamizuki Izumi and Gongzi Tai. He had already envisioned their future roles as gatekeepers. In the year 40, Uzumaki Mito passed away in Konoha, and the Nine Tails no longer required a host. It was controlled by Uchiha Nanoko and brought back to the snowy domain to accompany the other tailed beasts. Among them, the Seven Tails, a primordial stock, maintained the best rapport, allowing it to enter and exit the Palu world freely, while the other tailed beasts were sealed within small sealing jars prepared by the Uzumaki clan. In the summer of the 43rd year, Uedaifu chose to relinquish his title as the second generation of Snow Shadow, a title that had become merely symbolic, and also stepped down from the position of Grand Commander to focus on raising his children, essentially granting himself an extended break. As for the Grand Commander position, Shuei Wiwejin personally appointed Uchiha Gaoming as his successor, who would also inherit the title of the third generation of Snow Shadow. For an extended period, the realm had been devoid of war, leading to a stagnation in the ranks of ninjas. Presently, the ninja academies have evolved to resemble military academies, with the age of enrollment raised from 5 to 8 years. Upon graduation, newly minted genin may choose to join the military for training or assume positions in local governance. Advancement from genin to chunin requires merely an examination, which can be freely attempted. However, the path from chunin to jonin is more restrictive. The simplest route to promotion lies within the military, while non-military individuals must make significant contributions to the Republic to ascend. In recent years, the film industry has not waned, remaining under the stewardship of the Kazekage family, which has begun to promote itself while disparaging other nations clinging to outdated systems. International tensions have been gradually escalating, with the IWA ninjas growing increasingly impatient in their quest to reclaim lost territories, while the Republic bolsters its personnel in response. Many speculate that the Third Great Ninja War is imminent, with communications among the three great nations becoming more frequent. Uchiha Komiai, for instance, receives intelligence briefings daily from various agencies. The atmosphere suggests that war could erupt at any moment, causing trepidation among smaller nations. Though the Iron and Rain countries maintain a semblance of calm, the Iron country prides itself on neutrality, while the Rain country, under the closed-off policies of its leader, remains impervious even to the Republic's intelligence. Yukihira Daifuku has, over the years, established dominion over the Palu world alongside his guild members, which has since devolved into a resource reservoir for the Hokage world. A continuous flow of resources is directed back to the Hokage world, leading to the Republic's burgeoning military might, yet trouble looms on the horizon. The first Palu terminal in the former snow country has exhausted its energy reserves, rendering it inoperative for teleportation and other functions, with established mines and forests nearing depletion. After 4 decades of operation, the first Palu terminal has reached the end of its lifespan. Upon dismantling the terminal, Yukihira Daifuku has enlisted designers to reconceptualize the village of Yukigakure, transforming it into a tourist destination known as the City of Ice and Snow. Seeking new energy sources has become his foremost objective, pinpointing the independent realm of Lulon within the Wind Country as the target. The Dragon Vein of Lulon could serve as the energy source for the Palu terminal, but claiming it necessitates a complete conquest of the Wind Country. Thus, Yukihira Daifuku must resort to strategic means to incite war, a tradition deeply ingrained in his very being. He reflects on the potential of not returning from his mission to the Wind Country and turns to the leader of the Yono clan. This clan has been marginalized in recent years, with its members unable to even secure positions as mere constables. Now, they have finally discovered an opportunity to regain visibility among the elite. The aging patriarch of the Yono clan, once a friend of Shimura Danzo, must now reckon with the consequences of past actions. Trembling, the elder states, "I only hope for a fair opportunity for my clan's youth to advance." Yukihira Daifuku nods in agreement, promising, "Your son may join the military as a captain." "Thank you, Supreme Leader." The elder departs the administrative building and swiftly assembles a delegation to the Wind Country for diplomatic negotiations. Despite appearing subservient before Yukihira, he boldly confronts the daimyo in the Wind Country, even dismissing the Kage as worthless. Though frail, the elder is undeterred in battle, proclaiming, "I've heard your daughter is quite remarkable." The daimyo of the Wind Country feels an inexplicable sense of vulnerability and snarls, "Old fool. You truly have no idea what true power is." The third Kazekage, at the daimyo's behest, promptly expels the elder, inadvertently igniting the flames of a new war within the ninja realm. Due to the death of the delegation, the Republic declares war on the Wind Country. It becomes apparent to the Wind Country that the Republic's intentions are merely to fabricate a pretext for conflict. The forces in the Konoha region quickly mobilize, utilizing railways to transport troops to the border, and within just 7 days, thousands have overtaken the Bird Country. Despite being a small nation, the rapid conquest signifies a well-orchestrated deployment. The Sand Ninjas, freshly stationed at the border, find themselves encircled by Jiraiya and Kakashi, who lead 2 separate contingents of 3,000 ninjas into the Wind Country. Meanwhile, Yukihira's forces engage the enemy directly. As the Republic strikes the Wind Country, the Mist and IWA ninjas respond by launching attacks on the Republic's borders. Anticipating this, Uchiha Komiai fortifies the defenses, while Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's elite join the fray. The chaos of battle erupts across the globe. In contrast,